to uh, it's hard to explain in words.
There's kings and queens who will blind your eyes and steal your dreams.
Yeah.
Explain that on a globe.
Mm.
I mean, what kind of mindfucker is it? You have to remember there's good people that do things until the 33rd degree and they go for is actually who we worship. Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that must be a rude awakening for Stardust. Oh, by the way, the Earth is a fucking ball.
To make a living from taking lives and not allowing a human being to live his life in this world realm which has been given to us.
But it's a crazy world, bro. I mean, have you lately? Have you seen the way it goes on? Have you seen the way people react? Have you seen what life is? It's fucking crazy, bro. It's like
Yeah, they are blank cold. Yeah,
it's almost a different dimension. I swear to God.
yeah, void.
You know, people seem to forget that it's temporary. Everything is temporary. We're all going to die one day. Blah blah blah. Oh, great! Thanks for cheering us up, motherfucker. But
Oh, PMAC, you know, the problem is there will be a mind-blowing surprise.
well,
When
maybe
they will find, I'm telling you, they will all see it with their own eyes that life is not, does not have an end. Life is eternal. Even God, you know, there is a God of life who created life and gave life, and He made it eternal. The rebellious
nature and
actually turned against and brought death. But death itself is not actually the end of life. It's a product of the rebellious one, you know. And
I like the way you say that. It almost sounds like it's death.
yeah,
Death.
well, they will they will all be surprised because they will be thrown into a prison. And if you can't comprehend that,
Wait.
I'm telling you, you know, I'm telling this to people because I've been to prison in this world. They do exist, prisons, and vast majority of people, and even I, by default, before going there, it's terrifying. It's it it crushes your moral. It's a different kind of paradigm, you know.
Yep.
And I saw men crying. You know, the first and second day they got there, even after a week, they were crying to their mama, to their mothers. You know,
Pussies.
because they got in prison. And you can't tell me that is bullshit. Because I've seen it with my eyes, and even I have reacted the same way, you know. But then, hey, I found, hey, wait a minute. This is not the end. This is just a short time.
If you can't do the
It's
time,
short-lived, yeah.
can't do the time. Don't fucking make the time.
Yeah.
But this is life, right? What is life?
Yeah.
Not prison, or is it prison, or is it prison source? This is we've
I
been
mean,
we've
the
been
world shows us.
right.
Yeah, the world shows us that we do have prisons.
Yeah,
It's a natural governing system. I mean, and also when you get into the spiritual side, like religions and stuff like this, to read the Bible, you see that all these evil ones, they will be put into a prison. But this prison is going to be eternal and is not going to be um,
I don't know.
part
I don't know
of
about that,
the
man.
existence.
No,
Yeah.
I don't. I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, sure,
Mm.
a prison.
Yeah, I'm speculating,
Sure.
but yeah.
No, I already agree. I'm of a foregone conclusion we're in a prison. We're in
Mm.
some sort of penance,
Yeah.
and the goal is to get out of it. So
Yeah.
I don't believe that we should think that we're always going to be in a prison, always prisoner, always. No, no, no.
Oh no, I'm not calling the world prison. I mean, the world is exactly the opposite.
but no.
Yeah.
Actually, it is kind of like hang on, it's okay. How do I explain this? It's a really, really strange place. It fills you
Yeah.
from the very get go, full of fucking fear and full of
Um,
indoctrinations and shit like that. There, as almost
yeah.
as if they're using you to get something out of it. I don't know, loosh or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's very, very alien. I
The
mean,
globe, the globe is a prison for our minds.
Yeah,
yeah.
it is.
All right, yeah. Okay, I can agree with that. But there is something else out there bigger than us that I think is yeah. Okay, I'll just shut up now. But it's I always I don't know. Okay, I'll shut up now. Yeah. You got time, baby?
No need for that.
Um,
You can always express your thoughts, even if it's not today. They will come up to you to say them, and believe me, I will understand you. Yeah.
everything happens in your head. Your head is governing what's going on. So your thoughts, everything. And if you can
Uh,
go back and listen to your brain sometimes and the way it goes on and the things it says. If you could just tell it to fuck up for 2 seconds,
yeah. Well, actually, that's your guts, your heart.
yeah,
Because they have a mind of their own too. Yeah, I know what you
But,
mean.
yeah, we're something more than the sum of our parts.
Yeah, but yeah, that is not a voice, but a feeling like the guts. They call it, and actually, that is for me more than empirical proof that hey, I'm not a just a simple rock.
Yeah, but
I am actually not even I cannot reduce myself, my existence, to some sort of anomaly which is happening uh, in the existence of matter with in with its four basic states of existence, like solid, liquid, gaseous, and plasma. Actually, we are way above that state. We are alive. We are life, living, and
uh,
I I say this is a special kind of state of matter.
I don't
and
think.
it has a spiritual plane.
Yeah, okay, probably.
Mm. I mean, you can take all the matter you want in this world, do whatever you want. You will never be able to create living beings.
Well, yeah, they can. Okay. Okay. I'll give you that.
No, we can't make up a
Life.
organism like biologic. We can create some sort of
Golem.
cyber robots, artificial intelligence, and stuff like that. But they will not achieve a state like to um, evolve
But what if
out of that bubble. They will always be that thing which we created them.
what if the goal is no longer if they can achieve it or not? They don't really care. They're just trying to achieve it, and so people, robots.
I mean, no matter how long you search, even in the AI, and there is something very weird about the AI because
There is, isn't
in
it?
the 90s, yeah, in the 90s, it recoded itself. And nowadays, we don't have control over it. We are looking at something we created, but it's uncontrollable. We don't have the on and off switch. We don't have it any longer. It's virtualized.
It's
And it
very.
started with the quantum computers when they turned them on.
I mean, is it possibility that the robots are
Yeah.
controlling us from the future? Can they? But
Mm,
no,
not from the future, but from the cyberspace, yeah. Because that's the space which is exactly like that thing in our heads when we imagine things that we never saw, never seen to exist, you know?
well, I think we're in a closed world. I think it's pretty.
Mm.
I think it's definitely not a ball. If anybody has any fucking evidence to refute anything that I just said, please go ahead. I will be more than willing to listen because
Well, I've seen AI learning, and they created these tiny little creatures
us,
allowed to evolve and adapt
us,
and learn.
us.
Uh, well, I'm talking about some tiny AIs
No,
in
but
the computers that we created.
I mean, how much do you think I matter in the grand scheme of things? How much do I matter? Like you're listening to my voice now. I'm talking to you. We're good friends. I enjoy your
Yeah,
time.
you were roboting a little, but I hear you good
Okay,
now.
so, right. So,
Yeah.
but how much do I matter to in the grand scheme of things? How much do I matter?
Oh, you are unique and irreplaceable.
Yeah, of course we all are, right?
Yeah.
We all are, but it's the it. It's I seriously, bro, I just think it's not to be taken seriously. Like, listen, you think that there's a God, that's fine. I believe in that. I do believe in higher.
Mm,
I do believe in higher power. Let me finish, right? I do believe in higher power.
yeah. Yeah.
Something driving us towards something else. But my experience is so minuscule. It means absolutely nothing. Nothing in the grand scheme.
Well, I agree with to hear. I mean, I'm the same too. When I look, for example, at the electromagnetic spectrum, if you were to expose, like, compare the electromagnetic spectrum with a film, you will be stretching this film from California all the way to Alaska, 2,500 miles, and the electromagnetic spectrum of visible light would be representing only one frame from that film tape. you know I mean, that's how much we actually do not see and do not comprehend about the reality. I'm inclined to believe that actually colors can be heard,
Okay. Does that mean something?
color can be physically felt and also smell,
Okay.
but we are limited.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to address the point you made about the AI being in control. I don't think the powers that shouldn't be would have a robot that they cannot switch off. I'm sorry, I will not accept that. Okay, that would be very, very dangerous indeed, would it not?
Toma el gato, Mr. Roboto.
Well, Jin, actually, it's their god, and from many thousands of years they wanted to create it. Mankind knew that we have the capability to create our own god, and
Do we have the
even philosophically or logically talking, yeah, it makes sense. It should be
I don't know
logical.
about our own God as such. Yeah, I think
When we
they want to
compare
be in
it with the
control.
creation, when we
Yeah, I think they
compare
want to
it with
be.
the
I think they
creation,
want to control. They want to.
yeah,
They want to. They want to be better than the
yes,
Creator.
yeah.
They're trying to beat nature. Yeah, they're
Well,
trying to, but
this
they're
god,
never going to
yeah,
do it
this god
because,
is Google, NASA.
well, that's their worshipping nonsense, I suppose, if you want to put it that way. I don't see Google. I personally do not see Google as a god, obviously, and I don't. And if they think Google
Oh,
is a
but
god, then they're completely insane, aren't they? Obviously, and that's what
no,
they display.
today
Insanity.
there is official Google Church.
Well, fine.
It's official.
Someone's trying to talk. Someone's trying to talk, I think.
Yeah.
That was me.
Well, I have to go back to work. See you later, guys. Nice to hear you, Jim.
Okay. Nice
Yeah.
one, Biget.
Yeah.
Biget. Yeah,
Take care,
nice.
guys. Be great. Bye bye.
Yeah. I think it's telling that, I mean, I was in support of the artificial intelligence when it was being used to support mankind in factories, for example, machinery, where things have to be done repetitively, and people were suffering from like repetitive strange illnesses. Yeah, so the robots taking the human's place there, But as for like human-looking robots, I mean, I totally hate that. They got these in Japan. They got these robots that look like women, and I just think it's just horrible. I don't want to speak to a robot. I do not want to speak to a humanoid-looking robot. I hate that. Just hate it.
It gives you the EBGBs.
No, it's just I don't want to speak to a robot. I want to speak to a human. No EPGBs. It's just disgusting. It's just not natural. You see, that's the problem. It is not natural.
Come on, man. Hey, they're only robots, bro. Robots have rights too. Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah. Oh, robots have rights. Yeah, that's what's going on. That'll happen. Believe you me. Yeah. No, you go to a reception and you're talking to a robot. You know what I mean? I mean, come on, man. What? No, it's not necessary. Not necessary to have a robot on reception
Hey, in this day and age,
in a building.
I'd rather take a fucking robot than a human, man. Those fucking humans are fucking horrible.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't need to. I don't think they should be taking robots to that level. Assisting giving information. Do you need a robot to give you the information, or can you just press a button and the speaker speaks and that's that? The information is coming through as in Google or whatever.
Can a robot do fucking housekeeping? Can turn a bed over and put fucking soap in your dish in your fucking hotel? Nah.
No, but they're working towards that. I mean,
yeah.
Boston Dynamics, together with SoftBank and other companies, they've got these robots that can now find you in the snow. You're lost, they'll find you and bring you back with their robot dog. They can chase you down and kill you with a weapon and guns. They can run faster than you. Well, maybe not faster than you, but run you into the ground. They can jump and do gymnastic feats. That is like run up some steps, do a backflip somersault, land on their feet, and then pick up boxes and put them and stock the shelves. These robots can do that now. Yeah, jumping over logs. So we're already there. They're already.
We're already there, right?
Yeah, we're already there with those robots. I mean, you could have an army of those and use them instead of humans to fight battles. Not that we need to be fighting battles anyway, but there you go,
Jen, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Don't worry.
I just wanted to get on topic for a little bit, if I could.
Yes, please go ahead, my friend. Sorry about that. I just joined.
No need to apologise. I was just waiting to stick my oar in to see if I could get a conversation on topic going.
Go ahead.
Are you aware, Jin, of the claim of the incoherent dielectric acceleration?
I watched a video, months ago on that. Yeah.
Basically, the claim is that there's a flow of. I'll say this loosely. I don't want to misrepresent the claim, but there's a flow of voltage or current, electricity, amperage. I'm not quite sure what the adjective is to use to describe the flow, but the argument is there's an energy flow from the sky and it's earthing out at Earth, and we're in that. Yeah. And the claim is that that's giving a little bias, a little tiny bias that is the difference between the ups and the downs. Have you heard that? And do you agree that's how it's been represented?
Well, yeah. What you've said is what was said on the video that I watched. Yeah, but I don't agree with it.
Yeah, that's my understanding. I might have got it wrong, and I just wanted to make sure that I hadn't got it wrong, and that at least me and you were on the same wavelength in terms of the claim.
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength there, definitely. But I don't believe there's a. But I mean, that word bias is, I just like to think as things. It's the natural order of things, how things were meant to happen, because we don't control it. It's not us. So to claim that there's a bias,
to me, is another word to describe the amount of matter that a thing has. Like a ping pong ball, for example, and a golf ball, both got similar volumes, but they've both got very different, and I'll use the word loosely, weights. So essentially, it's the amount of matter that's inside the ping pong ball compared to the amount of matter that's in the golf ball. And you can see how that would distinguish itself with water, because the ping pong ball would float nicely on top, whereas the golf ball would fall through water. But if you did it with a more dense liquid, then you might get to the point where the golf ball might start to float because it becomes less dense than the liquid, right? We can all see that, and that makes perfectly logical, and it's evidently and it's repeatably scientifically valid, and we can explain this comfortably now at this point. We're all on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that a golf ball can be buoyant, yeah?
Depending on what medium it's in, yeah. So if it's in the medium of air, it's quite heavy, isn't it? In the medium of water, it falls through the water, but it's not at 9.8 meters per second squared. It's falling through much slower because the density of the golf ball is getting close to the density of the water. So it doesn't fall at that same rate. But if you were to make the water more dense and more dense and more dense, it would slow down and slow down and slow down, and eventually...
Absolutely correct.
Yeah, eventually you could get the golf ball to change its direction because the density increases that much that it would go the opposite way and it would appear to then fall up, yeah?
Yeah. It would then slow down. It would be the dense medium would support that golf ball. Is what's really happening, isn't it? If it doesn't, yeah,
That's exactly what's happening. There's an apparent support by the medium to the golf ball. It seems to be supported in some way that we can't really see. But yeah, we're on the same page. We're doing good. When I first heard the claim for the incoherent dielectric acceleration, I was impressed with it because it makes sense, right? I can see that there's a current flow because I realised that tall towers, basically they conduct electricity in electrical storms. They get zapped by lightning, and I can understand that there's energy up there. So I see lightning, and I see things that are.
I've seen it myself.
Yeah, I see things that indicate that there's voltage up there, right? Power, current, amperage,
I've
whatever
seen
word.
Many times. Yeah. Electrical storms. Yeah, definitely seen that.
So I resonated with the claim, right? It made sense because I could understand it, right? But my problem with the claim was that because the claim basically says that it's the difference between up and down. Oh shit! Sorry, just dropped the dog.
Yeah.
Because the claim basically says that it's the difference between up and down, and it's the thing that decides the up from the down. It's the controlling factor. Well, I don't agree with that bit because I realise that I can make the golf ball change its direction just by changing the medium. I realise I can make the egg accelerate just by changing the medium, and I realise that is the deciding factor, and that was what the egg test demonstrated.
Right.
But I said to Bob maybe 8 months ago, I said, Bob, I've tested.
I know this argument. I know this point you're going to make. Yeah. There was a disagreement between you and Bob on this topic matter. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, but if you're aware of the point that I'm about to make, tell me what the point is, because if you already know it, then I can fast forward.
No. I don't know the exact point, but I remember that there was a disagreement between you and Bob on this point. So you'd have to remind me.
That was
I remember you did.
Yeah. So that was
with Bob on this. I remember it clearly.
Yeah. So that was 8 months ago, and then it died down since then. He still does push it, but he's a little bit less forceful with it, being like a rule. He's a bit more speculative about it, which is generally it's okay as long as you're not pushing it as an absolute truth and you're just spitballing ideas around. I think we can all agree that maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But one day, Righteous Force came into Nathan's chat, and he basically said to me, he said, "Do you think that there's a possibility that there might have been variables in that egg test that you might not have accounted for because you didn't know that they existed?" And I said, "Like what?" And he said, "Well, what if there was a current or a voltage or an amperage or an electricity flow going through the medium, and you didn't know it was there, and you therefore didn't account for it? You couldn't control it because you didn't know about it, but it was influencing the result." And I said, "Well, I could test for that." And he said, "Well, how?" And I said, "Well, I'll just set it back up again. I'll pass a current from top to bottom or bottom to top, whichever. Just pass a current through it in any direction. And then see, does it cause any acceleration?" I said, "I can test that, no problem. It's a bit fiddly. I've got to wire up a voltage source, bit of wiring here, a couple of switch, voltage meter to show that there's voltage and all that. But nonetheless, I could do it." I said, "I could do that." Anyway, he said, "Okay." So I went away and I did it. And what I did is I repeated the egg test. And basically, I just showed at the end of the test that if I put the salt in, it caused an acceleration, which is what everyone knew already. But before I put the salt in and I got the egg sat in the middle, passed a voltage through passed a current or a voltage or an amperage or a flow through the medium to see whether or not it did actually give this little kick that is claimed. And I used a car battery, a 12-volt van battery from a Transit. So it's got loads of amperage. It's got 12 volts currents going to it, which is way more than what we get in at our level on the Earth. And I was able to test the claim. And when I put the voltage or the current through the medium whilst the egg was in the middle, the egg didn't move. Didn't move a smidge's dick, right? It might have moved like at the molecular level, like a little tiny, like negligible amount that you can't really perceive. I'm not ruling that out.
There's something going on vibrational within the egg itself, but you didn't see that.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I tested it several times, and I was able to show that if there is a current there and it was causing an influence, it isn't enough of an influence for me to need to control it. And or either that or it just doesn't exist. Now, there might be current there, voltage or amperage or whatever, but it doesn't cause acceleration and with anything of significant magnitude. Like, so I'm aware that Zach used a helium balloon and changed the voltage through it and it seemed to drop. I'm aware that he used a little fleck of paint and he managed to bounce it between two plates when he passed a current through it. And I'm not disputing that that exists. I'm not disputing that it can move like really tiny like weights. But what I'm disputing is that it's limited to very, very small light weights. So yes, it is there, but it doesn't pervade. It only matters with stuff that's very, very light because it's a very, very light charge. So I was able to prove that the current flow didn't cause any acceleration. Now, at the moment, Bob's completely ignoring it. It's aimed at Bob. I want Bob to respond to it, like to the evidence, and say, if I've got it wrong, show me what I've done wrong, and then basically show that if he'd done it this way, then this is what gives the result. But because I've shown that it doesn't cause any significant acceleration with anything with a reasonable amount of magnitude to it, a reasonable amount of matter or mass or whatever word that, that word's a bit of a dodgy word, mass, matter, whatever. I've shown that it doesn't cause that kick that he describes. And I was just wondering, were you aware that video existed?
Oh, yeah, I saw that video, yeah. Definitely saw that video on YouTube.
With the passing the voltage through...
No, not the one passing the voltage through the egg. I didn't see that, no.
Right, so what I want to do, I'm going to put you a link, copy link. I'm going to stick it in the live stream chat for you just to peruse because I just want you to be aware of it so that next time I run into you, you can say, do you know what? I watched that video and I either agree or disagree with the evidence that's demonstrated, and maybe we can talk about it because it's bugging me that people are basically passing the message around still as though it can be a thing. And I want to raise awareness to the fact that in my experience, in my testing, I haven't been able to repeat the claim that's made. And I want people to be aware that the claim's it's been attempted. And if I've got it wrong, I'm inviting people to demonstrate how I got it wrong and why and do it properly so that it does do. But I want people to be aware that this claim doesn't seem to have any evidence for it, but it does have evidence against it. Because anything with more than like a tiny amount of magnitude to it, like the difference between, say, a fleck of black paint and a ping pong ball, anything that's got more than that differential to it from like the medium that we're in air, not going to cause anything because it's too heavy. It's got too much magnitude or too much mass or too much energy or whatever word. But I just want to raise awareness to it so that people are aware that there's a direct test to that claim of incoherent dielectric acceleration. So we can talk about it because, well, basically Bob doesn't want to talk about it. But I think we need to talk about it because Bob pretended to be silent.
We don't want people I agree with you there. We don't want
it's not helping the conversation if
something that is a falsehood.
Yeah, it's not helping the conversation if people ignore the evidence that doesn't support the claim. I think we should talk about it and say, you've done it too wrong because you should have done it. And if I've done something wrong, I'll hold my hand when I say I'll do it again. If you want me to do it again, I'll do it again. I'll try it a different way. And if you tell me which way you want me to do it, I'll try it. But I just want to raise awareness to the point that there is the evidence test out there to see whether the claim's supported or not. And in my test, I didn't get evidence that it was supported. So just watch the video for me if you would at some point, and then maybe in a day or two, next time we catch up with each other, just let's have a conversation and see where we're at.
Yeah, I'm just copying the link right now and I'm posting it into my Hangouts file.
Bob won't do it, you see. Bob won't talk about it. So the only way I can get this to be addressed is to talk about it in his absence, in the hope that people talking about it will encourage him to
bring it up.
Yeah, I want him to address it and say, well, maybe you got a point, because I think it's wrong to teach people that there is this. Like he teaches it as though it's a real world fact. Like it's obvious, because I heard Ditrar saying it was verifiable. We could measure it and we could verify its existence. It's like, okay, but the issue is, does it cause acceleration? And if it does, is it a limited acceleration only to little tiny things? Because let's face it, we don't see things flipping polarity and like zooming up to the sky and coming back down again because the voltage has been fluctuating as a function of static charge build up over the atmosphere. We don't see that effect. So to say that it's there, maybe it is. Can we test it? Well, I think I've tested the charge, the current flow, and I think that the test shows that it's not there. And if it is there, it's minimal. It's got virtually zero effect. And if it is a zero effect, then it isn't the difference between the up and the down, the little kick that's claimed. In other words, relative density is the only thing that we can talk about because there isn't anything else beyond that. And that's really right. The point. That's what I wanted to make.
It does surprise me that Bob Nobdell would not engage you on this point properly, square on, because, I thought he was a man of intellectual honesty. I thought that was the whole point. For the sake of science, let's put this one to bed, basically. Let's sort this out, because at the end of the day, it's not good. Like you said, it can divide the community a little bit.
Yeah, it is divisive. It is divisive, and it's causing a division that shouldn't be there. There's the side that's on the incoherent dielectric acceleration side, and I'm like, how can you be on that side? And when they talk about it, it sounds lovely. It sounds like it's woo-woo stuff. It's science fiction in my eyes, because it's got no demonstrable science to support it. Well, but we've got Zach with his balloon. Okay, so we've got Zach with his balloon. So I can see that he puts a voltage through the balloon, and I can see that it appears to gain weight and drop. And when he takes the charge off, it appears to be lighter. And I accept that because I can test that with myself. I can rub a balloon against my top and stick it to the wall, and it'll stay there for a couple of minutes.
Yes,
seconds,
that's correct. You see, yeah, right.
But because
I was go on.
I'm creating that charge by rubbing the balloon, right? Do we see that in the real world without rubbing the balloon? And the answer is no. Maybe you get maybe you get the odd ion falling out the sky of a positive charge nature, and it might land on the balloon, and it might increase that static charge a little tiny bit, but not enough for it to stick the balloon to the wall. But we can create it by rubbing it on our top. But does that mean that it exists in the real world? Well, it clearly exists, but is it strong enough to cause anything? And my test demonstrates that it's not. And I'm trying to raise awareness.
Only through freak natural event that could possibly, there is a possibility of that happening. What you did, rubbing the balloon on your chest to create that static, it could happen, but that would have to be, some kind of freak wind or whatever. Something could make that happen, but it's not a regular thing, is it? It's not a regular thing. You get me?
I've seen anything lift off the ground as a function of static charge. I've seen it with hurricanes. I've seen roofs get lifted off buildings. I've seen cows get lifted out of the fields. But I've never seen that kind of effect with things like leaves or light things in the atmosphere on a day-to-day basis. Maybe in a storm, but not day-to-day.
It's a freaky one there, yeah. I was in a place, Robert Pisano's channel, when he came back from his studies, Planete Veritas, right? He went away for 3 years to pursue his studies and degrees and that, okay? Then he returned, I think it was last year, or the year before last, he returned. And I was in the server, and Bob Nadell was there, and I was putting a heliocentrist in his place as to what gravity is. It's an unproven theory, and it'll always be that, because we can't really prove what gravity is. But Bob seems to think we can. And I thought, Bob, we can prove gravity? How? And he tried to correct me on what Einstein meant by not being able to prove gravity and thing. And I thought, Bob, I don't know. There's no evidence for this thing. So what do you mean, kind of thing? But he never replied. He just seemed to leave it open.
We have to have a definition when the word theory is used, because you need to understand whether the guy that's using the word theory means it in a colloquial way, like a theory that I can run faster than the train, or does he mean it in the scientific way? In other words, is it extensively validated by experiment? And usually when we use that word theory, we usually use it in the colloquial sense. And gravity in the colloquial sense, as a theory in the colloquial sense, it's never been proven. But it's never been proven in the scientific position either. So
that's right.
When you use that word with respect to the word gravity, it doesn't really matter what the context they use it in is, because it is an unproven theory in both contexts of the word. But what the dishonest people on the Ball Earth side will do is they'll say, well, I didn't mean it in the way that you meant it. I meant it in this way. And you say, that's the way I was referring to it. And they'll just basically start causing confusion. So that word theory is another one of the words that has been hijacked by science to turn it into its opposite meaning for them. Yeah. Because they use the word theory to mean it's extensively tested by scientific experiment. But we use the word to mean, well, we're not sure that it's true, but it's speculative at best, but it seems to support the idea, but we can't ever really prove it. So we've got to be careful when Bob uses, or whoever uses that word, and get a definition from them to how are you meaning that word?
Just an idea. I like that.
You like what?
Exactly that. I like the way you said that, because it's an idea. A theory is an idea. That's that. A model, and another word that they've hijacked is model, because when you hear the word model, usually people think it's a replica of something that is already existing, and it's a replica of that downscaled. That's the first thing that comes to my mind anyway, most people, right? Then there's the other one, a model which can predict kind of thing. It's not real, but here's a model. You see what I mean? Now, the heliocentric is that.
My big problem with the word model is the way that blur or anti-flat earthers, the way that they interpret the word model is they use the word model as a simile for the word mathematics. And they think that mathematics means that they've got a model. And they think that if they can calculate something, that makes it a model. And therefore, a model becomes reality because it seems to match the correlative maths. They ignore the fact that maths, by definition, is both abstract and conceptual. They insist that maths is reality, to quote Red's rhetoric. But of course, mathematics and models don't tell you why your PC won't work. You've got to actually do a bit of experimentation, and you've got to test the power pack, you've got to test the memory, you've got to test the hard drive. So maths aren't going to help you with the PC for why that doesn't work. But in this topic, maths is extremely useful to deceive the audience that's listening, because if you can calculate that F equals ma, right, you can then claim that there's a force, and then infer that it's gravity, even though it's defined as an effect. And nobody really, on their side, acknowledges that you can't calculate forces into existence under Newton's second law of motion. You've got to have a force under Newton's first. So they substitute force, as in a mathematical expression, as instead of having the interaction, the push or the pull that makes an object accelerate. They conflate those two terms. So you're right, these people are changing the meanings of words to basically deceive you into thinking the opposite word can be true. It's nonsense. It's nonsense.
It is utter nonsense, especially, which one is it of Newton's laws of motion where a body in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by another force? I mean, that's one, it's like stating the obvious in a little way, but it does not apply in space. We can't verify that.
Well, that's Newton's first law of motion. Newton's first law says an object...
Is it the first one, is it? Right, okay.
Yeah, so if the basic rule that they do wrong...
I've got a bone to pick with that one. I don't particularly agree with that.
Yeah, well, this is their rules, though, isn't it? So within their rules, if we're looking at their rules from their perspective, what they do as ball earth or anti-flat earthers, they will look at Newton's first law and they will say that you need a force to accelerate mass. And that's applying Newton's first law of motion. An object at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by an unbalanced force. That's the first law, right? But the second law says, well, you can calculate that force by mass times the mass divided by acceleration. So then if you calculate that force, what they do is they ignore the first law that says you need an interaction, you need a force. They ignore that. They calculate it instead, and then say, well, we've got a force. But that violate by doing that, which is what they do. By doing that, they violate Newton's first law, because Newton's first law does not say that you can calculate a force into existence. It says that you've got to have the force. So an object at rest will remain at rest unless acted upon by a force, rather than calculated using the second law of motion, which is what they do. So if they can calculate the force into existence, F equals ma, then they've got a force. But that's not compliant with Newton's first law. On their model, Newton's first law says you've got to have the first law, not calculate it. And that's what they ignore. They don't think that that's a problem. And it's like, listen, you can calculate as fast as you want. That car's not going to move if it's broken down unless you stick a tow rope on it, right? So calculating what force is needed to tow the car isn't going to get the car home.
Exactly. The car must physically move tangibly. This is why the heliocentric model falls. Because we can't measure the curvature, we can't detect the spin, and we cannot detect ourselves in the vacuum of space. We can't prove any of these things. None of these things can be proven.
It's like with the gas laws. When they start talking about different gas laws, they don't have a directionality to gas law. We have the free expansion of gas law, which is the opposite. It's not the directionality of gas. It's the non-directionality of gas law. It's called the free expansion of gas. And when you point that out to them, they say, well, we've got gravity. But if they did have gravity, there would be a directionality to gas law. But that law doesn't exist. So the free expansion of gas law does exist, and all experiments support this. Well, the fact that it's a free expansion of gas and it's omnidirectional means that it's not gravitational, it's not directional. And they completely whistle past that and ignore it. And it's like, this is ridiculous. So again, it's another example where they ignore their own science because it's inconvenient for them, and they just.
I won't allow them. I will not allow them to ignore that. That's it. I'll be like a whistleblower. I'll be shouting at. I'm usually shouting at the top of my voice anyway for them to acknowledge that point, and if they don't, they can't move on. Cannot move on, sir.
I don't even let them get past the definition for gravity. If the minute they mention the G word, I ask them to define it, and if they don't get it as per Einstein, it's defined as the effect of the curvature of space-time caused by the uneven distribution of mass. If that doesn't drip off their tongue like a definition in a law exam, then they're not going to go any further. So they've got to get that, because if they do that, then they can't start applying Newtonian physics. Well, they haven't got a force then, have they? And that debunks their model anyway. They need something to explain why the gas doesn't disappear into space. Well, it all starts with that definition for gravity for me.
That's right. Me too.
I was hoping that we'd encourage people to join the conversation. Is there anybody out there? Oh, by the way, Jin, did you hear about Antonio getting killed or dying?
Yes, I heard about. I don't know, getting killed. I know he passed on. Did he get killed?
No, well, I said that was a slip of the tongue. I didn't mean to say that, and I didn't mean to imply anything by it either. I just said the wrong thing. Antonio died on. I think it was
Sunday. He died. He passed away Sunday night, apparently, peacefully. Apparently.
I think it might have been Saturday night, Sunday morning. It could have been Sunday night, Monday morning.
I read it in the comments, which was posted about, it would have been about maybe 9 hours ago now, but it stated that he passed away on a Sunday night peacefully. Then other people commented on that. He was struggling with a broken pelvis, which he was receiving physiotherapy for. Yeah, broken pelvis. 3 months ago, I watched the video. 3 months ago, he stated from his own mouth he had stage 4 cancer. He let slip.
That's right. As far as I knew, he had stage 4 cancer and he was terminal. And I didn't know anything about what happened because, like, the people that were helping him didn't breach his confidence and didn't say anything. But my understanding was that he'd completed this course and he'd given himself a self-certified position of remission, because I think he'd gone to the specialist for a scan, and like obviously the lump on his neck was gone. It wasn't there anymore. So that indicates that perhaps it's gone. But when apparently they wouldn't confirm that it was gone because they didn't accept that it was gone, because it was a malignant stage 4 cancer. So even though the lump might not be on his neck, it may be elsewhere in his body that is from the original spread. So yeah, the lump might have gone, but that doesn't mean that you're home and dry. And I think the way Antonio saw it might have been that, well, the lump's gone in my neck, so it's gone in the rest of my body as well, because he understood the holistic approach that was being treated on him, and I think he believed that that was going to eradicate all of the cancer. I believe I might have got that wrong, so don't quote me on it. But I believe
no, because even in the comments it says we don't know why he passed away, but he passed away peacefully. So there you go. So we don't know what exactly happened.
Have you read the message from his daughter?
Yeah, that's the one. His daughter, yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
His daughter said, I'm Antonio's daughter. Sadly, I can confirm that this is true. My dad died of cancer. But at the same time, I asked, like, do you know what the cause of death was? What was the cause of death? And she said, my dad died of cancer. It was nothing to do with COVID or anything to do with vaccines. It was purely down to cancer.
Right, so, okay.
I mean, that's from the daughter's mouth. I think that we can accept.
Yeah, that's additional. In the one I read from his daughter, she didn't mention cancer at the time. So the one I read, she didn't mention cancer. She just said he passed away peacefully in his sleep, is what we got there. And then another person commented straight after that we don't know how he died, but he passed away Sunday night. So I put 2 and 2 together from his 3 months ago video where he said he was struggling with stage 4 cancer, but he seemed to be cured of it. I thought, okay, well done. And that was it. But then, he had a back pain. He was having back pains, and he had a pelvis, broken pelvis. How did he get that? I wonder what happened for him to have that. I don't know.
Well, I believe that when you're in that stage of illness, you tend to get dizzy and disoriented quite easily. It makes sense that he might have slipped at some point, fell awkwardly and dislocated his hip or fractured his hip or whatever. It makes sense that that would be a natural function of getting weak.
Okay, yeah. He said he had an out-of-body experience as well, didn't he?
Don't know.
Yeah, in his video. Yeah, in his video, when receiving his treatment, he said several times they were trying to resuscitate him, and he had this out-of-body experience.
A lot of people claim that, though, don't they? When they get to a close to death.
Yeah, or a near-death experience sort of thing. He said, yeah. He termed it.
It's going to be interesting to see which people claim that it was COVID or vaccine related rather than the cancer that it seems to obviously be. Because I'm sure there's going to be haters out there that didn't like him on the Ball Earth side that'll just basically claim it anyway.
Well, yeah, I tell you where I felt I went off him a little bit was when he had this turbulent storm between him and Patricia Steers. I mean, Patricia Steers threw out a serious accusation of rape.
I mean, not only that, but even if it was true, we've got this rule about equality now where everyone's entitled to be treated equally regardless of their sex or gender. So like, even if it was true, so what? You know what I mean? It's like, what point are you making? And to me, I just interpreted it to be a jilted lover. He'd got dumped by her for whatever reason, and he didn't like it, so he started a vendetta against her. Rather than on the chin and starting again and just finding another woman, he basically took it personal and started a hate campaign. And I agree with you, there was no need for it. It did nothing constructive at all. All it did was cause division, and it ultimately ran her off the show, didn't it? Like she ran because she deleted her channel of however many thousand subs and all that. Because she just couldn't hack people, stupid people that have never met her, never spoke to her, don't know anything about her, calling her a tranny. And it's like, that's stupid.
Yeah, and the traumatic experience she had, with Antonio Superatz at his house. So I just felt the guy was a wally, to be quite honest. Antonio Superatz, I shit him every day of the week. It's just,
I agree.
I just think he was just a pimple that you want to remove from the flat earth. He was just a pimple. He didn't really, for me, he wasn't a prominent, he put a book out there, but he did so many other stupid things that just left me thinking, who is this? And now he's gone at 50. I mean, there you go.
It's off topic as well, though, isn't it? All of that stuff with Patricia and Tranny and all that, none of that's on topic. So, arguably, it's like, who gives a shit in this topic? No one.
Exactly.
I mean,
I wasn't interested.
There are some basement dwellers on both sides of this, our side and on their side, that love to revel in this shit, and they'll throw it around as though it's bath salts and soaps and all that, and they'll bathe in it. And the reality is, no one cares. At the end of the day, they were together for a while, and it didn't work out, and then that was it. End of conversation. It doesn't need to go any further than that.
That's why I, just stopped. I never subscribed to him, right? Anyway, but I did yesterday. I subscribed yesterday out of like a little bit of respect. I thought, okay, you did talk some sense. So because of that, I will subscribe to you and keep some of your material alive in case anybody else wants to find your material. I can pass it on to them. So I did that. He's already gone, but I only subscribed after his death. There you are.
Yeah. I mean, he lived right near me. I was able to physically see him in real world. And I met him a couple of times. And, he was a 5'9", maybe. No, he must have been 5'11", skinny. There was nothing on him. Like from the stature of the man in physicality, there was nothing on him.
Yeah.
And he was polite enough. He was friendly enough. But when he got behind the computer, in my opinion, he was basically one of the biggest trolls on flat Earth. I reckon
that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
I honestly think that he was using soccer accounts to troll flat earthers that he didn't like, and I think that trolling will reduce now. And I know this is nasty, but I believe it's true. I believe that trolling will reduce now because Antonio is no longer doing it.
Yeah. What do you think about Russian Vids? Do you think he's a troll?
What do we think about who?
Russian Vids.
Russian Vids.
Yeah.
I think his art's in the right place. But I think he sees things that might not be there. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not denying or dismissing anything to do with the number 33. I think that is symbolic. It does mean something.
Yeah.
And I accept that in that Rob Skiba video, there's 33s there, definitely, right? But did Rob know they were there? Did he plant them? I don't think he did know that they were there. I think that might have been set up maybe on purpose. I don't think it's coincidental, but I don't know what to interpret that as. But let me put it this way: when we see it on mainstream media, and there's a bombing with a bloke that's lost his temper and he's gone crazy, and there's a witness that happens to be 33 years old, when I see it in that context, I'm all over that. I'm totally with that. When I see it against Rob Skiba, I'm like, is it the same rules that apply there, or is it different because it's Rob? And I'm sat 50-50 on it, really. I accept that it's there, but I'm not sure how to interpret it.
I'm not even going to go there with that one. I'm not, because when you look at what Rob Skiba's done in the work that he's done, the projects to help the disadvantaged, and the other things that he was doing, he had so many irons in the fire. It just doesn't, I'm not, I like the work that he did, especially trying to explain the sun and the moon over the flat earth. Love that video. I use that all the time. I pass it on to people. And he'd done lots of other work as well. I can't see him as a shill at the moment. I need more evidence.
I agree. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that when Russian Vids pointed that out, and I looked at it and I thought, ooh, that's not making him look good. I'm not saying that means he's guilty, but what I'm saying is that it might be possible that he knew nothing about it at all, and it might have been a set-up against him on purpose. It could have been a plant, and he might have been a victim of it. It might have been, or he might have known about it, and he was telling the Flat Earth community that it was a fake death that was coming. Who knows? I don't know about the numerology, but I do accept it's there, but I don't pin it against him like dishonestly straight away, because the guy wasn't dishonest. There's probably
no, he wasn't.
For it.
And it's unfortunate that he has passed on, because surprised he would have gone to the hospital, but obviously the pain he was under got the better of him, so he had to go in the end. But
he gave in. He had to go.
Yeah, but I think he was poisoned somewhere along the line.
Well, he was poisoned by going on the ventilator, wasn't he? Because his wife didn't want him going on the ventilator, because if he hasn't got COVID and he does have bacterial pneumonia, all the enzymes and organisms that are going wrong, the bacteria inside his lungs, are going to be fed by pure oxygen. They're not going to be killed by the oxygen; they're going to be fed by it. Right. So, and she didn't agree with it, and I'm not sure why Rob did do that. And I agree that given Rob who he was and what he stood for, that would be a little bit of a weird thing to do, because you would know that the all you need is basic antibiotics, which is what the wife was asking for, and they never got it. So it does seem a little bit dodgy. But on that being said, obviously Rob was ill, and he was at that age where pneumonia is a risk at you for whatever reason. But for some reason, he went with the medical treatment, and I was shocked when he did that. But he did do that.
I would never have done that. No, before going in, I would have to get them to sign my request statements and sign it, and bloody well double sign it, and someone else witness it, so that they have to do exactly what I want. Otherwise, let's get out of here. No point.
I mean, I was shocked when I heard that he was. And what I found unlikely was that he went to the convention, right, where there was 20, 30, 40 other people that were also ill. They all got ill, but they all recovered between 2 and 5 days later. Now, why was he the only one that didn't recover? That bit I found a little bit dodgy, because nobody else died.
Yeah. What was the name of that convention? Something God, was it?
I don't know I don't think it was Flat Earth related. I think it was evangelical.
No. It was a religious one. It was a religious one with a Flat Earth overtones in there. I remember.
Yeah. So, for me, it was it doesn't really matter what the convention was. What matters is, why did nobody else die, and why was it only him? Because if he had COVID, you would expect the other people that were in the room to also have had COVID, and you'd expect a couple of them to have died. Because Rob's about 50, so he's going to attract people that are around his age, plus or minus 10 years, right? So you can expect that age demographic to be in there. And if he's contagious because he's got COVID, you'd expect them all to have got it. But no one did. So it's what? That makes no sense.
Yeah. So, and then we had the Forcar incident as well, which is another.
What's the what incident?
Flat Earth Forcar. He passed though as well, didn't he?
Oh, Flat Earth Fokker, yeah, Mac. I didn't know him, He only came on my radar upon his death. I didn't know. I'd not heard about him before then.
Oh, he was really out there in people's faces with it. He was. I mean, look, he refused to shut his business down when this thing came in. When this pandemic came in, they had to force him to shut down his business. That's how he was. Okay.
Yeah.
He didn't shut it down willingly, and then he refused to quarantine when he travelled. Yeah. He refused
Good
to.
morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, brothers.
Good morning.
Brothers and sisters in Flat Earth community. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, Jen. I'm enjoying the conversation. I just want to say that I want to thank everybody in this community and in this Discord, and like I learned so much from you guys, and I want to keep on learning and listening to you guys, and I want to thank all of you guys for coming in here and showing your guys' enthusiasm for showing how much you guys care of this world, and people need you guys. People need people like you guys. And
I'll take that as a compliment. I appreciate that. I've learned from people from this server myself. But the one thing that I've always known, that I've known from my childhood, is this: we have the right to live. That's from my childhood. I'm going back to the 60s, born in 61. So as soon as I could walk and talk, I knew I had a right to live. That still burns in me now. That has never died in any degree. In fact, it's kind of like grown in its power, that we have the right to live, and no one should be controlling you except for your parents. And then you get to the age where you have to use your own judgment. But if you make a mistake, you can always go for guidance from your parents, right? So yeah, of course, we only live once. We only live once. What legacy are you going to leave behind when you pass on? What is that thing going to be?
And what I want to pass on is my genuality, if that makes any sense.
It does make sense, exactly that. So if you can project that all around you, wherever you go, you're helping. You're not diminishing the quality of life for humanity. You are trying to uplift and give value in a system that is devaluing us. That's what we got to do. We got to rise above the devaluation of what's going on. Okay, got to rise above it, and it doesn't require money, none of that. It's integrity, honor, and doing the right thing. That's what it's all about. So yeah, be careful. And don't waste your money. Don't waste your time, kind of thing.
Agreed.
Yeah. It's not all about keeping up with the Joneses. I've got to have the newest of the newest. You can buy second hand and still be doing good. You don't always have to have the new thing all the time.
Me, in general, like I always feel like I'm not worthy to be alive, but I feel that I'm forcing myself to stay alive because God needs me for some reason. He needs to use me for some reason, and that's why I'm forcing myself to keep going. And
Yeah. What you got to do is home in on the beauty of life. There's lots going on out there that's negative, and you take that as a lesson, but try to overcome that and rise above that, because the beauty of the flat Earth is just amazing. Connect with Earth, you'll be okay, because that's what you are supposed to be doing.
Right. It's also hard when when you also feel that your family is against you. So
well, that's okay. They haven't learned it. You've got to be, you see, that's your role. You understand it. So you have to live it and show them every step of the way, whether it's a T-shirt, it's in their face. Whenever you hear something that is contradictory to the flat Earth, you say, well, that can't be possible because et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then leave it at that. At least they're hearing it whenever you can. They cannot say they were not informed. That's the thing. You've done your job as a human being, a decent human being, to try and inform them that something is amiss, something is upside down, it is not correct. Please wake up, please pay attention. You've done your best. As long as you keep doing that, that's the reason for your living. The Creator will be very pleased, because that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all I want to do is just praise God. Give glory all to Him.
If you can praise God, God is going to be so happy with that. because you are realizing that there is a greater force than yourself. And I knew that at 6 years old. That's when I knew for sure, consciously knew that something greater than me made this leaf that I'm pulling off this tree. And not that I'm pulling off, that I have pulled off. Because when I pulled it off, then I realized that this leaf was going to die. And I remember the texture of the leaf as I put it into the jar, and then pick up the insects. I began to feel bad of what I think I was imprisoning. I was imprisoning nature at the same time destroying. So when I finished the Nature Watch program that we did at school, I asked my teacher, "Can I go back and release these insects now? Can I?" Yeah, and I did that. And then I said, "I'm never going to do that again. I'm never going to pull a leaf off a tree. I'm never going to do that." And I never did.
It's hard, like not trying to harm insects, especially when they live in your house or when the mice are inside your house too, and then they're eating up all your cotton and wool.
Yeah, I can understand it, like when they become pests. But I tend to put them in glass. If let's say there's a cockroach running around, I will put the glass on the cockroach, put a card under the glass, and go out and release it into nature. That's what I do.
But I've done that a couple times, and then I flush them down the toilet too. So I feel guilty about that.
No, I don't do that. I mean, I just don't do that. I just pick them up.
I understand. I mean, I'm talking about like what I used to do. I would, yeah. But anyway,
there's no need to do that. You don't have. You can always capture them and just help them along. What I do is I help them along. I will carry this cockroach in the glass on the card to a place where there's bush and that, and then they can try and survive there. That's the best I can do. If it's in the park, then it's in the park. There you go, release. Right. Yeah.
I'm not. If it's in the park, I'm not gonna go out of my way just to smash the crap out of it. Like that's. There's no meaning to do that. There's no reason for me to even go and do that. That's like me going to another country and then going to murder someone. That's it's meaningless and pointless.
Yeah. But I did mean that once I captured them in my house. So if I've caught a cockroach or any kind of insect, because my wife screams, "Oh, okay, calm down. All right, we got it under control. Don't start whacking it to death." Okay, and then I teach my children this as well. I said, because when we went to the park, when I used to take them mountain bike trekking or hiking, right? One of them stood on an insect and stamped it out. I said, now you just killed that insect here. What if that was the father looking for food for the children? Now, Otosan, daddy cannot. Now, daddy's not coming back to the family. You see that? So whenever you're with me, I said, and whenever you're with me, touch nature with your eyes only. You understand what I meant by that? What does that mean? That means look at nature and observe. It doesn't mean stamp, kill, and pull. Yeah? Okay. Right. Don't do that again. Don't do that again.
So my question, Jen, is like, what if you have like an infestation of cockroaches or insects inside your house? Like an infestation. Like it's like they're all over your walls, your windows, your sink, your toilet. Like, what do you do about that? Like, or do you go about setting a tent and bombing your house?
No, what I'm going to try and do, obviously, is find out where they're breeding from and destroy that home there. So destroy the home that they've made, so they can no longer live in that place to breed, and then clean up. Sweep out, vacuum, clean up.
I've seen shows a show about this house infestation, about these cockroaches. Like they were all over the sink, the bathtub, the bathroom, the kitchen, and it was just ridiculous because they were all over the even the window seal.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been not in my house, but I've been to Spain where I went into a restaurant. That was what was going on, man. And you're eating with the cockroaches all in a line there on the little ledge as you're eating your meal. Okay.
I mean, I've done something like that before, but that's because I was living in a house that was infested with cockroaches, and I was sleeping with the cockroaches. So, I mean, it wasn't something that I wanted to do, but it's something I had to do because there was nowhere else for me to live. There was nowhere else for me to stay.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. So yeah, from time to time, because we live in Japan here, the climate is conducive for cockroaches to be around, and from time to time, they stand out because the place is so clean. They stand out, but it doesn't mean because people go to the extreme. Oh, how dare you? And then they try to whack it with us. No, don't do that. Let's
I
just
mean,
catch
it
it.
doesn't
I will
have to
catch
be,
it.
the place doesn't have to be dirty for it to be infestated.
Right.
It's just there's an infestation of cockroaches, and it can
Yeah.
be for no reason.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I've never had that. I've never had that in my life. I've had cockroaches come in. I've had bats come into the house. Bats flying around in the classroom. Kids screaming, hiding under tables. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, but I captured the bat and helped it out. Didn't kill it. Yeah, it wasn't one. I try not to kill any living thing, right down to the insect. Got a job to do. That's it. That's me now. That's what I do. I don't really kill insects. I say that though, right? But then again, look, you're sitting there in camping. Suddenly, you're getting stung by a
Bunch
bloody
of
mosquito. The
mosquitoes.
first thing you do is slap. You just slap
Right.
one, and then that's gone. Yeah, so
I'm
I do
not
that.
gonna lie. I smack the shit out of mosquitoes, bro.
Yeah,
You
I
take
slap
my
mosquitoes
blood,
to Smith.
fucking vampire. You know what I mean? I'm
yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
but don't take my blood.
Don't get me wrong. I've actually burnt them on. Look, I've done this here. Where I've captured the. Where you're trying to sleep and you hear, okay, and it's gone 2 hours. Okay, right. Light goes on. I'm going to find this bloody mosquito. Where is it? And it's right underneath something. It's in plain sight, but it's hiding under. You find it. I catch it, and then I get my lighter. I don't smoke, but I got a lighter. And I burn it to death. Because of the 2 hours of pain that it gave, suffering that it gave, I couldn't sleep. So I got it and I burnt it. I didn't burn it directly. I kept the flame away from it, but the heat was enough to cook it.
To burn it to
anger.
crisp.
Yeah. So I didn't put, what I did was held the flame away from it about an inch or two away so that the heat would just increase, but the flame didn't touch it. And I just sit
Some
smoke
countries,
up. Goes, yeah, good.
some countries they actually eat cockroaches, like giant cockroaches.
Yes. In Nigeria, there's a type of insect that has like 4 wings, looks like a dragonfly. They eat this thing, and I saw, like an oil barrel. Those big giant giant oil barrels.
They look
Do you know what I mean?
disgusting.
It was full of these insects that my
They look
relatives were going to eat. I said,
they
I don't
look
want to eat
so
that.
gross, dude.
I said to my relatives, I don't want to eat that. And when I went to, this was in the 70s. I said, I don't want to eat that here. Fuck that. I'm not eating insects. I would have been about maybe 10 years old. So 10 years old, 61, 71. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So I would have been 9, 10. And I was saying to my uncle and I don't want to eat that. Yeah. No, thank you. Big barrel full of these insects. And then they pull all the wings off and then they cook it to eat. But maybe I would try it now as an adult. But as a kid at the time, no, thank you. That was a definite no.
Yeah, I don't think I would eat another cockroach. I mean, when I say another, like there was this time I was very drunk. Me and my friends, we were outside at the beach.
Wow.
And then we found this big cockroach, and then we lit it up, we put it on, and we cooked it. And I was like, dude, I'm not gonna eat it unless it's cooked. And then they cooked it. And they were like, all right, bro, it's cooked, man. I was like, fuck. All right. So I was like, all right, since you guys are all cowards, I'm gonna try it. And I tried it. And yeah,
How was it?
it didn't really taste like anything but burnt chip. It was like a burnt chip.
Yeah, that wouldn't taste good. No, can you imagine that? That would not taste good. Don't worry.
I mean, I didn't really taste anything. It wasn't even that bad. It wasn't even that good. But you may be thinking, okay, that was gross. But I thinking about all the other people that ate insects, and I'm like, it's not really that bad. it was like it looks disgusting, but it wasn't terrible.
Yeah. No, I
Hey,
mean, just to go back to the point, I've always respected nature, and I never divorced myself from nature. I never put myself above nature because I am nature as it is, and I make sure that my children also understand that fact. And whenever you're in nature's place, touch with your eyes, not with your hands. That way you don't destroy anything. Leave as you find. Leave it as you found it. Yeah, right. Or leave it better than you find it if you can. This is it. That's the law.
hey, hey, so can I ask you guys a question? So, is it still justifiable to kill a cockroach if, say, it crawls up into your armpit?
Sorry?
Is it still justifiable to kill a cockroach if, say, it crawls up your armpit?
You got a lot of background.
Well, I mean, if it crawls up your armpit, you're gonna. You know what? Generally, what happens is that your body, you kind of like act very, very quickly, but at the same time you're relaxed because you want to give the cockroach the easiest passage to get out of your clothes. So you're not going to be banging it against you. That's for sure. You're going to be moving in such a fashion that you're giving that cockroach massive access to get out, and that's how you're going to react. That's it.
Do the boogie dance.
You're not going to be patting it and squashing it onto your body. That's for sure. Even I know that one. You're going to be doing a very weird dance, believe you me.
Right.
It happened to me when I was a little kid, and I just threw the cockroach against the wall and I stomped it.
You're going to be doing the cockroach dance, man. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Dude, I did, bro. I did, but it ended up me.
Just fucking imagine.
It ended with me throwing the cockroach against the wall, man.
Fucking hell. Yeah, man. I can just imagine that. I can just imagine how that body of yours would be pulsing and, you know? You might even strip off. You might have to strip off to get it out of you.
See.
Yeah. Just imagine that. I'm glad I've never been in that situation, man. I can just imagine how I would be. The cockroach dance. Yeah. But yeah, no, I've always been respectful of nature and everything. So there we are. I started at an early age, man. But yeah, I did miss all the clues though. For years and years and years, nature was telling me it was flat, okay? It was telling me it was flat. And as soon as I saw this video, Mark Sargent one, and then, Dave Murphy, and then Eric Dubay, and then, who was it? Eric Dubay, and then there was ODD. I watched like so many in one day back in 2015, December 26th. I watched like 6 hours, maybe 7 hours of videos non-stop, all related to the flat earth, yeah. But within 5 minutes, I already knew 5 minutes because it was like what was being said. All my life's experience came in all at once, like all into one. It's flat. It's flat. Of course it is. And I was pacing up and down here, banging my head. Of course it is. And then that's how they lied. And how? Oh yeah, of course. Because they didn't go to the moon. They didn't have the pictures. Why didn't I connect that dot? What an idiot I've been. And I'm banging my head, thinking, wow. And then I wrote it on the board immediately because it was December 26th. The students are going to be returning on the 6th of January, okay, thereabouts. So I wrote it on the board. What is the shape of the earth? Boom. How do you know? Question. 2 questions there, waiting for them. This is in Boxing Day, and I'm already preparing for the students to be informed. Look at that. Instantly. That is the instant reaction, isn't it? That you want to inform others. Even though I still wasn't good enough to articulate the flat earth yet properly. You understand, yeah? But I got it up on the board. I could ask the basic questions. And yeah. So, that was my, forever will be my embarrassment that I spent a lot of time in nature and I missed all the clues to the flat earth. Totally. I thought that was like funny, strange. But, like I said, I'm a helium balloon that's never going to come down now. When I found out it was flat, it just added to the beauty of the earth instantly. It created something that level like that. Wow, what an expanse. Wow. And then I have a yearning to go to Antarctica. But not from the Australia or from the New Zealand or from South Africa, from Japan or from some other part, and just go in one direction to see if I would encounter this ice wall that's supposed to be there.
Why not the North Pole?
Oh, I'd like to go to North Pole as well. But I want to go to Antarctica. I want to see that wall that's keeping the water in. I want to see that. That's part of the engineering and design of the Earth, isn't it? I want to see that. I really want to see that. And then once I'm there, I would like to have a big team, and then we could work out how explore in one direction how far this ice expanse goes. And we have the technology and equipment to do so. We have it all. We have the equipment to be able to do that right now. It's there already.
And Jin, if you look at the 39 minutes after the hour, there's your cockroach dance.
Oh, really? Let's have a look.
Yeah, I looked at it.
Yeah, there you go. The cockroach dance, man. I can just imagine it, honestly.
Yeah.
Come on.
Has anybody
clothing? Fuck.
Has anybody here ever eaten coconut worms? I think that's what they're called.
No, I tagged the wrong person. Sorry, Conspiracy Santa. I meant to tag California Nightmare.
Oh, no problem.
Jinx, can I just say one thing, mate?
Yeah, go ahead, mate.
Have you got the money and the resources that we could build a nice big airship, a nice airship to just then fly across the expanse of Antarctica?
Yeah, I would love to. If I had that money, that's what we would be doing. I think that would be a great pastime and an adventure. That's what I would love to do. But like you say, airship is one way. I'd like to use these vehicles known as the Sherpas. Yeah, they're really good, very, very economical. And they can sleep 10 men, but I'm talking 8 men. Sorry, rather than that, have teams of 4. So you've got enough room. Don't squeeze 10 men in there, 8 men in there. They have 4 in each vehicle. 6 wheels they are, 6 wheelers, and they go over everything and anything. And they're chain driven, very economical. The Sherpa, they're known as. Fantastic vehicle.
But where would you get the fuel though? And how
you carry your own. You carry your fuel. You carry your fuel with you. You carry it with you, and you go as far as you can go. Make camp along the way, and then hopefully others will supply you. People will come and supply you. That's what would happen.
But
it's going to require some logistics. It's going to require some logistics regarding the fuel, but it can be done. It's not impossible not to be done. That's the thing.
But does gasoline freeze at the temperatures Antarctica is at? If I'm correct, or there could be wrong.
I'm not sure. I think the fuel might work. Maybe the engine oils, but again, you can get these things with engine oil. The Sherpa has a engine oil warmer, so that won't happen. They're designed to work in such an environment. The Sherpa. Just look them up. They're really, really good.
I see.
Do you not think though? Do you not think, Jinx, it would be more energy efficient to travel maybe a solar powered airship?
Yeah, okay. The only problem with the solar powered airship is that will we get the sun beyond where we're going? I don't know what's going to be beyond that. So I'm just trying to keep it simple, low key, with the least danger. Danger as well. I don't want anyone dying on this thing. You understand? So keeping us on the ground rather than in the air.
But like with an airship, though, you can control, can't you? You can literally control your altitude or whatever. You can stay low to the ground or whatever. But California Nightmare. Have you got your mic on auto activation there?
Oh shit! Sorry, there's a lot of
Yeah,
chaos
we can
going
hear
on
you
right
digging away there. You're doing the gardening, I see. You're burying that dead body.
Jigs, like I say, with an airship though, you can control your altitude, can't you? As far as how high you can even skim the ground or whatever. But as been proven, as proven though, solar power is not generally generated by sunlight. It's electricity, isn't it? It's the it's the electricity that's created within the atmosphere that a solar panel
picks up. Yeah, okay.
So I'm sure 100% positive that the technology's out there, which is again another thing what they're hiding from us. I mean, why don't we have no longer airship travel when it's going to be the most economical travel out there, and yet it doesn't exist.
Yeah, they only use it when they use them when they're filming like motor car racing, IndyCar, Formula One. You know, they got these overhead helicopters, MotoGP, and they got the helicopters. You know, in the blimps. You know the blimps.
Yeah,
that's the only time you see it.
Yeah. But I can't see anything being more sort of like economical than, like you say, a blimp, a helium-filled airship which will need very little power, with little fans maybe on the back just to accelerate it forward. But the actual lift is created obviously through the lightness of helium or whatever.
Yeah. I mean that's a good one. Of course, we'd have to have a supply of helium and that to bring to bear. But yeah, I mean that's definitely feasible, no doubt about that at all. I like that idea. It's the first time that someone's actually mentioned airship. We normally get aircrafts usually being offered, but airship sounds really good. That's another good way.
Like I say, with an airship, you can very easily. I mean, you could navigate the surface of Antarctica from 5 foot, 10 foot. Being able to control, that you're able to control your height and your your levitation of how high you go. So to me, I mean, because obviously to me, there's the fact of the cheapness and the ability of airship travel. As a commercial,
I think you're bang on now. I think you've hit the nail on the head there, because that would be very good. I mean, if you're looking for that kind of adventure, yeah, definitely, I would love to go on that. Just as long as we can survive the cold temperatures. Now, you know, with the Sherpa, it's designed so you will be. It's like a mobile home, okay? But it's 6 wheels. It's not a very big imposing vehicle, but big enough to do the job. And you keep warm. Now, if we can keep warm in the airship, then fine, and then we can land and weigh anchor as such and batten down the hatches, because you're not going to go 20. All day long, are you? You're going to have rest and things like that. So,
that's what I'm saying. With the ability to if you're only, like I say, if you're only sort of like navigating at 10 feet high, and you go as far as you can, and like you say, you can then drop, anchor up, sort of like do whatever needs to be done, and then up you go again, and up you go again.
Yeah.
But like
I think that's a great idea. That one. One there. I overlooked that one. Yeah, the airship one. Cover a lot of ground. Yeah, you can cover a lot of ground.
Mind you, like you say though, we'd probably be shot out. We'd be probably shot out of the air and whatever by then.
Yeah, by then. Yeah, but it would be nice to have that adventure. And the other thing is, what happens in a storm? That would be the other thing, because we've seen pictures and videos where they show us these, blizzards and things. Now, how does a airship perform in that kind of condition? Would that be okay?
Well, yeah, there again, isn't it? Wouldn't you? If you came across a bad enough storm that you had to endure, wouldn't you? Like we say again, drop, anchor up, and. Whatever through any bad storms or whatever. It's just a theory, and it's just something that has always been in my head. That because we haven't,
it's got to be tried.
We haven't got that. We haven't got that form of travel within the sort of like within the
transportation medium at this point. Yeah, I totally agree.
Correct. I mean, they put the fallacy on that, wasn't it, with the Hindenburg, and so they made a great big massive disaster out of it. So, we can't do it no more. It's too risky. Great big Hindenburg disaster. And ever since then, that's it. Balloon sort of airship travel has then diminished.
Yeah. If I was going to do such an expedition, the main thing about this expedition, the main thing that we don't forget is safety, 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 safety. Nothing's happening unless all the safeties have been checked, all the dangers have been eliminated, and then we move forward like that all the time. Safety is paramount. We're not risking our lives. It's an enjoyment and enjoying the ice. See how far we can go without being stupid. Because safety is paramount all the way.
I 100% agree with you. Yeah, obviously. I mean, the in-depth sort of like preparation, the preparations that would involve. Don't get me wrong. I'm under no false illusions as to the preparation that would involve in doing something like that. But it is all theory. It is all hypothetical, and
But I feel strongly. I feel very confident that it can be done. It can be done. We can do that. Like as we are now, right now, I'm ready to go today.
Yeah.
Money. I know the equipment I would need. Of course, first aid, things like this. You'd have one. That kind of safety. I do believe.
Yeah, but as
we can do
I believe with the money and the resources that, like you say, as we know, sorry, Jinx. As we know, though, we will never, ever, ever get beyond the 60th degree parallel, or if we do get beyond it, it won't be very far before we're intercepted.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, that's right. We could only conduct this kind of exploration once we are truly free. And then, because we're not really free to do that now, although we can go, but we would be taken, we would be arrested, if not killed.
Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. And people are saying, it really gets to me when you get your globies arguing, but we've been to Antarctica, you can go to Antarctica. Yes, but how much control is there over you when you pay anything between hundreds of thousands of pounds to go on these Antarctic trips where you're taken to a little peninsula you are not allowed to independently explore, and yet people, but we have been to Antarctica. Bullshit.
Yeah, it's crap. Don't talk out your arse here, mate. You're absolutely correct. You're being escorted everywhere you go. You're accompanied. You can't go off on your own anywhere. You can't. You can't stray off the path. You've got to stay where they tell you, and that's that. Yeah,
yeah,
right. 100%. To be compliant to their rules.
Yeah, 100%. And like you say, until we get that freedom, I mean, that's got to tell you something. Why aren't we? If there's somebody out there with the resources and the money, why aren't we allowed to just go and independently explore a continent that supposedly is a sort of a particular? Well, we're told, aren't we, that it's a continent at the South Pole, at the bottom of the pole.
Right.
So why can't we just go? Why can't we independently explore it? What are they hiding?
Yeah, that's a very important question, because we're free to explore Everest if we can get the sponsorship. You can go and climb Mount Everest. I see Antarctica as a similar place. It shouldn't be that we can't go there and explore. We should be able to explore Antarctica for ourselves. And people do. People do go to the South Pole. Or do they? Question. Which South Pole are they going? Because we know the Earth is not a globe. So which South Poles are they going? Because you've got Australia, you've got New Zealand, South Africa, and South America. Those points. Yeah? So which South Pole are they going to?
They're not. They're not going to a pole. They're not going to a pole. They're going to an ice ridge. They're going to the peninsula of a pointy out peninsula of the Antarctic rim. which is probably the peninsula that they go to. Like we say, it's probably bigger than the US state in itself. And they're taken there that supposedly shown the ceremonial South Pole. And yeah, there you go. There's your South Pole. There's your penguins. Very good. Right, we've been. Come on, off we go. Back again. Back to the boat. Whatever. But that's their version of yes, we've been to Antarctica. Bullshit.
Yeah. Currently, right now, there's a woman, a British Sikh army officer, doing an solo expedition to the South Pole as we speak. Okay.
I mean, the likelihood. What will she do? Like previous explorers have done. I mean, the size, and as we know it, the size of Antarctica in the perimeter of our Whale Pond. Where will she go? I mean, she could travel miles and miles and miles and say, right, well, I've gone the distance of Antarctica, but she could just going round, maybe a quarter of the way round, and then pop back off back into the oceans or whatever. But you've not gone from one. Nobody has gone from one end of Antarctica to the other.
Yeah, she's a British Army officer. Her name is Preet Chandi. That's Preet, Preet Chandri, Chandi. Obviously, an Indian Sikh. She's known for doing the marathon in the Sahara Desert. So she's an extreme sports athlete, let's say. She loves all that. And I think it's, I can't remember, she left November 7th. So she's there now, yeah? I think it's a 45-day.
Is this supposedly a solo trek?
Yes, it's a solo trek, yeah. But she's got a support team, of course.
Yeah, an indoctrinated program support team.
Yeah, right. So she's got a support team working with her, but I don't know. You know, there's a lot. She's going to drag. I think she's dragging 95 kg. Okay, is what she's actually dragging with her as her equipment and food. Obviously, that gets lighter as you eat your supplies. As you go through the supplies, your load becomes lighter. But you know, she's got to set her tent up and everything. She's got to do like 15 miles a day, I think, something like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one thing people say to you, don't they? I mean, these, like you just said, she's going solo. She's going to do a supposable navigate the Antarctica. But for me, they won't do it. But for me, a lot of like globies will say to you, well, what proof would prove to you that we are on a globe? Well, I'll tell you one easy proof that you could do with very little expense. For me, that would prove this, which would only take 9 hours to do with very little money, and that is fly 2 planes round either side of Antarctica at a certain height. Put like we say, put globers, put flat earthers, put anybody on these planes, on both planes. One look out the left window, one look out the right window. Stay approximately 500 feet, so you know the altitude you're flying at. You know how far you are away from the ice wall, so to speak, or the coastline of Antarctica. And they should meet up 9 hours later on the other side. Now, if somebody did that and filmed it live all the way around, joining up, then that might be a proof to me, but they'll never do it.
Yeah, no, they won't do it. That's right, because that's the criteria we want. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, it's so easy to do. Cheapy, 2 aeroplanes, 9 hours of flight for each aircraft, around 13,000 miles or something circumference. It would take them each plane 9 hours or so to get round either side. One keeps the view out the right window, one keeps the view out the left window, keeping the shoreline of Antarctica in sight. And go round and then video them meeting up at the other side. That would prove to me that Antarctica is a continent at the bottom of a ball, but never ever done. And I know it won't be done because it can't be done.
Yeah, she's going to be dragging 200 pounds. That is roughly 95 kg, I think. 90 kilograms, 200 pounds, 700-mile journey. Okay.
Where the 700 miles? Where's that supposed to take her?
Well, to the South Pole from wherever she's leaving from. 700 miles.
What?
After flying to Chile, she will be dropped at Antarctica's what's this? Hercules Inlet. It's called. Okay. Yeah, the Hercules Inlet. That's where she's going to start from.
So what's she posing to do? To travel 700 miles and then come back, or is it a round trip of 700 miles?
I think it's 700 miles to the South Pole. This is what I think it is, and then she'll be picked up. I do believe.
Oh, right, and what's that? So what is her? Can I just ask what the what supposedly is the sort of results? What's the result of these supposed to be? Why is she doing it?
She's going to be the first woman of color to do such a trip. First woman of color, because it's been done before by other women, but she's going to be the first woman of color to do that. That's her goal.
So I mean, forgive me on this one. I'm not quite sure, but what is supposedly what is the general sort of like understanding of what is the general understanding of the distance from one side of Antarctica to the other? Do we know? I mean, has anybody got? I haven't read.
I haven't actually looked at that because I haven't actually. What I have and I've forgotten.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the size of if we're going to go by the Globee sort of like model, that the size of Antarctica's, the continent of Antarctica is. I mean, if you're talking like she's going to go to the South Pole, which we assume is in the middle, I'm damn sure Antarctica from one end to the other is a damn sight more than 1,400 miles.
Right. So she's just going. I think she's just going from point A to South Pole, 700 miles, and then hopefully she'll be met by people. There's always people there, apparently. Got their little shed and that out there. So when she arrives, she will then be flown back, I think.
But isn't the South Pole as in the pole supposed to be in the centre of which is?
That's correct. Yeah, that's what's supposed to be. In fact, there's two, isn't there? There's the actual South Pole, and then there's the ceremonial South Pole, from what I understand.
Right. So which one's she supposed to be going to? I mean, we all know.
Oh, she's probably going to be going to the ceremonial.
Right. Right. Well, right.
They don't really allow you to go to the real one, which is not too far away. Actually, you could go there and probably can see it in the distance. But she's probably going to be going to the ceremonial one, is where they go. Usually.
I mean, for me, 700 miles. That's a minuscule of the distance that you could travel. I mean, 700 miles. That's not even getting off the peninsula of where they're going to be going to.
Oh, there you go. That's the distance. 700 miles across the ice to the pole.
Well, like I say, that for me is not even venturing beyond the peninsula of where they actually land, if you will. I mean,
and they've lied. They've lied in the article. Listen to this. The sun will never set. What a load of bollocks! We don't see the sun for 24 hours in the South Pole. There's no videos of that. So the sun will never set. It might be daylight, but it won't be daylight all the time. The sun will never set, it says.
Well, that's it. I mean, as far as the way I see it, as far as the flat Earth system works, I mean, there's a difference between sunlight and daylight.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, the sun's. I mean, I can believe that the sun will never set in Antarctica for the fact that it wraps around the firmament. It's not a direct sunlight. Daylight is a wrapping around of the firmament. Is the distance that it will spread around the firmament. Then you get into darkness. So if you, as far as daylight's concerned, are people mistaking daylight from sunlight? Because you don't need daylight for the sun you don't need daylight or the sun to be there to have daylight. I mean, you can go out early in the morning before the sun's even set. You can watch the sun rise, and yet hours before then you've got daylight. It's bright as anything, but yet the sun hasn't. But the sun hasn't risen for you. The sun hasn't risen for you.
That's right. That's what I observe every day. I observe that every day, what you're just talking about there. That's what we see. That's what we know. the temperatures will drop as low as 50 degrees Celsius, 58 degrees Fahrenheit.
Right. Well, yeah, that's quite feasible. Yep, I'll take that one. That's quite feasible.
Yeah. That apparently that's with the wind chill factor. Okay, that's with the wind chill factor as well.
Yeah,
Factor
I mean, as I say, when you think about it on a flat plane where your sun, I mean, obviously the sun, the nearest the sun gets to Antarctica is within the ring of in the it's Capricorn, the Tropic of Capricorn. It's
Tropic of Capricorn. That's correct.
Yeah. Circulates around, so the sun never gets the sun never gets any nearer to Antarctica than the Tropic of Capricorn. So when you think about it, even if it's on the other side, when the sun is on the other side and you're as far over, when you're right over, let's say the opposite side to where the sun is on a flat plane, the sun is the sun's daylight is still wrapping itself around the dome.
Yeah.
So you will always have daylight, but not necessarily sunlight.
Sunlight, exactly that. Yeah. So they're saying the sun will never set, which is like bullshit. Straight off the bat, you might have some daylight there because she's going in November, which is winter. So it's their summer now, isn't it? So they're in the summer over there now. Because that's right, isn't it? You're in winter in the UK now. Is it winter now, or thereabouts?
We're in the winter because obviously, the sun's out. The sun's out migrating, or it's pretty much migrated to Capricorn now.
Right.
We don't get summer. We don't get summer until it's migrated back to Cancer.
Yeah. So this Prit Chendi will be walking 700 miles. I think she worked it out that she had to do 15 miles a day or something like that. She's got to cover thereabouts each day. Yeah.
I mean the fact of her doing that for me, there's no dispute she will do that. Absolutely no dispute she will do that, but all she'll be doing, like we've said, is probably going to the ceremonial South Pole, which to me is 700 miles. Is not a lot further. In fact, I very much doubt she will even get off the peninsula of where they actually arrive at Antarctica to start off with.
Yeah. So she's got to do at least 15 miles a day, 15 and a half miles a day, and then set up her tent, get a tent set up, right? Pitch a tent and then do the cooking and whatever. Then there's always the toilet problem as well and all that. There's a lot to take in. 45 days. Could you do that? Could you do that yourself?
I personally, yes, I'd love to have a tent at that. I honestly would.
Me too.
For me, something like that's not traveling 700 miles. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not exactly the fittest person. If she's doing it on foot, if she's doing
she's doing it on skis, isn't she? She's doing it on skis.
No, I can't ski. Well, I say I can't ski. I've never been skiing, so I wouldn't know. But an adventure like that, but like you say, it's still controlled. It's still a controlled thingy, Bob, and good on her. If she can get out there, then good on her, and everything. And I mean, by doing that, for me, she's proving nothing.
No, that's what I thought as well. But she wants to be a person of colour to do it. She's in the army. She's a therapist in the army, in the British Army. I think she's in her 30s, 30-something, 32 or thereabouts.
Right, well, good on her. But like I say, it'll still all be controlled and everything, and
it will be controlled. You're right, it will be controlled. Is she going to the centre of the Earth? No, on the South Pole, she's not doing that. So it's lying already. They're lying anyway, right off the bat. Yeah.
Yes, I mean 700 miles will get you nowhere near what is supposedly the pole.
That's right.
And I'm rabbiting on here and dictating sort of like what the globe is, what the programmed sort of like heliocentric model will tell you that of the supposable size of Antarctica. But no, like I say, she'll be barely it'll be like distance will be like, I don't know, what metaphor can I use on that one? I don't know. Getting on, I don't know. It's difficult what metaphor to use on that. I mean, 700 miles on Antarctica. It's like, I don't know. It's probably like going quarter of the way across your desk. I mean, I've got a desk here with all my computer stuff on it. I mean, it's like me going from the edge of that desk to, I don't know, 3 inches in.
Yeah. You see, they never show you the map. Do you know what I mean? So you can actually see the course. So you've got to work it out for yourself all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Hercules point is where it's going to be dropped off at. Hercules point. Yeah.
I mean, the fact is, I don't know what proof, or I don't know what proof they're going to give on this. Whether it's going to be a video proof that she's done it or whatever. But we all know that we all know that live. If anybody like NASA comes out with it or whatever and tries to show us live, sort of like GPS and satellite routes of her journey and everything, we know that's a load of bullshit as well, because GPS and whatever and the sort of like compasses or whatever don't work out there.
Right, that's right. Her only contact with the outside world would be when she does a daily check-in with the team, yeah, with her support team. That's the only contact with the outside world she's going to have, apparently. Yeah, right. She's 32 years old. That's right, I was right. She's 32 years old.
But like I say,
captain. She's a captain.
I mean, just for the experience, I think, never mind trying to prove anything, because it wouldn't, even me going out there wouldn't prove anything. I couldn't prove where I was. I mean, it's like you telling me, it's like you popping me into, in Egypt, in the deserts there, and I could travel 700 miles in Egypt on the sands there, and for all I know, I could be in on the flaming salt, flaming, you can be dropped anywhere and be told you somewhere, but there you go. Good on her. And like I say, yeah, I'd take it upon myself, and I'd love to do that just for the experience, if nothing else.
Yeah, me too. I agree. That's what I say. I'd love to do that. Yeah. See, if I was that rich, if I was a Jeff Bezos with that kind of money, I'd be out there all the bloody time. You better believe it.
But like we mentioned before, if I had the money and I had the resources and I had the capabilities, my adventure, like I say, I would love to be able to take an airship out there and just go as far across the Antarctic plane as I could.
Yeah, that would be a really good undertaking. Definitely. I don't see why we shouldn't be allowed to do that, because if you can climb Mount Everest, then you can go anywhere on the ice, as far as I'm concerned. Shouldn't be rules stopping adventure. Obviously, they're hiding the flat Earth. That's what they're doing.
Exactly.
What they're doing.
That's the simplicity of it. It's got to, why have we got a 60th degree parallel that we are not allowed to go beyond? Doesn't that tell there's something there that we're not supposed to find out or know, or whether it's just maybe there's, I don't know, maybe there's not a big expanse out there or whatever, but to say that we can't go there, they're hiding, whether it be resources, whether it be energy, whether it be other continents, other land beyond Antarctica. What are they hiding?
Yeah. Yeah, you see, that kind of expedition is obviously going to draw attention, because you've taken an airship. You're going to need to upload all your stuff, your equipment, the helium and everything else to fill up the airship and set it up. So, it's going to hit the media. The government's going to know instantly. You couldn't do it secretly if you tried.
You couldn't. Impossible. An impossibility. Yes. Because people, like I say, and the Globals go, well, why don't you go? Why don't you go and prove us wrong? Well, no, we can't go. We can't. No one can independently explore.
That's right. Which is why it's good to bring it out into the open, to the public domain, and to ask the question, why can't we? We can go to Everest. What is it about Antarctica that we are not allowed to go there and have a look for ourselves under our own sponsors? We've got all the safety measures taken in place. What's going on? We can climb Mount Everest, K2 and other mountains around here. What's the problem?
I mean, it's like someone earlier on, I think I remember rightly, I think it was yourself they were talking to when they said, well, wouldn't you want to explore the North Pole? Well, yes, again, it would be an adventure and it would be a thing about, but we know although you're still restricted to a certain degree on where you can independently explore North. But that's not, the North is not a mystery. As far as I'm concerned, anyway, North is not a mystery, other than I would like to go to the centre and find this supposable, what creates the magnetic North.
Yeah.
We have definitely got, a definite magnetic North, and that is in the centre. Where is it? I would love to go. But the big secret for me is Antarctica. That is where everything lies.
Yeah, that's why I want to go there, because that's the grand design. I want to see this ice wall and see it for its entirety, the whole thing. Yeah, I want to see it. Please, don't stop me.
Yeah, even if they'd let you beyond what I would like to do is even sort of like if they'd let you go beyond that 60th parallel line and go as close as you possibly can to what people call an ice wall. I don't like to call it an ice wall because for me, a wall is something that goes up and then you goes down the other side. But it's not. It's
you know what I mean. Ice shelf.
Yeah,
ice shelf.
Yeah, the ice shelf. Yeah, the shoreline of our world pond.
Shoreline. Yeah, I agree.
And if I was allowed to sail, I don't mind. I don't mind if I'm not allowed on the Antarctica, onto the shores to go and do an expedition. Let me sail. Let me get on a boat. And sail the whole perimeter. Let's see how long it takes me to sail the whole perimeter of the ice shelf.
Yeah. Exactly. You know. So it's quite telling.
Apparently, Captain Cook did it, didn't he? He's supposedly one of the one and only people that have supposedly circumnavigated the world north south, and yet his trip took him over 600. Was it 600,000 miles? Oh no, 60. I'm not quite. I'm getting my figures wrong now. I can't quite remember, but took him 90 days or something or other, didn't it, to supposedly circumnavigate Antarctica? But he did it. I thought
it was 3 years. He was commissioned to find a gap in Antarctica to get in, right? And he sailed for 3 years, and not finding any gap.
Right. I'm going to have to look that one back up again if I'm going to argue that. If I'm going to use that as one of my arguments, I'm going to have to certainly. I did know that. I've forgotten it's that long ago since I looked into the Captain Cook's so-called north-south navigation. But yeah, it took him a damn sight longer than it would than just simply travelling around a continent at the bottom of a ball.
That's right. I'm just about to post a video of the vehicle that I think would be very capable of doing this thing, known as the Sherpa. A really nice vehicle. I love it. And I think, if you're into this sort of, the airship is definitely definitely a go with that one, without a doubt. That's because that's just going to save you time, and you can control the speed and, as you say, your altitude. Definitely. As long as you can remain warm in there and it provides good shelter, then fine.
Oh yeah,
Heat is the main thing.
I think as far as like what you're saying is, I think as far as like an airship, when you think of, you could have anything attached to the underside of an airship. Absolutely, you could probably rip your house up. You could probably rip your house up from its foundations and attach it to the bottom of an airship. If we're going to the ridiculous, then you could probably attach your house and have all your heating there and everything and coziness or whatever, and just traverse the lands and the continent.
The expanse,
But I see your picture there. I see your picture. What? That's hold on one sec.
That's a nice little Sherpa. That's a nice little vehicle. It's only 4 minutes long. Watch it later on. You don't have to watch it now. But I'd love to be able to have a vehicle like that. Get over there, like 10 of those.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose when you're talking,
one would be dedicated as a hospital.
Yeah, but when you're talking about that, and you're saying like you'd probably have to have for the support and the backup you would have to have probably a few of them, the size of them. I mean, like you say, you'd have to have your support. But I think where your logistics would probably let you down on that one would be your fuel, and your because you'd have to carry a hell of a lot of fuel.
Yeah, but don't get me wrong. This thing is so economical. Yeah, if you look at the specifications of that vehicle and how many miles to the gallon it can do, when it's fully loaded, you could go about 400 to 500 miles on one. And then you got the spare fuel tanks in the wheels. What's going on here? Something went wrong there. Not me.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you say 4 to 5. I mean, we don't know, do we? No one knows the expanse of Antarctica and how far it actually goes.
No, that's right. We don't know.
Although supposedly, supposedly, who is it? Admiral Byrd, who actually says he actually crossed Antarctica and came across other lands that no human has ever set eyes upon. How far? I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. Was it ever said how far he travelled? I don't know.
No. He was credited to be the first man who flew over to the North Pole and back, but he never did that. He never flew to the North Pole. That was a lie. He never made it there. And the reason why people knew is that they'd done the maps and the aircraft and the fuel and how fast it would go to get there and that time in motion study. He came back earlier than expected. And then the pilot, after a while, the pilot let slip, they never made it. They turned around. They never made it to the North Pole by plane. So that was a lie. And there's a video backing that up. So Admiral Byrd lied. Flying to the North Pole and back.
Yeah, well, like I say, there was an interview, wasn't there, with him? There was an interview.
Oh, definitely was an interview. Yeah, and he said that the land was bigger than Little America. He said.
Land out there. Yeah, now, like you say, is he a shill? Is he a I don't know. We don't know. We'll never know. But it's just very.
Yeah, I would put him in the shill camp though for sure because the youngest admiral. The youngest, American admiral and all this shit that he had accolades, it's just bullshit. It's bullshit. He lied. The fact that he lied about the North Pole, that was it. He destroyed his own credibility. Sorry, I don't really. And then he dies mysteriously, and then his son dies mysteriously on top of that.
Well, yeah, that's what gets me. That's what gets me. That a year on from his supposed television appearance of declaring that he came across lands and everything, and then he was popped off. Now that's suspicious to me. Now, like I say, I can't go one way or the other, and I won't go one way or the other as to whether he was a shill or whether it was a load of crap. Oh yes, was he telling the truth, and they had to get rid of him because the truth wasn't. They didn't want the truth getting out. I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's definitely there. That's why they bumped him off, I think, because he was revealing more than he should have done, perhaps. He knew too much, maybe. But then they killed his son as well. That was the thing. Well, I won't say they killed his son died as well.
Mysteriously, yes, but there again, was he coming out? Was he coming out in support of his father and his discoveries? Did he have something that his father may have left in legacy? I don't know. Did he have to be popped off so that he couldn't? But there's no qualms, is there? There's no qualms in this world that if you're a threat to the general narrative, or you're a threat to the powers that be. They won't think twice about knocking you off.
Yeah. No, they're not going to think twice. They knocked off Kennedy, didn't they? You're a nobody. You're gone. Easy.
Oh yeah. JF Kennedy, who was probably the last, as far as I'm concerned, anyway, was probably the last true, genuine presidency of the US. Ever since then, they've been so corrupt. Part of the Cabal family or the bloodline. That's when the bloodline started to get into presidency. But JFK, as far as I was concerned, was the last true a man with integrity.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, he started talking, and that was it. They started talking.
Yeah.
I mean, when you talk about deaths, I mean, the biggest one. I don't know how much you looked into the royal family and how much they're into all this. I mean, one of the biggest ones for me in my generation, so to speak, was Princess Diana. She learned, she learned a hell of a lot, and she knew a lot, and threatened to expose what was going on within the royal family. And then no sooner that was said, and she got popped off.
Yeah, definitely got popped up. Because you know what I find very hard to believe is that how is it that she's sitting in the back seat, okay, with Dowdy, I think, you know, the boyfriend, whoever, in the back seat, and yet the bodyguard survives the crash. Everybody else dies. That's just ridiculous.
Well, apparently,
bodyguard's in the front seat.
Yeah. But the story goes, doesn't it? The story goes, though, that the ambulance or the medics took nearly 3 hours to get there.
Yeah.
And that wasn't until her death was confirmed. Apparently, she was still alive in the vehicle.
That's right. That's right.
And
that's what
it wasn't until her death was confirmed at the accident scene did any medics turn up.
Yeah, that was terrible, man. And then the bodyguard saying he doesn't remember anything. Well, that's just a load of crap because you know, bodyguards to the royals and that, and the training you do, you don't train to forget. They don't train you to forget. That's the thing. So that's just unacceptable that he's got a memory loss. It's bullshit.
Oh yeah, everything about that particular incident just doesn't marry. It just doesn't click with me. And it's like I say, yeah, she was definitely on the outside. Eventually, she was on the outside, and she knew a lot. And she even broadcasted, and she made a thing about with a very friendly broadcast news writer and news reporter who she was intimate, not intimately intimate, but she was good friends. And she actually agreed to do. She actually agreed to do a statement and make a broadcast on what she knew, and she never got a chance to get that out because they took her out.
Yeah, I on a couple of occasions I followed Lady Diana in her car in the West End. She was driving a burgundy ox blood colour a Ford XR3 convertible, right? And I followed her around to make sure, just make sure it was her. I followed her. Yeah, it was definitely Lady Diana. Twice I did that. It was in where was it now? Cavendish. One was in Cavendish Square, West 1, and the other one was in Berkeley Square, West 1. She was on her way to. Apparently, she was on her way to her fitness club. Okay. Because it appeared in the news later on that Lady Diana has been seen here, there, and everywhere, but she's always speeding, apparently. Right? And they were saying to her that she got to drive safely, not have an accident. But she was on her own, no bodyguards, nothing.
No, that was a lot of, but that was a lot of that was a lot of it down to Diana, wasn't it? She didn't want the bodyguard. She didn't feel she needed any guarding, which is why she did a lot of stuff without any. I mean, don't get me wrong. Probably the royal family kept an eye on her and had close surveillance. Had close surveillance, but her personally didn't want any bodyguards. Didn't want anybody around her. Like you say, she used to independently just go off, live a life as a normal, average citizen. Go to gym classes. Go and do her exercise. Whatever. Used to drive her own cars. Used to go about herself. But it wasn't, obviously her lifestyle wasn't to the liking of the royal family. The
establishment. I like to call them the establishment.
Definitely, yeah, they're definitely part of the establishment, and that was. I mean, that to me is one big case of if you do not go along with the narrative or you or attempt to expose anything that's going on, and they won't think twice about taking you out.
Yeah, that's very true.
I mean, look at the Clinton record of taking people out.
Yeah, that's amazing. Tis. They got a long list of people who are connected to them that have been bombed off.
But that's it. You see, the general population, they look at these events as singular individual events, and that's it. Okay, right, yeah, she was bumped off. Right, okay, that happened. This happened. They died as individual events. But as far as I'm concerned, for the last 20 going on for 25 years, where I've been going down this rabbit hole, and as far as I'm concerned, the rabbit hole I'm still not at the bottom of it, and I very much doubt I'll get back out of it, and I'll be going down it for a long, long time. But to me, the general population look upon this world. I mean, it's full of corruption. But while you're looking at that world as a pixelized picture, and all you're concentrating on is individual pixels of that picture, you will never ever get the full picture. So people go through life looking at pixels and blinkered, and until you start investigating, until you start looking into the corruption of this world, you'll never ever get it.
Yeah, agreed. I've just posted 2 more from my collection. I've been looking for it whilst we were talking. I discovered them. I had to go into my likes video collection, but yeah, 2 more on the Sherpa vehicle, so you get an idea of their capabilities. They're amphibious as well, you see. Amphibious, go over the ice, go everywhere, do anything, all singing, all dancing. They can hold up to 10 men or 8 men, depending on the size of the model you choose, right? And I think if we're going to use these vehicles, you could easily dedicate one as a hospital.
Yeah, I just think, I get. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm 100% behind you as far as their capability of their capability of terrain, different terrains and different. But I think the logistics are probably taking something like that out there. Will be quite immense.
Yeah. What if I had the money and the capabilities of doing it? What I was planning is to go in one direction, but what we would do is you'd make some kind of shelter and leave that there, and then move on. And so you're leaving a route back, and there'd be a transponder signaling. So you've got bases along the way. You might travel 10 miles, 20 miles, let's say, or even 30 miles, and then build a camp there, and then move on.
Yeah.
So people coming from others coming behind can stop off and leave supplies and whatever. It's got to work.
You don't. 100% behind you, mate. Something like that, which can navigate any terrain. But yeah, quite possibly. But like you say, yeah, camping out, putting camps up ever so often. And I mean, when you talk about, I think you could probably do more than what you're saying, as in 10 miles or whatever. I think you could probably do stretches of hundreds of miles. I mean, what does it take?
The only reason why I say we need to keep it, the only reason why I was thinking like 30 or let's say 50 miles or less is because, conditions can change. You could get lost, sort of thing, right? So rather than 100 miles, just keep them a little bit closer to aid safety. That's the only reason why.
Yeah. But there's nothing stopping you.
You can live in that thing. You can live in the Sherpa as well. It's like a home as well. You can live in that thing. So
100%.
You need to set a tent up, but for supplies and that, a supply shed sort of thing, you build one of those.
Yep, and there's nothing stopping you. There's nothing stopping you trailing something behind you, as in a cable or something.
Oh,
that's on a reel for your navigation back, if you say, because if you're going so far in depth, if you manage it, if you was to ever get to do it, you would be going so deep that you would totally 100% lose all perspective of orientation as to where you were, which way you were facing.
Featureless, isn't it? It's featureless. you know what I mean? Yeah. So nothing to relate to, just ice, an expanse of ice. Yeah. So you can easily get disorientated and lost. And even though you got your GPS and whatever with you,
but that's it though. GPS doesn't work out there. Anything beyond GPS doesn't work out there. Magnetism doesn't work out there because there is no. But magnetism, you can prove that with ships that go onto a divert. Think about when they get so far out, where magnetism doesn't work when you get so far within the Atlantic Ocean or somewhere that they.
Okay, then you would have to make something for yourself. I'm sure you can have devices that can give you a bearing, a heading.
Stick with it.
Some kind of liquid.
Yeah, I mean, you could exactly what aeroplanes use as far as keeping their lateral and sort of like vertical gyroscope.
Yeah, the artificial horizon, which is mechanical. Yeah.
Yeah, you can have a mechanical gyroscope, which will keep you in a certain position, pointing in a certain direction. That you should you divert. Should you divert from that, then the gyroscope shows you that you've diverted. This is what I can't understand. If we go back, let's go. If we're talking of gyroscopes and people believing that a globe, the aircraft fly around a ball, gyroscopes take that one totally out of the equation. Yeah. And even pilots admit that when they're flying, okay, I mean, most pilots are oblivious to the Earth being flat. Basically, they get it. I mean, I do a lot of flight simulator flying. I've got my own. I have my flight simulator, and I do a lot of flying. I fly commercial airliners mainly like Boeing, the old 737-800s and things like that. I mean, I fly them to the way a pilot would fly a plane. That when you take off, you do your manual takeoff from the runway. Set your computer. Your autopilot computer to go to a certain altitude, a certain direction, and once you hit your altitude, your plane levels off, and it's all computerized from there on. You're not looking or thinking, right, well, I'm going to go certain degrees this way or certain degrees that way. But every pilot will admit that once they hit their altitude, their flying altitude, be it the average, what is it, 35 to 36,000 miles high. Once they hit that altitude, they then are only going by their instruments and their horizon line, and that the gimbal and like you say, the mechanical gyroscope that they use keeps them on a level. They don't vary from that level. Now, if they're travelling from one side of the supposable globe to the other side of the globe, that gimbal, that horizon line is going to move on every tilt, on every angle of moving around that globe, and it doesn't. They stay level all the way. So how many dips or how many push down? How many push downs on the controls does it take to get to fly around a globe?
Exactly, it's going to take many, isn't it? Come on.
Well, yeah, and yet, like we say, a mechanical gyroscope stays level. Not once do they have to adjust for the curvature.
Yeah, absolutely. It does make you laugh, doesn't it? You know, something as simple as a gyroscope just blows the whole heliocentric model to smithereens, but they won't accept it.
No, they won't. They won't. And it's like, I mean, another lovely one that gets me as far as flight and aeroplanes are concerned. That where does an aircraft? Do you get the feeling of emotion of an aircraft? If you're flying, let's say you're flying from the North Equator, when you're flying from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, you have to on a globe cross over the equator, and at the
yeah.
Sorry, Jinx, I'm hearing myself there. Have you got your microphone on and active? Have you got your microphone, Jinx, on activation? But anyway, for those that are listening, how the heck does an aircraft that's flying from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, crossing the equator, which is supposedly spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and the aircraft then has got to land on a runway, a northern southerly facing runway, has got to land on that runway, supposedly then travelling 1,000 miles sideways, because what they're trying to say is that the atmosphere is being pulled along with the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, which in turn means that aircraft must be travelling sideways at 1,000 miles an hour to land on a north southerly facing runway. And not only is it going forward at X 500 whatever miles an hour it's going, but it's also travelling sideways at 1,000 miles an hour to get its wheels on that runway that's northerly facing?
Yeah, you're right. Basically, it's a disaster from the start. You're going to crash. It's a disaster waiting to happen, isn't it? That being the case.
Well, yeah, I just don't understand it. You don't, when you're in a plane, I mean, you could be fast asleep, and the moment that plane starts to descend, the slightest movement that aircraft is descending, you feel it. So why can't you feel a sideways motion? That aircraft is supposedly going sideways.
Yeah. You're going to notice it. You're going to notice it, no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. Especially, like you said, you've been flying and you're coming into land. You're going to notice it, no doubt. Joke.
Or the other one is why do flight times, or why are flight times pretty much identical, or with a slight variation, if you're flying easterly or westerly on a supposedly on a heliocentric globe model, you're going east and west. Why don't the times take shorter? Isn't the Earth coming towards you when you're going easterly and away from you when you're going west?
Exactly. It should happen, shouldn't it? It should. You should be able. Your destination should approach you as you approach it.
Correct, or if you're going vice versa, if you're going in the other direction, your destination is probably you're able to catch your destination up.
Yeah. Then you're going to be in trouble because you're playing fast enough.
It's all just a load of bollocks. How anybody can sort of like I don't know how they can justify the heliocentric crap.
Yeah, it's a joke, isn't it? It's a joke. And to think the only reason why they're getting away with it is because no one's ready. People are not really checking it out at all. They don't trust, you see. That's how they get you. And they get you when you're young.
Oh,
that's why they're getting away with it. So,
it all boils down to your educational indoctrination.
Yeah. They catch you when you're young, and you are not able to critically think about that situation at all. You know, the globe and the spin and everything else. You take it in, and then it's reinforced all through your life. So there you go. As a child, it's through your cartoons and movies, news. Yeah, so it's ingrained in you. There's no doubt about that.
Right? It's just simple. Simple as far as I'm concerned. The flat plane is just simple maths. But I have got to disappear now. But for those in the live stream that are listening to this, and I will every time I come on, I promote Dave Wise videos. Anybody listening who has not come across Dave Wise yet, I would highly recommend go and look up Dave Wise. Look at his interviews. For a beginner, I mean, there's lots of people out there, but for me, Dave Wise has got to be the beginner, the starter, because his presentations and how he presents and how the geocentric system works as opposed to the heliocentric model. I would promote. I'm gonna just a plug for David Wise. If anybody in the live stream that's never investigated this, I would highly recommend looking up Dave Wise. Go and look him up.
Yeah.
And download
another one that's quite good as well. There is one more that you could mention as well, and that's ODD's Trilogy. ODD, that's Odd TV Trilogy. Look it up. It's still available on YouTube. That's a really good one because it asks the questions, the hard questions, and the answers come flying through it. So I think it's about an hour and a half long, that video. ODD Trilogy. It's a good one. Nice music in the background as well. The music is compelling. The music in the background, it doesn't intrude. It just the music blends in perfectly with the line of questioning to the flat Earth and the heliocentric model. Right, the music that accompanies it is brilliant. 1 hour 30 minutes roughly. Guarantee you're going to be entertained and you're going to be learning quickly. ODD.
Yeah, ODD. Yeah. I watched them myself. Definitely. Yeah, 100% agree with you. 100%. But like I say, more so for the ones that are just anybody that's thinking that's on the fence or I've got an open mind to the flat Earth or who are sort of like open-minded to learning. As far as I'm concerned, David Wise is the man. Download his app as well. He's got an app, Black Moon Sun Zodiac app, whatever. Download it. Lots of information on that. Definitely promote it. But anyway, guys, I've manipulated this channel for. I've manipulated it for long enough now, I think. So I'm going to disappear for a while. But yeah, guys, love this channel. Love all of you. Just stay safe. Look after those around you. And I will probably nip on later on. But yeah, thanks, guys, for the opportunity to.
Thanks for the innings. You put a good innings on there. Well done, man. You know, very interesting. And your idea of the airship, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Cheers, bud. No problem, mate. Yeah, catch you all later. I'll probably be back later. I'm just gonna mute everything for now. But I'll be back on.
Where are you in the UK? Where are you in the UK? Up north?
Yeah, I'm up. Well, yeah, I'm actually now living in up north in Newcastle in the northeast.
Nice.
I originated, but I was born Lancashire. I'm a Lancashire lad. Born and bred. But moved up here about just under 4 years ago now, and loving it up here and everything. So yeah, but as you can probably tell with my accent, that I'm a Lancashire lad with me a Lancashire hot pot.
Yeah, Lancashire. Lancashire hot pot. Do you remember that? You know, isn't that a meal called the Lancashire hot pot? Isn't it?
Is it what? Sorry.
There is a meal, a recipe known as the Lancashire hot pot, isn't there?
Oh yeah. It's traditional, yeah. In Lancashire, the Lancashire hot pot, meat and potatoes and veg hot pot with a pastry top. Absolutely lovely, yeah. But anyway, I've got to go, guys. And yeah, as I say, cheers to everybody there for probably staying quiet or whatever and listening to my rubbish. But listen to me spiel on. But yeah, thanks, guys. Love you all, and I'll catch you all later. Bye bye now.
It was entertaining. Nice one, man. Bye for now. Yeah. That was Flat Truth Seeker from the UK. Yeah, it was very entertaining. Well done, mate. Yes, it's a quiet one now. Most people are resting, I think, at the moment on the server here. Yeah. See if I can see anyone in the live stream. Yeah. Did you used to jump for hours? Was that? Who's the character? Jump for hours outside your front porch. Just done that, yeah. Nice to see you in the chat room, Winter Rain. Long time no see. Jin CBR1 here. Hope you're doing well, in spite of all the nonsense going on with the pandemic. Nice to see you too, Nemo. Nemo's in the house. Nice to see you as well. Might be some dead air now because it's gone a bit quiet, but yeah. Thank you, CGI Van Dan. Thanks a lot, mate. Nice to see you're still here as well. Thank you for that. Yes, I'm back by unpopular demand, but I'm here to rock your world. Fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy ride, especially for those heliocentrists. Yeah, that's it. Get ready. Yeah, I'm looking forward to. I could murder a couple of these heliocentrists with the flat Earth truth, you know. But I suppose it's not murdering, really. We're just trying to introduce them to the truth that they've missed. You know, they're not. You know, and you can't blame them. But I do get exasperated after you've spent, let's say, 2 hours. That's a fair enough time to explain the basics. And in that 2 hours, they would have learnt that they're unable to confirm their beliefs. And by this time now, they should be thinking, why can't I do that? Why can't I prove this? Something's wrong. It should be easy as switching on a light. Switch. There it is. There's the Earth. In a globe. There's the evidence right there. What are we talking about? But they can't do it. Can they? They are unable to present the Earth as a globe to us. Yeah, it's getting colder and colder now. Yeah, winter is in the place. Winter has approached or has arrived where we are. Anyway. Yeah, I'd love to do that Antarctica exploration. It would be nice to do that. Yeah. We've got the technology, the equipment's there. We can do this. Where is everybody? Okay, looks like I shall bow out gracefully now and rejoin later. It's quiet at the moment, guys, so enjoy yourselves in the chat room. Sorry I'm unable to entertain you at this point, but we'll wait and see who turns up, okay? Enjoy yourselves.
everybody. Tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we're starting right now.
Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here for another epic debate. If this is your first time here at Modern Day Debate, want to let you know we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And want to let you know as well, no matter what walk of life you're from, folks, we really do hope you feel welcome. We're glad you're here. And it's going to be a fun one tonight, you guys. I am thrilled. So what we're going to do is I'll let you know the format first. We're going to have a flexible, roughly 10-minute opening statement from each speaker. And again, that's flexible to meet the speaker's needs. Then after that, which by the way, we'll have Paul going first and then Whitsitt doing his opening as well, followed by open conversation. So kind of a civil discourse followed by Q&A at the end. So if you happen to have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat, and you can tag me with @ModernDayDebate. That makes it easier for me to see every question so I can put it in that Q&A list. And what we're going to do is introduce our guests. We're thrilled to have them with us, and we also want to give them a chance to share about their links, which I have put in the description, folks. So if you want to hear more from our guests, you certainly can by clicking on those links, and that includes if you're listening via podcast, which, by the way, folks, I have to tell you, we are thrilled. People have apparently found the podcast useful. We see a lot of downloads, which is encouraging that it's useful. And so I want to encourage you folks, if you haven't checked us out on podcast yet, well, hey, pull out your favorite podcast app on your phone and find us on there. But with that, we're going to introduce our guests. We're thrilled to have them. And so first, Paul, we're thrilled to have you here. Folks, I want to let you know, Paul is a experienced pilot. He's got how many years is it, Paul, if I can ask?
I started flying in 1999. I started flying gliders, and then I progressed on to powered aircraft. I wouldn't class myself as an experienced pilot. I'm not a commercial pilot. I just have my national private pilot's license. I fly small aircraft.
You got it. Well, thanks so much for your humble spirit. I appreciate that. And so what we're going to do is, I want to say, actually, Paul, if you can share what people can expect to find at your link in the description. Thanks again for being here.
Yeah, if you have a look on my link, you'll find some videos of flying. I don't have a great deal of contacts out there. Like I said, there's some flying videos, there's little bits and bobs. I'm hoping to build the channel up a little bit more. Hopefully, this will encourage me to maybe take part in a few more debates and things like that.
You got it. Thanks so much, Paul. And kicking it over to Whitsitt Gets It. Good to have you back. He's been here a number of times, and here he is again with his link in the description. What can people expect to find at that link, Whitsitt?
Well, we do talk about the Earth here and there, and of course, upload videos where I go out and I, tell people the truth in real life. Show people it's not really as intimidating as it may seem. You just have to go do it because we're being censored on the internet, so might as well go do it. And then, basically anything under the sun, man, anything that needs to be questioned that we've been taught that seems to be lacking in empirical evidence, we think for ourselves, and that's pretty much it. And they're censoring me, so, stay up to date, and I'll let you know where we go from there.
You got it. Well, we're thrilled to have you back as well, Austin. And so what we were going to do is, as mentioned, jump into those opening statements. So, Paul, the floor is all yours for your opening statement.
Actually, it was Austin that was going to go first because mine is going to basically follow on with what Austin has to say.
That's right. Thank you very much for that. So we'll start with Austin. The floor is all yours. And thanks so much again, both of you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm on tour telling everyone around the nation that they've been lied to about the Earth. It's called the Clown World Tour. So I don't have a presentation per se for you, but of course, being a pilot is really of no value when it comes to or pertinent to this discussion. This is one for, of course, you cannot see the curvature admittedly from one of the main scientific communicators, Neil deGrasse Tyson, from over 128,000 feet where Felix Baumgartner jumped. Commercial flight flies a fourth of that altitude. You admitted you weren't a commercial flight, so you weren't even flying our pilot, so you weren't even flying that high. I used to work at an airport, a private airport, know hundreds of pilots on a first name basis. Every single time I asked them, do they account for curvature? They chuckle, say, of course not. And the horizon's always horizontal, and that's how you actually acclimate your flight. Nothing about a plane or flying one has anything to do with a presupposed convexity of terra firma. Of course, it's literally called a plane because it flies over a plane and assumes a flat, non-rotating surface, as in every single patent of a plane ever assumes that. Pilots are trained on a target generation facility, which assumes a flat, non-rotating surface, and it negates the gravity vector. So really, bluntly, being a pilot in no way does anything but gives firsthand testimony to physical evidence of the Earth being flat. This is because the efficacy of the use case of flying a plane is actually physical evidence whenever it is successful, because it assumes a flat, non-rotating surface. You have to account for convexity and terra firma. You have to account for movement. You'd have to account for this mystical Coriolis that's pseudo-scientific nonsense. And none of that's the case. So yeah, it's pretty much like I always say, the globe Earth actually has the burden of proof, right? So they're making a positive claim of where we live, contrary to all empirical evidence. So when I say the Earth's stationary, I have literally all empirical evidence to back that up. You actually claim something antithetical to all empirical evidence as that we're moving. So you have the evidence, or you have the burden of proof, right? Because you're making the claim antithetical to empirical evidence. It's the same thing with the movement. It's the same thing with the convexity rate. It's the same thing with space being a vacuum that we can go to. So objectively, in an intellectual forum, the globe Earth proponent has the burden of proof. And there is no physical empirical evidence of even the potentiality of any of these things. Water bending convexly around the exterior of a spinning object in a vacuum with pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum, void of physical containment. Water bending convexly in and of itself is an impossibility because of fluid statics. So where the debate goes from here will be kind of, it'll be on the globe proponent because, again, they have the burden of proof. So that's pretty much it. I guess in conclusion, I will say presuppositions and reifications don't mean anything. Telling you a creative fairy tale as to how it could work or how you think it works doesn't mean anything. So like, oh, we don't feel it moving, but this is why. Well, that's just a pseudoscientific presupposition of begging the question fallacy. Reification fallacies are insufficient when discussing something as big as a definitive natural claim. You're making definitive claims about the natural world. We need natural empirical evidence. So yeah, that's about it. The Earth's provably a geocentric stationary plane until proven otherwise.
You got it. Thank you very much. Witsit gets it. We'll kick it over to Paul for his opening as well. Thanks so much, Paul. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, thanks, Austin, for that. I do agree with you that flying a plane doesn't make any difference to the globe. It'll all work on a flat surface and it'll work on a globe surface as well. I just need to put my headset in because I just want to do a little presentation, and sometimes when I share my screen I'll lose the volume, so I won't be able to hear you. So I'll just put my headset in and then I can still hear you. Right, can you hear me still? Right, lovely. Right, I just need to go to share screen. Right, can you see that?
I think, let's see, the window that we're seeing is the Zoom window. I think you might have clicked on the auxiliary Zoom window instead of the PowerPoint.
Right.
Or it might be your browser, actually. So I think, let me try this really quick. What I'll do is pop you out of screen share, and then I think if you try the same method you did, I think it might just be a different window that you were trying to show us.
Right, so I click on the share screen, yes?
Mm-hmm, yep. That's I think that's still just like the Zoom.
Yeah, just a minute. See if I can.
Here we go.
What's that like now? Should be a PowerPoint window.
Not quite yet.
Right, just a minute. Let me close that. Right, so I clicked on share screen. What's that like? It's the PowerPoint I'm trying to share.
Yeah, I think that what you'd want to do is, so like once you click on the old green screen share button, then you'd just kind of look, like Zoom will give you like an option to choose from all the different windows that you have on your computer. And you
it's not giving me unfortunately, it's not giving me the PowerPoint window.
Is it, and the PowerPoint window is for sure up?
No, it's not coming up. All right, let me just have a look. Wonder if I open the PowerPoint and then go to share. All right, so that now should come up with the PowerPoint, yeah?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, brilliant. We got there eventually.
Yep.
Right, so as Austin said in his opening statement, he doesn't feel that he holds the burden of proof. And I actually agree with him. He doesn't hold the burden of proof because he's not claiming the shape of the Earth. What he's doing is he doesn't accept the globe Earth. And I've also noticed in a few of his debates, he said that he would like one single piece of evidence that follows the scientific method. So what is the scientific method? You start off by asking a question, do some background research, construct an hypothesis, test your hypothesis by doing an experiment, analyze your data and draw a conclusion. Report your results. Was your hypothesis correct? So we're going to shoot back in time a couple of thousand years, and I know you've heard this one before, Whitsit. Ask a question. Aristophanes, whilst working as a librarian, learned that during the summer solstice, the sun cast no shadow in Cyrene, but in Alexandria, at the same time, the sun did cast a shadow. Why? Do background research. Aristophanes knew the distance from Alexandria to Cyrene to be 500 miles or 800 kilometers. Aristophanes measured the difference in the angles of and the shadows in Alexandria and Cyrene. Construct an hypothesis. With the information he had collected, Aristophanes, using simple geometry, hypothesized the Earth was a globe. Test this hypothesis. Let's shoot forward now 1,000+ years. At this time in Europe, shipbuilding had come a long way. Navigation needed to improve as ships travel further away from land. You can never cross the ocean unless you have the courage to lose the sight of the shore, said the Italian explorer Christopher Columbus. Latitude and longitude. By using latitude and longitude lines on a globe, we can split the globe into sections that can give positions on any part of that globe. Latitude lines go from the equator north and south in degrees. The equator is 0 degrees latitude. So this is the equator, you can see my mouth. And the latitude lines run south and north in degrees. Longitudes move west to east from the prime meridian, which is in Greenwich, England. And that is the 0 degrees latitude. So you've got 0 degrees latitude and from the equator moving upwards. These degrees can be broken down even further. So we can have degrees, minutes and seconds. For example, 41 degrees north, 24 minutes and 12 seconds. East, 2 degrees, 10 minutes, 26 seconds will put you in Barcelona. Finding latitude and longitudes. Sailors find their latitude by using celestial objects such as the North Star. Finding longitude was more difficult. To find longitude, you need to know the time in Greenwich and the time where you are. We know the sun moves across the sky at 15 degrees per hour. If it's midday in Greenwich and only 1000 hours at your location, you are 30 degrees west of Greenwich. If it's 1400 hours at your location, you are 30 degrees east of Greenwich. This was a problem for sailors. as they didn't have an accurate way of telling the time. Along came John Harrison, who invented the marine chronometer, solving this problem of finding longitude. And just for the UK viewers, if you look at the picture to the right, and you remember watching Only Fools and Horses, this was the watch that they found, which made them millionaires. Analyze the data. Modern navigation charts used by sailors and pilots use charts with latitude and longitude. We know these charts work as they are used successfully by thousands of people every day. These charts only work on a globe Earth, as the longitude lines get closer together the further north or south you go from the equator. Navigation charts don't fit on a flat Earth. All the latitude and longitude lines need to all join up and remain the correct distance. If you look at the flat Earth map on the right, which is quite often used by flat earthers, you've got the longitude lines running from north to south, and the equator would be around about here. So they fit going north because the longitudinal lines get shorter the further you go up. But if you look, the further south they go, the more they get wider apart. That does not fit with the navigational charts. All navigational charts correspond with the globe. So this model would not work. Can the globe be falsified? Fundamental to science is the concept of hypotheses being falsified. How can my hypotheses I've just presented be falsified? Number one, show how navigation charts fit on the flat Earth without any alterations to the charts. Number two, show how the navigational charts don't work in the real world. And number three, show how navigation charts don't fit the globe. And if you look at the picture on the right, this is what I've drawn out myself. So we've got the equator here, and this is the northern hemisphere. And as you can see, all the longitudinal lines from the equator going up get narrower. Going south of the equator, the longitudinal lines also need to get narrower. And this is the only way I could make it work. And as you can see, if you were to follow that model, you've got gaps here and gaps here, which will not fit with the natural world. If you remove these and look at that shape and then fold these backwards, guess what you've got? A globe. That's demonstrating that the navigational charts used by sailors and pilots with the longitudinal and latitude lines would not fit on a flat Earth and would only fit on the globe. Report the results then. After looking at all the data, the only conclusion is the Earth is a globe. I'll stop sharing that bit.
Thank you very much. And also want to remind you folks, forgot to mention it earlier, we are pumped as in the next month, we are scheduling it for sometime in March. Matt Dillahunty will be returning to debate Samuel Nassan on whether or not Jesus fulfilled prophecy. You don't want to miss that, folks. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and be sure to hit that notification bell so you get all notifications, because you won't want to miss that one live, and that's coming up in March as mentioned. So with that, gentlemen, thanks very much for your openings, and what we're going to do is open it up to open conversation. The floor is all yours.
All right, so I'll just go ahead and start. So your first PowerPoint slide, you said Austin likes to talk about science, and I like to see one piece of scientific evidence for the globe. And yeah, that's correct. I do say that. And science is not some subjective thing that you can type it on a PowerPoint and change the definition of it, right? It's called the Socratic method. We have agreed upon defined terms so that we actually are, productive. And science has a very, definable parameter to it, right? So you have your naturally occurring observable phenomena. That's your first step. So if you don't have that, you're not even in the ballpark of science, bro.
Yeah, Austin, I'm not here to actually debate you on science. I've basically done the PowerPoint, putting out a presentation to why I think that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
I've demonstrated, I believe, why I believe that it's a globe. can you debunk what I've just said? Can you make the navigational charts fit on a flat surface?
Sure. Well, for one, I was going to go through your PowerPoints one by one, but we can skip around. And you just basically conceded. You believe the Earth's a globe. Yeah, well, I did too, bro. I was taught the Earth's a globe. This isn't a belief. It's about empirical verifiability and falsifiability. You touched on that. Something must be falsifiable in order to even be considered to be viable. Right. But if you want to talk about the navigation chart, sure, whatever. They use Cartesian coordinate systems, and every map that exists is flat, and they all go based off of Polaris and then the sky. In fact, longitude and latitude are derivative of the motion, the cyclical nature of the sky. The sky moves. The Earth doesn't move. You just say that the sky isn't moving, the Earth is moving, and that it's a ball. Then you take the Cartesian coordinates at a z-axis with the presupposition of sphericity, and then you map it out. And so in addition to that, there is no such thing as land layout in a globe projection that isn't disproportionate. So, basically implicit in your claim is that traveling using a globe is real efficient, and that's patently false. And there is no such thing as a globe projection that isn't disproportionate. And whenever they actually navigate, they assume Cartesian coordinates with X and Y coordinates to their local positioning system. So, that's just, once again, I prefaced by saying just presupposing the Earth's a ball and then telling me, look, we traveled and we mapped it down on a theoretical ball doesn't actually do anything but beg the question.
Well, no, because if you look at any navigational charts, like I explained before, when you look at the longitudinal lines on these charts, they correspond exactly with the globe.
Because the globe, sir, was designed based on that.
Right.
So, of course it does.
Yeah, so they follow exactly what's on the globe. These do. If you lay all these charts out flat, if you had a big enough space to lay all these charts out, that is the shape that they will follow.
Is that where we live? Do we live on that?
Well, if it's flat, yes, that's what we'd have to live on.
That's inaccurate. There's no such thing as an accurate map because
but if you put these together, you get a globe, which follows. They all follow exactly what is on the globe, and the globe's behind you. They all follow exactly.
Speaking of these, we're getting people to sign these and we're selling them, but you know what's on the bottom of all of them? Not for educational purposes. This is not an accurate representation of reality whatsoever, and it's actually admitted by the people that produce them, manufacture them.
You wouldn't use these for navigation, no. You wouldn't never use them up then. No, you wouldn't use them for navigation, but because the detail is too small. I mean, you look at this here. You've got the UK there. How the hell could you use that for navigation?
No, sir. That's not why they're not good. They're not accurate. They're admittedly disproportionate.
What these say. When I look at this and I look at the longitudinal lines on here, they match up.
Do you know why?
Go on.
Okay, well, I'll tell you why they match up. Because again, longitude and latitude are derivative of, meaning derived from the sky's movement. So they took the movement, then the sky, locations relative to their positioning throughout different times of the year with the sky, and then they reverse engineered a model assuming the globe Earth, and then mapped out the longitude and latitudinal lines with an assumed z-axis. So then to take the model mapped around it and say, it works. Of course it works. It was made after the fact, reverse engineering, derivative of the sky cyclical nature. So this is a presupposition. This is a begging the question fallacy.
But if all navigational charts, like I said, like this one, for instance, I can't open it because it's massive, but all these navigational charts correspond to what is on this globe. And like I've just said, if you lay all these charts out on the ground and you correspond all the longitudinal and latitudinal lines together so they are all touching, you will get that shape. That shape is the flat shape of a globe because, like I said, if you fold these back in, guess what you've got? You've got yourself the globe.
Is bending that piece of paper somehow giving me empirical evidence that the Earth's a ball, sir? Because they say 70% of it's water and water finds its level. We've measured the Earth. It's not a globe.
If this is accurate and you could successfully navigate around the globe with this.
That's flat, bro.
Yes, I know it is. And that's what it'll look like if you join them all together, which corresponds to this. And that's
because there's no such thing as a completely accurate map.
If you lay them all flat, they will all join up. When you get to the southern hemisphere, it will look like that.
Is the globe map accurate?
Is the what? As in the globe
map accurate?
The globe, you mean? Or the navigation?
Yeah, is the globe accurate? Is the land layout on the globe accurate?
It's an accurate representation of the Earth, but you wouldn't use it for navigation.
No. but I'm asking you a pointed question, right? Is the land layout on a globe accurate?
Yes.
It's objectively not, sir. It's not even close to being accurate. You can go to actualsize.com. It will show you the true sizes of the continents as you drag them over. So there's a disproportionate nature of land layout inherent with any map in the world, including
there is errors in all maps, but the errors isn't that bad that you can't navigate by it. That's what I'm saying. There is errors, but it still perfectly works fine for navigation. And
a flat map doesn't work? Is that what you're saying?
No, the flat map doesn't work. That's what I'm saying.
It does work. Okay, so this proves nothing. This goes in the basket of, works on both models. So
it doesn't work on both models because on the flat model, the Earth must look like that. It must do. It can only look 1/2. If
you know?
It must look like that.
Wait, do you know where the Earth ends? Where does the Earth end? We're not even allowed to go past the 60th south latitude. How can I accurate layout of proportionate land masses if I don't know the actual proximity of the Earth?
How do you mean we can't go past this?
It's illegal to privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude because all the world's major nations got together and said that it is, sir. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, in 2014...
You can book a trip to Antarctica now.
That is not what I said. I said freely and privately explore it, bro. Not like go on a tour because I called and got approved and paid $20,000 to go see one little section they showed me. That's a joke.
Yeah, I mean, for a start off, it's very cold. It would be a very dangerous place just to turn up on a whim and start wandering about.
Bro, I can climb Mount Everest.
It's also one of the last places on the Earth that has been virtually untouched by man. So no, they don't want thousands of people just mocking, turning up there. But you can go past. Well, for a start off, each year, I think it's done each year. They do a race round the Antarctic.
Yeah, sailboats. Yeah, I know all about them. I've done the math on all of them. Have you looked into it?
So where are they going then? The route? So where I have seen the route. Yeah,
the route doesn't go around an ice cap, bro. It comes down and comes back up north. So that's non sequitur to proving the Earth's a ball. So we can try again. It's illegal to privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude. It's called the Antarctic Treaty, and subsequent legislation has been signed. What?
That, if you look at the picture, that is the route that they take.
Okay. Have you seen it mapped out on a flat projection with the northern continent above it? The actual route mapped out. Have you seen it? It comes down and pops back up north. So we can't verify that little ice cap, bro. You're asking me to believe stories, dude. I don't believe stories, man. I want empirical evidence. I thought this was where we were getting evidence for the first time. We haven't gotten any. We've gotten stories of how that the route actually goes around an ice cap.
The evidence I presented, my argument basically is, and the evidence I've got, is that if navigational charts work, which they do, we all know navigational charts work. People use thousands of times each day.
For thousands and thousands of years.
Right.
Okay, well, everyone knew the Earth was a geocentric station.
Hang on. No, the navigational chart that I'm talking about hasn't been used for thousands of years.
Is it more accurate than the old ones?
I'm talking about navigational charts which have longitude and latitude lines on them.
So do the old ones.
They correspond with what the globe model is.
But the old ones had it too, and they
work. If these work, and they're proven to work, and if you laid them all out flat, that is what it would look like. Now,
why do you keep saying that?
Both agree, because that's what it would look like. If you laid them all out flat, so all the longitude and latitude lines join up, that is the only shape that you are going to get. If you
But you don't know the true proximity of the land masses, bro. We can't privately explore the Earth.
Basically, like I've just said, if you lay all these maps out, that is the shape that you will get. And that.
Why do you just keep saying that, bro? You're just saying that.
I don't understand how you cannot see that is correct.
It's a baseless assertion.
You can buy all these navigational maps. You can look and you can go and get all these navigational maps and join them up and find out yourself. They all join up and they all marry up with this.
So for one, are you saying that we know for a 100% proportionate land layout and the proximity of the entire Earth so that we can make some type of depiction of it from an orthographic view? Or are you just making baseless assertions, skating past the fact that I can't privately explore that area, bro? So you have to know the whole Earth to be able to project.
Just because you can't privately explore Antarctica, I don't see how that's relevant.
I don't blindly believe the government.
It's one part on the Earth that is undisturbed by man. and they would like to keep it that way.
Yeah, so for thousands of years, for all recordable histories, humans have fought over every square inch of land, every resource they can get their hands on, every village they can rape and pillage for every single type of power motive in the world. But when it comes to a huge land mass with tons of resources that are completely untapped, not one of the world's superpowers decided to go try to take it over. They've all agreed to put all their sides or all their differences aside, even though they hate each other and are supposedly geopolitical adversaries, and then agree to not let any of us little peasants go privately explore because, well, they can tell us what the earth is. We shouldn't be able to verify it for ourselves. I don't blindly believe the government, bro. They set up wars and admit that they fake false flag attacks. I don't trust the government, bro. We need empirical evidence.
Right, okay. Do you want to move on to something else then, apart from the
Sure.
navigational charts?
Because navigational charts have been used for thousands of years, sir, and everyone knew the earth was flat, and it uses the North Star, which has stayed in the center for all recordable history. And you brought up Aristophanes,
charts,
too.
like I say, that's the shape you get, which turns out to be a globe.
Okay, no, it doesn't. That globe means nothing. So Aristophanes, you brought that up in your first. Do you actually think Aristophanes is sufficient empirical evidence that the Earth's a ball that defies physics?
No, I mean, some people don't actually believe that Aristophanes did it. I just use that as an example, as in the asking of a question. So whether he asked the question or somebody else asked that question, it doesn't matter. The question was asked.
So you agree Aristophanes is just some fairy tale people made up to push the pseudoscientific Jesuit religion that says that we're spinning in a vacuum?
Who actually did it, I think, is irrelevant. The question was asked of why do you get shadows in one area?
He didn't even do it.
Well, if he didn't do it, somebody else did it. The question
Who did it?
Asked. The question is why at a certain time of the year do you get shadows in one place and you don't get shadows in another place? Or if you're in one part of the globe or the Earth and you move to another point, at the same time, shadows will be different between them two different points.
They would be different on a flat Earth too, sir.
That's what?
They would be different on a flat Earth too.
Yeah, I know what you're going to say, if the sun is closer. Yeah.
So I said in my preface, if you just presuppose the Earth's a magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics, that isn't evidence of it.
The hypothesis that I mentioned is that he assumed that the Earth was a globe, and then he put it to the test by going through what I've just said, by having longitude, latitudinal lines, mapping out the globe, putting it onto navigational charts. Then navigational charts fit with the globe. The navigational charts are successful, they work, therefore the shape of the Earth must be the globe, or it's a starship.
Bro, what in the world kind of logic was that, bro? You just ran off the railroad tracks there.
No,
Aristophanes, can I respond, sir? Hey, can I respond?
Go on.
Aristophanes wasn't even a real person for all I know. There's no primary documentation of this at all. There's not even primary documentation. You're telling me a fairy tale, sir. And then you keep on saying, but he did this and it proved it was a globe. But it's literally a fairy tale. Then when I pressed you on that, it doesn't matter if he did it, someone else did it. He assumed a distant sun and parallel rays.
It doesn't matter who did it. It's whether the question was asked, and the question has been asked. We all asked that question. We've then built up a model on the globe. We've mapped it out. We've developed navigational charts which follow the globe, and they worked. They work.
So navigational charts were here already, bro.
Don't worry. I love your guys' enthusiasm, but just to get to hear the rest from Paul, I think Paul was maybe mid-thought. If you had any more you were adding to that, Paul.
No, it's the same thing. I think we might as well move on to something else because he's not going to accept the navigational charts. Like I say, I'll just end it by saying if navigational charts work, if you lay them navigational charts out onto the ground and join them all together, that is the shape that you've got, which is basically a two-dimensional representation of a 3D object, which is the globe. Join them that way, it ends up being the globe again.
Sir, I'm really trying not to be disrespectful, but I don't care about your origami, bro. Like, it means nothing. So we need empirical evidence. Dude, navigation using the celestial alignment of the cyclical nature of the stars has been going on for thousands of years. Polaris has been in the center the whole time. You claim we're spinning and revolving, shooting 500,000 miles per hour around the sun through space while the galaxy shoots 1.3 billion miles an hour.
I was actually just claiming. I came on here basically to argue about the shape of the Earth, not what the Earth's doing or whether it's rotating. But if we want to go down that route, you can do so.
Well, you keep saying there's a globe.
We're rotating. We're rotating. So
yeah, for you to have gravity, it has to be spinning. So you can't have your globe Earth fairy tale that defies physics without it spinning, because it creates the centripetal or centrifugal, which they changed their mind because they're pseudoscientific psychopaths, based on the attraction of mass particles relative to the center of mass. And its movement is what causes the gravitational resultant of the bending and warping of fabric to concepts, which is a reification fallacy. So you have to be spinning, my man. That's what your model says. That's why the stars look like they move. So that's it. There's no pick and choose here. But we can get right to the heart of the issue if you want to. The Earth isn't curving, dude. I mean, I've been testing it all over the coast for like the last 3 weeks. There's no curvature anywhere. So
why do you think you would see curvature from actually with you being stood on the Earth? Why would you see curvature?
Because
the size of you to the size of the Earth, you're not going to see curvature.
That's inaccurate, bro, because it's geometry, right? So they didn't just claim the Earth's the magic spinning cartoon ball that defies physics and that you came from nothing. They actually claimed a specific size. They claimed dimensions. They claimed a radius value. They claimed a circumference value. Do you know what the claimed radius is?
About 3,900 miles, something along
that. Yeah, 3959. So based on that, which is, of course, the distance from the center to the edge, right? The circumference of a circle or a ball. Right, center to edge. So that's the maximum extension of the Earth's dimensions. So it has to curve at a certain rate. And that's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that means at 1 foot, the square root of 1 is 1. I should see the Earth curving from 1 foot off the ground at 1.2 miles away. Well, we have an observation off the coast of Cali, 1 foot off the ground. The horizon's over 10 miles away. So the radius value would have to be over 250,000 miles. They claim it's under 4,000. It's not even
because
close.
on the Earth, you obviously are aware that we do have a thing called refraction. So things can be refracted back up into view.
So you're saying that was a result of refraction?
Yes.
Okay.
And I take it you will do you not agree that refraction takes place?
No, refractions obviously takes place. That's the only reason that we have the phenomena of the horizon.
So then I wouldn't use that as an argument for the globe, because depending on the globe or whether the Earth is actually flat, because refraction occurs. So some days you might only see 4 or 5 miles, some days you might see 9 miles, some days you might see less than that. It's going to vary each day depending on the conditions of the weather. So
welcome to flat Earth, bro.
So you can't use that as an argument for...
That's a flat Earth argument. You just made a flat Earth argument. See, this is the difference. I know that...
I wouldn't use that as an argument for either.
But you're wrong, because I know that the horizon is just an apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground. It's an optical effect based on observer height, atmospheric conditions, etc. It's not a real place. It constantly moves. It's an optical effect. But in your globe Earth religion, it has to be a real place. It's a tangible physical obstruction of convexity of terra firma, or Earth curvature. Totally different. You have a physical, tangible place that has to stay there based on the radius value. I know that the horizon constantly moves throughout the day.
So what you're saying is there must be a geometric horizon.
Yeah.
Yes, I will agree. There must be a geometric horizon. But
where's it at, bro?
It's not the horizon, but the distance is going to change depending on the atmospheric conditions.
Only on a flat Earth. Only on a flat Earth, though.
Why would that change only on a flat Earth and not on a globe Earth?
Because on a globe Earth, there's a physical, tangible location, a convexity rate of terra firma that does not change, right? So based on atmospheric conditions, right, you can have terrestrial refraction that brings it closer to you. It cannot extend it, and it cannot lift it up and bring it behind oil rigs 10 miles away, because looming, an optical effect that's resultant of refraction that we do know about and have quantified quite thoroughly, is actually relative to the horizon. It's an object relative to the horizon. The horizon cannot loom relative to the horizon. That is retarded. So like the main problem here is you're saying, yeah, there has to be a geometric horizon. We just never see it. Is that do we ever see the geometric horizon? Because if not, how do we know it's there, bro?
If we got rid of the atmosphere, yes, you would be able to. With it, if we lived on the planet with no atmosphere, yes, you would be able to see it.
Okay, but that's just
atmospheric refraction. It moves.
Okay, and if we were able to go fly at 3,000 meters without any intervention from a plane, Superman would come visit us. Like, it doesn't, dude, you're just telling me a story. If we had no atmosphere, you mean if we died? So we live on Earth with atmosphere, bro. And so you're just making your claim unfalsifiable, which goes against your
atmospheric refraction. So because we live on the Earth with an atmosphere, we do experience atmospheric refraction. Okay. So the apparent horizon that you're looking at is going to change depending on what the refraction rate is for that day.
Okay. It's called terrestrial refraction. If you're saying that the geometric horizon optically moved over 10 times too far,
the geometric horizon doesn't move. The apparent horizon that you're looking at moves.
Well, apparent horizon's redundant. That's all we ever see. You're claiming geometric horizon, but we never see it. So we're just supposed to believe you. And you're making your claim unfalsifiable. But you said in your own PowerPoint that science and any type of empirical claims must be falsifiable. But you just made your claim unfalsifiable.
How have I made it unfalsifiable?
You said if there's no atmosphere on Earth, you'd see it.
Yes, you would do. But
That's
because
making your claim
because we live on the Earth with an atmosphere, you're always going to experience, no matter what time of day it is, some sort of atmospheric refraction.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro. That's my point. We know that. But you claim there's a physical curve that we're spinning on. So, like, we're trying to get to that point. Where is the curve, dude? Like, is the horizon physical or is it just apparent?
To you as the observer, it will be apparent because depending on refraction.
Okay. So do you agree that if you're claiming that the horizon was extended back 10 times too far optically, then that would be terrestrial refraction, right?
Yeah, it isn't going to be a lot of refraction because 1 degree on the Earth is 16 nautical miles or 69 miles. So 1 degree of curvature is only 69 miles away. So to refract something up over the horizon of 9 miles is only a very small percentage of curvature. It's not even half a degree of curvature that you're looking over.
Degree, what does it matter? It's like plenty of feet that should be blocking your view.
It doesn't matter about it doesn't matter about the feet. It doesn't matter about the distance. It matters about how many degrees of that curvature is being brought back.
How do you determine degree? How do you determine 1 degree? Oh, you have to know the Earth's dimension. So you're presupposing what you're claiming to prove right now. Once again, I'm telling you, that's all this is, bro. Every single quote unquote evidence is a presupposition of the globe. All of it. I've been researching it for 5 years, bro.
Yes, I'm obviously my argument is always going to presuppose that the globe exists. Yes.
Well, that's stupid, man. Because like, if that means you could be wrong.
If the globe does exist, if we do live on a globe, then 1 degree of refraction would actually, which isn't a lot, would be 69 miles. Now you're talking about this refraction that you've seen, which is 9 miles away. This oil rig that's 9 miles away, that has been refracted back up above the horizon so that you can see it. 9 miles in degrees, if we live on a globe Earth, is a fraction of a degree of refraction.
Okay, but all you did was reiterate your presupposition, bro. Like, what does that mean, man? Like, really be honest. You're just presupposing the model, telling me theoretically how it would work and how somehow we don't ever observe any physical empirical evidence of your physical empirical claims. You're claiming to empirically know and to physically know that the Earth's a ball with certain dimensions and a certain speed and within a certain type of fabric, yet you can't even substantiate that it's a curving surface. Like, I don't see how I'm on the unfounded position here. The only thing you have to rely on is NASA. The governments of the world. Like, that's all you have to rely on. When you fly your plane, you fly over a flat Earth, bro.
We believe that the Earth was a globe well before NASA came on the scene.
That's not true. Actually, a few decades before that was the first time it was even taught in the U.S. So it's like 100-year deception. Whenever you fly your plane, do you ever account for a curvature?
No.
Do you ever account for Coriolis or Earth spin?
No.
Do you ever see the Earth curving?
No.
So you see why we need some empirical evidence, man. I can't believe NASA, man. They brought Nazis.
I don't know why you think we would actually see, or why I would see curvature. When I'm flying, I'm only flying at roughly about 4,000 feet. That's all I'm flying. Above this globe here, 4,000 feet above that globe is literally going to be virtually touching it. So I'm not going to see curvature. I'm going to be literally right down here. If you look at the height of the International Space Station, I think it's something like about 240 miles-ish.
252.
To what?
252.
Right, so it's 252 miles up. That is going to be about that high. If it was flying around the equator, that's how high it is off the equator.
That's super high, bro.
That's not super high.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Because if I go up off of a surface that's curving in any and all directions around me, omnidirectional, yeah, it's going down and away from me. As I go up, I would see it go down and away from me and physically obstruct my view. This can be replicated 1,000 different ways. But when it comes to this globe Earth that defies physics, brought to you by Jesuit priests, apparently everything changes and we don't see the Earth curving as we go up above a ball that bends down away from us. That makes no sense. We would objectively see.
You would need to be far away, a lot further away than that to see a distinct curve. I mean, I've never been up into the International Space Station. You might be able to see.
No one else has either, bro. You're not alone.
No one's been there, haven't they?
No, not at all. They have glitches and VRs and what, like, you know how many people have even claimed to go past low Earth orbit in the history of mankind? 24 people. Do you think that 24 people could lie?
Yes.
Of course. Especially when they're compartmentalized on a need to know basis in the military, right? That's what the military does. It's called need to know. So
yeah, people could lie, and you're right. These people could be lying, but to get the rest of the world to lie along with them, there's not just the NASA as a space station. There's all these other space agencies. You've got Russia. They must know. They've sent people into space, so they must know what the shape of the Earth is.
Is it possible Russia's government lies?
Yes, but are they going to collaborate with the USA? What about China? They've got a space agency. They're all lying as well. So all these governments don't get along, but for some reason they're all deciding to lie over the shape of the Earth.
Well, they told you they didn't get along and that they all live on this magic spinning ball that defies physics, but they seem to all get along enough to say that we can't privately explore past the 60th south latitude. They seem to all put their differences aside for that.
You can go past there. You just can't turn up willy-nilly and just decide to turn up there. You can arrange a trip to go there. You
can't bring mechanical equipment, water supply, fuel supply. If you can be arrested without due process, they can search and seize any vessel. I'll send you the 2014 legislation from the U.S. You don't get due process. They can search and seize anything. If you try to warn someone that they're going to seize them, you can get arrested.
I've got
That's from 1950s, yeah?
No, that is from 2016.
Well, okay. Okay. Not the original NRA treaty. What about it?
I'm just saying, I've got the copy of it.
Oh, well, 2014, the U.S. legislation tells you that you can't go, bro, that they'll seize you. And my question is, dude, why? Because you do agree that if there's a ball, it'd be really easy to prove it, right? We just come up over the other end of the ball.
Is that actually written in the treaty then, is it?
No. What I said in a 2014 subsequent legislation. So it's like the U.S. just adds rules to it on throughout the years. And I can send it to you. But the NRA Treaty says, yes, this adheres to all land or water beyond 60th south latitude, including the ice shelves, and that you can be intercepted. And then they come with all kinds of nonsense reasons to save the penguins because no humans touched it. We could melt the ice because of global warming, which is another.
It's not to save the penguins. It's to basically, like I've said, Antarctica is one of the last untouched places on Earth, and we want to keep it that way.
So you think it's just a coincidence that the one thing that could definitively prove the Earth was a ball was circumnavigated north to south over a south pole, but we're not allowed to do it? You think it's just a coincidence that all of the world's nations have
according
conspired?
to that sailing race, they do go around it.
No, they are allowed to go on a predetermined, approved route where they come down south and go back north. I know their route photographically. I've had this conversation so many times. They do not go over an ice cap on the bottom of the ball.
They don't go over it. They go around it.
They say they go around it and they go down south and go back up north, and you can see the literal route projected based relative to South America right above it. So that's what you have to see, the full map and where they go, not just a picture of an ice cap presupposing there's a ball with a circle drawn around it. That means nothing. They go down south and they come back up north. It's very provable. They release their route openly. So their own website shows you that they go south and back up north. So, dude, the thing is, man, the Earth has to be curving, bro. They say the Earth's 70% water. How is the water bending all over the Earth, but we never see it anywhere, bro? I don't get it.
That's gravity, but you don't agree with gravity.
Do you know why?
Go on. Why you don't agree with gravity? No, I don't know why you don't.
Yeah, well, the theory of relativity, which is what superseded 1915 Newtonian physics, right? It's just a reification fallacy. It's pseudoscience. It claims that space and time have physical properties of bending and warping and dilating, right? Those are physical properties. But space is a concept. Conceptual privation is the idea of an area void of material. And then we attribute dimensions, descriptives, dimensions to it, which is also conceptual. And then we have time, the conceptual quantification of passing, derivative of the sky and its motion, and then the sun and the moon and their motions. So we've come up with numbers to quantify passing. Those are all concepts. Literally, those are both concepts, literally. So how can concepts have physical properties of bending and warping and dilating? They cannot. That's called a reification fallacy. So it's inadmissible on its face. So yeah, I don't believe in pseudoscience, bro.
Do you agree that if you drop something, it falls down?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
typically no, not a balloon.
What you just said.
That's
what I mean by gravity.
What if I drop a helium balloon?
Sorry?
What about when I drop a helium balloon?
Yeah, that will go up.
So then not everything goes
it's
down.
lighter than air.
Okay.
No, there's still gravity affecting it. The gravity will slow its ascent because of gravity, but it will still go up.
How can you say slowest descent unless you have a parameter or a standard to compare it to its original speed, which you do not? This is just another baseless assertion. So not everything goes down, but yeah, things equilibrium, they're inherently electrostatic, and density is the primary causal agent. It has nothing to do with the magic fabric that bends and warps of concepts. So yeah, things go down, they seek equilibrium. It's natural law. Pressure mediation.
So if things go down because they're just seeking equal, well, I mean, if that's what you want to call why things go down, you call it that. I'll just call it gravity.
Well, it's not why do things?
As long as we both experience the same experience, that's all that matters. What you call it is irrelevant.
Well, no, but see, gravity claims all this nonsense relative to the center of the pseudoscientific fairy tale ball, where people think that now they came from rocks and then they don't know the creator's real. So it's not just like, whatever. We got to figure this out. So it's not adding up. Are you not seeing my point?
Not at all, no.
Okay. Let's do this. So if the Earth is actually a ball that spins around in a vacuum, and we have 14.7 psi at the surface, do you agree that there would have to be something that contains that pressure?
So, to some extent, yes, something is holding that pressure there, yes.
Right. And you would say that's gravity, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to point out one of the millions of things wrong with gravity. I already told you very specifically what was wrong with it. It's a reification fallacy. It doesn't even hold intellectual viability. But so if I take gas out of a container and take off the top of it on the surface level, which is closest to the center of mass, which means gravity is the strongest there, and gas will seek equilibrium instantaneously, omnidirectional, infinite vectors, bam, everywhere, where gravity is the strongest. Am I supposed to believe that if I go hundreds of miles above the surface of the Earth, where gravity is way weaker because it's much further away from the center of mass, all of a sudden it's going to be able to prevent the natural law of seeking equilibrium of those gas particles, even though it's weaker, and didn't do it where it was stronger?
So how would you explain the fact that the higher you go, the less pressure we have?
Well, there is a plethora of potential answers there, but really what you just did is non sequitur, right? So that's a red herring, because you're asking about delta X and we're asking about X, the antecedent relationship of gas pressure, not like the quality of it, or more so the quantitative nature of it, right? But it doesn't matter. I can answer you. So the necessary antecedent to gas pressure is physical containment. So we have a physical container that has pressure. And then we have a dissipation of gas relative to many things. One of the primary things is that gas is constantly being cycled predominantly at the surface level, because we have almost really all vegetation on the surface, and humans and animals inhabit the surface. And so there's a cycle of gas, and it's constantly going at the surface level. You can actually replicate this with the vacuum chamber, putting it in gas at the bottom, they'll have a higher concentration. In addition, there's electrostatics. We'd have to actually know the nature of the firmament and its electromagnetic nature. And then we have the sun and the moon, which would play a factor. Then we have temperature changes. So heat transfer would actually affect the dissipation of gas as well. So really there's a variance, and really I could get more technical, right? Like what people spiral about this stuff, but there's an ether and it has a vortexual movement around it. And every single thing that we perceive in the material world is relative to that, and the pressure mediated from the center. So really falsification is independent of replacement, but I gave you plenty of speculations there, but I don't claim those definitively. That's what the Globe Earth does, just makes up fairy tales and claims they're reality. I don't know, sir, but I do know that what they claimed is impossible.
Right, I'll try and address that. If basically what you're saying is to have gas pressure, it must be in a container, correct?
Correct.
Basically pressing against all sides.
Yep.
I've got gas container. Mm-hmm. So the pressure in that is pushing on all the sides. Agreed? And that's what's giving that pressure.
That's correct.
If I was to release this, obviously this pressure would then shoot out into the atmosphere. Mm-hmm. When we look at the globe, or let's say the flat Earth, if there's a dome over the top of it, we, like you said, we experience atmospheric pressure on the Earth. If we live on a flat plane and we've got a dome over it, then the pressure at the bottom should be the same as the pressure on the top. Just as the same as it is on here. Why would we have a pressure gradient? And also within that system, you must agree that we've got low pressure and high pressure weather systems. So you can have low pressure and high pressure alongside each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And what happens? The low pressure system migrates to the high pressure system, or the high pressure system migrates to the
low pressure system.
Every single time. Every single time.
So why doesn't the high pressure then go up?
Because it's relative to the positioning of the low pressure system. So its directionality is relative to the low pressure system, where it has.
If you're arguing to have gas pressure it must be in a container so that the gas pressure is pushing on all sides of that container, causing the pressure.
That is the definition.
How does that work if you've got a pressure gradient where if you go higher and higher and higher, you get to almost zero pressure at the top and you still haven't touched the dome yet?
Okay. Yeah. So effectively, what you get to do is not answer.
Even on your model, the pressure you've got at the surface must be coming from somewhere. Now, at the top of that pressure, it's not pushing against anything because there's virtually nothing there by the time you've got to this dome, if there is a dome there. What is causing that pressure?
Gradient or the pressure? Because the only way you can have pressure is with a container. We just covered that, man. It's the definition of it. And you just went. So basically, what you're doing right now.
Yes, but the higher you go, you've got less
pressure.
pressure.
Your hand wave
you've still got less
burden.
pressure. The higher you go, you've still got less pressure.
But less pressure is still pressure, dude. It's still, you still have pressure. The question is, how do you have the pressure? What's the antecedent relationship of pressure? You're trying to skip over that hand wave dismiss your own burden of proof and then ask me a non sequitur about the gradient, right? Which is a qualitative relationship of the gas. But we're asking, how do you even have the gas pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum?
You was trying to match up the atmospheric pressure to the same pressure that's inside a container, but the models aren't both the same. If you've got gas pressure in a container, you've got equal pressure throughout the whole of that container. But in what we experience on the Earth, within the atmosphere, we've got different pressures depending on altitude and also depending on weather conditions. That doesn't match the container pressures that you originally talked about. The two don't match.
Okay, so basically what you're trying to say is that it would all equalize if the Earth was contained. Once again, and I think this may be the dead end here, I'll reiterate it. Your hand wave dismissing your burden of proof, which is the necessary antecedent to gas pressure. You claim that there's a gas pressure system adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. Of course, we can't even replicate that on Earth. You have the burden of proof.
No, it's a gradient. It's not a pressure system next to a vacuum. What you've got is a pressure gradient which gets less and less and less the higher you go until you get to almost a perfect vacuum.
Okay, at any point, what gradient?
High pressure next to a vacuum.
A what gradient? What type of gradient?
A pressure gradient.
Where did you get the pressure, man? What's the antecedent to pressure?
It gets less and less and less as you go up until you get to almost a perfect vacuum, and you still haven't reached that dome yet. So what is that pressure below that pushing on? You're saying to have gas pressure, it must be in a container which is pushing on all the sides. We do not experience that on Earth. Even if there is a dome, let's say there is a dome over the top of us, that top part of that dome is not creating the pressure below us, because the higher you go, that pressure gets less and less. So that dome's not doing anything at the top. You could open the dome at the top, and that gas pressure, atmospheric pressure, would not rush out.
How do you know what's going on at the top, man? You're just saying things. We can't go that high. Do you believe Am I supposed to believe NASA for your point again, bro? Like, we can't go 252 miles where they claim all these readings of damn near no pressure, but it doesn't really matter because there's still pressure. And so you're still whistling past the graveyard.
You must have seen the Mage flight that was done by Mr. Sensible, where he sent up a weather balloon with the cameras on, and which was also reading barometric pressure, which got to almost zero pressure. I can't remember.
Almost?
Yes.
Well, that doesn't help you.
Even space isn't zero. If they don't claim that space is a perfect vacuum, so there's still some pressure in space.
There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. It's conceptual because there's at least a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter in your fairy tale. But that means nothing. That's not my point.
All it is just a pressure gradient just going further and further up.
The differential is drastic, sir. It's called entropy. Entropy will increase. It's a natural law. You're making a claim antithetical to natural law. You can't even provide empirical practical demonstration on the Earth that I can go verify could even possibly happen. And then you're telling me, no, I don't have to answer how we have the pressure because we have a gradient. And if you can't answer exactly how we have it, even though we won't let you go up there and try to figure out what's up there for yourself because we control you.
I've answered why you just won't accept it. What the reason? The container is gravity.
Okay, and then I asked you.
The container is gravity.
Okay,
and with your model, right? You're saying that we have a container over the top of us. You've still got the same problem, that you've got different pressures next to each other. You've got high pressure at the bottom, and at the top of Mount Everest, you've got less pressure. Why isn't the higher pressure at the bottom rushing to the top of Mount Everest?
Well, once again, there's a plethora of reasons, predominantly electromagnetic phenomena within the vortexual movement of an
which basically that's just your word for gravity. That is just what you call gravity.
No, I don't claim that concept.
I call it gravity. You call it whatever you've just said.
No, because gravity claims that everything's relative to the center of mass of a magic pseudoscientific fairy tale ball that defies physics. I don't claim any of that nonsense. I don't have relative to center of mass. There's no pulling phenomena. It's none of that nonsense. Everything's inherently electrostatic, establishes equilibrium. Density is the primary causal agent. And if you don't have empirical evidence outside of that, you're just making claims. And so I asked you a question about
because you've got no evidence for that. What you've just said, you've got no evidence for that.
I have all empirical evidence that everything that exists is electrostatic until you can provide one thing that cannot transfer electrostatic charge.
So what you're saying is due to the fact that everything is as electrostatic, it's attracted to each other. Them two masses.
No. Electrostatics don't solely attract. So
you're gonna have to educate me on this one because I've not heard this one before. How does the electrostatic model that you've just said work?
Yeah, it's just simple. Like the Earth's the dielectric plane, which is an electromagnetic field, which is the toroid, and the dielectric plane is where we live, right? And that's the only place that could sustain life. Everything's inherently electrostatic, more specifically dielectric. If you take a balloon, rub it on your head, stick it to the wall, it sticks there, right? So gravity is nowhere to be found, just like when butterflies fly away and bees fly through 50-mile-per-hour crosswind. Then eventually, the balloon loses its charge. It finds its equilibrium back on the dielectric plane. So this is what we can empirically validate. You're making additional claims, but you can't negate for electrostatics, which is known to be 10 to the 39th power stronger than even the claim of gravity. So you can't even isolate electrostatics.
So what you've just said there, then is if I was to get electrostatically charged, then would I weigh less?
Would you weigh less?
So if you just said if you rub a balloon on your head, it becomes electrostatically charged, so it will stick to something. So if I become electrostatically charged, will I start sticking to something?
Well, you'd have to define weight. And yeah, you could effectively levitate using magnetic levitation or quantum locking, which is inherently electrostatics, and this is provable also. Magnetic levitation, yeah. But you have to define weight. They say weight is mass time gravity, which is just mass is a reification of gravity quantifying matter, and gravity is again a reification fallacy. But weight's actually relative to vector, medium, coherency. It's not just a distance. It's not relative to just two masses, which is a fairy tale reifying gravity. So you have to define these terms, and weight is misdefined. But like my question still remains, bro. Like, am I missing something? If I take open a container of gas, dude, it's going to fill the available space at the surface where gravity is the strongest because it's closest to the center of mass. How can that not happen where it's weaker?
You just said there, gravity.
I'm from your worldview. Like from your worldview, gravity is the strongest, closest to center of mass because gravity is relative to center of mass, right? Actually, there's a gravity well that bends and warps and dilates relative to the center of mass that spins around, and then it creates a gravity well, and then everything basically falls down in towards the center of mass, free falling around it. That's what your religion says. And so if gravity is the strongest, closest to center of mass, and I let gas out at the surface closest to the center of mass that is attainable or accessible, and gravity doesn't do anything to the gas, it goes everywhere immediately like it always does. How could it stop it from doing that where it's way weaker, way higher above the earth? That makes no sense.
I didn't follow any of that, to be perfectly honest.
Fair enough. The gravity's strongest at the surface. It doesn't stop gas from filling available space. It couldn't do it way higher where it's weaker. It's a pseudoscientific fairy tale in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So just is what it is. I need empirical evidence, bro. I don't believe the government. They admit they lie to us, bro. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. You ask me, why would everyone lie? Why, like, all these people have to lie. Almost no one's lying, bro. Like the teachers don't believe, they believe the lie. They're not lying to children, bro. Like I don't have any beef with those people, but I don't have to like just blindly believe NASA because everyone else does. Like everyone used to think slavery was cool, bro. Like a building majority is stupid, right? We need empirical evidence. The government sucks. They lie all the time. People are wearing masks scared of air right now. So we know we need to regain a little bit of intellectual responsibility as people, I think, before it's too late.
The problem is though, you don't actually have a flat Earth model.
You're right, and because it would be intellectually
the flat Earth model. Once you start believing in the flat Earth, you go down all the different rabbit holes that you basically said there. You then stop believing in gravity. Gravity doesn't exist. You don't believe that we went to space. That's all a lie. You don't believe. Yeah. I don't know how you're going to make navigational work because you've got no navigational aid. Because on the navigating with the charts that we've got now, they do not fit with a flat model. They only, again, back to the same point, they only fit with a globe. They only fit with a globe.
You keep saying that.
How you make that fit your model.
But sir, if you rewatch the debate, I told you how. So navigation using celestial charts has happened for thousands of years. They use Cartesian coordinates, X and Z axis relative to the origination in the center. You add a Z axis, assuming sphericity, then you take the points of longitude and latitude derivative of the cyclical nature of the sky, which they've been using for thousands of years before assuming the Earth was a ball. And then you reverse engineer a theoretical model with the Z axis based on the movement of the sky. Then, touting the efficacy of the reverse engineered model is lunacy.
You could design a navigational charts that would work on that model that you've just said. I totally agree, but there would have to be different charts to what we've got now, because like I've just explained here, the longitudinal lines get narrower the further south you go, and they get narrower the further north you go. Yeah. And that would not work on a flat plane. It will not work. You'll get distortion.
Wait. So you would have to go all the way to the south to verify your claim you just made, right? Or all the way to the north. Oh, too bad you can't legally do either of those. So, bro, it's simple, man. Like you're telling me the right story.
You're saying we can't. But
I've already researched the stories. They're not true, sir. They're dumb. They're dumb. They're lies. They lie.
I've not heard that one before, though. So we can't go north now as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not very easy to go to the North Pole. You can't fly within 500 miles of each direction. You can't just fly over the North Pole. You can't just go there. I'm actually the kind of person that wants to know the truth, right? So I was wanting to go. But you are looking into Greenland, bro. It's not like you can just waltz up in Greenland. That's not how it works at all. And you can't get to the North Pole, bro. You can't just show up there. But now you can go Google and see some composited bodies of water, and that must mean there's nothing there. And it's too dangerous. I can climb Mount Everest, bro. I can climb Mount Everest. You think the government's trying to save me? I can climb Mount Everest, bro. But they won't let me go explore the world that they're not lying about. That makes no sense.
I had a friend that went to Greenland 2 years ago.
Yeah, but did he go all the way through Greenland, all the way up to the north, and then head to the North Pole? Of course not. No one does.
No.
I mean, we've been lied to about the Earth, sir. Like, I didn't lie. You didn't lie, right? Like, we're on the same team. So I'm just going out there. I mean, I had to lose a good job offer just to tell people the Earth's flat, bro. Like, trust me, I have no motivation to do this. It's just the truth. And it changes everything, man. The Earth is the center of everything. So it had to be put here, which means you were put here, which means you're special and there's a creator. So that's why I do this. And I need empirical evidence. I need empirical evidence to throw out all observable phenomena accessible to mankind, because
you don't seem to have any evidence to back up what you're saying.
I have all evidence.
All evidence that is presented to you. You just will not accept any of it.
No. Okay. How about this? Does water find its level?
Yes.
Does it always find its level?
Yes.
Okay, so water always finds its level. Does water conform to its container?
Yes.
Okay, so water always conforms to its container and finds its level, but yet level means curved in this one scenario, that is the Earth being a ball, 70% of the surface is covered in water. It bends convexly, adhering to the exterior of a spinning object in a vacuum.
We can't show you that it could happen, but I promise. The water conforms to the shape of the Earth and it's level to the Earth.
Wait, how is this level?
Level doesn't necessarily mean straight.
So level doesn't mean level?
No, it doesn't necessarily mean straight. It can be level. Right. If you've got
equal
something
height.
that goes around this globe, it can be level all the way around.
No, that's wrong, sir. Level means equal height.
From the surface, yes.
Yeah, level. So
if it's on a globe, it would be equal height around that globe.
Is that the end of the recording?
Hey, no, sorry, I turned it off. We have new people that wanted to talk. So thought maybe Witsit could, since he's here, he can do a live presentation.
I'll leave it to him then.
Okay. Yeah. Level doesn't mean curved. That's dumb. Dun dun dun.
Can I ask you a question, Witsit?
Sure.
Do you have to practice keeping a straight face when you listen to these like weak rebuttals, or is this just like? How do you feel when you get a really, really weak response and they think it's like a really strong response? And like, how do you control yourself, basically?
I don't know. I think I've actually just become desensitized to being surprised. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's like the only constant is change in a way. It's like you know that you're going to have a dumb response, you just don't know what it is yet, kind of thing.
Yes.
It's
okay.
Good morning, guys. It's crazy. It's crazy because the one thing that I can accept, well, I can understand what, like, how they think that it's okay, is when they say level means level around the surface of the earth. So that's just begging the question. But if it was a globe, then that would be what it means. That's fine. But that's nothing we can verify because it's begging the question. So we can't confirm nor deny. We can just say, well, okay. But the one thing that we can verify, when you said water has to be contained, it seeks its level and it's contained right there. There's no instance in which you can have containment be the outside of a surface. That's just nothing. That's the opposite of what we experience. That's something that we can just say, no, that's bullshit. You need a container, and the last time I checked, the outside of a ball is most definitely not a container. Neither is gravity, because entropy exists.
I've got another question for you, actually. I had a debate with Bev Try Thinking, if you know who that is.
You did?
You there?
You talking to me or with it?
No, Witsit. I think I know what you think about this. Maybe you can answer this as well, Elijah. Witsit, you there?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I had a not really a debate. I mean, I was talking to Bev Try Thinking, who was a member in the server a while ago. I don't know if you know who he is.
No.
Okay. He calls himself a level earther, so he's I don't know if that's the same, probably close enough. But I remember having this conversation with him saying basically stop using the word level and start using the word flat for water. And the reason I said that was because they'd already changed the dictionary definition. And if you must have noticed that the dictionary definition has changed for level, like last year. So if you go into like Merriam-Webster or whatever, like one of the examples of level is, the globe Earth and how water can be level around the curve, right? So they're obviously changing the institutions. But I remember saying to him, like, just use the word flat because like level, they've already kind of sodomized the word level, and for me the word flat's a better use. I don't know what you guys think about that. If you think that's kind of seeding ground, or if you think that's more pragmatic, like what do you guys?
No, I think it's better to do that.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm getting a coffee.
No, yeah, I think it's perfectly fine to point out why, because normies are going to find it. So it makes sense to address it out in the open instead of no, it's not, because they already have a cognitive bias anyway.
Maybe I wasn't clear with my question. What I mean is, when Witsit was debating that other guy, I was just listening to the debate, and he says, "Is water level?" And the guy goes, "Yeah." Right. What you mean by level and what he means by level don't be the same. So, is it better to use the word flat because, I mean, presumably there's going to be no disagreement between globe earthers and flat earthers what flat means. Although who knows? Maybe they'll sodomize that word too.
No, yeah, like something I heard Tim say today. A regular flat plane. That's perfectly fine. I go with plane or level plane.
But I'm
I
talking
just I just can't keep it level by itself.
I'm
You
talking
you mean
specifically
with
about
water?
yeah.
Hmm.
What
Yeah.
yeah what
Yeah.
what do you
Well, there's the problem is, of course, that like as it pertains to actual life and practical use, like you establish level assuming flat. So
yeah for
you know
sure
what I'm
for sure
saying? Like it levels equal height, bending around the ball. Like, okay, when I build a house, I don't build level established to a relative center of mass of a sphere. You know, you establish level as flat, you know.
yeah of course I understand that. What I'm saying is like they have all these stupid semantic tricks like they'll deliberately interchange fluid and liquid, right? And they'll hope you don't notice, right? And then they'll talk about fluid dynamics, and you're like, hold on, are we talking about liquids or gases now? And you've always got to kind of pick them up on these dumb little tricks that they play. And using level and flat interchangeably like we do, which is appropriate, is something that they would see as interchanging different terms. And I feel like we have to kind of nail them on it. Just from a pragmatic point of view.
Excuse me, Crypto. We got a new guy in here named Sheena.
Yeah, you guys go ahead. I'll
Yeah.
Alright.
Hello, Sheena. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I want to welcome Dev. Dev is want to debate us. Dev, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, can I ask you a few questions to get
Sure.
to get where you are at, right? At this part. So the first question will be, who and how has the curvature of Earth ever been measured, Dave? And I don't know is a good answer, right? Then we can move on.
Well, I mean, this has been going on for a long time, like mapping of the world. Like, was it James Cook the first one to circumnavigate the globe?
So he measured the curvature of Earth. James Cook?
I'm not saying the curvature of Earth, but he went around the globe.
So you don't have a person or a method which by they measured the curvature of Earth. Is that correct?
Give me a moment.
Are you Googling this?
Yeah, it's not something that I've got memorized.
Well, I don't know is a good answer.
Well,
I don't know
there's
is
an
a good
article
answer.
here from Princeton. Here is a quick experiment designed to show that the Earth is round and to calculate its circumference. It's easy to do if you are in the right location. Unfortunately, in many
I'm not asking about calculation. I'm asking about measurements. So who and by which method was the curvature of Earth or the radius, right? Who has ever done that?
There's a 10-step like process in order to figure out the circumference of the Earth according to Princeton.
Yeah, it starts with a measurement, so give us that.
A measurement of what?
Curvature.
And what do you mean by that?
Curvature drop over distance, right? If the Earth is a globe with the radius of 3959, then from any point where you're standing, the Earth has to curve away from every point, right? I don't know is a good answer, Davinsky.
Did you even understand the question? Not really, no.
Okay, so imagine you standing on a basketball, right? And you have a friend standing next to you, and this friend is also an ant, and he's walking away from you. At a certain point, you wouldn't be able to see your friend because the physical ball is getting in the way between you and your friend, which is called curvature, right? So who and by which method was this measured?
I'm not sure. You tell me.
Okay. So next question, right? Rotation. Allegedly, the Earth is rotating on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour. Who and by which method was this rotation ever been measured?
Is the answer to all of these they haven't been measured, or
It's just to figure out where you're at this moment. And again, I don't know is a good answer, right? Perfectly fine.
But just because I don't know doesn't mean there's other people that do.
And it isn't about others, right? It's about you at this point.
It's like I don't know how vaccines work exactly, but I know they work because you can look at.
Wait, so this is the live stream, right? We have a strict policy that we're not talking about medicals. We're no medical talk on the live stream, okay? Servers have been shut down. Live streams have been shut down. The topic is flat Earth. So if you don't have a measurement of actual rotation by who or which method, it's all fine, right? We can move on.
Okay.
Last question. So they claim the Earth is hurling through space, right? This infinite vacuum, a medium where we allegedly can go to, right? But for this to be true, right, we need a demonstration of this actually being the case. So for this, we would ask you, can you give us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Well, thanks. The point of this exercise, right, is to get to know what your level at, right, and to make you understand that what you have is a belief system, right? You couldn't give any measurements of curvature. You couldn't give any measurements of actual rotation, and the fact that we need containment for gas pressure, which is a natural law, right? This is the way we observe reality. Gas pressure needs containment, right? And without the containment, the gas will fill the available volume, always.
I have heard like Cyman Dan talk about this. I forget what his argument was about the gas pressure containment.
Okay. So you believe Simon Dan has an argument which maybe makes sense, right? That's all fine, right? So the point is, the globe is a belief system. I told you in the VC check-in, everybody ever alive only experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. This is how the Earth presents itself to us, to every human being, right? So
I would disagree with that, though.
That is the base axiom.
Experience it as a globe because we get the change of seasons.
That is just looking. That is not. That is you begging the question of a globe Earth, and then saying, well, because of the fact the Earth is going around the sun, we have seasons, right?
Well, I mean, that would be experience in a globe if that is true.
That is you begging the question that the Earth is a sphere and is rotating around the sun, giving us seasons, right? But what you do experience, right? What is reality is that you see the sun, right, move above your head. That is what you observe. That is the base axiom. You don't see the Earth move. You don't feel it move. The only thing you see move, what you see is that the sun is moving, right? So then comes the question, if you see an airplane move across the sky, is it you that is moving or is it the airplane that is moving? And how can we figure that out?
Well, wouldn't that we're both moving in a way, but the aeroplane is moving relative to the Earth because it's inside our atmosphere. So the aeroplane is
which is a cool story, right? Which is a cool story.
Where's the barrier?
When you're talking about the sun, right? So of course an airplane moves, right? But the Earth doesn't move, or else you would have presented any measurements of actual rotation, right?
But there is like calculations that they can see that the Earth is spinning, but it's spinning within a containment of like the atmosphere as well. Like it's all doing the same thing.
In equal measure, I can calculate the Superman's superpowers.
Yeah, an atmosphere doesn't exist.
The spin doesn't exist.
Yeah,
Earth is stationary. To prove the spin, you need to come up with a device, like a speedometer, which you can find on cars. And that device tells you the speed you are traveling with when you drive your car.
I mean, you'd have to go out of the atmosphere and like get a radar gun and point it at the Earth, and then you'd see it spinning. But because we're in it, it doesn't. We don't feel it spin because it's relative.
Well, do you think the speedometer of the car is in the downtown of your city? And that's how your car tells you the speed you're driving with? Or that speedometer is actually attached to the car and it's moving with you when you drive the car?
Well, the speedometer is moving against the stationary, so I guess it picks up the wind speed. Or
what's stationary? What is stationary when you drive a car?
Well, the Earth, like, it feels stationary because we're in the atmosphere. We're in the atmosphere.
Well,
so,
again, yeah, you invoke a motion that you cannot feel, that you are moving, but actually our senses tells us exactly the opposite. When we are moving, we feel it. No matter what you
have a different
move with a car, an airplane, or a train, you feel when you start moving.
There's a different difference in drive time from a normal time. For example, I'm not going to bring any substances into this, but you notice when you drive sober versus, I mean, you have one drink and you know the time is different, right?
You went to cannabis.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. The time, the driving time is way. It seems so different when you hop in a car, than versus walking and biking.
But if you were to travel from point A to B and there was a spin, wouldn't it take you faster to get to where you're trying to go?
but the spin is within the atmosphere.
How you will prove?
The only way we can feel the spin is if we drink.
And how you will prove?
No, yeah. The thing is, you still haven't proved any rotation, so you can't say that because it's spinning. So you haven't. Nobody has ever measured the spin. Nobody has ever, like you said, got a speedometer outside. Listen, but I'm not done. Nobody has got a speedometer outside of what you said. The Earth is a globe, and tracked it. Otherwise, you would have provided that information. Nobody has ever done this. So, if all you have is your senses to say, and you see that you are not moving, you're stationary, and that's the way Earth presents itself, and all you see the things in the sky moving, what other axiom do you have?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Excuse me?
Was that a question at me or was that someone else?
Dev, who was it? The one that was saying that? Well, because the Earth is moving, but you haven't presented anything yet, have you?
Well, I mean, you can look. I just you go like you can have a look at the what is it? The space station. They have a live stream of Earth 24/7.
Incorrect.
Live stream?
Incorrect.
3D.
Have
How
you
is
looked
it
at this live
incorrect?
stream?
Yeah, I have.
You have. How long?
Uh-huh.
You know, according to them, they don't even have one live anymore, but they have like 3, 5, or 6 other feeds. If you go to YouTube itself, and they give you 3 different videos, and every 10 minutes, it goes out for 45 minutes or something like that.
Just saying it's not live.
And according to it's not live. And according to a mathematician, you shouldn't even see any curvature of the Earth at that height.
Yeah, we can stick a live sticker right on any screen, Devensky. It's not that hard to put it live.
And I think in NASA.gov themselves, I think they tell you that they don't no longer shoot a live.
But it's again your telescreen, right? Which you believe.
Well, it's not a telescreen. Right. It's like the academic consensus around there's no. Can you find me one university where it's like they're advocating for the Earth as a globe?
We can show you. We can show you water is not curving. We cannot show university.
No. It's not even that. You're going into a fallacy, my friend. It's a faulty logic. You're saying
it's not though because you're trying to say
it is. It's called.
You're trying to say it's not the appeal to authority because it's not an appeal to authority if it is a legitimate authority.
First of all, you said it is an appeal to authority and also an appeal to ad populum.
It's only an appeal to authority.
You say a university. University is a form of authority, isn't it?
He said if it's only an appeal to authority if it's not a valid authority. What?
It's like, okay, I'll give you an example.
It's a legitimate authority.
It's like, can you tell us which university?
Let me finish my point.
You said university. Which university proved the rotation, please?
I'll give you an example of a false appeal to authority.
Which university proved the rotation?
Well, you can look at the universities like the physics departments around the world and they'll tell you the same thing.
Can you tell me which university proved the rotation? I will be so glad to know.
I have to get in.
Let's come down. So are you saying if I know an league professor in the field of physics that says the Earth is flat, then your whole point is moot?
No, because that would just be picking out one individual. It'd be ignoring the consensus of professors.
Okay.
So you're appealing to consensus then?
You're appealing to selective people now, right? Selectively appealing to.
No, you're appealing to selective people by picking one. You're picking one dissenting person out of the consensus. Hang on, I just want to finish this point on an appeal to authority. It's like getting dietitian.
Can I make a appeal to water?
Go ahead, Crypto.
A moderator trying to speak.
Just dominate the floor with 3 or 4 of you. There's lots of people in here who would like to have their say as well. So please just step back when someone new, i.e. me, because I haven't spoken for 15 minutes, wants to say something. Let's have an open forum. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say something to Witsit, because this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. You know how they tried to sodomize the word level? What they're doing now is they're trying to sodomize logical fallacies, right? So appeal to authority, which used to mean you can't appeal to any authority. The reason being because evidence is what matters and not the opinion of an authority. They're now trying to, ironically, redefine it to mean that you can appeal to authorities as long as they're the right authorities.
It's always been like that. An appeal to false authority is what you're talking about. You can always appeal to relevant authorities that have their background in that. That's expertise.
Haven't finished.
Well, you're wrong. You're conflating 2 different things.
Yeah. Shut up. No, because the appeal to authority is what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about whatever shit you just made up, because appeal to a false authority would fall within an appeal to authority, which is the fallacy. Now, the irony
an appeal to authority is not
I didn't finish! The appeal to authority, which is what I was talking about, is ironically being changed by authorities to no longer be a logical fallacy. The reason being is because they don't want to provide you evidence; they want to provide you authorities. Unfortunately, that is fallacious, and you don't get it because they agree with you. I'm done.
I also want to point out that he switched the burden of proof there. So basically, he's asking us to find someone who will basically say what it is that we've stepped up to the plate and say. But we're just telling you what the evidence or lack thereof is. It's not a position, it's just what is.
Well,
So when you
you can appeal to authorities because the authorities have now told us you can do that.
But that's what I'm getting away from, because instead of talking about the fallacy, wasn't the question for him to answer for how he has no proof of rotation or Earth curve or whatever the case is? He said, "Well, show me someone who agrees with you." Why are we talking about what he wants to talk about? He hasn't done what we asked him to yet.
Yeah, at the end of the day,
It's already been confirmed. It's already been confirmed by like every fucking serious academic in the world that the Earth is round. And if you just want to go against that and find some dietitian, then yeah, that's an appeal to a false authority. If you want to find someone who's
Just let it go. Just let it go.
And I'm not even interested in asking him questions. I'm telling you that they make claims that are verifiably false.
the academic, the consensus academically.
When I say they, I'm talking about when I look up information about the nature of my world, there are claims that I can falsify. That's it.
And the question is, who's they?
I'm assuming you would be. I'm assuming that he would say, like what?
What can he falsify?
The radius.
Based on what?
Based on the claim that they make.
Because if I look up the radius of the Earth, I'll find like 100 different articles. .edu.au.
I'm answering your question, right? You don't have to talk through me, right? So when I say the radius is falsified, is because the horizon is a geometric consequence of the supposed radius. But it's not a geometric consequence because it's not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height away from you. That formula is not based on reality. So that's a claim that's a claim that's easily falsified.
The radius is just half the circumference, right?
Now,
so like anyone can go around the world and measure.
No, it's half the diameter.
Half the diameter.
But regardless, what you feel like anyone can do, I'm telling you already. After hearing that, yeah, it's been falsified. So your question should be, how so? What do you mean? Can you give me more detail? Because I don't think you're telling the truth. But you want to, I mean, I don't understand how people bicker and argue like women without trying to get down to a conclusion. That was a little sexist.
Yeah,
it's been concluded. Like,
yeah,
it's
come
been
on,
concluded
Elijah.
by basically anyone.
Okay, Kavinsky, get to a conclusion.
If you can find any serious,
you should say they
What's
want to
your
make it
next
like
question,
ballers,
Kavinsky?
man, like ballers.
if I type in radius of the Earth, I'll have 100 different .edu, .gov sites that come up telling me that. And that's not a false authority because these people are actually trained into knowing this. And then you can't expect everyone to see. You can't.
Because they're authority doesn't mean it's not.
Let me finish my point.
Hold on. Everyone else. No, everyone else. Hold on. Okay? Everyone else, hold on.
Sorry.
You, first of all, let me let you know, I'm the one muting you because you're not going to ramble on. If I want clarity from what you're saying, give it to me because that's reasonable. It's a reasonable thing for someone to say something that's unclear and the person that they're talking to wants clarity because that's the point of communication. So when you say, I can look up many EDUs, What is your point? Is your point that they all say we have a radius? Because I'm not arguing that. So just tell me your point, and then we can go from there.
Yes, they have an agreed upon radius that is universal across the fucking board.
Okay, that's been falsified.
But the problem is
something.
It hasn't been falsified.
they.
Well, I'm trying to get to the juice, man. But go ahead, Zach. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Yeah, go
So homeboy, listen. They all agree on the radius, which is 3,959 miles. Okay? But just because they all agree on it doesn't mean that they've actually proved it's true. And that's what Elijah means by falsify, is we have proven with laser tests and also long distance photography that you see past the radius value. So that's what they mean. Like, just because they say it's true doesn't mean it's true.
And
That's refraction, though.
hold on.
That's refraction.
Could I put a major point here? They don't agree. They say we assume.
Exactly.
Well, do you know what is suppressed technology or suppressed information? Do you know what?
Hold on. How is that relevant?
I really want to get this point out. I really want to get this point out. Right. I need to repeat.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it's just that the conversation's veering off, and this needs to be understood, needs to be hammered home. There is no such thing as an appeal to false authority. You
Yes, there is.
just made it up. No, there is not. You made it up. Doesn't exist. There is something called an appeal to authority. There is no such thing as appeal to a false authority. You made that up. The reason
Let me
that
address
doesn't
this.
The reason that doesn't exist is because you don't know what a false authority is until you've seen the evidence, right?
A false authority is someone who's not trained in that field, who's given advice. It's like Einstein giving a dietitian advice. He's a false authority.
You didn't finish. The point is, you don't know what the false authority is until you've seen the evidence, which is the point. That's why it's an appeal to authority fallacy. Is the evidence of
Somebody passed micing out. Sorry, I couldn't catch that.
authority fallacy doesn't exist objectively. Stop using it.
Well, can I use it, Crypto? I want to use it against him.
Well, no, it doesn't exist.
In this,
There's no point.
In this one special case, I want to use what he described as a false authority against him. So the authority, the actual authority, has said there's a geometric horizon that's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Is that in contention? No, because every video that you can find will basically stipulate that the reason that things like buildings, boats, whatever have you, are blocked from the bottom up is because of the geometric horizon. They then tell you how much is hidden behind this geometric horizon in full context. Doesn't matter how far back you go, that's all you'll find. As a matter of fact, I would urge or challenge, maybe even put a little money on you finding where they say, okay, well, the horizon is 1.2 miles away. However, it's really not because of refraction. You see, the false authority, aka the anti-flat earther, people who aren't an authority on the subject, who didn't put these institutions together, who didn't put out any textbooks, these people who are only here to argue with us about what the authority has said is only trying to justify why the authorities' claims are false. So you're appealing to a false authority, especially when you bring up refraction, because if you look at the authority, Andrew Thomas Young, he says light rays are theoretical. They do not exist, but for the purposes of math and assuming a sphere, these rays will go around that sphere. This is the radius for those light rays. That's it. So you're appealing to a false authority by being an anti-flat earther, because you're not even aligned with your own religion.
And Camel Blue.
Hey, if I send you like 30 different top level astrophysicists saying that the Earth could be stationary and geocentric and it can't be proven otherwise, would that appease your need for authority to tell you what to think?
I mean, that's going to be peer review studied, right?
Yeah, the most prominent astrophysicist in the world.
How about to check
Can I say
yourself?
something? Can I say something
If it's relevant to what I just asked.
quickly? We got to
Well, he
get
asked
over
him
that
a
idea
question.
that the majority use this. Okay, fine. No, yo, don't believe everything. Don't believe one thing because everybody's believing it. That's just bullshit. You know?
That's correct. So
Yeah.
the point is, he needs to
Exactly.
He
You have to question everything.
Science, bro. Science.
He needs to understand the concept of a hostile witness, right? Okay, so the truth is that these people have this illusory idea that everyone agrees on something and we're crazy. But when you actually read it, you find out the top level of astrophysicists on your side actually openly states that it cannot be proven that the Earth is in a heliocentric model. In fact, it could be geocentric. It's nothing more than a coordinate system difference, right? Imposed based on philosophical grounds. So your authority doesn't even actually say that we're wrong. The irony is overwhelming. So that's the problem with not researching or anything and just being taught to blindly appeal to authority. You don't even actually read the authority you're appealing to, right? You just conflate authority, opinion, and consensus as if they are all entirely synonymous, and then you just regurgitate what you think. It's a very, very dangerous way to live life there, bro.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'll be back at him.
It just goes to say, right? Like, oh, it's on TV, so it's true. No, like you got to actually study the science and see if it's true or not, and then, you know what I mean?
The other problem is too is that
I can remember.
You don't need to
My
study
bad.
science.
Sasha,
You need to measure.
Sasha, I know you heard me and the other guy talking, and then you decided, let me be the third person to interrupt.
Elijah, don't be angry. I will stop.
All right. Please go ahead, blue sky person.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with the point that also another thing too is that with regards to people holding people, astrophysicists in a high position, I mean, we need to establish that these are not even real sciences or natural sciences to begin with. They're just nothing more than
actors, crisis actors.
Crisis actors.
Yeah, yo, we see their little show, bro. You know what it is.
Yeah, okay, so let me ask you a question, right? Well, let me ask you a series of questions. Or maybe just a mix of asking questions and saying things. Are you there? Are you ready?
1 second. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm just in the store.
Okay.
Get a bottle of water. Your worldview is going to be shattered, brother. Maybe a beer.
But like Elijah said earlier, he's just another anti-flat earther. So no matter what Elijah gives him, he's gonna try to wiggle his way out of it.
Well, this question doesn't really have an answer. They don't even have a fake answer. This question has never been answered.
He still didn't ask you, Elijah, what is your possible proof,
They never do.
Yeah, that's the problem.
They just go on the offense for something that they don't know.
You gave him everything to ask that. Everyone will ask that question, the next one, with your story. But really, on the end, it's like, okay, tell me now, what's that? Because you are telling all the time that you have something.
Because look, they take a bite when you say, yeah, the Earth is flat and it's domed. Oh, word? Can wait? That thing you just said right there. Can you prove it? So they're fully aware of when they think they're gonna win, because they jump on the chance at making you provide evidence for your claim.
Generally, the way debates work is that you want to source your claims with the strongest evidence, and whoever can source their claims with the strongest evidence, whether that be primary or secondary sources, wins that debate. So if I can source you .edu or .gov sites that trumps basically anything you say because you can't have official sites like that to back up your claim.
Only if the source is, only if the source has verifiable information. Meaning the source, right? They come to you, they're like, I'm a source. Here's some information.
They just don't type down random things in sources, right? They're like,
how can I verify it? If you can't verify what a source, like I'm a source, I can tell you that unicorns exist. Oh yeah? What is your evidence? So I don't care what source it is. There needs to be evidence for the claims that the source is making.
And this is what these academic papers do. Is they don't just make up stuff and type it. Like if they did that, they would have absolutely no integrity. If Harvard and Princeton were just typing down nonsense.
So then, as far as the curvature of the Earth being measured practically, go ahead and give me the paper for that.
Yeah, bro. I mean, paper that explains that the globe Earth model can explain the dynamo threshold or the magnetic field, that explains that can't explain the tide in the heliocentric model. Harvard 2021. I can also give you government sources that say the Earth is flat. So when you say if you use a source from the government, there's no one that can top that. So then that means that I can use the flat Earth source from the government. Saying
Can you show me that? I want to see that. I want to see that source.
Oh, you want to see? I will post you now. Wait.
Is this from the 1960s? When is this?
No, it's from all the way up to now. A flat, non-rotating model is utilized for practical use in the military across the board. So
but that doesn't say that.
Now,
It doesn't say the Earth is flat, though. It's saying that's the model they use for what, like certain strategies.
Dude, what do you think a stationary plane is?
NASA, Army, FAA, Air Force, and CIA. Okay.
Posting a whole PowerPoint, and it has the highlighted text in the links.
Are you looking in the live stream? Sorry, are you looking in the live stream voice text, Davinsky? People are posting source after source, link after link, NASA.gov, whatever, right?
They also did a published article. I think it was like 20 scientists or something in Bolivia. They determined there was no measurable curvature at all in the whole country. Which there has to be. I can try to find that too.
But you know, Elijah,
You have 35 video. Sorry, man.
No, I was saying Elijah made a good point earlier, though. Like, no matter what source you bring, it has to come with verifiable information. Now, the problem is with quote-unquote sciences like astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology, they don't have a verifiable scientific hypothesis to begin with. So that's going to be an issue for you anyway when you come up with these, quote-unquote verifiable sources.
Yeah, we can show you a source with a laser test, 41 kilometers, right? Something you can do. It's verifiable.
Hang on a second.
Exactly.
So, are you looking at the live stream voice text now?
I'm just heading up to my room. Oh, it's not working. Give me a sec.
If you invoke a government document, then you automatically win. That's what he said. So, welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Right, yeah.
Just remember, after you guys are done, I just want to ask them a series of things.
Yeah, I want to just go to curvature, right? We can entertain this idea that the government is there for us, right? Because he believes that. We can entertain that idea for him, but it's just not true.
Roger. Exactly. We need to get the nitty-gritty of it. Let's get to the nitty-gritty.
I just want this guy's shirt size so I can order him a Flat Earth shirt.
Davinsky, if Earth is not a globe, do you want to know that? Why is not?
I just want to know. I just want to know if your belly is flat or round.
A bit of both. Depends what I eat.
Curvature on the belly. We're trying to buy you a shirt, bro.
There's provable curvature on the belly, though.
You see, like really skinny people, and you just call them fat anyway, and you're just like, well, they're like conceptually, round, but they're actually flat.
Davinsky, if Earth is not a globe, do you want to know why it's not a globe?
Just walking to a girl. You're conceptually thick, baby girl.
Yeah, literally.
Well, well,
bringing about a little bit of curvature there.
Yeah, man. Fuck that dumb shit, bro. This is a good channel, yo.
Yeah.
Either Roger to talk about curvature, but I mean we kind of did, and me with the first person.
Yeah, he cut out.
To say that the Earth is round. Well, maybe not the first person, but in why here. Okay.
You're cutting out.
I think I'm back.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah,
I just want to talk. I just I just want to talk about Aristotle and his claim, and how his claim is obviously false. So you guys know where I'm going with that. Just know that's where I'm going. So whenever you're done, Roger, let me know, or take your time, whatever.
A girl's telling me that she's super thick and has tons of curves, and I ask what her measurements are, and she's like, "Oh no, we don't do measurements. Just trust me, I'm thick. I have lots of curves."
So what is the joke about my belly?
Is your belly curved or flat?
It's curved.
Okay. So can you see your feet?
Guys, I'm super ancient.
Yeah.
So you can see your feet through your belly?
What do you no?
If someone was super obese and had a curved stomach, could they see their feet?
No.
Why?
Because their stomach protrudes past their line of vision.
Oh, ding, ding, ding. That's what the Earth has to do.
What's that? I think it went over his head.
Yeah, if you don't get this, howdy.
Yo, I have this.
I just want to ask you. Let's hypothetically.
I want you to answer what I want you to acknowledge what I just said. That's what I want you to do.
So you're saying, you know that the human eye, how far can we see? About 10 kilometers? Like, we can't see that far, can we?
It seems like you're not listening. So if someone's fat and they can't see their feet, they can't see it because of the physical impedance of their stomach blocking their feet. The Earth has to do that if it's a ball, right?
Uh-huh. The Earth curves about 8 inches per mile as a result on a flat surface with your eyes 5 feet or so above the ground. The furthest edge that you can see is about 3 miles away.
It curves on a flat surface?
It says the Earth curves at about 8 inches per mile. So on a flat surface, you'll be able to see about 3 miles.
Yeah, that's a falsifiable claim.
How?
Well, you made the claim. All you have to do is go out and look.
Black Swan.
I'd need to see like a flat surface. I'd have to go to like a desert.
No. You said the ground curves at 8 inches per mile squared, right? That's a claim. How do you verify it?
Well, you would have to walk and then like just you'd have to, I guess, get one of those what are they called? You can measure the steepness of something, like how they check the steepness, the gradient.
So measure the drop over distance against what?
Against how far you go.
Against the horizon, my guy. Sorry to look. Based on what you said, I'm gonna kind of reel back a little bit. I'm gonna be honest. There may be things that you don't know yet. I don't know what you know, and I don't want to assume that you know anything. Based on what you said, never say that, because you would know what was coming next, which is what we're talking about now. So you have the horizon that the drop over distance is observed against. Supposed to be, anyway.
Uh-huh.
But that's not true. Now, again, earlier I asked you to ask me why, but you didn't.
Why?
Well, we know the formula The formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That will give you the distance to the thing that would be impeding your vision for anything beyond it. So basically, all I would have to do is go out and observe that this is actually true.
And that's what they do, though, isn't it?
No, that's why. Why do you think we're here? You think we're here because, well, it doesn't matter why you think we're here. We're here because we falsified that claim. So the next question should be how.
Have you got like a video?
There's videos, there's examples, there's you taking a calculator, going out somewhere and doing it yourself. Doesn't really matter how you do it. All you need is a horizon and some landmarks.
But that's where the refraction argument comes in, right?
What do you mean? How does it apply?
Well, you look out at the horizon and you see a boat going under the horizon with the naked eye, and then you get a telescope and you can see the boat still there. Okay. People argue that that's refraction, that the boat has like disappeared, but it's like an image of it.
So let's just say my girl is pregnant Earth, right? And she has a belly. And half of her feet are obstructed by her belly. If I tell her to put on her glasses or take out some binoculars, is her feet now unobstructed by her belly?
So isn't for a refraction kind of like a optical illusion?
You tell me.
No,
I know that refraction has to do with light traveling from one media to another media, causing the light to change direction. They normally call that bending. But as far as what you're saying, I'm trying to see how it applies and where it's been applied and where the example of this is. Like when you're talking about refraction, like seeing a boat again, guess what you're not talking about?
What's that?
Remember I said that you would measure whether something is disappeared or not against the physical horizon, aka the belly. So in order to do that, then the formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet has to be correct. Because if it's not correct, then you have no standard for which you can measure things against.
If the Earth is flat, in theory, why can't you just get like a
not if the Earth is flat. Sorry, we're talking about the globe, right? We're talking about the globe. If you want to talk about how it's flat, we can do that after we finish this conversation. Because I have no problems giving you positives about flat, but we're not talking about that right now. So don't worry, I can get you there. But right now is not that time. We have to finish this conversation.
Well, how much? What more do you want to talk about the globe?
Well, which I said it's been falsified. You haven't told me to give you any examples. You haven't really dug into it. You kind of seem apathetic to it.
Well, I just don't have enough knowledge to counter what you say. You could say like 0.2545 divided by 7, and like I don't know, like what do I say to that?
Well, why don't you ask me where I'm getting the information? Because it's not my claim.
Whose claim is it?
The people who believe in the globe. The people who believe in satellites in orbit. The people who believe in the distance to the sun. You know, all of that is predicated off of the radius 3,959 miles, which is the thing that we have falsified. If it wasn't falsified, then everything that I just mentioned would be up for grabs. But seeing is that everything that I've mentioned is derived from the information that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then if that's in question, the calculations that give you the answers to the other things, like the distances to the sun, that's out the window. That's why we talk about curvature first. That's why we talk about geometry first. That's why we talk about direct measurement first, because everything else comes off the back of that.
Do you know who Umar is? Umar Bar, Mr. Bar.
How is it relative?
Because I'm just wondering what he said to this, because he is an actual astrophysicist.
Okay, how is it relative?
Because it would be funny to watch how he reacts. Because honestly, I don't know. Like, you could be saying
How
like,
would he react if I tell you to Google the formula for the distance to the horizon, and it is what I said? What else is there to do other than verify the claim that I did not make? It's based on the geometry of a sphere of the size that the astronomer you're talking about believes. So the only thing he can do is say, yeah, that's the formula. And then all you have to say is, well, is it true? Are you going to believe him when he says yes? Or are you just going to go check for yourself?
Well, if it's true, what's it prove?
That the radius has been falsified. I just told you what that entails.
What is the actual radius according to you?
What do you mean, what is the actual radius? We've been told that there is a radius that we could measure.
And so you don't think it's measurable?
If it was, then we wouldn't be having this conversation, would we?
Well, there'd still be people that would argue it's flat, even if that was the case.
Well, what I'm saying is, you're asking what the radius is, and I'm saying the radius of what?
The radius of the Earth.
In what, like, how, in what respect?
What do you mean?
In what respect?
What is the radius of the Earth?
In what respect? Across, from the surface down? What do you mean?
Like across?
We don't know.
It's illegal to go to the outside, so the radius is the distance from the center to the edge of a circle or a sphere, and so we can't get out there, so that would be an impossible claim. Falsification of your radius is independent of us replacing it.
Well, you guys know that.
So let's go to something more simple, because this is what I wanted to talk about earlier. Because maybe you're a bit skeptical about this. Again, if you really wanted to know, there's countless examples. Then there are people that can go over laser tests. You would have to believe that for some reason, because of your belief that the laser is bending at the exact rate, for it to give you the result that would disprove that the Earth is curving, you would just have to say, well, actually, the light is curving at the exact rate that would allow it to hit the target, instead of the laser being the straight standard that we all know it is. But that's besides the point. That's other things that we could talk about. What I want to talk about is what Aristotle said. You know what he
What's
said?
that? No.
He said that the Earth is a globe because when eclipses happen, you can see the shadow of the Earth on the moon.
When the eclipse happens, you can see the shadow of the Earth on the moon.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say?
That's the accepted claim from everyone. The general consensus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's false.
So wouldn't the radius kind of differ in points because it does bulge in sections?
Well, you can't really talk about the radius because everything I feel like you're not absorbing the information, and I'm putting you on the spot, and this is too short a conversation to really understand and to try to communicate to you what I'm trying to communicate to you. I made it as simple as possible, but we're not getting there. So now I'm asking you something else. So now we're talking about Aristotle and his claim that the Earth is a sphere, and it's provable when you look at an eclipse and you see the shadow on the moon. Now, I'm assuming you agree with that because that's consensus and
Okay,
what the
sure.
authority says. Okay, like I said, that's false.
Okay, how?
Because
Tell me how.
they describe how it happens, and when you observe it, it's the exact opposite. It's everything that's not what they said. Now, am I just a crazy person who's saying that to someone who can basically just Google, find something, and then tell me this guy's batshit crazy because he's wrong? Why is he saying this? He's saying it so flat, matter of factly, as if it's true. Surely he's got to be wrong. Well, I'm telling you it's false. So imagine this, right? Imagine this. Imagine you have a light in your room. Okay? Now, imagine you had a wall that's probably like half the size of the height of your room. Okay? Now, you're holding a sneaker or whatever object you want to hold, right? And it's above this wall. So as the sneaker descends and it begins to descend behind the wall in your room, the opposite side of the light source, where would the shadow be? Where would it begin?
Kind of lost me.
Okay, you have a light, you have a wall, and you have sneakers and yourself on the other side of that wall. The light is facing towards you. It's illuminating you. But the wall is blocking the rest of the light. You take your sneaker and you begin to lower the sneaker behind the wall so that it is now in the shadow of the light. Where is the shadow going to appear?
On the wall.
If the sneaker is lit up and you begin to...
On you.
Yeah. If you're holding the sneaker and you're moving the sneaker down so that the wall is blocking the light, where do you expect the shadow on the sneaker to be?
On yourself.
Where are you expecting the shadow on the sneaker to be?
I can't really visualize it.
Okay. Let's say I'm looking at you, right?
Yeah.
And I shine a light towards your face.
Yeah.
Where do you expect the shadow to be?
Behind me.
Okay, maybe that was a bad way of it. Which part of your body is illuminated if I can only illuminate one half of you?
Which part of my body is going to be lit up if the torch is shining on my face?
And I can only light half of you. Which part?
No, upper half?
That's correct. Which means the shadow would be on the bottom, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So, in the same way, if I have a wall and I'm descending the shoe, behind that wall, on the other side of the light, the shadow is going to appear from the bottom of the sneaker, and it's going to move up to the top as I descend it into the darkness of the area that's behind the wall. Right?
Yeah.
Like if you put your hand in water, the first thing that's going to touch is your fingers, and then your palm, and then your arm, right? So if you're descending something into something like a shadow, the first part that's going to hit the shadow is the you get what I'm saying?
Kinda.
Okay.
So how's this relate to the eclipse thing?
Okay. So the other day when the eclipse happened, right? You see the moon descending to the west.
Uh-huh.
And then it begins to enter the area in which the shadow begins, because the earth is blocking the light from the sun. So you would expect the shadow to begin at the bottom of the moon, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's not what happens though.
Do you have like a video that like you can send me on this? Because like,
I'll send you a
trying to
picture.
follow it. But
There's video, sure, but the closest thing I have right now is a picture.
hang on.
Where's Discord?
Of course, iPhones just let you drop it right to Discord, but who needs an iPhone?
Is this your?
You see
Is
that?
this like
you
a-
see that? That's a picture of. That's a screenshot of the eclipse. See that? The one that I just posted. And also, I don't give a fuck. Also posted. So you see where I'm going then?
Uh-huh. So
the moon
they say that
is
that's the
descending.
Earth.
The moon is descending into the Earth's shadow, and the shadow, so called, is on the top rather than where it would be intuitively, which is on the bottom.
Yeah, just, that's just basic physics, geometry. It's you can't argue it.
So the point is, all I'm doing is making an observation. Oh, the sun, moon, and the earth are supposed to be in a syzygy, in a line. That's what they say. Once it begins to come into alignment, that's when the eclipses happen. That's what they say. But when you're looking at a lunar eclipse, you're looking at the sun above you on the east, and you're looking at the moon above you as it has been all night till it enters the eclipse around 5 or 6 or whatever. That's also above you. That creates a V shape, not a line. Furthermore, the shadow's at the top, not the bottom. So, like I said, Aristotle made a claim. The claim is false.
Okay. As I said, I don't know enough about physics to debate you on this or push back on
What
it.
about physics do you have to know when we're talking about shapes and shadows? Something that 3-year-olds play with.
I mean, it's more complicated because.
So when you have something descend into an area that is shadowed, you expect it to do what everyone expects it to do. The first part that touches the part that's shadowed is the part that will be shadowed because it's obstructed by the thing that's blocking the light.
Is this like one of the main points that convinced you to become a flat earther?
No, it was one of the last.
What was the first thing that made you consider the Earth being flat?
There's no proof of curvature.
That was the main one?
Yeah, because what happened was somebody said there were no pictures. I looked and I was like, yeah, this is unsatisfactory. Then I said, okay, well, I want to know things like they know the distance to the sun. The distance to the sun is predicated on the radius of the earth. So I said, okay, how do they know the radius of the earth? How did they measure it? But when I looked at who measured it, they actually never measured it. They just made an assumption and made calculations based on that assumption.
So no proof of the Earth is number one. And then what would be the second one?
What more would I need? The proof that I don't think that the earth has curvature, that it is a ball, is because it's not giving those properties.
Well, I'm going to look more into see what I can. I'm going to have to research more about arguments about curvature because I don't know them off the top of my head.
You could. I doubt you'd find him.
I'm guessing that you're going to have to research some about how shadows can't come the wrong way too, because you just skated right past that. So,
or how there's no measurable rotation. None.
Wait, well. I don't give a fuck. Has a that's her name right now. She has a point. I just told. Look. The reason that you believe the moon is lit up, is because you think that is a rock, and the sun's light is lighting up the moon. What I just told you about means that can't possibly be true. And like you again, you seem very apathetic. Now, I respect that you said, you know what, I got to look into these things. Maybe this is the first time you've experienced this level of scrutiny. And I wouldn't blame you, because the YouTube algorithms have set it up that way. You should have heard this argumentation a long time ago. You shouldn't be having to try to come up with answers. And it's not your fault.
I mean, there was one point in my life where I was looking at Flat Earth. I was watching documentaries, and then I saw Simon Dan, and he basically destroyed all of these arguments one by one.
How?
So,
How did he measure some curvature, Da Vinci, or did he build up a straw man? But what we think flat Earth is.
Well, he'll get these flat earthers and take their claims and then disprove them with science. It seems like he knows what he's.
So he measured curvature then, right? So when we say there is no curvature, when you shoot a laser over 41 kilometers of water, the laser hits the other side, right? It hits the target. Then he went out and disproved this. Did he do that?
Can't lasers like bend over water though?
Have you ever? You have any demonstrations of this?
Because it's just light. It's not like a solid object.
So
demonstrate it.
Demonstrate it, right? It's again you begging the question that the Earth is a ball where the laser bends over perfectly, right? Without those measurements of curvature, you cannot beg the question that the Earth is a ball where a laser bends over.
Bends up and then comes back down. Demonstrate it.
Why would the laser bend?
Bedford light experiment.
No, 100%.
Yeah, if you get feed right, then make it correctly. Bedford level, is that what you're saying?
It's called the Bedford level. So the Bedford level experiment is a series of observations carried out along 6 mile length of Old Bedford River
6 miles,
on the Bedford. During the 19th century to measure the curvature of the Earth. So this did measure the curvature of the Earth.
No.
Not at all.
Miles of
Not
flat
at all.
water. Water doesn't bend, my friend.
Rowbotham measured that the Earth was flat. Then the other guy came along and told, no, it's refraction. Here's my calculations.
Yeah,
That's what they did.
Exactly how we want it to, but we can't prove it. That's what you're saying right now in 2021.
What's amazing though, he said that he watched Simon Dan videos, and he said that it seemed like he was debunking all these claims. Well, what if I was to bring to you flat earthers that debunk the claims of Simon Dan? Would you take it then?
I'd like to watch it.
First of all,
dude, have you?
wait. First of all, I don't want to assume that he brought up Simon Dan as a refutation to something that is geometrically impossible, which would, on its face, debunk everything people think about the Earth and the sky, what's happening. But moving on from that, which I know, like, moving on from that, when he says, well, you know, I used to look into this, and I was confident that Simon Dan had, you know, good enough reputations. Well, okay, I felt the same way listening to, and I love the guy, Jared, when I was listening to his debate 3 years ago. I thought if I was a glober, I would think that the Earth was a globe based on this argumentation. Because this is what they're exposed to. Well, Jeranism is very well researched. He's very good. He's the one that, as a matter of fact, this is what really knocked it out of the park, because he has a video called 100 Quotes That Tell Us We've Been Lied To. And it's 100 quotes worth of the authority basically saying that academia is a sham, that you have to go along to get along, because if you don't, there are consequences, which is what you would expect from a tyrannical authority.
Right. So imagine that.
That's 3 hours.
Imagine that you're in academia and you found something out, right? Would you be the one that exposes it, jeopardizing your mortgage, your family, your home, your big fat BMW that's in your driveway? Would you do that? Or
well, there's always people that will take that hero role. Like, I don't think that's the average person wouldn't do that, but there will always be someone who speaks the truth.
That's what the 100 quotes are for, and there's probably more of them. That's just what he compiled. But exactly what you're saying is exactly what these people did, and that includes Einstein, that includes Copernicus, that includes Hubble, that includes a wealth of scientists. As a matter of fact, if you would have subscribed to the Scientific American, which I did at one point, right there, they'll basically, because what they do is disguise it as, well, they think cosmology is one thing, but science is changing and we've discovered this. Actually, what they're saying when you read the article is they're going at each other saying there was never any evidence of this at all.
Yeah, bro. So here in the voice text, I posted Simon Dan did a video on me. Okay. And then I posted my response to it. So just watch the beginning of my video and watch them both. Watch them both. And in his video, he doesn't actually offer sufficient rebuttal to anything. I didn't even really watch the video or pre-plan my response. I went live. I didn't have to read like the little Gamamel he is, where he reads off his cards and stutters and has to make 57 cuts. I just went live and dismantled him. He was in the chat when I did it. Okay, he stalked.
Has he been in this group?
Channel. Wait up. He stalks the stupid Flat Earthers channel. He's so obsessed with the stupid Flat Earthers that he literally gets my notification and jumps in the chat from the beginning. And I just absolutely destroy him, tell him to just debate me live since I'm so dumb. And then he ran away. So if you actually want to know the truth, and Simon Dan is the cause of your cognitus, here's a perfect example of how this dude wouldn't even dare get on camera with the real Flat Earther and debate, because he would get destroyed. Absolutely destroyed.
Where are you sending it? Can you send the link?
It's in the live stream voice text. So the first one is Simon Dan's video. It says, "New breed of Flat Earthers enter the battle." And that's where he covers one of my videos. And then responded to it in the second called Simon. You think it's funny, but I literally intellectually eviscerated him. He was in my chat and ran away, scared to debate. So it sounds like your heroes are Gamamels that have other dudes tattooed on their body. He has like he has Isaac Newton tattooed on his body. You have like a really cool hero.
So does Simon Dan actually join this Discord?
Yeah, and then we asked him, come join the live stream. And then he just says, well, I don't debate anyone on the ship of the earth. That's what he says.
That's one thing that I don't respect about him, because at one point I was like, it does seem like he's maybe like getting spoon-fed these answers, and he doesn't probably have the ability to come up with this stuff off the whim.
It's because the answers he's giving is connected to questions no one really asked.
Yep, Simon Dan couldn't destroy a
AKA is the straw man. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not just this.
So can you give us an example? Let's have some fun with this. Like, give us an example of one of the strongest things that he said that made you go, yeah, these flat. Look. We've evolved. That word, right? But we've evolved. We've come from a place of ignorance to getting things very short and concise now. So, I mean, the respect it's just due, you know? We weren't where we were 5 years ago, 3 years ago, maybe even 2 years ago, but we're here now. So why don't you just tell us like the strongest point you heard Simon Dan make, and we'll have some fun with it right now.
Honestly, I can't even remember, like, because it is a very complex topic. Like, once you start throwing out all these numbers.
It doesn't have to be. That's the thing. It doesn't have to be complex at all.
Hey, can I give you an analogy, bro? What you did was, I walked up to you. I'm the flat earther. I'm like, hey, I got a video. Your girlfriend's cheating on you. What you did was you went and talked to her best friend and let her try to convince you that she wasn't actually cheating on you. And you just listened to whatever she said because you wanted to believe your girlfriend wasn't cheating on you. And you didn't watch the video I gave you of her literally having sex with someone else. That's what you did. You went and watched who confirms what you want to believe. That's why you don't even...
Not really, though, because I was watching for about a week or two, I was watching Flat Earth conspiracy videos. And I was going down the rabbit hole a bit, but the thing that I find with Flat Earthers is that unless you are fully versed in physics, then the average person's just going to eat it up and not question it because they don't have the ability to question it, because they don't have the knowledge to. That's why conspiracies, especially if someone says it with a degree of authority, with confidence, that's how they spread so easily.
Well, that's why we're
professor of physics that knows the Earth is flat. So your opinion doesn't hold any water, bro. You don't appeal to authority, it means nothing. If I have 180 IQ and if someone has 120 IQ, but he has a degree, is he smarter than me?
If he's got a degree in the relevant field that you're talking about, then he's got more credence than you for sure.
Okay, so Nikola Tesla has a genius IQ, can read a book beginning to end, and then literally recall it word for word. He invented the modern electrical grid that we use to this day. He corrected electrical field theory and created what we use to this day. Dropped out of college, never went to college. You're telling me a guy in 2021 with an electrical engineering degree is better at electricity than Nikola Tesla because he didn't have a degree?
If Nikola Tesla was alive today and he had the same training, then probably not. But don't you think that the knowledge...
It's a yes or no question.
No, like if this guy could go back... If someone's like an electrical engineer or whatever today, and they go back to the time that he was alive, this guy today would have a greater knowledge because they've expanded upon it so much more since he was alive.
You still use the exact electrical grid that he created, though.
Yep.
But the understanding has increased.
No.
Are you sure about that?
The practical application is still the same.
Actually, his understanding was greater.
Yeah, as a matter of fact. Yep.
So you understand the point, right? It's the fact that someone has a piece of paper means I know people with 100 IQs that had like a 2.8 in high school. They got a college degree because mommy and daddy paid for their extra year, and all they had to do was go to class and make a C. That doesn't mean anything. What does that mean?
I get that.
Okay, so just look at the evidence, man. It doesn't matter if you have a piece of paper, bro.
Yeah, it's
aerospace engineers, dude, that do, and then they get dismantled. You have to reset the way you view the world, man. Authority doesn't control you. Control what you have to believe. You don't have to concede your own ability of critical thought and assessment to someone else because they have a piece of paper. Everyone used to think slavery was good, so you should have had a slave. Like, who cares what everyone else thinks? That's so remedial, bro.
And it sounds like so don't take this the wrong way, but it's acting like a little kid because I have a degree and I've invested so much time in this, right? I'm now smart, and anybody that and somebody that doesn't have a degree and didn't invest that time isn't smart because I did it, right? That is how this feels.
If anything, this should be more of an eye-opener for you. If I go into a university and I talk to an astrophysics professor and I just dismantle him, you should wonder, well, if the person that does this for a living and teaches it and has done it for 30 years and knows all about it can't even defend the model against a flat earther, then what's going on, right?
Have you got that feel?
Physics. So what physics can your physics class do for a globe? What can your physics do for a globe? How many globe physics or physics of a globe do you have?
Is this me or?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Dave.
I have no idea.
You have no idea how much physics your reality of today, like the whole reality you're talking about, you don't have any idea of how many physics they have that can work in a lab we can see for your globe?
I don't know.
Okay.
The answer to it's physically impossible. It defies physics. The globe Earth is in contradiction to objective physics.
Can we move on to the flat Earth now?
Yeah, we falsified the radius value. There's no curvature anywhere on the surface of the Earth in any country, in any state, across the entire world. If there isn't any curvature, then what is it? If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
What do you think about flat paths? Because I was in a live chat the other day, and someone was bringing up
Make
flat
him
paths.
say flat.
Holy shit!
He's completely-
Stay on topic, kid.
Yeah,
Make
before
him
Wait,
say
I
it.
think
Yeah, he's been going around trying not to say it, guys.
but he's going to have to. So before you ask your question, you have to answer my question. Okay, so if the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, if that is true, then it would be flat.
Okay, thank you. So that's how we know there's flat. So when you keep
Welcome to
asking,
Flat Earth.
don't act like you don't know the answer. It's pretty simple.
Thank you for using your noggin.
Oh my god.
Yo, dude. Okay, for
Thank you
example.
for letting go of your pride and actually saying the word.
Well, why? Well, no, it's not.
I'm kind of like agnostic on this. Like I think that there's like 99% chance that it's round, but I always have like a degree of doubt that it could be, flat.
Okay, but let me
But see, what that was a logic question, right? He asked you if the Earth does not measure curved in any way, then it would be what? And you said flat. That is a logic question, right? So this is one of the things. A lot of people will not even go down that road. They will say, but it's a ball. They won't even think in that realm of logical thinking. They will continue to keep disconnected from the conversation. So thank you for opening yourself up.
Yeah, because it scares them. It's like if I handed you your girlfriend's phone unlocked and I was like, dude, go check out her Snapchat. And you're like, no! Dude, my point is, and I'll stop my one and someone else can talk. But here's the deal, bro. You have this thing and everyone does. Well, science figured it out. Everyone's working on it. They do it for a living. I don't know much about it. They get paid to do it. They've been doing it for hundreds of years. They all agree, blah, 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 blah. Okay? And you think whatever...
You just cut out then, or was it? You cut out then.
Lobbyists and shit,
All right, check this. You think any agreement they've come to as of now is just a fact, okay? But provably, their stories have to change all the time, right? Like even within your paradigm, their stories change. Like the distance to the sun has changed 6 times in like the last century or so. So effectively being in your position, what someone would have done for that whole century is go tell everyone else, you're so stupid, you don't think that the sun's 3 million miles away? You don't think the sun's 32 million miles away?
How much has it changed though? Roughly how many percentage?
What the fuck is that?
It went from 3 billion to 93 million.
It went from what? Say that again.
It went from 3 million to 93 million.
In how many years?
I don't know, maybe a couple hundred.
How could the radius of your Earth change at all? Because they got it all from the radius. So how would
Well,
it be
I saw another thing recently. Just when I was typing in the radius, and it said that the radius did change as well. There was this experiment done by a bunch of high schoolers around the world. Have you guys seen that one?
Well, the radius has to keep changing.
Hold on. Time out. I'm on the train. Why the hell you, person who's been talking about legitimate sources, care about what some high schoolers do? Is it because you think they've provided evidence? So if evidence is good enough, then what's wrong with the evidence we were talking about?
The degrees are irrelevant at this point.
I'm saying that like evidence backed by like an institution
by a
is
teacher
more credible. So if
Like
you
an
guys
A+?
were if you guys were like a university, like Princeton professors, and what you're saying, it would have way more credence.
That's retarded. That's retarded.
Oh my
Okay, let me explain it to you. Let me explain. This is real life, okay? So the Ivy League professor that knows the Earth's flat, right? He's been teaching for over 20 years. And he's supposed to retire, get his 401k, his retirement package. So should he come out in the last couple years that he has to finish before he gets his retirement package and say the Earth is flat and get fired? Of course not. Of course not.
But these guys, especially the older professors, they have tenure, so it doesn't matter if they're fired. They're still sweet.
You have to complete a certain amount of time to get your package.
So how many PhDs were obliterated, right? Because they went in after they got a Nobel Prize. They went against the narrative and then said something really strange, right? It's even called the Nobel disease or something, right?
Uh-huh.
Have you heard about that?
No, but like Nobel Prizes have been revoked because of some conspiracies, but they spouted after it, is what you're saying.
Right. So that is what happens to you if you are a respected, quote unquote, professor and you go against the narrative. Then you will be mocked, turned down, fired. Right.
Can I just make one point? So like when you look at like this flat Earth conspiracy, it doesn't seem like it's anywhere near the same censoring as certain other conspiracies. I think you know which one I'm talking about. So if there really was a big cover up of this, why wouldn't they do the same?
You're going back to why is the government lying?
No, he's not. No, he's not. Look. Okay, I'll answer your question. So they actually they censored flat Earth harder than any other conspiracy theory at first. And I've actually been kicked off PayPal and Venmo, and Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube for just saying that the Earth is flat. Not even talking about modern things now, like the whoop-de-whoop that people love to shove inside them. So they did censor. They kicked me off payment processing companies. I don't even cuss in my streams, and I say the Earth is flat and the Creator loves you. They censored me. They admitted in Congress they censor flat Earth. And now when if you Google my name and a direct video title, half the time you'll get a hit piece and won't be able to find my video. So you can't even Google it. You can't YouTube it. You can't find the truth about it. They delete it. They deleted.
That's really sad. That is, Witsy, because I followed your story when you came in to answer this stuff, and I thought you was really intellectual, really very patient, and a very good delivery, very good consistency, and you was a very variation of debates with all sorts of people, and had a very good answer for every single person that you intellectually faced. I think you went a bit too far with the dielectric Dan stuff like that, but I think. You had reasons to say what you said, and I think that, I wouldn't challenge you on it. I just think that I've just heard the kind of the controversy on it. That's all, and that's it really. I think it's a shame that all that's lost because if people could actually look at that and then they could judge for themselves, because you hear a lot of poison being spread about Witsy. Oh, Witsy just spits. Oh, Witsy just chats crap. Oh, Witsy. But if you actually slow it down, and I can actually talk very quickly, as you can tell, I talk very quickly, but I can listen also very quickly. So I tend to hear him on his frequency and what he's saying, and it's sometimes even the mistakes are quite they're because he's speaking off the top of his head a lot of the time, where these people have a lot of things written down, and it just goes to show this person which it knows it intuitively, which is just obviously he's thought about it more.
Well, you see my point to the guy, dude. Flat Earth is censored. It's heavily censored. So that should show you right there. If you know how it works, they censor what they can't refute, and they don't want you to know. Like your girlfriend uses Snapchat because it deletes her messages to the other dude.
This goes back to what I was saying earlier. You were unprepared for this. You were unprepared for this conversation simply because you were unprepared for this conversation with us, meaning you had no knowledge of the things that we would say before you got here, simply because it's been censored. The things that we say, because the things that other people say we say, oh, that's everywhere. But the things we actually say, you haven't been privy to, which is why the conversation has went the way it went. And I have more for you, by the way. But I'm on the train.
Right.
But the thing is like, you'll have these conferences around the world, flat Earth conferences, that are legal to operate. Whereas if you try to hold a conference for something that happened in, say, 1940, that's illegal in most European countries. So why would they allow these conferences to go through if they really did want to censor it completely?
How is that relative? How is that relative?
Yeah,
because
it's like saying they can't.
Are you saying that what Witsit has said and what the people are posting in the chat is not actually what it is because of the question you asked?
No, like if the government really
so
wanted
when we say censored, we're showing you what we mean when we say it, right? The kind of censorship you're talking about, the level you're talking about, might be some other form of censorship, which is fine, a little bit of a red herring. But we're talking about the censorship that we can show you, the censorship that we have evidence of. That's all we have.
But what I'm saying is it's not censored on the same level as other conspiracies.
Who cares?
So if it was like this, like, wouldn't this be the biggest? This would be the biggest conspiracy of ever, really.
Gosh, that's a cool story.
Why would they be censoring it at all? Here, 1 second. Why would they be censoring it at all? Why would they be censoring it?
Well, the biggest conspiracy is.
One second.
Hold on. I want an answer. Why would they be censoring flat Earth at all if it's ridiculous? Why would they need to do that?
Exactly.
They'd be censoring it if they fought, but like if they would censor it to the level of say what happened in the 1940s, if they felt that it was true and they didn't want the information out there.
It's not a comparative issue. Why did Google go in front of U.S. Congress? Why did Google go in front of U.S. Congress and say, yes, we will censor flat Earth? Why would they do that if it's ridiculous and not a big deal?
In terms of YouTube videos.
Yeah, in terms
of. Can I get an answer from him, guys? Could we stop jumping in?
Exactly.
So this was recent, but Google got in front of the UN and said they got
how long ago?
It's like a year or two ago.
Can someone post a video in the live chat?
Yeah, it's already there. Yeah, it's at 45.
They said they're going to replace Flat Earth with more authoritative content.
But let Wolfgang. Yeah.
So why are they going in front of Congress and saying, yes, we will censor flat Earth? Why do you think that would be?
Well, I'd like to see it. I haven't heard of that.
Post it in the chat. They just gave you the timestamp.
He's not even looking in the live stream text chat, I don't think.
Are you looking in the live stream channel, Dab?
Yeah.
Regardless, you asked him a simple question.
Yeah, I mean, you can watch it. You can watch it in your own time, right? But we posted you the video. This is public information. This isn't disputed by anyone. So let's just proceed on the basis that you can watch it. But for the sake of argument now, why did they do that?
I think that gives you more. It gives you a stronger argument.
Okay.
If they are trying to censor
why would they do that?
Yeah, why are they censoring something if it's just like a ridiculous theory, right? Why would they waste their time calling out Google to shut down?
Why would they lie? Why would they spend all that money?
If it was really foolish, they wouldn't have to censor it. Just like the UFO space alien things, they don't censor that. Just like the lizard people, the shifting reptilians, they don't censor that shit, but they censor the flat Earth.
Because reptilians are ridiculous.
They don't even censor that lady that makes stuff out of poop. She makes stuff out of beer poop.
Guys.
Sir, and talk to Wolfgang, please. Wolfgang, stop over talking him. Jesus.
Go ahead, Wolfgang.
Yeah. So, just why would you think that they would censor it like that and go in front of Congress and say yes, we'll censor it? Like what reasons can you think of for doing that? Other than we don't want people to see this information.
Well, the only other reason I'd say is stopping misinformation. But I think misinformation is only a problem if there's actual harm that can come about from that. And if people do think the Earth is flat, I don't see how that would lead to any kind of harm unless.
Right. So it's not harmful to be saying this. So again, why would they be censoring it?
Well, it could be two reasons. Could be either that they do think it's true and they want to cover it up, or they know it's true and they want to cover it up, or they just want to stop misinformation altogether.
Right, but you just said they would stop misinformation if it causes harm, but you understand this couldn't cause any harm to be saying the Earth
but
is
it
not
could open up the floodgates to other conspiracies. Once you start questioning,
right, but even then,
anything is possible.
If it's untrue, don't you agree that the best way to expose an incorrect position is to highlight it, debate it, and expose it under proper scrutiny for all to see, rather than say, no, you can't.
People don't.
Right, so you understand then that these people aren't trying to censor it because they think it's wrong. Because if they did think that, they would expose it properly, as you know how to do. You can bet that they know how to do it too. You're probably taught in elementary school that if you want to write a persuasive piece, you need to discuss both sides, highlight both of their arguments, and then explain which is correct and why. Right?
Well, they did that recently.
If you want to debate vegetarianism, you should just hide the fact that vegetarianism exists. Right? That's not what you do.
I agree, but there's also like a different perspective that people take, and like even if they know something to be true,
so you've already
they don't want
agreed
people
that
spreading a different narrative.
Yeah, but you already know that doesn't make sense. You've already agreed, right? The two possibilities: one, they know it's correct and they don't want people to know, or two, they think it's incorrect. But you also know that if it's two, the best way to expose that is off the rug. It's to expose it to the cold light of scrutiny and debate, right? They'd get Neil deGrasse Tyson to come up and be like, this is why it's flat, or this is why it's a globe, which they've tried to do a couple of times, and it's failed miserably for them. But, that's what they would do, right? In academia, in science, when there's a dispute, it requires evidence, and both sides go and present, right? They don't just say, these guys don't get to talk. That means that they're not looking to have an honest intellectual discussion, does it?
Yeah, I agree. So let's move on to the conversation about, let's just take it that the Earth is flat, and I want to ask you some questions about that.
All right, go wild.
So if the Earth is flat, why can't you take a really high-powered camera and take a photo of New York City from Australia, from like the northern tip of Australia?
Why can't you see?
Well, there's optic. Sorry, go on.
No, you got it. I thought you went on mute.
No. If Witset's still here, I'd like to listen to Witset, but I don't mind. I'll pick it up if you want.
I don't care. Your question is why can't we see forever if the Earth is flat?
Like, let's say you go on top of Mount Everest. Should you not be able to take a picture from anywhere, like on the other side of the globe, if the Earth is flat?
No. So, if you stand on a road and you look down the street lights, what do the street lights look like they do in the distance?
They flicker a bit, right?
They look like they get shorter and converge in the distance, like railroads or hallways or streetlights. So you have perspective, right? When you look farther away, things start to converge into a vanishing points. Okay. Also, you're looking through air. People call it the atmosphere, which is dumb because there is no sphere and gases don't have shapes. But anyway, we look through the atmosphere. It's just like if you go to Cali, you can't see Hollywood sometimes from like a half a mile away because there's so much pollution and stuff in the air, right? So whenever the air has certain densities, you can't see through it accordingly. So you could never see forever on a flat Earth because you have perspective limit and atmospheric conditions. Like if you want to go to no Atmo day, you still couldn't. That doesn't exist, of course.
So what is this experiment you mentioned before where you can see a laser beam 40 kilometers away?
Oh, the FE core.
Yeah,
what's the furthest that's been recorded using a laser from point A to point B?
Farther than that.
Yeah, we shot 131 miles.
Why would you need anything more than like 3 miles?
Yeah, what about 31 miles?
Exactly.
Well, if you're aiming the laser beam up, right, it would go further.
Well, if you aim
the
laser beam up on a ball, the ball's going to keep going down and away from you. So you're going to go way up in the air.
Yeah, you'd be pointing out to quote-unquote space.
Yeah, so we're going to shoot laser straight because that's what lasers do. That's why we're using a laser. And it's going to go straight, and there's not going to be a hump of Earth curvature that physically blocks the laser. It hits 31 miles away.
31 miles.
Just like if the military used a laser for long-range target acquirement to hit a target, they trust the laser. That's why we use lasers, you know.
I don't know of any laser that bends.
There's a Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know of any laser that bends without a fiber optic pathway for it to travel through.
And then use line of sight for things like railguns. It can go at least 50 miles. Lately, they've been doing 100 miles. Would you like the video? I can post it again in the voice text there. Davinsky.
So yeah, let's post some of the links for the long distance observations and laser tests for Davinsky. But so Davinsky, you understand that if we are physically on a ball, then there is.
Say that again. You cut out.
If we live on a ball, there's a physical curve that's going to block us, right?
Yes.
Okay, like we talked about with the pregnant lady's stomach, for example. So, like, I can't walk up to a mound of dirt and see to the other side.
Yeah.
That's what the Earth has to do if it's a ball, right? Just like intrinsically, inherently, because it's a sphere.
Yeah.
Right. So we know where that hump or mound of dirt should be based on the size of the Earth. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because, like, you draw a line from the center of the Earth to the outside, which would be the surface, right? And that's how you know where that curve is. Right. So,
yeah.
Okay, so we use the size of the Earth and we know where this hump of dirt should be, and it's not anywhere in the entire world. It's not where it should be anywhere in the entire world. As a matter of fact, it has eluded the capability of any observer to find it, ever.
Yeah, and with Sextant, we can measure a piece of water like 1,000 miles, right? To the GP, the star.
Yeah, nothing works if that hump is there. You can't shoot radio waves. We can shoot radio waves 10,000 miles. Where's the big hump of Earth curve that blocks it?
Bruh, I'm tagging Davinsky. I'm tagging you in a lot of shit in the voice text. If you don't go there and save all of these links and such, then you're doing yourself a disservice rather. Thank you.
Yeah, and let's kind of summarize it in a polished form for you. Okay, so if I shoot a laser, it should hit the curve, the mound of dirt. Right? If I make an observation to mountains hundreds of miles away, there should be a giant mound of dirt, of curve of the Earth blocking the mountains. So we can make long-distance observations and see if that curve is obstructing what it's supposed to. We can shoot lasers and see if that obstruction actually obstructs the laser. We can do mirror flashes. We can shoot radio waves. They all work. And they have to assume there's, just like the military has electromagnetic propagation over a flat Earth for ground weapon systems. They've built ground towers as weapon systems, right? And they use electromagnetic propagation to hit a target. And the way they have to build and practically use these things has to assume that the Earth is flat to math out where you hit your target.
I got disconnected there when I was speaking to you, but it sounds like you kind of covered it. But I would just like to go into this very quickly with you, Davinsky, and then we'll let you ask some more questions. Just because this is the crux of the whole argument, right? This is where you eliminate all the need to trust people when they say, "Oh, we've got satellites in the sky, we're going to the moon, we're going to Mars." You can eliminate all that, because if any of that is true, then this hump of curvature, this physical obstruction on the surface of Earth that we're talking about, has to be there. And that's something that we can all access and we can all try to verify for ourselves. So you understand that there is a limit, if we live on this ball of a certain size, to how far we can see due to this curvature, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And are you on a computer at the moment? Like, have you got Google next to you or a search engine? So if you type in distance to horizon calculator, could you do that?
Yeah, distance.
So this will give you a way so that wherever you are, if you know your elevation off the surface, you will be able to predict how far away that horizon line should be, right? So have you got that? Yeah. Have you got a calculator open?
Yeah, I just did 2 meters, and then I'm calculating the distance.
Okay, so if you put in, let's say you put in 1 foot into that calculator, an observer height of 1 foot. So let's say you took a camera on a tripod and you put it down on the floor. How far away is it saying? How far away is it saying that the horizon should be for 1 foot?
1.2 miles.
Right. So that's meaning that if you are observing from 1 foot off of the surface, the maximum distance that horizon can be, because it's curvature of Earth, is 1.2 miles away. Correct? Did you hear what I said? Yep. Okay. Yeah. So if can someone post the Black Swan image? I don't know if you've already been through it, but so see in the live stream voice text, there should be an image coming up of some oil rigs. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. What distance does it have marked on the oil rigs? How far away are they?
So 9.4 miles and 6.2 miles.
Okay, and is the horizon seen in front of them, or in between them, or behind them?
Well, it seems behind them, yeah.
Right. So that's from a 1 foot observer height. The calculator says 1.2 miles. So the calculator says those oil rigs have to be behind a hump of curvature, and the line of the horizon has to be in front of them. But when we go and look, we're seeing the horizon behind them. So what does that mean?
But because those oil rigs are a lot taller than 1 foot, should they not be able to be seen from a further distance?
No. Because it would be that the horizon line has to be in front of them, right? The horizon line is the thing in question. Those are just distance markers. So you just checked on the calculator, and the calculator told you 1.2 miles, didn't it?
Uh-huh.
So where is the horizon when we actually look in that image?
It looks behind them.
It's beyond 9.4 miles, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's miles off. That's miles off. Do you know, if you took that observation as like your geometric horizon, it would give you a radius of 264,000 miles, right? Versus the 3,900 that they tell us it is. So that's like less than 4,000 miles on paper, but when we look, over 260,000 miles. Further than the distance they tell us the moon is. Do you see the problem?
So you're trying to say that the Earth is that wide? Is that long?
Oh, no. We're trying to say that the Earth is not the ball that they've told us, because if it was, the horizon would be predictable, like those calculators are saying. So the calculators, based on the globe model, tell us one thing, but reality tells us another thing. So should we be going with the calculator?
Response you'd get from someone like Simon Dan for this?
Well, this is why people like Simon Dan say they don't debate us, right? Because then they're in the position of having to deny observable reality. They have to come in and deny the horizon, right? And that's not comfortable, because then they're just there saying, oh, well, boats are going over the horizon, but the horizon isn't a physical thing. And they just sound mental, right? So they would tell you things like refraction, but then as soon as you dig any deeper than that single word, they've got no idea what they're talking about, and they've got no demonstration of it, right? You can't move a geometric horizon of a ball 10 times its limit using any kind of refraction known to man.
And the horizon's basically where it dips, right? That's like where it dips from
According to the globe model, it's the point that you can no longer see beyond because the ground is curving, like the surface is curving down and away from you. Yeah, so if that was true, and they've been saying boats go over the horizon for thousands of years, right? Bill Nye, Neil deGrasse Tyson, they're still saying this. You can tell it's a ball because ships disappear bottom up, and that must be because we're on a ball. But no, because the horizon isn't the curve of a ball, or it would be at 1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer. It couldn't be any further than that, unless the ball is inflating, which is no one's arguing, right? It's not changing size.
Yeah. How about this? How about, like, you know the rapper B.O.B.?
Yep.
He's a fairly rich guy. Surely he could get in a plane and just fly it until he hits the end of the flat Earth.
Oh my fucking god!
legal. Do with money.
Yeah, listen.
Huh?
I mean, as high as any person can obtain an altitude with any plane, it's flat and motionless, right? So, doesn't matter how high you go, doesn't matter where on Earth you go, you will only detect and observe a flat and motionless Earth. The horizon will always be flat, and it won't be at a geometrically predictable location based on the size of a ball that they tell us it is. But that's all you need to know.
My dad's a pilot, and he's seen the curvature. And according to what
No,
I
he
said
hasn't.
earlier in the other
No, he
chat,
hasn't.
at 35,000 feet, you start to see the curvature, is what they said.
No,
Yeah, the pilots have an old.
No, pilots are trained to treat the Earth as flat and motionless. It's in all their manuals.
But you said observable, like you can
So
observe the curvature from around 35,000 feet.
There's two
No, you
things.
can't, bro.
Right? Not to interrupt you, Wolfgang, but there's two things. There's authoritative sources saying that you can't see it, right? So there's Paul Larson. He is the director for a planetarium, I think in Jersey, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. No, I don't think it was. Anyway, planetarium director. He actually has a ticket to go to Mars, so he's a full-on globe earther, right? And he had a conversation about what flat earthers were saying. You know why? We were sending balloons up and showing that there was no curvature. So the guy comes on and says, the flat earthers are right. You wouldn't be able to see curvature. You wouldn't even be able to see curvature from the ISS. So what they're showing people is very deceptive. When you do the math, you can see
Why wouldn't
clearly
you be able to see curvature from the ISS? What was his reasoning?
the math.
You're not high enough off of this ball, even at ISS height.
You're only looking at
the
you're only
equivalent
looking at
of 3%.
His reason is you're looking at 3% of the Earth. If you have only a 3% field of view of the Earth from that height, it would to you look flat. So you were talking about observably. Well, observably, at least what the math is talking about, no, you wouldn't be able to see the curve even from that height. That's why the only thing that can take pictures of the whole globe are satellites supposedly in deep space and the dudes that were on the moon. Because nobody else, not even the people supposedly at the ISS, would ever see curve.
Do you, so in your view, right, how do you picture the Earth? Like, what is your, give me like an idea of how you view the Earth.
Look out the window.
But like, if you had to draw a map, how would you draw
Look
it?
out
Like,
the window.
Have you got a model?
Look, there's no, I don't look at the Earth as an object. The last time I did that, I was lied to and told that the object that I live on is a ball. Seeing is that I can't see it, why on earth would I have an idea of what it looks like? Unless I had direct evidence, unless I actually evidenced it myself. If I evidence it myself, then I'd be able to tell you, right? Or I could just give you the same lie that we're discussing right now, which is the globe. I could give you a different lie. It's a triangle.
So, like, in your mind, though, let's say you got a boat and you just sailed forever.
Before all of this, back to Wolfgang's point about not seeing curvature. What was your point, Wolfgang? Because I didn't mean to hijack. And I don't want to get
the first step is understanding what the globe model claims specifically, and you can do that easily now just by referencing the horizon curve calculators. So you can go and test it yourself next time you're at a beach or like a long body of water like a lake. You can get your altitude or your elevation, put it into the calculator, and see what the globe model says. So we take what the globe model says, we compare it to reality, and reality disagrees with this calculator. So are we supposed to ignore reality in favor of this model, or should we understand that, okay, the model isn't matching reality, it must not be correct? Doesn't that make sense, Avis? So I can't remember what your name is.
But isn't there If you got into a boat, do you think that eventually you'd get to an edge? Like, what do you think would happen?
Well, listen. So if you're just traveling, well, let's say you're going to go south, you can't just freely traverse the surface of this earth, right? Not only is it practically very difficult, but it's illegal under international law.
Not only that, he's strawmanning us, saying there's an edge. What edge?
Yeah. No one's claiming an edge. No one's observed an edge. It's not a disc in space, right? We're not in space. So there's not like an edge with water pouring off of it. This is like a joke concept that the media puts out to make curious minds who actually want to look into it see that and then go, oh, well, it must be retarded like I assumed. So that's not what it is.
So do you think that it's more of like a... Do you think that you set, like, there's two sides to it?
Listen to.
Sorry, Elijah, what you said?
Sorry,
it is not a disc floating in space.
Listen to what we're saying, my friend. Because you're being very unreasonable. Okay, let me just nip this in the bud. None of us in here, no flat earther that.
Cut out.
He cut out.
Elijah, come back, man.
He's on the train.
Riding that train, high on cocaine.
Just very quickly, Davinsky, when you're thinking about this place, think to yourself, could I ever answer this question? Could I physically go somewhere and get an answer to this question? And if the answer is no, you cannot, then we can't either. So speculating about what's underneath or what's on an edge, that's all just imagination. What we have is the surface that we live on. There's limits to where we can go on it. We can't go beyond 60th parallel south. Same with north.
I've heard of that. I've seen. Yeah.
Right. So what you can do is experience a flat and motionless Earth. You can't travel away from it to get.
You can fly over south, though. You can fly over Antarctica.
When did you do that?
You can, like, in theory, you could charter a plane and you could.
Oh wait, no. I'm not talking about in theory. I'm saying, have you ever done that?
I haven't done it, but you could if you wanted to.
Well, why? How do you know you could if you've never done it?
Because there's planes that fly over there.
How do you know that?
Why don't you do it?
I'll look it up right now. Hang on.
Yeah. Go and see what commercial.
South America that go over.
See what commercial flights you could get on that say they're going to fly over Antarctica, because it's a no-fly zone. I'd be interested to what you
remember.
There's flights from Australia, but they don't fly all the way over it, but they fly around there for like a couple hours and then you fly back.
Remember looking at...
Show us their route.
Yeah, and looking at books isn't reality either, because unless you actually done it, like I can say I've kicked you in the balls, but if I've never met you in person, I really haven't done that, so I could say it all day.
Yeah, so you can get little organized trips. You pay $20,000-$30,000, and they'll take you to a little periphery section of the ice shelf at Antarctica. But you're by no means allowed to go and explore. You are guided. You are taken to a tiny little section, and then you're sent home again, back the way you came. You're not circumnavigating south to north. You're just getting taken to a tiny little portion, and that's as much as you can do. You couldn't just get a boat and go exploring. Do you understand the difference there? Right? So to define any overall shape or any kind of overall picture of what this Earth is with concreteness is currently impossible for anyone to do. At least any member of the public. So we don't know. But what we do know is it's not a ball. It measures flat. It measures motionless. And it can't be in a vacuum. So that's the important thing for you to take away. And once you understand that, then you've got a new starting point to go, okay, well then how would this work? How would that work? What might this look like? I mean, there are concepts, there are speculations, but you need to be clear that that's what it is, speculation. Because if you can't verify it, then you don't know it. You just believe it. Does that make sense?
But I'm saying that in theory, it's not illegal to get a plane and fly over Antarctica.
Well, in theory,
No, it is. It is. It is illegal by international law. Again, I don't know why you're trying to debate something that you've not researched. Just like ask for our sources.
It's not illegal.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, it's not.
Well, I think he's Santa Claus in theory.
Listen, the Antarctic Treaty specifically prohibits you from taking any vehicle onto the Antarctic ice shelf without permission under the treaty.
Gotta go
That's
naked.
precisely what it does, right?
Yeah, but flying over it is not taking a vehicle on it.
Yes, it is. It's prohibited as well. You cannot be on 60th parallel south, which is before the ice shelf, without permission under the treaty, whether it be by boat or air. You can't do it.
And who told you a plane wasn't a vehicle? Anything you get in with a motor that moves is a vehicle, buddy. A soapbox, even.
Flying over something is not the same as driving on it. Or
You know what a no-fly zone is? You know what a no-fly zone is?
Antarctica is not a no-fly zone.
Yeah, it is. If you don't have permission under the treaty, that's exactly what it is. Because you can't
He
go
has
beyond
provide a source of that
parallel.
claim.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go and look
that's
up
what
the
you
Antarctic Treaty and the additional
this isn't
environmental appendices.
But this isn't serious. This isn't a serious conversation, and it's not a serious inquiry. Because whether or not we can, first of all, fuck whether or not. No, none of us have been to the edge. No flat earther has ever been to the edge. I would assume that there is an edge, right? Because I would assume that there's a limitation to our system, the system that we live in. That being said, we haven't explored the limits. I know you know that. I know you know. None of us know. Why are you asking questions that can't be answered?
Because what I'm saying is, like, there's so many flat earthers, even like rich ones.
But
such as DOP,
what does that have to do with what I'm telling you? I'm telling you. Forget about that, because it hasn't been done. Because again, you're like, well, why hasn't anyone gone to the edge? Because they haven't. So now that I've conceded to you that no one hasn't, does that mean all of a sudden that because I can't point you to someone who knows where the edge is, does that mean it's not a plane?
It kind of does, because like it shouldn't be hard to prove that it's flat if that's all you need to do is to get in a simple plane and charter it to go.
That's not true though. But that's not true though.
What he's saying is ridiculous.
Well, hold on. That's not true though. That's not true.
It's pretty simple, isn't it? Like if you want to just fly to
no, it's actually not true. So there's a method for determining where the curvature, how much curvature there is, where the obstruction is going to be. The only reason that we believe it's a ball is because of claims like that, right? So other than that, my experience is exactly what I think of the earth. I don't feel movement. I see things move in the sky. This is a plane of reference that I live on. So when someone says, yeah, you can interpret XYZ as you living on a ball, the only thing I need is the consequence of curvature. That doesn't exist. That makes me fall back on the default experience that is a stationary plane. Because I know when I'm on a hill, I know when I'm balancing on a basketball, and I know when I'm on a plane surface. Now, if the plane surface appears like a plane, but it really is a ball, that's something that someone would have to prove to me. I've already falsified that it's the size of the ball that they claim. There's not really anything else to do. And then the very first claim that it was a ball, as far as we know, is of the eclipse that actually proves that it's exactly not that, which we discussed earlier.
And a square is not a circle. You cannot confuse the two.
And then there's celestial navigation, which requires a plane. As a matter of fact,
again, sorry,
what?
Elijah, go on.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna remind Davinsky of what I said at the beginning, which is that all these other ancillary claims that he might have, such as believing that he could fly over Antarctica, which you've already conceded you don't know, it's just a theory that you have. If any of that were true, then the surface curvature would exist, and that horizon would never be beyond the oil rigs, which you already agreed it is. So we know there's no curvature. So all of these other ancillary points that would be assuming the curvature can be thrown out, such as we're flying on the underside of a ball, flying over Antarctica, which no one's doing anyway, but you can't even make that claim because there isn't the curvature, remember? The oil rigs image has shown you that.
I'm pretty sure there's someone that has trekked across Antarctica.
What is a radius? What is a radius?
Norton.
What is a radius?
Someone.
What is a radius?
Huh?
What is a radius?
Say that again.
What is a radius?
Like half the diameter.
But what is it specifically?
Well, according to isn't it around 6,000, 5,000
No, not the radius. What is a radius?
Oh.
What do you mean? I just said half the diameter.
It's a line segment, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yes?
Yeah.
Could it be anything other? Could it be anything other than a line segment?
What do you mean? I don't get what you're saying.
Can a radius be anything other than what you just agreed that it was?
I guess not.
What do you mean you guess not? You either know or you don't know.
Well,
I tell you something in life.
It's a line.
It's a line, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you mind reading for me?
What do you want?
It's in the chat. Let me repost it because I know it's like far.
You know, he's not even paying attention to the chat.
Are you talking about?
Well, that's why I'm going to ask him to read it because then he would have to pay attention in order to read it, right?
So what you're saying is,
hold on, he's gonna put something.
You want to
something
charter?
Hold on, Dave. He said he's going to post something.
Bruno Arias.
What I'm asking you is, what is a radius? You answered that question.
Well,
right?
I know I know where you go with this because someone else said.
So you answered that question. So you answered that question, right? So that being said, would you mind reading?
So charter a flight from Perth, Australia to Buenos Aires.
So with that being said, would you mind reading?
I am reading.
No, you're not reading what I want you to read.
What do you mean? Are you Josh?
No, I'm not.
I can't see what you want me to read.
No, I am Josh. He is Elijah F.
Let's direct him to what Elijah's posted. What's the timestamp?
He's about to post it again.
I'm about to repost it right now. Loading up.
Okay, you're looking for Elijah Davinsky.
Read that.
Can you summarize it? This is a long ass paragraph.
Yeah,
it won't take you that long. Just read it out loud, Davinsky.
It takes like 2 minutes to read.
You'll be okay.
The sextant is a device which is used to measure an angular separation between two objects. The user point of the sextant at the first object of interest, usually the horizon in navigation, and then slides the index bar until the light from the second object is reflected off the index mirror and horizon mirror, such that the two images are horizontally aligned when observed through the telescope. Dude, I'm not reading the entire fucking thing.
Read the rest of it. Yeah, read the rest of it.
It's huge.
Skip over the things you don't understand. It'll take you less than 60 seconds.
Wow, you think that is a lot of reading?
Don't worry about it. Read it.
I mean, I'm skim reading it. You want to summarize it for the
Just
chat?
read it. No, just read it out loud.
I want to address what Joshua said about the flat path thing first. So someone else made that point from Seoul.
Just go ahead.
It's not a straight line.
Just go ahead and humor me and read.
Dude, I'm not reading this entire thing. It's too long.
You already read a quarter. You already read a quarter of it. All right. So then, I mean, what are you trying to flunk out?
Huh?
What are you trying to flunk out? You want to force a mute or force a ban? You've been talking all this time. I asked you to read one thing, and I'm too tired.
Why can't you read it?
You know that these are the kinds of these are the kinds of discussions that children listen to, and they're in disbelief because
Dude,
they're
I'm
like,
not a
it has to
narrator.
be.
If you want to read something, you read it. I'm not fucking going to
There has to be a globe, right? So that being said, people shouldn't be doing things like, "Oh, I can't read this." Because a 5-year-old.
If you want to read it, then read it. I'm not going to humor you. I'm not a narrator.
You already agreed.
You've already
read
read it.
You already agreed.
Right, if he's really not going to read it, either someone else read it out, and then we can ask him to respond or summarize it.
I don't think.
Hold on. Give me a second. This is the thing. I don't think he wants to be told a story. He wants you to summarize it. He doesn't want to do any of the hard work. So I don't think he's here to learn.
The intellectual guy can't read. He's so intellectual.
Reading it doesn't mean it instantly makes sense to me. It's very fucking complicated. What's a sextant? I don't know what a fucking sextant is.
I want to make sure you know how to read, because I don't think your intellectualness is capable of reading. And how could you make a judgment?
That's a very nice insult, dude. Like, congrats to you. Very good faith here.
You're making judgments.
I bet his mother still reads him bedtime stories, right?
He can't read.
So this is the intellect that we're going down now. Like we've had.
Listen, guys, we're having a conversation. Right, we're having a conversation, and if the guy can't read it, then we need to move on to something else or have someone else read it, because there's no point in numbers.
All right. I'm gonna just read one line, because if you want the context, well, you're gonna have to read it out loud. Or if you want to argue against it, you're gonna have to discuss it in full detail. But it's as clear as day. It's as plain as day. You can crack open any navigation book from any authoritative source. Doesn't really matter. That's where we pulled this one from. So, from this, a navigator knows he is on a specific circle along the plane of the surface of the Earth of radius r, known as the line of position. So, if that radius across the surface of the Earth turns out to be 1,000 miles, that's 1,000-mile line segment on the surface of the Earth, is it not? As you can see from the pictures, we're talking about triangulation and celestial navigation, something that we do practically, not none of this theoretical mumbo jumbo that you've been talking about. Cat got your fucking tongue? Come on, then. You didn't have to read.
What do you want me to say? Like, mumbo jumbo? Like, that's a nice insult, but, like, what do you want me to say to that?
Perhaps.
I want you to respond to the question.
Why are you guys acting like such dickheads right now?
I just wanted you to respond to the question.
Your question.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Davinsky. Just go along with the conversation. Everyone will be chill. Elijah's asking you the question. If you want Elijah to restate the question, let us know.
Restate the question.
Okay, a line segment that's 1,000 miles long, for example, across the surface of the Earth. What do you think about that?
Honestly, I don't know what to say to that.
Well, you already know a radius is a line segment. And
Yes.
if you're using triangulation to figure out the radius between, which is the line between you and the position that a star is directly above the Earth, that distance is over the surface of the earth.
Okay.
I mean, there's really nothing else to be said. Like I said, from this, a navigator
I'm just
knows
wondering if
he is in a specific circle from along the plane of the surface of the earth of radius r, known as the line of position. I mean, that's all I have to read. There's a lot more, but I mean, I already said what I had to say.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he's not.
Do you study physics?
No, do you understand? Do you understand when he's talking about a circle on the surface of the Earth and a radius drawn on that circle? That is a flat circle, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if the circle has a radius of 1,000 miles, or whatever, let's say 500 miles, that would be 500 miles over a flat surface, right?
Yeah.
Right. Do you know how much curvature there is claimed to be over 500 miles?
What is that?
Good question. Someone post that. Or shout it out.
Yeah, I just think
It's not zero. It's not zero anyway, right? It's not flat. According to a globe model, you can't have a straight line or a flat circle over 500 miles because there's supposed to be thousands of feet of curvature. Do you understand that? Remember, 8 inches per mile squared. So over 500 miles, it's quite a lot of curvature.
Yeah.
And that's just using one star.
Yeah. I mean, we're just showing you that, like, everything that involves practical use of the Earth is assuming distances of a flat surface at distances that would be possible on a globe. Do you see that? Right, you can have a 500-mile flat line on a curved surface that's supposed to have thousands of feet of curvature over that distance. So that's what's being communicated to you. And it won't. You might not understand it all right now. It might. Okay, but sorry, go on.
At the end of the day, I just don't see how
The reason it can't be curved is because in order to celestially navigate, in order to get from point A to point B, in order to know where you are so that you know where you're going, you have to use a method known as triangulation. And in order to do that, you need a baseline. You need a zero angle. That would be the horizontal from you to wherever you're going. And you need to know what that distance is, which is why you take the angle measurement. I mean, but you didn't read anything.
Well,
so
he keeps insisting.
I'm sure you don't understand. But the bottom line is, when you have 3 different radius from 3 different directions so that you can pinpoint exactly where your location is via triangulation, all 3 of those lines have to be parallel. You have to have a 90-degree angle or something like a corner pocket, like if you're playing pool. It has to be from you directly across to the GP, and above that GP is the star that you are measuring the angle from. That's as simple as it. I don't know how else. I don't know what else to say to you other than I have videos from a navigator who's taken his time to create a channel and a series about navigation using a sextant on a globe. Obviously, that's what he believes it is. But when he shows you how to use the sextant, when you look up any literature on how to use a sextant, well, what I'm showing you now is what you'll find. So the bottom line is, obviously, we live on a plane.
a flat
Like,
plane.
even if it was
Hold on a
illegal
second.
to fly south and to fly north, why can't you just go east as far as you can or west as far as you can?
Hold on a second. Davinsky, do you have wax in your ears?
I do.
You do? Because you just didn't even listen to a fucking thing that he said.
That's kind of ironic you picked that up because, like, I actually do.
Stop. Just listen, because you're talking rubbish. What you're saying is goofy. Listen, you just keep.
No, you actually had some psychic intuition then, because I actually.
Hold on a minute, man. What you're saying is worthless. Listen, you keep saying how easy it is for us to see we live on a globe. We're telling you that we measured it's not. Yeah, we know it would be easy, but guess what? Can't be done. It doesn't exist. That's how easy it is because we've disproven it. Yeah, we get you. It's easy to see that it could be a globe if it was, but it's not. And we've seen that very easily. Now, what do you got to say?
Wouldn't you rather it be definitively proven though by going to like
by
as far as
measuring
you
the
can
ground
east?
that we live on is how we do it. Yeah, we measured it to be flat, no globe, no curve. There's mountains, there's hills, there's dips, but there's no curve, pal.
But if you were the one to prove that it was flat,
we've
you
all
would go
proven
down
it.
in history.
We already
No,
did
you
prove
wouldn't.
it.
No, you wouldn't. We'd talk to goofy people like you that keep saying something that doesn't make any sense.
Dude, if you live streamed and
You
went
don't want
to
any information. You don't want any
Davinsky,
measurements.
wait, hold on,
the
Demo.
edge
Hold on.
or whatever you think is.
Davinsky, remember,
measurement.
hold on, Demo, hold on. But Davinsky, remember, the people that are coming forward with this, as per Google and YouTube confirmed at Congress, are being censored. So no, it's not like they would celebrate someone discovering this, quote unquote. They would actively censor it, as you seem to have already forgotten from like an hour ago.
Yeah,
so
and it doesn't matter what they try to censor.
So unless you've got any kind of more pertinent questions, or you think someone has measured the Earth to have curvature, so that we can then assume that we're living on a ball floating in a vacuum with magical water and gas swirling around it. If you don't have that, then really, I mean, you've just got a belief, right? And we're not really looking for beliefs again, because we all have the same belief. We're now talking about actual evidence.
Well, okay, you can have your evidence, but you should also be able to provide definitive proof.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, because remember the oil rigs, the horizon was seen behind them, right? So the Earth is providing definitive proof that the story we were told is wrong, because the Earth disagrees with the calculators that you looked up, remember? Which is based on the globe model. So yeah, Earth is providing the definitive evidence, and we've just taught you how you can go and verify it for yourself. So it's no use kind of just being like, oh, but this and but that. Go and check it out, dude. So if there's any other mods in the chat, who are spotting new people that maybe want to join in and ask questions, let's give them some space. But otherwise, Davinsky, if you've got any other points, feel free.
One more thing.
I'd like to before you go, Dima. I'd like to apologize for getting a little aggravated with you, and potentially disrespecting you. I don't want to speak to you in a way that you know everyone deserves respect. Think what you want, do what you want, man. I know you've heard what I have to say. I know you've heard what Wolfgang and Denmark and Witsit and Roger. I know you've heard every one of us here. What you do with it's not really my problem. Good luck to you.
Well, I appreciate the apology because it was a bit out of line to start insulting my intelligence after we've had a pretty decent conversation.
We did. You're right. We did. And I feel sorry
then
about
when you do that, people do tend to like as you said that, I started to get a bit more steadfast in my views, because that's generally what people do is when they do get insulted, they tend to be less open to accepting of the other person, even if what they're saying. Because what you guys have said, like, you're definitely knowledgeable on the topic. You're way more knowledgeable than me. So that's why I try to, I guess, argue from a different standpoint about how we can actually prove it to be flat, or about the conspiracy, if that's like a tenable kind of conspiracy, that there could be a global cooperation. But when it comes to the physics and stuff, I really don't have enough.
Brother,
this is why.
Sorry, go on.
just so it's their conspiracy, man. Right? So we just found out they lied. We're telling you what they said the Earth is. It is provably not that. We have proven that. Okay, so it's just we exposed their lie. So really, the conspiracy was they were going to tell everyone, "Oh, look, the Earth's a magic ball that spins." That sounds like a conspiracy theory. That's crazy to me. Okay, but we proved it wrong. That's all we're saying. You said we don't know every single detail about the entirety of the Earth from an outside view. No one does.
One more thing.
Would you be open to because when I was looking it up, right, in 2020, I don't know if it went ahead, but there was a Forbes article, and this guy basically wanted to charter a cruise ship full of flat earthers and try and find, I don't know if you guys like the term.
Yeah, you don't even know you don't even know what you're saying, bro. That's the thing.
Can I get mine?
No, but if that was
a thing, 1 second, and real quick.
I know you're still saying we should do other things other than what we've already proven. That's the point. You're ignoring the evidence. Go ahead, Dan.
Davinsky, I was going to say,
prove the evidence. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. I want to talk about the evidence right now, real quick. I want to talk about some evidence. I got Santa Claus, right? That millions of kids can go sit on his lap at the mall, right? We can weigh him, see him, take pictures, videos, bring him home, tell your grandma, spot it on Doppler radar. We can see, touch him. We can wrap the thing. Like he's there. Where can you physically go do that with your globe at? We have more evidence.
Theory, if it is actually a globe, I could get a boat and I could
we're talking evidence. We were talking evidence, no theories. Evidence of a globe versus Santa. What do you got?
I've got what comes out of NASA.
Pictures and cartoons. I got pictures and videos of Santa's with my kids on his lap. I do not.
Well, let's keep it real, right? Let me let you know this. We want the same thing everyone else wants. Which one? When you're watching a prize fight, you want to see the best damn fight with the best damn fighters, right or wrong.
Yeah.
We have been begging to have an audience, not with the anti-fighters, but with people of notoriety. They've already, insulated themselves by one, taking our platform away, saying they wouldn't speak to us because it's such an absurd idea, yada, yada, yada. But in all honesty, we would all love to talk to them publicly, which is exactly what I'm planning on doing. I think Witsit's also planning on having like a university tour kind of situation where we go speak to these public officials, the ones that, train our kids for the world. Right?
You know what would be interesting if you guys did something like a Steven Crowder and you went to university campuses and stood out the front of physics departments and be
we have something like that. Sleeping Warrior was on Speaker's Corner and totally demolished two physics students. Demolished.
Witsit's doing that too.
That's probably go viral though.
Who's in the chat, right? Davinsky. If you look down in the chat, Witsit, if he's still here. He's been touring America, going around just speaking on the street and debating people when they come up. So it's essentially like that.
I thought when Sleeping Warrior did that, Elijah, I thought it was a teacher. I thought it was a real teacher.
It might have been. Yeah, it might have been different times. Because I know also.
Yeah, it was. You caught him outside on the sidewalk or something when they were leaving. It was a guy and a girl. And one of them I thought was a physics teacher or something like that. That's the one I
wasn't able to do as many, personally. I wasn't able to do as many universities when I started the tour. The whole clown world being stupid and shutting down, the universities were pretty dead. But I have been to a couple. That's what I want to do. I want to do it all the time. But I will say this though, just as it's pertinent. My experience is that actually college students are more open, and the professor would never come debate in front of their students, right? Because the best physics students you can name, they just get demolished. It's bad,
right?
So
They have so much to lose. I mean, their reputation. I mean, a debate is in effect, in most people's eyes, asking for either the approval and the sanction of academia or basically declaring war on their conception of, the heliocentric ball model. Now, academics can be polite and have an intellectual discussion as long as it's, kind of like a safe space where they're not going to lose their rep or their career by daring to, even give the topic the light of day or speak with, a sullied flat earther, but once the stakes get high enough, they're just going to, cower and run away.
Yeah, like I wouldn't even hesitate to go to Princeton, Harvard, Yale, Berkeley, you name it. Maybe what's what we should do. You guys help me come up with a list of the most prestigious. I'll go to different physics departments.
I'd love to say that, honestly.
But
Well, yeah, that's good for entertainment, but that's not the reality here is that it's already been proven. So
That's
Well,
true.
I mean, that's just a
But
general truth, yes, but I mean, if you're going to go to a physics person, they're going to be like, are we going to have a physics discussion or a flat earth discussion? Because the physics is pretty simple. They basically declare by fiat that gravity pulls everything to the center of a ball. Is that proven or not on physics level or whatever? No, it's just an unproven axiom that they just accept. So at that point, it wouldn't even be a physics discussion. It would just be a discussion of general facts and observations.
But if a physics professor is unfortunate enough to stumble upon me out there, even no matter what his field of study is, I'm going to demolish him. I'm going to stay specific to his fields. So, like,
Yo,
let's talk about gravity then. But I'm like, that's the word. See, the difference is with these people on the internet, not really in the know, but appealing to these authorities, and these authorities is totally different world. And you're like, well, what about the feasibility of a background medium that is not even acknowledging it? Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, name all the supporting evidence. A professor can't just act like he didn't hear it or call you names.
Well, if you're talking about a background medium that, in reference to the flat earth, maybe this background medium is swirling around the ether. And that's what's giving, Bob his gyro drift. That would be a good conversation physics wise over, say, flat earth or whatever. That would be a good, starter from a physics standpoint.
Maybe I would just
But
how
this is
many
the point.
prestigious professor concessions I can get saying
Well-
there is no physical scientific evidence of the globe as it pertains to the scientific method.
Yeah. Well, what's it? Whenever you're back this way up east, there's this dude named Mark Crispin Miller, and he did a video on propaganda and irrational fear about this whole pandemic situation, and he was very spot on. And I think that he would be the best professor to attempt to talk to. He works at NYU. He was the first person to come out about fraudulent. Well, I'm lying, but he wrote a book about fraudulent elections and began to get blacklisted. And I think that he's the best person to talk to, at least on this side. So when you come down, definitely I want to come with you to have a conversation with him, if I haven't already done so.
Yeah, the
'Cause I'm
university
looking to
thing is
make
good
moves.
just because, the likes of Da Vinci and that would tune into that, and it doesn't matter what their level is, and we know that it measures flat, so there isn't really a debate, but most people don't know that, and we should be attacking them on every front. And with the amount of people that appeal to authority when it comes to academia, that should be getting exposed. So I think if you can get it going, that should be happening, and that would be great to watch. So, yeah, watch this space. But Da Vinci, there's loads of debates online with flat earthers and other people who claim to be academics, PhDs, all this kind of stuff. So I'm sure if you ask around, people can link you some of the debates. Witsit's done a load of debates. There's been a bunch on this server. So.
What do you think about these people getting away with the word refraction? Because anytime you redirect light, even if it does refract, it goes into another straight line. Light travels in straight lines. I mean, it can be reflected, directed, but then it goes back to a straight line again. So how are these people getting away with saying that light bends? You would have to redirect it every hundredth of an inch or whatever.
Light is wrong.
Listen, talk to them about what happened when we went into Jim Panda's server with Andrew Thomas Young stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yo,
I just want to say, I just want to say goodbye. Thank you for having me. It was a nice conversation. And
Thank you for
I'll
being
tune
here,
in.
Yeah, no
man.
worries, bro.
Again, I'm very
Come back
sorry
anytime.
to-
And Vinci, check out the resources at the bottom of the server, right? There's links to additional information. It's all alphabetized, gravity, eclipses, sun, the moon. Check out those channels, and you can do some of your own research. Yeah.
All right, peace out, guys.
Peace.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
All right, I'm driving, but if any of the other mods can do some unmuting and speaking to new people, let's see if there's anyone else new in here while we've got a few people in. I see Danny Chronic at the top of the list. Went to get his haircut not too long ago. How's the haircut looking, Danny? Maybe he's away. All right, well, if there's anyone else new in here that is verified and wants to ask questions, unmute and let us know. And if you're not verified, if you jump up to VC check-in 1 or ping a mod or a gold and let them know you want to talk and ask questions or whatever, you can be unmuted to discuss.
Oh yeah, I'm here, man. I didn't unmute myself. Well, I'm new to this channel, so school me on everything you guys know.
We
All right.
through the surface of the Earth and it doesn't curve anywhere. And if the surface of the Earth doesn't curve anywhere, then it can't be a sphere with a radius value they said, which is where they say you live on a ball that has a certain size in space that can't exist because vacuums can't sit next to air and the Earth doesn't move. So there you go. There's your intro, my man. And there's no physical, scientific experiments or measurements that actually validate the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Yeah, so a good starting point, Danny, is the logical starting point is to observe and think about how we actually experience the Earth to begin with, right? So when you go to the beach and you look at the horizon, do you notice any curvature of that horizon, or is it just a flat horizon?
I don't know. It kind of goes up, but then you can see it go down. I don't know.
Well, the horizon,
Weird.
you know, the line that demarks the sky and the surface, right? You know, that's what I mean when I'm saying the horizon.
Yeah. Yeah, because out in Santa Monica Beach, there's a boat out there, like an abandoned boat that everybody could see, you know?
Yeah,
and
right.
it
But
looks
the
like half
horizon
of
line
it is
itself,
missing, but it's like so far away, it's hard to tell, even through those little
yeah.
binoculars they got out there.
You can get onto that, but just as a starting point, if we both come out of the cave and we don't know anything, no one's ever told us anything about the Earth, and we're trying to say, right, let's try and figure out what we're standing on. I observe a flat horizon. It's horizontal. That's where the word horizon is coming from. So a horizontal line is just a flat line, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and this isn't really debated. We only observe a flat Earth, right? Not talking about hills, valleys, and stuff. Obviously, we've got that. But when you're looking at the horizon, and when we're looking over water, we only ever observe flatness, right? No curvature. There's not a curved horizon. And when it comes to motion of the Earth, have you ever detected the Earth to be in motion?
Nah.
Nah. So if someone was to say to you, okay, you don't experience it, but the Earth is curved and it is in motion, then you would agree that it would be on them to provide evidence for that, right? Rather than the person saying, well, this is just what I experience. So the burden of proof would lie on the person claiming that it's something that isn't experienced directly, right? The other person is just saying, well, this is what I directly experienced, so until I can be proven otherwise, I'm not going to assume it's anything else. Does that make sense to you? Like, you need proof if someone says the Earth is actually curved when you only observe it to be flat, and we need proof if someone says the Earth is actually in motion, even though we only experience it to be still. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I could agree with that.
Okay, so we usually ask people 3 questions when they come in, and I'll just go through them really quickly. There's not really there's not a right or wrong answer, and if you haven't heard of it, which school won't have taught you about this really, so you can just say I don't know or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you know of anyone in human history who's ever measured the surface of Earth to be curved or have curvature?
Nah. Can't
Okay.
say that. No.
Okay, same for axial rotation. Do you know of anyone in history who's ever measured the Earth's surface to be in motion, rotating?
No, can't say that I know anyone or know of.
Okay. And we spoke briefly in the VC, and we spoke about the gas pressure.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever seen a demonstration of gas pressure existing without any kind of container?
No, not really. No.
Okay,
No,
so those are all. Yeah, those exactly. So those are all claims that the globe makes. It's curved, it's in motion, and we have gas pressure without a container. But that would require proof and evidence. At the moment, you don't know of any. So that would just be a belief, right? Not knowledge.
Yeah.
So a good starting point would be to say, okay, I really need to go and find out who did actually measure curvature, who did actually measure motion of this place, and how have they demonstrated that we can have gas pressure without a container? Because without all of those, and so far we don't even have one, without all of those things, the globe is not physically possible. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you've got questions, or if you want to go and do some Googling and bring back some answers to us for us to talk about, you're free to do that. Or if anyone else has got any points, feel free.
Yeah, I'll just listen for now. All this is brand new, you know?
Yeah. I'll take the time.
What he's basically breaking down, simple, right? Like what we all were just told the Earth's a ball. We all just believed it was that. You know, so as of now, no one's even really thought about it to have the realization that it's simply just a belief they have. But you realize that now, right? So, like, you know, a lot of people have had lots of beliefs on what, you know, the authoritative figures have told them throughout history, but let's just figure out what really is, right?
Yeah. It's a trip, man.
Yeah, it's a trip for sure, bro.
Yeah, and you sound like you already know that you can't just trust the government to tell you something, right? I assume you know that because you know that's what all of us had, and that's really all the globe has. You believe it because we're shown pictures, we're told stories, we're shown videos. So another good place to start, if you look at the additional information channels that I mentioned earlier, there's channels on NASA, ISS, rocket launches or rockets, astronauts, and it's just hours of bloopers, right? Like CGI malfunctions, harnesses on display, scale models. It's endless. So as soon as you get into, oh, well, NASA says it's this, that's what my evidence is, and then you realize that NASA's full of shit.
Yeah, I've seen videos on that where they're like on harnesses and lines, and you can see them trying.
Yeah,
to,
right.
You know,
so why are they trying to use special effects to make us think that this thing is going on if it's actually real? Right? I mean, that alone is a huge red flag, is it not? Because it's like, if the story was true, why are you on harnesses?
For real.
Why are you CGIing lemons into your videos? I don't understand.
And another theory is that they're in a water tank.
Well, they have a training facility.
Or something like that.
They have a training facility that they call the Neutral Buoyancy Lab, and it's got a full-scale replica of the ISS, and it's underwater, and it just so happens that they can turn it pitch black and put like green screens behind it and everything.
Yeah.
Which is why when we see the spacewalk,
trip the fuck out.
yeah, we see the spacewalks, right, and they're out there moving along, like doing whatever the hell they're doing. They don't look like they're doing anything. They're just pissing around on the outside of the ISS. But it doesn't look like the ISS is moving at all, and it looks a lot like they're in water, like the way they move. And yet they tell us that the ISS is supposed to be moving at 17,500 miles an hour, like way faster than a bullet. And they don't look like they're moving at all. So yeah, all this stuff is just like special effects. NASA own the world's largest green screen? That's another one that the Globers can't explain to us. Why do NASA own the world's largest green screen if they're not just a special effects company? You know, it's insane.
Yeah. Or what if we're just in a simulation? That'd be a lot more easier to explain.
They own a lot
If we
more
are in
than
a
that.
simulation, if you think about like computer games and that, every single computer game environment is a flat surface. No one's really building like a ball surface. So I don't think it's a simulation. But even if you thought that, it would still make more sense that we're on a flat surface, not a curved one. So it's like whichever way you go, the flat Earth makes more sense. Even though when you first hear about it, you think that's the craziest thing I've ever heard, like we all did. So I take it, do you believe that NASA landed on the moon?
I'm not even sure. I'm not even from that time, so.
All right.
Say,
Do you think it sounds like
Yeah,
a
it does
pretty
look
wild
fishy.
claim?
Yeah.
Do you not think like when you're like looking up at the moon and you think, if 3 guys from the American government go there in a tin can to play golf and drive a buggy, like doesn't that sound like a wild claim?
What a fish story, and they're buying it.
Sounds pretty fishy to me, if you know what I mean.
And then when they ask them, when they're asked for the evidence, hey, can we see your telemetry data for the trip? They say, no, we lost it. It's like, oh, so what about the original footage? Oh, we lost that too. What about the technology? We destroyed it.
Yeah, and Buzz Aldrin punched a dude in the face because he asked the dude asked Buzz Aldrin to swear on a Bible that he went to the moon, and he wouldn't do it, and he socked the guy.
Yep.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
That's so sloppy. That's so blatantly obvious. Yeah, and he committed a fucking crime when all he did, well, the other guy was asking, hey, man, greatest achievement in mankind, did you do it or not? And he's punched him in the face. Like, okay.
Buzz Aldrin also, during a school, one day in school, he admitted to an 8-year-old girl that they didn't go to the moon. She says, well, how come we haven't been back? He says, that's not a question that a little girl would ask, he tells her. He says, but he can tell you it was a financial situation or something, he told her. And he says, we didn't go, is what he told her. And so that's another incident that he's later denied, I guess, at some point. But he did tell an 8-year-old girl in school one day whether they had some thing where NASA astronauts went to.
You want it word for word? I can quote Buzz.
Just post the video. But could you imagine if Kyle Rittenhouse on the stand when he's asked to place his hand on the Bible to indicate that he's about to tell the whole truth, if he just turned around and punched the person who was asking him to do that? Would you think he's likely telling the truth, or would you think, he really doesn't want to swear on that Bible? You know, so everything.
Told that little girl also that they didn't go to the moon. I mean, you could tell by the look on his face. He kind of held his chest and his heart, and he put his head down like, oh, he made this kind of a sigh, and he went, "Oh, we didn't go."
Because wins.
Anyway, there's a video of that. I guess I should probably try to find it for these people, but
that's not an 8-year-old question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Okay, I'm gonna go there for 3:30. No, I'm leaving now. I already got my clothes on. I'm gonna go now and go there for 3:30.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan.
You're hot micing, bro.
I don't care. Let's talk about. Let's listen. Come on. Let's listen to what's going on.
All right. Otherwise, if Danny's got questions, Danny, if there's anything that you're like, okay, well, what about this then? How does that work? Just throw them out.
Shit. I always hear that there's like a dome or some shit. What is that all about?
Right. So that goes back to remember how I was telling you that we can't be existing in a gas pressure environment without a container.
Yeah.
So some people speculate, and that's what it is, right? Because we can't travel to it. Some people speculate that that's what the container is, that it's a dome shape, right? I don't know if you're a Bible guy or if you've ever looked into any scriptures, but it describes what's known as the firmament.
Yeah, I've heard of that before. Yeah.
So the conception of that is like a physical barrier beyond the sky, essentially, that's containing all of this. And if you've ever heard of a guy called Werner von Braun, have you ever heard that name?
No.
So Werner von Braun was a Nazi scientist who was taken over to the United States after World War II in Operation Paperclip.
Otherwise known as Satan.
Missiles, right? He was working on their V2 missiles, which is like their long-range ballistics missiles. Because essentially what NASA is looking at developing here is like missile technology at best. When they're talking about rockets and that, it's not for sending people into a vacuum. It's just because they want to have good rockets for bombing people, basically. But anyway, Werner von Braun was like, he's considered the father of rocketry. He started the Apollo programs. He was instrumental in NASA and their rocket development, basically. And on his tombstone, after he died, you would expect that he'd have some flowery epitaph to exploring the cosmos and stuff, right? You'd be expecting some space stuff on there. But no, the only thing he put on his tombstone is Psalms 19:1, which is a reference to a pretty obscure Bible verse that says, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork." So
That's
literally,
word for word from the NIV.
so he's referencing on his tombstone a passage from the Bible that directly references a physical covering over the earth when he's supposed to be this guy that's shooting rockets out into space. Which would be impossible if there was a physical covering. So there's all these little hints, right? These people in positions of authority know about it, right?
That
They know that there's
why the government has a lot of satanic rituals.
Side note: as a firmament is a solid container. Well, you have the story goes that it was flooded, the earth, and of course the sign that it won't be flooded again is the rainbow. That's because to have a rainbow, it's a reflective surface. You're seeing a reflection and a demonstration that the firmament is still intact, effectively, so it can't flood again. And it's said to be scripturally, of course, removed that there's 7 layers to this containment, and that's why you have 7 colors. Either way, like the rainbow is actually a physical evidence of a container over top of us.
Yeah, so if you check out on the additional information sections, there's a channel called Firmament, and that's an interesting one to look at, and it'll show you some of the rainbow stuff, how they can only be produced artificially if we have a lens of some description, which is what this container looks like it must be. And so when it comes to observing the cosmos, as we call it, which would be, just the sun, the moon, the stars, you need to keep in mind this potential of a lens, how light can act in lenses, whether or not these luminaries are within it or out with it, shining through it maybe, who knows, we don't know. But there's more than sufficient evidence to say that there must be kind of physical container.
Crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
Crazy, yeah. It is absolutely crazy.
There's even an old encyclopedia, I think it was like 1956 or 57, where a scientist of some kind went to Antarctica and took some pictures. He said there was a firmament 1,500 feet or 15,000, like 15, I can't remember, but it was not far above his head while he was on the shore. He said,
13,000 feet. 1954 Berkana,
there you
13,000.
go. There you go. Yeah.
Wait. You talking about the encyclopedia?
Yes.
Yeah.
It said it didn't say there was a firmament. It said there was a dome in which a range of mountains is also referred to. Unfortunately,
early
whether it's true or not.
Yeah, early 1900s declassified military documentation coming from a Russian scientist that created an approximation method to determine the brightness of the firmament, and the approximation method was proven accurate.
Yeah, my only point was there's several things you can see that it's been documented throughout history. Several times throughout history, it's been documented. Now, whether or not it's true and all this, of course, you can debate all that. But the fact of the matter is, it has been documented several times. throughout history.
Well, this is another cool one on that point. So, Danny, have you ever heard that the U.S. military were launching nukes into the sky?
No, I never heard of that.
Right. So I heard of this way before Flat Earth, and it always boggled my mind. I was like, why the hell would they be launching nuclear bombs, quote unquote? That's another topic we can get into. But why would they be launching nukes into the sky? That sounds like a crazy thing to do. And there was various reasons, supposedly, for why they were doing it. One was saying they were trying to, quote unquote, set the atmosphere on fire, all this mad kind of stuff. But you can still see videos of it, where they're firing bombs of some description up into the sky, and you can see the explosions, and they look as if they're spreading out over a physical surface. And do you know what name they gave these operations?
What?
They called it Operation Fishbowl.
Oh shit! God
And
damn.
one of
Right?
the
Why would they be
and
calling that
That's kind of
Operation
suspect.
Fishbowl?
and when they started using missiles instead of dropping bombs, what ended up happening is they changed the name of it from Starfish Prime to Dominic, which translated means of God.
Of the Lord,
So
yes.
they're testing the fishbowl of God.
I didn't even know that.
Yep.
Yeah, so Fishbowl was a subset of Dominic, so Dominic of the Lord, and Fishbowl of the Lord. And if you've ever heard Hillary Clinton giving her cringe speeches, she'll talk about how they've been trying to crack this glass ceiling. You ever heard her talking about that?
The fuck? No, I never heard of that.
Although, if you Google it, they'll say they're relating that to
That's gender
women's
equality and everything.
suffrage and all that. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. I mean, they'll tell you, oh, she's talking about a metaphorical glass ceiling. Like, okay, like even the analogy is so strange. It's like no corporate office in the world has a glass ceiling where we can see the executives from beneath. I mean, that's just insane anyway. But yeah, she claims to be speaking about it in the sense of, oh, we're trying to create gender equality by chipping away at this glass ceiling. But in reality, what they're talking about is these psychopaths have been trying to find ways to break through it.
Yeah, Fishbowl of the Lord. That's 62. That's 3 years after 59, which is the signing of the Antarctic Treaty, and a year before they founded NASA. So they founded NASA, signed Antarctic Treaty, or signed Antarctic Treaty, founded NASA, and then bam, started shooting missiles up at the firmament.
Yeah,
well,
and
actually, Bird died. Then they founded NASA after Bird died, and then.
Well, yeah, this is the important part. So first they went exploring south, and Admiral Byrd supposedly took a fleet, like a whole fleet south to Antarctica, like a military armada with warships and planes and everything. And they went south, and whatever they found south, they decided then to shut off the south to all members of the public. That's when they founded NASA, so that they would stop all public exploration of the upper atmosphere or the upper atmo to the public, because now above a certain altitude is the purview of the military. So just after they go south, which is where Winston... Oh, what is that? Danny, is that your mic?
Why would you not want this?
Was that me?
Oh, shit, that was you, Danny.
Yeah, I turned on the podcast, not my bong.
Careful with the background noise. But yeah, basically they traveled south, and whatever they found there, they decided to lock off the south, and they created NASA, and then they started shooting up at the sky. So maybe they found the firmament, right? Who knows? But all of the history, this is history that you're not taught about, that none of us are taught about. You have to go and find this out for yourself and research it, right? So check out the information channels, Antarctica, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
You know what's crazy, Wolfgang? Everything that you said, like, even though I've heard it before, very captivated, listening intently, and it's just crazy how all of the stuff that we do say and we do bring up, and the guy before was, even though maybe it was a little bit, of pride and a bit of intimidation, But he just kept on. Well, what about the edge though? Do you hear the shit that we're saying? That if one does go do some research and finds out that this is information that actually does exist, that just people in here didn't make up. If this shit really does exist, like this is some of the most interesting stuff you'll ever hear in your lifetime. And people go, "Oh, but what about the edge? Won't you just fall off though?"
Yeah. And the dude that was supposed to go to the moon for NASA, and he came out and said, "There's no way we're going to the moon. We can't even communicate in our own building. Can't get past low Earth orbit." Hung a limit on the module to show that it's no good, doesn't work. And then he exploded doing a routine checking of wires on NASA facilities because they accidentally or inexplicably had the door sealed to where it could only be opened from the outside, and there was way too high of a concentration of oxygen there, so he incinerated effectively right after he spoke out saying we couldn't go there. And then the next year we miraculously win, of course, and called the president from 250,000 miles away chilling.
With no delay. Yeah.
On a landline.
Yeah, on a landline. Yes, bizarre. With a couple of 12-volt batteries that didn't produce maybe even 1/100th of enough electrical power to transmit a radio signal that far. I mean, there's rules to these transmissions and being able to send a signal certain distances. You got to have a certain amount of power to do that. Well, they didn't pack that power with them. It was impossible. It would have been way too much battery weight. They couldn't have transported that much battery power to the moon. That's another thing. They just didn't have the capability electrically and enough wattage to send the signal that far. It just doesn't work.
Another thing is somebody mentioned that different regions in Antarctica are named Dome, like Dome Mountain, Dome this. If you go to the Wikipedia pages, they're not created until 2016.
No way.
Funny.
Yeah. Yes.
The saying that we've always heard, the sky's the limit. That saying doesn't make any sense. Like, why would the sky be the limit unless there's a firmament? You just don't even think about that. But the phrase is used all the time.
Sorry, Kai. I just took a nice hit of this nice spliff that I just rolled, and as you're saying that, I'm like mind blown. The fucking sky is the limit. What the fuck?
The sky's the limit. Why would you say that if there's an infinite universe of space?
Yo, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Pretty suspect. I'd say pretty suspect. Yep. Good one.
Well, how could you go to the ends of the earth? This isn't something that we talk about. Remember Aladdin? Well, if you watch Aladdin, the cartoon, even the new one, but if you watch the cartoon, remember when Jafar becomes what did he become? A sorcerer? Guess where he banishes Aladdin to? Take a guess. Not everyone, just the guy.
Oh.
Are you there?
Still with us, Donnie? It's your brain pouring out your tears? Is it melted?
Well, I'll say it. So he banishes Aladdin to the ends of the earth, where, when they cut to the scene of him being at the ends of the earth, he's literally on an ice shelf.
What a trip.
What a trip.
Yeah, we should get that clip for the new room. We made a new info channel, pop culture references for Flat Earth. So if anyone has any good clips or memes of Flat Earth and pop culture TV and stuff, go and post it in that channel. Because that'll be in the channel.
Dude, there's a video channel that has a bunch of them. Not all of them, but has a bunch of them. It's like, of course, super censored, I would imagine. It's like FT clips, literally, I think. But I'll find it because Kai and I just binged them. It's insane, bro. You start to feel dumb almost that you ever felt for it.
Yeah.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, if you could post that in the channel or send it to me and I'll post it, whatever. That'd be good.
For sure, dude. For sure. Like the Back to the Future flat Earth map clock in the background, just chilling. Like why? It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
You see that rocket trying to land and it explodes on its way down. You see that little tiny flame coming out the tail to the end of it. That there is no way that when you watch a rocket launch, the flame is like, and the cloud that comes from it is like way bigger than the rocket. That's like a little tiny candle light coming out of the bottom of that rocket. That is so ridiculous to think that is doing anything. It's just a little.
Yeah, and it had a shadow. Fire doesn't cast a shadow.
My good heavens! Can you buying into stuff like this? This visual is just so telling that that's so fake that it's ridiculous. A little tiny flame like that is going to slow that rocket down, or even do anything at all. It's ridiculous. It's wavering back and forth like in the wind or something too. Like it's just, it's totally insignificant looking to me.
There it is. Tons of clips.
And you have to think about it, like when you're filming a
You cut out, Kai.
Oh, every prop has like a number on it. So when these directors and these like set people are building a scene for a movie, every prop is like selectively chosen. So why would they have so many movies where you have like a flat earth poster, flat earth painting, flat earth clock all in the background? Like those are intentionally chosen and placed in each movie. And you have to ask, why would they do that if it's such an archaic, stupid thing?
They're casting spells.
Yeah, and who's even purchasing, like who's even going and purchasing these things? Like every prop is hand selected.
Yeah, I remember back in 2016, there was a flat earther who called up a director who had one of these scenes in his movies, and the director told him, and it was on recording, that he just got paid by some random guy to organize the scene and set up the scene, and he was like, yeah, sure, that'll just cut my costs, so why not? And he never thought about it again until the flat earther called him. So it was pretty interesting. I haven't found that clip again.
Yeah, the thing will trip you out, man. Like, okay, Hunger Games, the girl, she shoots the bow in the air and it hits like a barrier in the sky, and she's like, it's a dome. We're trapped here. They do this thing, they cast a spell in the media where they show you the visual and then the audio will seemingly be in the script in a dialogue unrelated, but the last thing they say or the thing they say as you see what they're showing you about the earth actually is relevant to what you're seeing. Like they do the audio and the visual spell, but unbeknownst to the average audience. You know what I'm saying? It's a trip, dude. Watch those videos and you'll see. Listen to what they say. Just like in Breaking Bad, she was like, I was talking to you and I asked you, where's your suitcase? And you said, which one? And then he was like, I was on pain medicine. I was out of it. I could have said anything. I could have said the earth was flat. And she said, you know what I think happened? I think you accidentally said the truth. And then so like, what is that? They put that there. It's very crazy. When you see it, you almost feel dumb for ever falling for it.
Yo, like, you know what's crazy? You can't even get to this gravy without fighting tooth and nail over things that are not in dispute, like the claim of a geometric horizon. Like when you argue that and you want to do this weird back and forth, you can't even get to this wealth of experience that the people in here have, coming across some of the most just wacky information that you would ever find. Like,
don't you think the move is to just do that then, and not worry about them trying to get us to do something else?
Well, see, this is the thing. I think with someone like Danny, where if you've got someone who's open-minded and willing to listen, you can go into the cool stuff. But you don't always get someone who's willing to listen like Danny is. So you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. But yeah, if someone's willing to listen and is okay with the understanding that they won't know this stuff and they have to go and check it out for themselves afterwards, then yeah, you can get into all the cool stuff about the history, Antarctica, the government operations, which I agree with Elijah. That's like mind-blowing stuff to be coming across. But yeah, we don't get to it if we're stuck in the mud. But like, that's why the 3 points is cool, because Danny got it and he's like, yeah, fair enough, it's just a belief I have, and then he's open to listening to the rest of the stuff. I don't know if you're even still there, Danny, but...
Well, Kai was just saying, bro, like, it's kind of crazy. Come across someone that's actually open-minded like that, you almost start to relive it, you know, because you just hear someone being honest going through it, and you get excited because you start to like relive when you found out.
Yeah. And then it's like one thing that you mentioned is like, oh yeah, and this, check this out. And it is, it's like, yeah, you get to relive just, oh yeah, this ties into that, this ties into that.
Yeah, it made all of us do that. It made me do that as well while we were talking. It's like a snowball effect for sure. Yeah, I agree with that.
That feeling is like motivation of why we all do what we do in whatever way we do to try to tell people the earth is flat, you know? Like when you see it like that, you know how powerful it is. So you just have to try your best to get it out. I mean,
it's hard to not try in that situation because, like you said, it moves you motivationally. It takes you back, and all of a sudden you're like, oh yeah, and this and that, and yeah, it's powerful, like you said.
But you can't be selfish with the truth, right? That's hella lame.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. Don't be selfish with that truth, bro. Share. Anyway, it's been lovely, guys. I'm going to have to peace out, but nice to hear from you all.
Oh man, I was trying to find this video for y'all and for you. Hope so there's this anime called Hunter x Hunter. Have you seen it? You know what I'm talking about?
Seen that.
Yeah, I know I posted it somewhere. I'm scrolling through, but basically the last episode that aired, Dong finally meets his father at the World Tree, which is usually described in like what is it, Nordic? What do you call that? The
seal in Norse, yeah.
Yes.
Tree of Life.
So he's sitting at the top and he's like, this is actually a little sapling. This is nothing. The biggest trees that are allowed to grow to adulthood, they go out of this place. What you've learned in school is a lie. There's much more out there to explore. And then they basically show you like the outs. They show you this map, and then they show you how outside of that there's all types of unknowns, and this is where his father wants to go because he wants to have the best challenges. And it's like, bruh, this shit is it's crazy. It's because they're straight up trolling, and it's frustrating because it's the best trolls ever. But a lot of the Globers don't even they don't appreciate the troll. Like another example, when Comet Neowise last year, you telling me that this thing is 3 miles wide, but is 63 million miles away, and I could see it with my bare eyes. Like that's the best trolling on earth, and it would be funny if all of my friends and family actually thought it was as ridiculous as I do, and they thought it funny too.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, if you can find that clip, either put it in the top
Pop Culture Room, or just DM it to me and I'll stick it when I get a chance. Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
Anyway, peace and love, bros. Stay flat.
Later.
Peace, bro. You got Game of Thrones. They have like the ice wall outside of them.
Yep.
Yo, so much random stuff. Like there's a Imagine Dragons music video where these dudes are like fighting, like boxing or something, and he punches the dude, knocks him up in the air, and then it shows a reflection in the guy's eyes, and it's a flat Earth map.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like, bruh, come on. Come on. And the globe, and they want to argue with us rather than do what any rational thinking being would do, which is sit right on alongside us and go, what the fuck is going on? This is hilariously bad.
Sorry, there was also the one song by, I think it's Owl City, and you don't realize it until you think about the lyrics. It goes, I'd like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep, but everything is never as it seems. And I've sung that song so many times, and I never even thought about it till you say it out loud.
I'd like to make myself believe.
Who is that? Al what?
Owl City. Yeah, super famous song.
I'm sure everyone's heard it. I'd like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep, but everything is never as it seems. Like, dude, whoa.
Seems I fall asleep.
There's
Yo, I know that video of that song too.
Yo, we know that song.
It's a great song. It bangs, dude. It's like you can bang your head to it, but it's like kind of a wimpy dude writing kind of a wimpy song, but it still bangs. Like it hits like a dance song. Anyway,
I like
little T, but it's nice.
At the beginning, he presses a button that says magic, and the lights turn on and all that shit.
Yeah, he's super talented, man. What happened? Who's laughing?
Yo, that's a trip though, bro. When you rethink about it, it's everywhere.
Yeah, people are talking about it. It's kind of gangster.
Has a globe sitting on the piano.
It's kind of gangster how they slip in stuff into like lyrics and stuff, and nobody really pays attention until you're just kind of forced to by reality. They're sneaky. Because they gotta be, right? Oh, I can't talk about this to really anybody, so I'm gonna put it in the songs.
Well, they kind of stand on that little look, dude. It's right in front of you. Like literally,
Yeah.
what you live right in front of you, and we put it right in front of you.
Right before the first time he sings the chorus, the camera pans to the snow globe. I'd like to make myself believe.
Yes, in the Owl City song.
Yeah.
Yep.
I found it, guys. Who wants to play it in the background?
2 drops everywhere.
If you give me the link, I will play it. Do you understand? There we go.
今は何を追ってるの？
今か。少し説明が。
Oh no, it's not in English.
俺たちが登ったこの木は何だ?
Hang on, let me stop it.
世界樹でしょ。
We're not going to listen to that nonsense forever.
下ではこの木をなんて紹介してた?
世界。
Oh, good. I know what I'm doing. Great. Yeah, send us the English one, please. If you can find it. Look how big that guy's eye is compared to the rest of his head. Big old snake eyes.
Okay, I think I found it. Oh, the dark continent. Oh, shit. Possibly because the sun's not over there? Oh, no. Hell no. Oh, my bad. No, that's the same one. Not that.
Elijah, do we need to step outside? Just kidding.
There it is.
The real-world tree takes root in magma, grows out of a mountain, and is taller than anything you've ever seen. As a matter of fact, it reaches out of the atmosphere. In short, it's outside of this world.
Outside of this world?
At least outside the world map you're familiar with. The ants that you and the chairman fought were a non-native species from outside this world. That's the truth they don't teach you in school. Adults know better than to try to open Pandora's box. Those with common sense, anyway. Guess if you want to put it another way, the world that we know is nothing but a small part of a much bigger world. A chosen few, from select times and places, left records of their travels to the other side. Get it? The thing that I want is always the same. It's always something that I don't have. We need a lot of things in order to get out there. Before you even begin, there are 4 of them. The means, permission, qualifications, and a contract. Hate to say it, but I don't have any of those yet. Well, I'm not in any rush. I'm just enjoying the journey. So, if your chosen destination is the same one as mine, then enjoy the side trips. A lot, okay? Things that are more important than what you're hunting for could be right there by the side of the road.
In a world. Homer Simpson hits the glass, the water breaks down.
Yeah, like people are crazy not to be involved in the fucking most interesting topic of this. Like, it blows my mind.
Have you guys seen The Simpsons sing the Illuminati song?
I don't think so.
This is the number one most interesting and important topic happening, at least right now, in my opinion.
Me and Witsit the other day were looking at Babylon, and like I'm sure people are going to be triggered because they're like, scriptures, well, but there's so many. Look at it from like a historical aspect. Like there's so many historical accounts from all these different cultures that pretty much describe the same thing. And I can't remember which one. It's like the ancient Jewish oral tradition or something describes that they built the Tower of Babel to the top, and Nimrod literally was like, okay guys, we're gonna take our axes and try to pierce the firmament. Like it literally describes this, and this is outside the modern day Bible. There's some, like, I can't remember, also like the, what was it, Mexican heritage, I forget, like there's just so many details to this from a historical aspect as well, and people don't even realize.
Babylon, yo.
Well, I mean, where would you be about building the tower to? So like a lot of the stories, basically the idea was, and this across the world, people wrote about this happening, and this like really mighty hunter dude that everyone followed said, we're going to build all the way up to prevent there being a flood again. We'll even prop up the firmament to make sure that there can't be a flood again. We'll plug the holes or the gates, right? And then we're going to go up there and we're going to take over. And then different depictions, it's like the dude shoots an arrow up, it comes down with a drop of blood, or a drop of blood falls. He says, look, I injured the creator or whatever, killed the creator. But it's pretty simple that if you think that everyone in the world that didn't communicate with each other made up this story at the same time, right? It's like, that's wild, bro. That's just dumb. So the whole trick is that the truth is in plain sight. It's right in front of you. And if you don't even understand what's happened before you've been here, you'll never understand what you're doing now or what's going to happen.
You basically be tripping.
Exactly. Anyway, so you guys ever, if say you're on a beach and you have like a sandcastle, and then the water rushes up on it, right? And you see how it looks once the water leaves it. It looks just like the mountains we have all over the world. So, what are mountains? What are all these mountains? What were they? It's like physical evidence of a flood. So, what's
That's
under
what I
the
think.
ocean? What's under the ocean? Yeah, look, here's another song.
We would always sing this song in church. A foolish man built his house upon the sand. A foolish man built his house upon the sand. Foolish man built his house upon the sand, and the rains came tumbling down. The rains came down and the floods came up. It just goes on. And it talks about the foolish man who built his house upon the sand, his house washes away. But the wise man who built his house upon the rock, his house stays. And so I wonder if that is like hinting to the mountains that we see. Some of them are buildings that remained, and those, or like the pyramids, or some of them might have been like pre-Diluvian, and they lasted because they built their house either out of rock or they carved it into a mountain, that was preserved. But anybody that built their house of like clay or like sandstone or something, like just was wiped out. And that song still goes on and on.
Yeah, there's a website called Wise Up. This guy named Wise Up, who's got a lot of videos that show that exact thing. Show these big, huge buildings that used to be mountains, and a lot of them you can still see they were buildings. You can see the rooms in them and everything. I mean, he's got a whole website full of that kind of stuff. It's really cool. I'd suggest anybody go watch it. It's called Wise Up on YouTube.
Yeah. So then, what are these supposed craters all over the Earth? Water came from the bottom as well, right? And so, say you have a topographical plane with mountains and valleys or whatever, just different elevations. Tons of water comes on top of it or from all around it, consumes it, and then the water starts to go down, right? But then stops. Well, effectively, you have this huge topographical plane that's now got a lot of it still underwater. And so, what is really under the oceans, right? Like, if you understand what Earth is, you're going to understand the flood way more. As long as you have it. Like, no one historically speaking is going to question a flood. So
You're roboting just a little bit. Just a little bit.
that was it anyway.
Well, they can't even. Is it still roboting?
No.
Nope. Oh, maybe.
Apparently, it hadn't rained before the flood, because when Noah told people that water was going to fall from the skies, they thought, "What is wrong with you, dude? The water's it's in the lakes and in the streams and whatever. It doesn't fall out of the sky. You've lost your mind." And so that's why a lot of people, from what I understand, didn't, believe that an ark was going to be needed or anything like that. So, because it had never rained before. And so if that's true, then just think about the time frame. It takes a certain amount of time for the atmosphere to develop into the diverse system that it is today. Well, at that time, it hadn't fully developed. The moisture hadn't accumulated into the atmosphere enough to cause rain, to cause, the clouds to build up enough moisture to actually have it rain, because the earth was still very young. At least that's my take on it. I mean, I don't know how anybody else takes that, but if it had never rained before the flood.
I wasn't alive back then, so I can't comment on it.
I wasn't either.
It says that it never rained. Everyone thought Noah was crazy.
Right.
Well, and people have to realize, like, it's not even just religious people saying there was a flood. Like, they've proven with the ice samples in Greenland or whatever. I mean, they're trying to make that sound like a comment, but they still prove there was a flood. Also, all the underwater cities that they're now finding, like, they have to explain why these are flooded. So it's like actually proven.
No one disputes across the board that there was a great flood, right? But like I'm saying, well, I guess what I'm trying to say, right? It's different if you think about what the Earth really is.
Yeah, an enclosed system with a dome. It's like a terrarium to some degree.
Correct.
So
it was a flood.
Yeah.
It is alien ant farm. Okay? Alien ant farm.
The aliens decided to flood it. Like, that's kind of my point. Like
there were mechanisms allowed and or created container.
You are roboting once again.
Yeah, you need to start over with it. You were kind of roboting pretty bad there. I'd like to hear what you had to say. If you don't mind. Somebody posted the flood was not the entire earth. Well, explain that when water seeks its level. That doesn't make any sense, bro. There's water on the earth in great magnitudes, and in a very short period of time, it's going to seek its level. It's going to cover the entire surface. So that post makes no sense to me at all.
Hey, I was under the impression that it had rained before the flood, but the heavens, which aka the firmament, actually opened up and it literally poured water from the heavens and not actually rain. Does anybody have a comment on that?
It says that the gates of heaven were opened up as well as the fountains of the earth were also. So there were fountains coming from below that were spouting upwards, and there was the gates of the firmament were also opened, and it rained. So you had a combination of
all three.
Yes, that's my interpretation of it, because it does talk about the fountains. It does talk about the gates of heaven being opened up and floodwaters being let in. And so you got the fountains, the gates, and then the rain. So I don't know. That makes more sense to me that with that much moisture being introduced into the atmosphere, it probably is going to rain. Even if it's pouring out of, through these openings in the firmament. I mean, there's going to become a time very soon and very quickly that humidity is going to reach above and beyond 100%. And it's going to have to start precipitating out of the sky as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. All you got to do is have humidity be above 100%, and that means that now you have actual water in the atmosphere, because the atmosphere cannot hold this, the water in the form of clouds or steam or whatever you want to call the moisture and the humidity. Once it reaches above 100%, then droplets of water are going to just automatically start to form together because we have no choice. There's no more room in the atmosphere for the moisture. It's going to have to bond together and fall to the ground. It just makes sense. Period. At least that's my interpretation of it. And of course, I could be entirely wrong. But it just seems to make sense to me.
Hey, so I don't know. This seems a little bit off topic to me, but it seems like the more you learn, and of course, the more you don't know. But it seems like everything comes back to flat Earth, and to some instance. I mean, lies of NASA to everything. I need to know. I brought a friend here earlier. She wanted to talk about something and that she saw, like basically, but I need to know what form here I need to put it in. So what she basically saw was something like a flying object. She basically described it like a pterodactyl, featherless, flying something that had long legs and wings, but it looked like a cream color. I don't know if it was a demon, a pterodactyl, flying lizard, angel. I have no clue what it was. Where would be the proper thing to discuss something like this?
Chill or learning curve, probably. But you can bring it up here. I mean, it's not like you can't just bring it up here as well. I mean, I've
got
heard,
it. Well,
I have heard.
Go ahead.
Thing before. I've heard other people making the same observation that you say your friend made. I have heard that more than once in my lifetime, that someone has spotted this flying animal that was just appeared to be similar to a pterodactyl or a dragon or who knows what. But yeah, there's dozens of reports of people seeing that exact thing. So throughout
she had, this was last week, she had her child with her, and I don't want to sabotage her story because it's hers to tell, but at the same time she told me this, she felt comfortable telling me this because I am trying to red pill her basically and going through that whole process, and she's got questions and I have a lot more questions than I do have answers, but I wanted to bring her in here. And again, we got off topic because she asked if she could bring off a weird story in this group, and they're like, nah, better not. But she actually listened to the Flat Earth chat a little bit in here, and she was afraid to talk in this group. The conversation kind of turned a little salty. There was a Glober. Now, the Glober in your all's defense was being an idiot, right? And which they always do. But I guess, do you guys ever look at like a scientific approach of the red pilling? Because I guess what I've seen, and I've listened to a lot of arguments, which basically it's typically people on the globe side trying to show that we are stupid, and then what we do is we try to show that they are stupid. And I guess the whole process going through discovering flat Earth is more about just data dumping and unloading facts, and it's more about unlocking the why and learning. And I've actually listened to some of you, and some of you are really good at this. For example, one thing she said was like, there's so many big numbers and I'm not even capable of understanding these big numbers. I was like, well, that's actually a globe model trick to confuse you, where you cannot compute and computate these large numbers. It's done on purpose. But on the flip side, we actually sometimes make arguments like a glober would, and basically make them put on a spot, and we repeat those same stupid facts like we're trying to do just to confuse him. And again, in the scientific sales model, whatever, every company has their own sales model. I think that we need to unlock the learning process. Okay, that's a big number there. That's spinning 66,600 miles an hour. Is that number even comprehensible? No, it's not. Why do you think they use that number? And, well, it's just to confuse you. Okay, well, what else do you think they do just to confuse you? Versus, you honestly believe it's going 66,000 mile an hour, bro? 1,000 miles an hour spin? You think that's real? You know, so
to travel around the orbit around the sun.
Right, it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour, and it's going around the sun at 66,600, and it's going through space at 500,000 miles an hour. Yes, but these are what my argument is that these are the same tricks. If a globist person were trying to set up a chat and do what we're doing and trying to wake people up to globism, I feel like they would use the same methods to convert people.
Well, we just try to propose how ridiculous those things are at times. I don't think we're trying to convince them of anything. It's just the ridiculousness of it all. I mean,
and I completely agree that it is ridiculous, right? And that's, I guess, not my point. My point is that whenever I want a red pill person, it's because, in my opinion, there is a creator, and all this points to that, and they are important. And I feel like we're going back to globers whenever we just dump facts on them versus getting through this process of knowledge of helping them understand the bigger picture. So
I understand what you're saying, but the purpose behind those numbers is multifaceted. But I would say that the biggest reason is that it proves that not only do they not understand what we're talking about flat Earth, but they don't understand what's been told to them in school their whole lives either. They have no idea what any of the numbers are supposed to be or how the mechanisms work. So we're pointing out that they're unknowledgeable about either one of the argument.
Hello. I completely agree, but I want them to understand why they use those large numbers and the thought process behind it. NASA uses these ridiculous numbers that you cannot ever computate. And why? Not necessarily to stump them on what they believe, but why do you think you cannot understand this? Why do you think you cannot fathom 15,000 miles an hour? I mean, it's impractical. You cannot ever, a rocket ship, a spaceship going 15,000 miles an hour, it would literally melt the paint and fall. I mean, why would they use these ridiculous numbers that you can never prove? Why would they say something is a light year away? Do you know how to fathom that? Can you ever even picture that? You know, I mean, it's just so, the number is a tool to deceive the lie. And the fact that it's such a ridiculous number, there needs to be understanding of why they're using this ridiculous number versus, I'm going to pop quiz on the number they use and see if you actually realize it. You guys understand what I'm saying or getting at?
Yeah, but I would argue that different methods are used for different people that come in here. Right? People
I've seen that.
People that want to present themselves as being experts, then we'll find out just how much you know about. But other people that will stay in the middle and be like, well, I don't know. I've never looked into it. Then there's different tacks that gets taken with those people.
Got it. And I've seen you guys do that. Just this one in this scenario was one that this guy was not open-minded at all. That was And the questions, I get the 3 questions you ask, it's to determine how open-minded they are, or if they're just going to argue with you. It kind of sets the tone with those 3 questions. But I love what you guys do, and I'm doing the same thing as trying to spread truth because I think it is important. I guess you answered my question where you do it differently with every which way, because I just want to make sure there's like a scientific approach where we're not letting stuff fall between the cracks and going back to using the globe tricks. I mean, the big numbers that you can't even fathom are globe tricks, and they don't need to understand. They just need to understand the why behind it, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'm telling you this because I agree with you. I didn't get deep into the sciences. I don't have science degrees, so I don't have to fight that programming. I never learned it to begin with, so I don't use that stuff for my arguments either. So.
No, well, I appreciate what you guys do. And I'm glad to be here. And I know that in the sales model, you're always trying to help a person discover. Self-discovery is way more than just telling a person what they should know, and that's what I'm trying to invoke is a self-discovery in each conversation. I know you guys are trying to do the same thing. It's just I always like to try to get better at that, and that's what I'm currently trying to do myself, is trying to get better at how do I talk about this to my friends and my family, and what methods work and which doesn't. And because I've been there, and maybe I'm just guilty myself because I'm the one that's actually dumping the knowledge, and people are offset by it.
And the other thing is, how are you going to get a bunch of alphas in one room and make them all agree to the same thing? You know, so at different times of the day, the room is different, right? You come in at 3:00 in the morning, there'll be a group of people, and they'll be doing it this way, and vice versa. So it's hard to. How do you corral a bunch of alphas? You know?
Yeah, it's a trial and error process still for us, everyone here still today. I think if you just try your best and you just do whatever you think is good for the moment, that's good enough. I mean, we're all still struggling on that exact thing. Of course, everyone would like to get through to these people and have them take the red pill and actually swallow it and actually listen to the information and process it and all that kind of stuff. But that's something that's on them. I mean, all we can do is hand it to them. And it's up to them whether or not they actually want to process it, think about it, consider it, whatnot. Most of the time, they just listen and it goes in one ear and out the next. And that's all they do with it. And thank goodness there are a few people that do stop and think and listen to what we've got to say, or we would never get any new people. But, yeah, it's just trial and error, bro. And as long as you're trying and doing what you know and telling the truth about the things you know about, you can't do any better than that, bro. I mean, really, if you're doing that, that's more than most people are doing. And I have to take my hat off to you. Period. If you're trying, that's more than most people are doing. And I don't think there's any set system that works. Like he was just saying, how are you going to get all these people to agree to one thing at the same time? It just doesn't work that way. It's on an individual basis. Sometimes you get through to them, sometimes you don't. And as long as you're trying, that's all that counts, bro.
Yeah, when you're going through that awakening or that self-discovery, there's a lot of difficult conversations you have to have with yourself.
Yeah.
Well, how would that work? How would this work? You have to look at it from all different angles, right? When we started this in 2015, this place didn't exist. We were all having our conversations with ourselves. There was nobody else to talk to.
Yep. So it's just this is a result. This place is a result of the last 5, 6, 7 years of people like you and me processing this information, understanding it, and then having the desire to share it with others, and hopefully it just grows and grows and grows from there. And it's the best we can do, bro. I mean, I've tried and just been laughed at and walked away from and rarely have I had anyone actually sit down and, but it has happened. I mean, I have had people listen and want to learn, but man, it's not like it. It's not like it happens every time. I'll tell you that.
I hear you. No, go ahead.
I would like to think that we're like a mirror. Right? However you want to treat us is how you're going to get treated back, right? So
I can see that. I appreciate you guys so much, and the whole thing is that this is such an important topic, and it's not just hey, this is a theory. I mean, it's not just hey, why are leaves on trees, and why is grass green? It's not that. This is literally life and death stuff, and that's how I look at it. And it's like, if this is so important, this is to me the hill to die on, right? And it's sad that people can't see it, because this changes everything. It's just the craziest thing, and I want to get it right. I mean, it's basically the same as if you're a Christian. I mean, the Bible tells you not to add or take away anything from the book, and that's what. If you don't get this right, you're a false teacher, and you're going to be judged twice as hard. And it's like, this to me is, I don't know, it's big time. It's not just what's the role of teeth. I mean, it's just, why is this paint white? Do people see white and this person sees gray? I don't get it. It's not. This is big time. This is the only thing that really matters.
Yeah, you make a good point there. But like again, all you can do is do your best. All you can do is try, and as long as you're trying, I think you're doing a great job. I mean, no one's going to get it right every time, and because we just don't know everything. I wish we did. I mean, I wish we knew where the ends of the earth were, and I wish we knew what was on the other side of the firmament, or I wish we knew what the firmament was made of, or the exact location, and just so many things that there's still to learn that we just don't know. But we do know that these things have to exist. Otherwise, it's impossible. Like there are certain things that are, like you've heard, the necessary antecedent. The necessary antecedent for air pressure and for us to have an atmosphere is a container. And so, but where is it and what is it? Who knows at this point? I mean, it's just all you can do is communicate, to the best of your ability, what you do know to be true, and then go from there. I mean, if you're trying, bro, it's more than most people are doing. I know I said that before, but I think honestly, it is the truth. You just don't have that many people. Of course, there's a lot of people here doing it, but we're a small group of people when you're talking about the entire population of the United States or the world or whatever. We're just a handful, a speck of people, a very small cup of water to drink from here. And it's just, it's a huge, let's say,
undertaking,
even to try and reach everyone with this. I mean,
but thanks.
Not going to happen.
Yeah. No, but thanks to those who have made the content, especially in my case, to become aware of what's going on. I have the potential to spread that word, and if I can deliver it as well as I received it, I'm going to be going a long way with that, and I'm sure we can make a difference. I mean, look at what we did anyway. Look at where we are now.
Right. Yes, yeah. I just agree with that. But as long as you're trying, that's the best you can do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You try really hard sometimes, Jen. I've listened to you, and you're good. You try. You really put an effort out, and if everyone did it as put as much effort into it as you do, probably be doing a lot more necessary work that needs to be done.
Yeah, that's appreciated, and same to you, sir. And also, as for the firmament now, I'm thinking that it's made of what we're made of, like the nails, our eyeballs, the materials that come to make our eye and nail, for example, would be part of that firmament. Because you've got to look at it on a natural DNA level, and nature the creator has created this earth. It's marvelous, liquid, you got ice, insects, leaves, So the firmament would be made of what we are made of, and we're made of the earth. In that sense.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, look at the nail. Look at that nail, yeah? You eat food and then it goes through your body and then comes out as part. Your nails grow. You need to cut them. Isn't that amazing?
Yep.
Your toenails and your fingernails, right? And then you've got your eyeball, which enables you to see. Right. So if that can happen to you, the firmament can easily be done, as far as I'm concerned. And it must be there.
Well, yeah, it's something's got to be there. I mean, it just something has to be there, or we wouldn't have this dynamic atmosphere that we have to exist in and breathe, and rains and winds and everything. The dynamics of it all are just so amazing.
So yeah, thanks guys. I appreciate the encouragement, and that's why I come to this channel, because I am encouraged by you guys. So I do appreciate it. Like I said, I'm just trying to do my best, and that's all I can do. And so yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, we appreciate you too, man. If we don't walk it, we don't talk it, mate. That's how it is.
Back at you, brother, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Very, very interesting, this period of life we're in. Bloody interesting. Yeah, Nikola Tesla died at the age of 85, I think I heard today in the news. He died at the age of 85 in his room on his own. 85 years of age, Nikola Tesla. Apparently his diet was crackers and milk, because he didn't have much money towards the end of his life, you see. And yet he gave away so much of his knowledge and wealth, because he said he wasn't interested in the wealth, he was more interested in the advancement of science and that. So he aided people. Good man, Nikola Tesla. That's why I wouldn't buy a Tesla car. I think the Tesla car is an insult to his name. Hello. Hello. What is your name, sir?
I'm Pav.
Tab, was that? Sorry, I'm trying to find you.
Hey.
I didn't catch your name at all. I'm sorry.
I'm Pav with a P.
Oh, Pav. Okay, Pav with a B. Thank you very much for that. Yeah. Well, nice to make your acquaintance, sir.
Nice meeting you too.
What have you been up to?
I'm just playing some games, and I thought I'll come by and see what's going on.
Okay, you got any news for us?
Do you win the games?
Are you winning, son?
Well, I mean, if you're playing.
I always win.
Good. You got it rigged.
Just like the system, baby. Let's go.
Got any high score information for us?
No, unless you're playing GTA.
I play GTA. My name's Democ on there. Dino and Shady Gamers. $900 in each.
Earlier today, Flat Earther suggested we could go to Antarctica using an airship. If we ever had the chance, an airship would be a good way to go across the icy expanse. What say you guys?
I'd say that's extremely risky, and
an airship of which,
because it's so windy, and the weather in the southern part, or near the ice ring, is supposed to be so radical that they don't even travel the seas at certain times of the year. I mean, if it's not summertime, you don't go down there, and even then it's hazardous. Ship. I can't imagine being in an airship, being blown around by 100-mile-an-hour winds that are 50 below zero, and going whatever direction. I don't know. I think an airship sounds
And what type
very
what
risky.
type of electrical discharge would be in that dry of a like the static you build up?
Okay. Now I didn't mean leaving the mainland and use an airship to get there. I mean arrive there and set up your airship, pump it up with the helium, and then begin from once you arrive. That's what I meant.
Oh,
Sorry.
just to get there? Oh well, yeah. Who knows? You could use a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
still
once
think
you-
once you get there, the weather's and the wind is just always so radical, Jen.
Yeah. I did mention that fact to the flat earther that there is a
But
problem
where
with
is
the
that?
wind. Yeah, the blizzards. Those blizzards look pretty bad, you know. from what
Yeah,
I've
how are you
seen.
going to set an airship up in that kind of weather? You'd have to have it roll down.
And where is there? Where would you? I mean,
Yeah, what place are you going to touch down at? Deploy this
Well,
thing?
this is me. You see, I'm thinking that if let's say I was in Japan, and I just wanted to take a heading from Japan towards where I think the ice wall or the ice shelf is, and just head in that direction. Once we arrive and we've proven that so it's there, then you can begin in one direction using your instruments the best way you can. You know, mechanical instruments, because obviously instruments that rely on magnetism wouldn't work. So it'd have to be mechanical.
my question is, you're
You know
still
how
on.
they always direct us down off the tip of South America or from Australia.
right.
Exactly.
From Australia,
South Africa.
or South Africa. You're right. And so, what about the other parts of the ice ring that are on the other side of the North Pole?
Exactly. That's why I said from Japan. Just go straight across from Japan where I am, and just go for it.
Yeah, don't go south. From there.
No. Well, go south, but
Go
not
south.
not to South America or Australia. No, just take a heading straight.
Go east.
Yeah,
Go
head
east or west and hit a ice wall, and then that'd be cool.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. And then when you get there, I said to the flat earther that you could then set up your or our airship, if that's the case, if that's what we're going to use, and then proceed from there. But of course, in bad weather, you'd have to come down and just anchor up, because you're not going to get anywhere. Get lost.
See, here's the problem that I have with that whole scenario.
Yeah, go on.
What I'm talking about here, but I don't ever recall being shown any part of the ice ring, or let's say the Antarctic ring. I don't recall ever being shown any part of it that is not near Australia or South America.
That's right.
Or even South Africa. Now
Absolutely.
That's less than one half the ice ring.
Yeah. Whenever I've said I wanted to go to Antarctica, it was never from those 3 points. It would either be from Britain or from Japan, LA, Hawaii, and just make your way without no need to go to others, because they come up all the time, and I'm fed up with those areas. It's got to be somewhere that's going to substantiate, part of that ice shelf, the wall. Yeah,
Right. All I'm saying is I've never seen pictures of any place. Well, maybe they're from that. Maybe they're from the region I'm talking about. I don't know. It's this is the secrecy part of this whole thing is just it's astronomical.
Yes,
the thumb they keep us under about this whole thing, and so personally, I would think that there's other regions of the ice ring that are on the opposite side of the plane from, let's say, South America. If I was to go, that's probably where I would go, is probably that direction rather than go down there, because that other place seems to be where everybody's at. And maybe there's even more people where I'm talking about. They just don't tell us about it. Maybe that's right. Maybe they're all set up there and operate. Who knows? I'm just saying.
There's two positives already from that decision you've made. There's two positive possibilities, and that is, like you said, there could be more people there, and then it's going to fill in the jigsaw puzzle to the ice wall and how far it extends. So why not?
Right.
Why would you go to where everybody is all the time? Why not make a new voyage for yourself and head in the direction you think you want to go to meet the wall, and then indeed meet that wall, and then explore from there on. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I personally would go the opposite direction of where everybody else goes, because apparently you're going to hit the ice ring any direction you go.
Yes.
And so, yeah, but nobody seems to be talking about this other part of the ice ring. I've never seen anybody even talk about trying to go there.
No,
why?
That's
Why?
true. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I had a choice to go, that's the region I would go to, just because I want to know why nobody's going there.
Yeah, I would offer up nice vehicles like you know the Sherpa. There's a vehicle called the Sherpa.
Yeah,
really nice vehicle.
Down in a hole, feeling so cold. I'd like to fly, but my wings are menless.
Down in a hole. Yeah, I've heard the song. It's a good one.
Yeah, well, I mean, think about it though. If we're covered by something or water's held in by a little bit of dirt, and there's like, you know, you could think of it as a pit, a hole. You know, if you want it, I mean, just, you know, for an idea, a cage. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just a way to describe something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, if I'm gonna have an opportunity to go to the ice ring, I'm gonna go to the other side of the plane, where I've never seen anybody go, or heard anybody even talk about going there.
Yeah, that'd be my sentiment exactly.
You know, there's a reason why I say that, because there's a video out that's called Convex Earth, and it's a big long documentary, and it's about some people that went around and did all these experiments. None of them were flat earthers. They all became flat earthers. They all became flat earthers. They made this video, and they also said that in the end they sent up a helium balloon, and it was in exactly that spot that I'm telling you that I want to go to. They said they seen a piece of land the other side of the ice ring and another puddle.
That's right. Yeah, I'm going to post that video for you. I'm going to post that video, man.
So
because I've got it to hand. I watched it. I always offer it up as
this piece of land from a very high altitude helium balloon that they launched. They actually had observed a piece of land on the other side of the ice ring, but
that's what they said.
The other side of the plane from where else goes.
Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah, they did say that. I liked it because, like you said, they weren't flat earthers, and they brought like maybe 6 techniques to measure the Earth's spherical and spin, and everything failed. Everything proved flat Earth. I just loved it.
Yeah, that was a very good video. That was a good video.
And these guys were adamant that the Earth was a globe. Adamant. Yeah, they were all adamant the Earth's a globe. You know what I mean? We talking about flat, no? Yeah. And then they were proven wrong, you know, and I thought, yes.
Yeah, they proved themselves wrong when they went out and did all these observations and all this work with some. I think they used some.
They were from Brazil, by the way, guys.
Oh, were they?
Brazil. They were the Brazilian mob. Yeah.
Well, they used some surveying equipment and different things, and
they did GPS. They did GPS. They did laser testing. They did telescopes. They did measuring the buildings laterally, you know, to check the difference from the bottom.
One another.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, they did a lot, man. They did a lot.
That's right.
And they did the laser one by night, which I thought was good. Yeah, less refraction going on at night time or whatever. Yeah, that was that was a very good video. That I'm just trying to locate it here now.
I think it's called Convex Earth or something like that.
You know, I've definitely got it. I just got to find it. I've got it right here somewhere. Here it is. See? Got it. It's an hour and 32 minutes long, guys.
Yes.
And very good video, this one. Very good.
Yes, it is.
The title can put you off. Concave Earth. It can put you off.
Yeah. It's not about convex Earth at all.
No, not at all. Yeah, so the title is misleading without a doubt.
Yes.
But just look at it and you'll laugh. But the techniques they use have 100% integrity. That's what you've got to remember there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No shenanigans. There you go, boys and girls. There it is. Convex Earth, the documentary. I think it came out in 2018 or 2018,
And
2017.
think about this too. Supposedly, right? A little speculation. Back in the day, all the big stones, thousands of tons, and all this, right? So if somebody, us, whoever, whatever, had the ability to move stones and do all this crazy stuff with stuff that's like just gigantic to anything that we could even fathom, right? Why would it be the fact that we could send like the equivalent of like nothing to space that's like a hollow can of Coke compared they can move something the size of 92 2-liters, but all we're taking up is a can of Coke.
I have a different take on that now after I've done so much. I've done a year's worth of research on that.
But think about it. Wouldn't there be a stone embedded in the moon?
What I think they did was those were all man-made stones. They're all identical in color. If you look at them, they were pouring them dry, like a dry pack, like a dry mix.
No, that's not my point at all. My point is, if we have the ability to move something that's tons and tons, right? But a rocket doesn't really weigh too much. It's like a little bit of metal. It's hollow on the inside. You understand what I'm saying? Like the equivalent to like moving this dense material, like and this big, and we made like the Taj Mahal compared to like our house today, right? So back in the day, if we had the ability to move these big old stones, why didn't we chuck one at the moon already?
Well, like I said, I don't think we moved them stones. They made them on site, bro. They poured them with a dry mix. You're not listening to what I said. It was formed and poured with a dry mix and it absorbed moisture out of the air, which made them much harder because anytime you mix water in a concrete mix, when the water evaporates, it leaves voids within the stone. That's why concrete is weak. Today's concrete. You do a dry mix, a dry pack, and you let the moisture absorb from the atmosphere and let it harden over time, it becomes just like a rock. That's how they built those things, my friend.
Yeah, it's called geopolymers. Modern cement is alkaline based, meaning it will get strong and eventually break down.
Piss and shit too, but I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the idea to make a weapon or to throw something and they have the ability to throw something big and goofy rather than a fucking 2-pound thing. You want to throw something big. So I don't care how you do what the mindset of the dudes back then was like big, better, big. So if we're going to throw a missile or a rock today and it's a little bitty thing, like and project it like back in the day when you want to fight another village, fight another boat, fight somebody out and you want to throw something, you want to chuck something, you want to hit them with something, you want to launch something at them, like why wouldn't we have chucked something at the moon?
Because the fuel necessary for that is impossible to carry. And when there was a guy that was killed when he said it's impossible to go to the moon, we will never go because the math don't work. You would have to have a rocket the size of the Empire State
Building. Yes.
Yeah, that was Wernher von Braun.
Just to carry enough fuel to get there. Okay.
Wernher von Braun said that.
Then you wouldn't be able to get back. So we don't have the capability to throw these big things at the moon or anything because we can't carry that much fuel. Dude. I mean, these rockets that
That was my basic point. Like today we build a house and we're like, yeah, look at that cool house. Back in the past we built the Taj Mahal and we're like, look at that cool Taj Mahal.
Right.
So I was just thinking like, why, fling little pebbles and like, why haven't we flung something like super huge?
We can't. There's not enough fuel. We can't carry enough fuel to do that, my friend.
No, it was just a question.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. And what's his name? Stanley Kubrick highlighted that point in the movie The Shining. Okay, the yellow Volkswagen, when it arrives at the hotel, the luggage that was in the lobby would never fit into that Volkswagen, highlighting that there was a fuel problem, that there was no way the rocket could have got us there. That was the hint that he left in the movie. Yeah, there was a whole heap of luggage. And there was no way that luggage could have fit in the Beetle because you had, what's his name? Jack Nicholson himself, the famous female actress of The Boy, and then the engine's in the back in the Volkswagen. So you only had that hump in the front as luggage space and maybe a little bit of space where the fourth passenger would have been. But the luggage was just so much, there was no way that could have got into the Volkswagen, and the narrator was saying that there is telling us that there was no way they could carry enough fuel to get us to that destination to the moon. The rocket could never get us there.
And that's why we see the rockets today just go up, arch over, and come straight back down because they're out of fuel. At that point, they can't go any higher.
Right. Yeah.
They burn up all the fuel that they could carry just getting to, 200,000 feet or whatever, or however high they're going. Then the fuel's gone. It's over with. The flight is done.
Yeah.
Because we got no more fuel.
That's right. There are a number of videos where you can see the shuttle, for example, taking off. Okay, and you're watching this from inside a passenger jet airliner. They were lucky that they were flying at the time that the shuttle was actually lifting off, and you could see that there was no way anything could go to, because the height that it already attained, from the rocket. And to think that would then carry on to go to the moon, it's just not. It's just not possible. You can see it
back.
Yeah.
It's just not possible, and there's just
not possible at all.
Something that people just don't seem to understand today, and it's been clearly outlined in the past that that's the case, and I don't understand why people think that they can send these rockets to wherever they think they're going, because they can barely get out of the atmosphere, let alone go anywhere, because by the time they get there, they're out of freaking fuel, dude. That's the truth of the matter right there.
Yeah. They can't carry the fuel that would be necessary to get them to that destination. And let's not forget, folks, we haven't proven that a body in motion remains in motion unless hit by another force. We haven't proven that in space. We haven't done this. So that needs to be proven that would indeed happen, because that's what you're saying. If it indeed left Earth's atmosphere, it would then be in the 0G floating, and in one thruster, and that would just keep going forever.
Right.
I want to see that happen, mate.
And the thing of it is, how are you going to get back at that point? You're going to use the moon to slingshot yourself back. Well, then that means you.
That's what they say.
Then you have to believe. Now you have to bring gravity into it.
That's right. And we know that gravity is not a force that's been proven. It's a theory, an unproven theory.
The whole thing falls on its face. It's freaking fantasy world, dude.
Yeah. For those of you who are listening in the YouTube, I hope you're getting the idea there, guys and dolls. This is real fakery, what we're talking about here. Because there's no way we can do this stuff. There's a lot of unproven theories, and we have to have a lot of faith in what they're telling us, and you can't do that. That's a big ask, I'm afraid.
Yep.
It's a big ask. Yeah.
Yep, it's an impossible task.
Slingshotting round. We can't prove that on Earth. Magnetic slingshotting. You go around a sphere and an object will slingshot and be brought back round. We can't prove that.
Well, the Earth's not a globe to begin with. How are you going to slingshot around a plane?
Exactly.
You can't. It's another one of those fantastical stories that they tell us from, like in Star Wars or some shit. It's all just a big fairy tale.
Yeah. What makes you think you can go 62 miles up and then suddenly just you begin to float?
Yeah.
What's keeping you up here? What the hell?
And then drift all the way another 250,000 miles away, maintain all your speed, and then slingshot around a so-called planet using the gravity to twist you and work you back the other direction. That is so bizarre.
That is bizarre because, like you said, you're traveling at like 17,500 miles an hour, 18,000 miles per hour, right? That's how fast you're traveling.
That's what they say, but I don't believe it because it's going pretty slow to me.
Well, yeah. It doesn't look that fast, but that's what they say, yeah. And then you've got to slow that down. You've got to slow that down in order to get that slingshot, because the moon's gravity would be only 1/6 that of Earth's, they said.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want to be.
That story they tell us about being able to get how they got back to Earth by aiming the lunar module or whatever it was they were flying in. They aimed it at the moon and just barely missed the surface, and then had it the gravity like pulled it and warped it around the moon and sent it back towards the Earth. They got it right the very first time. They just guessed. They said, "Oh, this is our only chance to get back. So we'll just skim right by the edge of the moon and it will slingshot us back to Earth." Oh my gosh!
Yeah, and then they had to fire the thrusters at the right moment so they'd line up with Earth. Remember?
Right.
Otherwise, they would have missed Earth as well at the same time.
Story. My good hell.
Yeah, yeah. And then they had to fashion some kind of special air filter. It should have been round, but they made it a box, and it somehow worked.
I mean, what a freaking joke.
Yeah, honestly.
Honestly.
What are they kidding? Oh, guess what they said? In the documentary, What Happened on the Moon, Part 1, they said that people's interest after the Apollo 11 mission was totally waning. You know, people were not interested, okay? So by the time 12 had gone and come back, people were getting fed up and they wanted to watch like I Love Lucy and things like that, right? That this is why Apollo 13 had the problem. And then they switched everybody's interest back on.
I'd rather watch I Love Lucy than watch the moon landing. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's exactly what they said, yeah.
The moon landings were on the radio.
They actually contacted the networks and said that, you know, we've had enough of the moon missions. Can we not watch I Love Lucy? They wrote to the networks.
I watched people moon landing on my TV when I was about, how old was I? 12 years old?
Okay, so you were 12. I would have been 9, 10.
Yeah, but a lot of people had radios. And then some people had no TVs at all, and they had to go watch that little thing that they set up like a drive-in theater wherever you were at, like in certain locations.
We were one of the only families in the whole neighborhood that had a TV. And the only reason we had one, it's because my grandpa had money, and he gave us his old black and white because color TVs had just came out. He bought himself a color TV. He gave his old black and white TV to us, and we were like the first family in our neighborhood to even have a TV at all.
Yeah,
right.
We
a lot of
black
people
and white TV. We had black and white TV, push button. So, yeah, you're going.
Well, there were a lot of people who told me about the story, and then a little bit later, like a year, 6 months later, like when we were on Ponchos a while back, they were like, you know what, you're right. It was like, now that I think about it, it was actually radio that we listened to, or my grandpa told me about it. It wasn't a TV because he corrected me on that. And I was like, yeah. I mean, some people had TV. Don't get me wrong, but for the most part, a lot of people had radio, so they never really watched anything.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I was lucky because Grandpa gave us his old black and white, and I did get to watch it.
Yeah, we had TV. We had black and white. It was a used TV, but black and white buttons. So you had to go up there and push the channels, and then you'd have to balance the screen because the screen would be jumping. Then it would go all snow, and then you've got to get the contrast. Lots of buttons at the back, and then give it a slap around the side. Move the antennas. Okay, here we go. Now we can watch TV. You know?
Yeah, we had the blanket and the popcorn out and the whole schmear, man. It was quite the event.
Yeah. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed watching it. You know, it was amazing. And then we went to Nigeria, you see. We went to Nigeria, the family, that year. So now we're in a plane now, and that's another adventure in itself. And then I remember sitting with my brothers, right, looking at the moon, and I said, and to think astronauts are on the moon now. Look at that moon. And I said to my brothers, their astronauts are on the moon. Look, you know, that's where they are. Believe that? In Nigeria, sitting on the porch, looking at the moon at night. And, you know, saying to my brothers that there are men on the moon.
Well,
yeah,
because that's what we were told. Yeah.
Yeah.
What else? We back then the indoctrination when they were just starting to really get good at it, boy. I don't know, maybe they were good at it all along. I don't know, but they were certainly good back then, I'll tell you that.
They were really good. By the time the moon landings happened in America and Britain, the psychology and the techniques to indoctrinate was fully in operation. Fully. They knew it fully. Well versed. And look at how perfect it was. Perfect. No one suspected. None of us lot did. My parents didn't. And if you look back at footage of people around the world looking up at the sky and watching the rocket go off and watching the monitors, right? You could see the innocence in their faces, what I noticed. The innocence is oozing out of all of them. Yeah? You've only got to look.
They primed everybody. So they went up in 69. In 1968, the biggest movie of the year was 2001: A Space Odyssey. So they primed the whole world for the next year, you know.
They knew what they were doing, didn't they? Put out
Yeah,
that movie.
and that movie.
Everybody's like, oh, look, we're going to be able to go to the moon and all this other shit. We're going to look at the space travel. And I remember watching Space Odyssey.
It was a big thing, man. It was a big thing.
That was a fantastic movie at the time that it first came out. I was totally enthralled, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. 2001 has been voted the best sci-fi movie of all time. That's beating Star Wars and Star Trek and all the rest. The best movie, and then Stanley Kubrick is the best film director of all time. These are facts. I do like Stanley Kubrick anyway. You know, he's definitely my favorite film director if we're going to talk about film directors, because he was originally a cameraman, you see, before he started directing. So, yeah, it's no wonder, no surprise.
Well, I think that they predicted a lot of things in cartoons and movies. Not going to bring the 9/11 in this, but I was watching a whole bunch of compilation cartoons. Like you said, they prime people for the future, right? So the same thing in all these cartoons back in 1995 to 1999. They were depicting, the towers. They were depicting the towers getting destroyed.
Pre-memories. They're giving you pre-memories.
Well, they're predicting. If you notice about the prediction in all these cartoons, and because I was just on YouTube the other day, and I was like looking up things, and I'm like, wait, yeah, they put these things in people's minds so they could get them prepared. For some reason, I don't mean.
Yeah.
It's all about power, probably.
Yeah. My biggest shock was that the Twin Towers were depicted in collapsing in the Back to the Future. So
but a lot of
then 1995 or so, they were already planning. Shit.
Yeah. A lot of you look at Thundercats. I remember looking at not Thundercats. A lot of cartoons back in like they depicted a lot of. There's actually there's a YouTube compilation video we were showing from like Simpsons even predicting that too. From that there's a lot of stuff that's like subliminal messages that were accurately depicted, and I don't think were really picked up by the public. Because then everybody.
I think you meant the SWAT cats.
Yeah. With those two cats, the two cats with the.
Do you know what? That was a badass. Do you know what? That's a badass cartoon. I watched it. I watched it recently.
Those two cats with those I forgot what those two mecha cats, or something like that.
Yeah, mega cats.
Yeah, mega cats. There was like a thick cat, and there was like a skinny cat or something like that. And they were like,
yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I was only. I was small. That
the music was good. The music was good. You know, the music, the guitar, and the rock music accompanying that. The intro was fucking the business, and then they had all the high tech equipment and that. And I thought, wow, this is badass, man.
Yeah,
I used to watch it.
Yeah, so there's like a scene in there, and I was like, wow.
Yeah,
I think it's like I was trying to say earlier when the chat was it was more active, but that how the suppression of like knowledge and stuff, it needs to stop, especially with technology as well, for us to like really have that technology to like use it to our fullest advantages. You know what I mean?
I watched a video today on where Edward Snowden came forth and was did another live whatever you want to call it, about the surveillance that we've all been under over the last 10 years. And that's like, oh yeah, I like when people used to laugh at me when they used to say, yeah, they're listening to your mics. Now everybody believes that now.
No, I mean more people are looking into the possibility because yeah, they are. Because look, I work at a
They're listening.
yeah, I work at a
every conversation on every platform. Dude. That's what.
Yeah, of course.
Can Siri answer chemistry questions?
I think it was more Google. I think it was more Google because Google will. I worked at a printing press from July to like recently for medication pamphlets. We fold all those. It's like a printing folding press. I had a burner phone at the time, so no working cell phone service. Tell me why my burner phone picked up a medication called Ribelsis.
Chemistry question? Someone did.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Probably someone.
Who has a chemistry question?
No, this goes back to the question about the mic picking up certain sounds. Mind you, I had a Wi-Fi phone. I'm on Text Now service, so it's only work on Wi-Fi. It only works on Wi-Fi, if you know what I mean.
I know what it is.
Yeah, so basically, when I came back home, I saw it on my computer. I was like, Ribelsis. I was like, wait, isn't that the... So when we fold the paper, we load the paper on the machine so it can get folded in the machine, so it can come out like a pamphlet. Simple terms. I don't want to go into too much detail, you know? So looked up on my I looked up on my burner phone. I see Ribelsis. I was like, whoa, that's crazy.
Anyway, if someone still has chemistry questions, when I get home, I can answer what I can for you. I do know a little bit about it, but anyway, I'm going to run out to mom and dad's. I got to help mom set up dinner plates for tomorrow. She's 84 and my dad's in bed with hospice taking care of him, and so I got to go help mom for a while.
Yeah, brilliant, man. Thanks, great innings.
Take care, man.
Coming back.
Yeah, take care.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, that predictive programming is, it's just amazing the arrogance of it all. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that too. The effect it has on not just us, but like all the generations at the same time, spanning back from baby boomers, Generation X, my generation, millennials. Not giving out my age or too much information because I'm still new to the server, but I'm 31, so yeah, predictive programming has been a thing since in the 90s. I mean, as far back I can remember.
Much older than that, dude.
Much older than that, yeah. You're talking about like in the 1800s, 1900s. Shoot.
Edward Bernays was around at the turn of the century, so.
So yeah, he's known as the.
Like I said, I'm only
public relations. Carry on.
Yeah, like I said, I'm only 31, so I'm still learning. There's a lot of stuff I'm still learning. This is why
I'm almost double your age. I am. I just turned 60.
This is why I would sit back and analyze the conversation first before I open my mouth, because anything you have to do your research and due diligence, right?
Right on. Yeah.
Yeah, but the stuff that we do know about, like, all this.
That's right. Now that's where we're going to be privy to listening to you guys and to see whether what you're saying matches what we lived, kind of thing, as close as possible.
Well, it's happening. It's happening now, man. It's happening now. Look, if you look at like you said, predictive programming. The number one thing is they're listening to people's mics. That's been now confirmed. So anything you say on your smartphone, laptop, tablet, everything is like, from products to anything you buy. I mean, I am I'm not self-promoting, but I'm a broadcaster streamer. I bought a whole bunch of stuff for my stream, and I got targeted a lot from the listening into the mic, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. Can't say it's happened to me lately. It hasn't happened to me once or twice. But
well, they know who to target.
Yeah.
I keep thinking that this kind of social experiment they keep pulling on us at times.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, they know all the answers. Look at what they've done. Look how they've got everyone wearing nappies around their faces. That was amazing.
Yeah.
I just never ever thought that would ever happen in my lifetime. Ever. See the West wearing masks like the Asians. Wow, it's just unreal. It's unreal.
The Asians been doing that. They learned their lesson though. They since 2000 and something they've been wearing masks, and even in their they learned. After that one outbreak happened, they said, "Oh nope, we're that's it. We're wearing masks from now on." And then they did that to protect themselves. Oh yeah, and another thing too, they started wearing those blue gloves after that first outbreak.
Yeah, I remember those blue gloves, man.
Yeah,
I remember.
Yeah,
I just
everybody.
their action.
Yeah, I was in the train going to music classes in New York, and I see everybody wearing these masks, blue gloves, a couple years back. And I'm like, wait, why is everybody wearing these medical gloves? I'm like, so confused.
What's going on there? Yeah. In the airport of Narita Airport in Japan, they almost had the hazmat suit on. That's all they needed, really. But they had all the gloves on, the masks. And I'm thinking, myself, these things are not going to protect. If this was a real thing, that's not going to work. I said to my children, don't wear the mask. It's ridiculous. It's not going to protect you. I said, when the masks we need to wear are the ones the firefighters wear or the ones that the military men wear, with the big filters left and right and the big window, so I can see all your face. And then you got the air, and your face is sealed in there. That's what you have to wear. You can't wear this paper thing, and a virus is coming in the air. You're going to be contaminated. I said,
the other day, that was making me think about my boy was telling me that he doesn't talk to me no more, because he has a household, being a householder now, he just got a house.
Right.
He told me that, you started washing your hands a lot before COVID hit. I said, yeah, when I moved into this house, with my parents' home, and I'm in my shed right now. I made it into like a workstation, like broadcasting station. I remember carrying a bottle of Poland Spring with like dishwasher or laundry detergent soap in it, and just like using that as hand, like washing my hands every time I step out the shed. So I've been doing this way before COVID.
Yeah, I don't do that stuff, man. I don't.
I think it's like washing your hands is like good hygiene. Just good hygiene.
Yeah, I haven't done any. I haven't changed. My lifestyle has not changed 1 degree concerning that horrible pandemic they've got out there. So I haven't bought any.
Oh no, we're not talking about before. We're talking about before all of this. We're talking about like hygiene. Hand etiquette.
My life was just rock steady. I wasn't doing any special hygiene. I use bleach. I don't buy. Look, this is how my life has been for the last, let's say, let's say 35 years, 40 years. Yeah, bleach is the only thing I use to clean the house. When I was in London, and now I'm talking to you from Japan. Yeah, I didn't buy any special window cleaner. I didn't buy any special car wash to wash the car. I used the washing up liquid that I used to wash the dishes and bleach in a hot bucket of water to wash the car. I never washed my motorcycle. My motorbikes have never, ever been washed. Never. You don't wash your motorbike.
Well, you could if you take a pressure washer. Yeah, a lot of people do take pressure washers to.
I'm sorry. A quick question for Jin.
That would be for off-road bikes. Say that again?
Mm-hmm.
I've got a question for Jin.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I ride bikes as well, and I just wanted to ask you, why don't you wash your bike?
Yeah, the reason why I don't wash my bike the reason why I don't wash my motorbike is that you should never introduce water to your motorbike. What your bike should always be ready to be clean with the liquid polish that you spray on a cloth. That's how you keep your bike clean. Okay? Liquid polish, you can buy them. The ones they use for the cars, it's cheaper than the motorbike one. And you spray it onto a cloth, and then you use the cloth to wipe it down, and it comes off clean as a whistle. Never introduce water or even a jet wash, because the water will get into areas that it shouldn't get into. Okay, so then you can start having rust problems. Okay, that's the main reason why I don't use
That's
water.
not with a car. Well, with a motorcycle and a car, yeah. But yeah, with a motorcycle, that may be different, yes. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
With a car, I worked with my boy, the mechanic, and they spray hoses and on top of their engines.
Yeah,
literally.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You just don't.
No, they don't do it. They don't do it for long. They just glance the hose at it like a quick pass, Because
Yeah,
I worked at like as I was like observing all these mechanics and how their secrets of the trade, and yeah, these guys take the hose and put it on jet and then this like give a good cleaning to like everything and then car.
That would only happen for me on an off-road bike, you know, the bike that goes scrambling. That's the only bike that I would use the jet wash for, and I'd be very careful. And I've owned many an off-road bike, but I never took them to the jet wash anyway. I washed them by hand. That would be the off-road motorcycle when they get muddy, yeah? But sports bikes and easy rider bikes with all that chrome and that, now you don't want to introduce water at all. You want to introduce liquid polish. So you get your cloth really nice and damp with the polish, you spray it on, and then you introduce it to the bodywork, and the dirt just rolls off. And my bikes didn't have time to get dirty, because if I rode it in the rain, as soon as I get home, it's getting toweled down because the engine is hot, so everything rolls off easy because the heat makes things loose.
Yeah.
So the dirt comes off, you see.
Yeah, that was actually my next question. My next question was like, do you ever ride your bike in the rain then?
Oh yeah, no. I ride it in the rain, and when I get back, that shit that's on that bike gets cleaned off before I go in the house.
Well, that's actually good. You have good.
Yeah.
You have good. What's the word I'm looking for? You have a good hygiene on your auto hygiene. What's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, that's the word. Auto hygiene. Yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't clean their cars nowadays, and I'm like, or their motorcycles, and I'm like, yeah. It's gonna be good to wipe.
I wash my car every week.
Ah, nice.
And I clean my bike at least once a month. Like you are saying, Jin, I try not to use too much water.
Yeah.
Like I don't clean it like every time I go for a ride. I just give it a wash, like once a month or whatever in the season. I don't ride it in the winter anyway. Like now, I had my ride a couple of weeks ago, and I'm probably going to unplug the battery soon and just leave it there for the winter, and that's it.
Yeah.
Another thing too is having covers for your motorcycle.
Yes, that's right. I've got 2 covers on my motorbike as we speak. 2 covers on my motorbike.
Oh, covers against dust. Do you keep it inside the garage or outside?
No, I don't have a garage. I have kind of like a roof which is open. A roof.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
that's
it doesn't get wet. It doesn't get wet anyway. But I've got 2 covers as well. So the outside atmosphere it's still going to be affected. So you need to cover the bike up, otherwise you're going to have rust. Okay.
I keep it in like a dry garage, so once I put it away, I'm just gonna put like bed covers over it, and that's it.
Well, that's what I used to do in London. I used to put a nice soft sheet over the bike first. Tie that down and then put the bike cover on top. The reason for doing that is that when the wind blows, it tends to rub away the paint on the mirrors and on the indicators and things like that, and then suddenly you're seeing like where the paint used to be, it's not there. And it's because the wind is blowing. So I learnt lessons as I was going along. Yeah, I never wash the bike. Only use a damp cloth and wipe it down, and that's with a polish. So there's no need. I don't use soap, water. No need. There's no.
Well, that's
no need.
good.
Yeah, don't touch it. But on the car now, on my car, I wash my car maybe 3 times a year, 4 times a year at the most. And this year I've done it 3 times in the rain. 3 times I washed the car in the rain because of the heavy downpour.
Why?
Well, a lot of people they get pressure washers.
Yeah, I just washed it in the rain. In the rain.
But why
The
pressure
pressure
wash it 3 times a year?
Yeah, that's not a lot, bro. Because I these people that I work, they go to this corner store. They work at a hand washing car place, and they tell me you'll bring your car at least once a month. Because here's the thing, you when they vacuum and detail your car, it's like a mini rug doctor hose. They take out all that gunk from your car.
Yeah.
It's actually recommended for all your car seats to have cloth seats to always detail your car at least 2 or 3 times a year. But yeah, you gotta vacuum your car or go to the car wash place every month.
Oh, I vacuum my car. I vacuum my car every time when I wash my car. But the thing is,
detailing is a different thing. Detailing is a whole nother different thing.
Yeah, I've got an SUV which is 26 years old. If you were to take a ride in my SUV, you're going to be putting your foot into a rubber tray mat that's on top of the carpet. You see, so if you've got any dust and grit, it's collected by the mat. So occasionally I'll take them out and just chuck the dust out and put it back in. So the carpet doesn't see the shoe at all. Doesn't see the shoe. It's on a rubber mat, front and rear, front seats, back and rear seats. Okay.
Yeah, it's good to get the car detailed because the detailing is like as you know what Rug Doctor is. The simplest explanation I can. So it's like rug doctoring your car, your interior. The inside, basically they take a hose, they take this Bissell hose or this hose and then they just detail the whole car, take out the seat.
Ahead of it. They steam ahead of it and then they suck out the steam and the dirt and everything.
So that's what detailing is.
Yeah, like hot water steam. Yep. Works
I was calling it Rug Doctor because I saw a video. It's basically you take this hose with this water and this suction and
Yeah. You see, my car, I don't smoke. No one eats in the car. No one's eating or drinking shit in the car. No.
Yeah, thanks for explaining that, man.
Yeah, so that's no one smokes, no one's eating in the car. So you're literally sitting down, parking your ass, getting a lift and getting out. That's it. Windows down, sunroofs up in the summer. We're going camping.
Not everybody's like that, man.
Yeah, nothing's going on when you're having a meal in my. That ain't happening. You eat outside. Yeah.
I mainly clean my car weekly because of all the dirt on the outside.
Yeah, I don't mind it. My
you see, something like that's more reasonable to like do once a week because you don't want it to let that gunk build up even once a month. You'll be surprised even that gunk builds up once a month, and you'll be like, oh shit, you gotta do more elbow grease work. So once a week is actually optimal.
The thing is, like I do a lot of mileage weekly, so my car gets dirty very quickly.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about getting dirty very quickly. As soon as you've washed that car, go and drive for an hour and come back and then wipe your hand. You've got the dust on the car already. So
but
you can't be a neat freak too. You can't just be a neat freak and be like, okay, you gotta clean your car every hour. I mean, at least once a week.
Exactly. That's why I only clean
once a week or twice a week.
But listen, for 3 days, for 2 or 3 days, if the weather is nice, the car is still fairly clean. You cannot see the dust.
No.
It's after the few days, after like 5 days, 6 days, then you start to see, that the car is getting dirty.
Yeah.
That's why you take the compressor. This is what we do in the PC world too. The PC world, they take a air compressor and they blow off all the dust on the motherboard.
Yeah.
Same thing you do with the car. Same. Like some people do that too. They take their compressor and they put that attachment on.
I would not recommend blowing air on lacquer on the paint on a car because all you do is you get small microscopic scratches.
Scratches.
Into bigger scratches.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. No, I'm talking about
you can use ceramic coatings now. They do a really good job at repelling dust.
Yeah, and it's with ceramic coating also. It's much better. The dirt doesn't stick to it so much.
Mako has all these sales. Yeah, Mako has all these sales for like $300. You bring your car in, Mako do it for like $3-4.
Yeah, you see, yours is an expensive ownership. You own the car. I own the car. Look, I own the car, right? I'm spending a quarter, or less than a quarter, what you spend a year. Less than, and people are saying, your car is always immaculate, is what you hear out of their mouth. And I only clean my car maybe 3-4 times a year. And they say, your car is always clean. I said, yeah, that's right.
It does.
Do you know how much?
It really does depend how you take care of yourself too.
Jin, what color is your car?
My car is metallic midnight blue.
Okay. I was gonna say because if it was silver, then fair enough because you cannot see the dirt on silver. But it's similar
if it was
to
white,
my car.
if it's white or red.
You know what? There's another reason. There's another reason behind it why I do it weekly is because where I work, we have like a car cleaning area, and I just fucking take it there and just do it myself. So I don't pay any money for it.
You can tell that I use my windscreen wipers because I watch my windscreen wipers, and you can see that the screen is clean where the wipers is, but around the edge there's that little bit of layer of dirt there. Yeah. So but like I said, that doesn't bother me because my car is an SUV. It's a workhorse. It doesn't have to look
course. Same thing with
Here in Japan.
Yeah.
Here in Japan.
Here in Japan, man. Is that the dude?
What's
Is
up,
that
baby?
the dude? How you
What's
doing,
up,
baby?
Jeannie?
Nice one, man. I was thinking about you today.
Good to see you back, man. We need
Yeah,
to get
thanks,
back
man.
over here,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. Cheers, man.
And they got Demock in here too, man. What happened, man? Everybody.
Yeah.
All
Battlemod
is
said
forgiven.
it's time to bring the platypus back home, basically.
You gotta bring him.
Thanks, Battlemod, Old Dude, a few of the others in there who have supported us, and they brought us back in.
Hey everyone, I don't want to cut everybody off. But my name is Richard, and it's great to be in the server. And
nice to meet you, Richard. Nice to meet you, Richard.
Yes, I came from I came from Insomnia team from the UFO Discord, but I got accepted in here like a month ago, and I said, hey, you know what? Why not check it out? Meet some new friends. So it's nice to meet everybody. I'm just gonna be heading back to
great to meet you, sir.
It's great to meet everyone.
I was born in
Great
London.
to meet everyone, and we had a great conversation, and hopefully we can make more conversations that's more progressive like this.
Richard, before you go, could you share a link for the UFO Insomnia channel?
Where you want me to share though?
On the live. You can put it on the live stream voice chat here.
Shit. The voice chat? Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah, live stream.
Okay, let me do that before I go because I have ADHD, so I'm gonna be like that. You already know. You already know.
Is everything okay?
Okay.
Everything okay, Kenny, dude?
Yeah, man. Everything's great, man. It really is, man. Living the dream in the nightmare,
Yeah, Kenny,
baby.
flat up, dude. Is everything okay?
Can you hear me? Living the dream in the nightmare, man. Hello?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can hear you.
So drop it in the voice chat, right?
Yeah. We took a hit when we lost Jibby. Yeah, we took a hit there. Took a big hit there, didn't we?
No, I just want to make sure before I can share it in the voice chat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Nah, because I just want to.
You cannot have UFOs in closed system.
All right, guys. Nice to meet everybody, and I'm Richard again. And yes.
All right, take care, Richard. See you around.
Welcome,
Yes,
Richard.
take care.
Cheers, brother.
Take care. Yeah, cheers.
Cheers. All right. Living the dream in the nightmare, man.
Sorry, Kenny. I was just saying. Yeah, we're living in a dream in a nightmare. We had a nightmare when we lost Jibby, though. That was a big hit. That was a big hit.
Yeah. I'm still dealing with that shit, man. That's brutal.
Yeah, I thought you were. I thought as much.
Yeah.
I thought you might have been. Yeah.
Can't replace him, man. Shit.
No way. That's why I said we took a big hit there. There's a big hole. He sent
Be like losing Helio or something on here, It's kind of like, if we lost Helio, man, we'd all be screwed. Be like, oh shit.
Yeah, it'd be like losing Helio or what's his face? New Perspective, Dave.
Battlemon. New Perspective. Let me send you a link. New Perspective, that guy?
Yeah. Dave, he's cool, isn't he? Yeah, that's
Let me
right.
just send
that's right. Let me send you a link.
Let me send you a link, man. I'll send you a link.
Got a repository.
Oh, fuck.
He's got a repository to die for. Here's a
12-hour documentary. You got to watch it. You got to watch this 12-hour documentary. Get back to me. What? Fuck, man. Okay. Yeah, I'll just pop that one out real quick, man. Hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
He knows a lot, though. He knows a lot about many subjects, that guy.
He does.
Very knowledgeable.
Good friend of mine, man.
Yeah,
Good friend.
very knowledgeable. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I'm glad to hear your voice. I was thinking about you today. I said to myself, you must still be under the effects of losing Jibby, because I haven't heard you for a while, not even on the Hangouts.
Well,
But
I've
you've been
on
doing
here.
your little
I usually
Thursday
come.
thing.
Yeah, I'm not doing that right now. But
that's right.
I'm taking a little break from that. No, I come on here usually at night, late night. Would be like, when everybody's like, late for most people, and it's like 10 o'clock at night for me, so. And it's usually just kind of like hanging out, having a piss, taking a piss.
Taking the piss.
Taking a piss out of the globe,
Taking
man.
the piss, taking the piss.
Taking a piss out of the globe, man.
Yeah.
That's what I like to do.
Yeah, man.
That's just like fun times, man. Fun. So we got any
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I heard you on here, yesterday or day before? I was out of town, man.
We do that good, man.
But,
what I sing, I've got a new song from, like, the Get Up, Stand Up by Bob Marley. It's like, what is it? I try to coin up some words like, sit down, shut up, you're heading for a fight. Sit up, sit down.
Oh, you're breaking up, Jim.
And I'm making some lyrics up. Ah, shit. Never mind.
Well, all the real flat earthers, please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up.
That's a good one.
All you flat earthers, all the real flat earthers, please stand up.
Please stand up.
Well, everybody's a flat earther, but they're not ours.
That's right. Everyone's a flat earther, and the ones we meet are flat earthers gonnabes. You're a flat earther gonnabe, not a wannabe, a gonnabe.
Excellent, my friend. Thank you.
I think the Earth is a spinning oblate paroid and literally nothing. What do y'all got to say about it?
We don't walk it. We don't walk it, mate. Hey,
off with his head.
This is an interesting link.
No,
who's in here?
I'd say I'd like a demonstration, good sir.
Well, see, to demonstrate it to you, I can't be on Earth. I'd have to go to outer space to demonstrate it to you. So
You're talking rubbish. Put your round coat on right away. Put your round jacket on. Why do you think they call it a straight jacket? For insane people.
Because it keeps it straight up.
I do have some math and some calculations and some NASA pictures. Does that count?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
No, because I got pictures of Santa Claus. Does that count?
Nope, doesn't count. Does not count.
You mean my pictures of Santa Claus don't make Santa real?
Nope. I'm sorry.
Would have got away with it if that meant for you pesky flat earthers. Yarr.
That Levelist is a bad driver, man. Okay, the end. Okay. Right, I've got to check the kids. I've got to check the kids are getting up. I'll catch you guys later. It's coming up for 7:20. They've got to get ready to go to school. So catch you guys later, man.
All right, brother.
See you,
Nice one, guys.
Is there any new people on here, guys? Or girls? Or anybody?
I don't see anybody.
Just a bunch of crazy globe deniers on here again, huh?
Damn it, Dave. Shit.
What's wrong with these people?
I don't know, man.
It's a beautiful sunny day in California today, Kenny.
It is.
Cool.
I'm wearing shorts and a t-shirt, man.
Cold and cloudy here in Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Okay, I'm back, guys.
Welcome back.
All right, so I got one for you. What do you think about the what they were talking about recently about derailing the asteroids and stuff like this? I love that. I love it.
I think
That's a good one. That's a good one, man.
I love the reaction. I love the reaction.
Bruce Willis and his crew have that covered, man. They got all that covered. Don't worry about that.
Okay, but I want to see what you guys think about it.
You're not serious, are you?
No, fuck's sake. I'm just asking, what are your
Do you
feelings?
Do you think the Earth is a ball of?
Huh?
Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
I don't think anything. I was just asking what you guys think about it. That's all.
I'm just asking you a simple question. It's okay if you think you do.
No, to be honest with you, I don't know what I live on. I don't believe
Don't know
anything.
what you look.
Yeah.
You don't believe anything. Okay. Somebody else go ahead.
So you don't believe anything, but you want to know what we believe.
I want to know what you think. To be honest with you, I think, okay, I'll tell you what I believe in. All right, there you go. You all gonna laugh at me or whatever? I don't care. Yeah. I think we are in like a simulation. This is not real. Like Matrix kind of shit.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. If we're in a simulation, this simulated beer I'm drinking right now tastes amazing. It's fucking crazy good. And this simulated pizza is ridiculous, man. Everybody should have one.
So if somebody come up behind you and hit you with a simulated baseball bat, would it still be a simulation?
Sake. I knew you gotta take the piss. I just knew it.
I was thinking more along the lines of fun with the opposite sex. That's a great simulation if that's not real.
Childbirth for a lady. Yeah.
You're roboting, damn. You're a damn robot, damn. Roboting. Samuel Robotham.
So even if it is a simulation, there has to be a simulator, right?
Yes, there has
to be. That's what I'm saying, like Matrix kind of thing.
A smooth simulator.
It's just a smooth simulator.
Simulating childbirth.
Fuck's sake.
It's just a smooth simulator.
Okay, so why do you think they are saying all that then? They're coming up with all that. Why are they saying that now?
Saying what?
About the fucking things. Derailing asteroids and that. Is it they're trying to get more money out of people or
What are they saying? What are they saying about an asteroid?
They made a project to derail any asteroids coming towards Earth. Like, you know that movie Armageddon or whatever it was called, when they went on a big asteroid and had to put like a nuclear charge in the middle of it, so it
Because
blows
they're
up
not
and doesn't go
developing a
into Earth.
fucking asteroid. They're gonna use it to shoot you with if you keep talking crazy.
But no, you know what I'm saying, yeah? Have you not heard about it?
I'm saying if they have anything that's called anything they can use for a weapon that's not for any fucking make believe shit, it's to be a weapon. You get it?
Oh, yeah. So
no
just
matter what they tell you,
basically,
whether you're going to kill Mickey Mouse or not, it's still going to be used to kill humans.
okay. I see. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking, like, you guys, what you guys think about it. Like, why, you know, either what it's going to be for or why they're saying it.
Well, it's gonna. Well, what do you think, man? All they try to do is anything that you can think of. So they try to like propulsion, magnetism. I mean, any kind of. They want to warp whatever. When the whole idea of warping through space and time has already been thought up with gravity way back when. So the idea to create a machine or do all this other crazy shit when all you need is just mass to warp space and time and to go do whatever. I mean, it's really. I don't know. To me, it's all idiocracy.
Okay.
But I mean, in reality, actual physics, they have pulse beams, they have radar, they have energy, they have focused energy, they have sunlight, like through magnification or whatever. So yeah, I mean, they can do a lot of things remotely.
Okay.
What would you do with the big beam that could shoot an asteroid thousands of miles away?
No idea, to be honest.
If you could destroy whatever an asteroid was, if you don't even know what an asteroid is, that'd be amazing to me.
I mean, I don't know what an asteroid is.
Well, how do you know what something is you've never seen if it comes from space?
Okay, come on. We all know what an asteroid is. Theoretically, theoretically, we all know what an asteroid is.
No.
Okay.
You can't say an asteroid is diamonds, turds, dust, tears,
Okay. I'm not saying. Okay, then I don't know, but I know what I've been told it is. There you go. Is that better?
So don't
catch me by my words. Come on, man.
Listen to my point, though. Okay, don't. Okay, so an asteroid's what? Nickel and iron? How can an asteroid only be nickel and iron? That wouldn't even be possible.
I don't know.
How can an asteroid only be what a scientist tells you when it's supposed to be stuff we've never seen before?
But that's what I'm saying. It's not that I know what it is.
So
it's
listen to
told what it is. Yeah.
I know what you've been told is a lie, and you can see that through common sense, like a child. Like, listen, you tell me, hey, Democ, every asteroid should be clay, and I say, well, if the universe is everything's got to be made out of clay, then if the only thing that can come from space is clay,
yeah.
Now, if an asteroid is only nickel and whatever they told you supposedly, that means every planet and everything out there is only made of that. Lie. I told you it's not made out of that. I told you everything's different.
You are cutting out.
Dimmock, you went all robot. Went more reconnect.
Yeah, I think he left. I'm not sure.
I said they
Oh, no,
told
he's here.
you
No, there
everything
you
is different. Yeah, they told you everything's different out in space. All the different planets, everything's different size, bigger, smaller, whatever. Gas, a diamond, different dust, different, Mars, whatever. Just whatever they told you, right?
Yeah.
So their explanations go against what they say in the first place, also.
Okay.
Pretty much every single time. For physics. I mean, they tell you the physics, right? Of a ball or a sphere or of the nature of supposed space and orbits and all this stuff like galaxies and universes, right? The universal constants and all these, like the physics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you ask for a simple demonstration where you and I can go to the address, right? I can write the address down, whatever, 02 Park Street. We can go in the lab or the building or the school or the whatever, right? And we can see these physics work, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the answer is no. When you get to that physics lab, you know what it's going to be? A computer screen and a cartoon. Because they can't physically show you any of the physics they're trying. They explain it to you till they're blue in the face, till their balls turn pink, but to demonstrate it, they can't. They can demonstrate it. It has to be demonstrated on a flat little surface of a flat model, right? In reality, done over a flat plane for the most part. Hills, valleys, dips, whatever. No glow. There's no ball tied, no ball anything.
Dimmock, did you just say when their balls turn pink?
Yeah, I'm just saying they can explain. I'm saying they can tell you.
Just stay quiet. I decided to ignore that. I
can't ignore that. I can't not ignore that, man. Wait a minute. Hold on, man. That was too good.
You don't try, to be serious.
That was one of the best things I've heard all week or so far, man. Until your balls turn pink. I love that. Okay. Carry on.
You get blue balls, right? So they can explain you all the math. They can show you all the pictures.
It's so funny because I just asked one question. I didn't mean to offend anyone, and I just got jumped at. I think be careful what you wish for.
No, you didn't get jumped on, man. That's just
a little bit,
a little bit, but it's more fun than trying to be mean or anything.
No, I'm cool. I'm just joking.
Yeah. And but no, I mean, I love Dimmock can go off and in some kind of weird dimension that none of us are aware of. But yeah.
I visit from time to time.
Yeah, I love where Dimmock goes. I'm like, I'm so glad he's back on here, man.
Oh,
thank you, whoever let him back in. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Dimmock will take you into a dimension that you never seen and he only heard of.
Yeah, lab. The local lab, school, or observatory we can visit to see the physical properties of a globe working, like with water, with levels, with gravitational exertations, like demonstrated. Like we need to see it. That's where I'd love to go.
That's only in the fantasy world, there, Dimmock. Come on.
Yeah, but
reality, man.
Isn't the what is it called? The fucking Jeff Bezos and that they went up into the atmosphere, whatever it's called. I don't even know what it's called now. Don't you think we're gonna be able to do that? Sooner than later.
So you think we can get in ships and demonstrate stuff physically by doing it, but you say it can't be done in a lab with the little toy?
What do you mean with little toy?
I mean,
well, no. I was saying about going up in space.
Yeah, I'm saying demonstrate.
Going up on a parabolic fucking flight. Parabolic? Parabolic. Yeah.
Oh, you mean going downhill is probably... Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not weightlessness. It's just free fall. It's free fall.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Basically, if I gave you your backyard, right? I gave you a sandbox, your backyard, whatever, just a squared area. And I said, jump up real high. You just went to the ultimate highest depths of space. Congratulations. That will cost you $80 million. Welcome to the globe.
80 million thousand.
Yeah, you just jumped up in the air.
Thousand. I love that.
What would that mean? Like, so you're telling me just...
I love it.
So like jumping up in the air. So I jumped up in the air like Michael Jordan. So now I'm on a globe.
Yeah, let's go. I'm on the orbit. Let's go, boys.
So when Michael Jordan dunks a basketball, is he on globe in orbit?
No, of course not.
No, of course not. So when a rocket jumps up in the air, why the fuck would it be on a globe? It's just funny, right?
It is funny, Demar. Of course it's funny.
Well,
That's why we're still here.
It's going to go up.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's going to come right back down just like Mike does. It's not going anywhere. You show me when that rocket goes directly to the moon and stops there and it sets up shop and waves back. You tell me that.
Oh, Democ, come on! You're asking too much. You know they don't have the budget for that kind of shit. Come on, you know that.
Mark is saying Space Jam was a documentary.
Yes, it was. It was this documentary of the highest form. I mean, that was those physics and the gravity and the science in that. You better write it down. I mean, take note.
Be good.
It all works on a globe.
It works on a spinning globe, but it's perfect. How dare you question it? Come on.
I mean, isn't it awesome that we live on a spider globe where you can like stick to walls and walk up buildings and like walk on things, and it doesn't matter your weight because the center of your mass is pulled towards the center of the invisible center of this gobstopper. So you just defy everything because of gravity, right? And you have a spider globe, which is really awesome. So everybody's Spider-Man. I mean, right?
You're just a smooth simulator.
Smooth simulator.
That was a Democ song. That and the pink balls. When your balls turn pink. Wait a minute, my balls are pink. Hold on. Wait.
Maybe somebody's got blue balls.
Yeah, the Earth is a blue ball, so everybody's got blue balls.
They're blue balls in space. It's amazing. It defies all physics.
Got the biggest ball of them all. Earth ball.
I got the biggest balls of them all. Oh, fuck, man. If we don't laugh about this shit, we're going to go crazy, right? So I'm going to hear to laugh about it. And
I just want to know where we can see a tilt, like no hot air balloons. They talk about seeing this fucking curve, but they can't see any objects tilt or straighten up that have a tilt, which is fucking amazing to me. If you live on a sphere, clearly at any time, everywhere, anywhere, at all times, when you go up off the ground, like you're saying, these motherfuckers go to space or these people go up and up and up, and they go up, you should see something tilting like exponentially. The farther you get away from it, should be more and more and more and more and more.
Yeah. They don't tilt. There's no tilt to the curve. There's no tilt to the curve. Check it out. Yeah, it's funny how things don't tilt with the curve of the ball. It's weird. It's just weird physics, I'm telling you. It's just weird. I hope you guys are having fun. I pissed on a globe this morning. It was, it felt good.
Fuck's sake.
You know, reality is a bitch, you know. It really is. For most people, it's a bitch, you know, to say, oh my God, I'm not spinning. I don't feel like I'm spinning. Therefore, I'm not spinning. That's reality. And for most people, man, like 99% or more, there's like, yeah, they hate reality, man. They hate it. They just hate reality.
You said it.
And if you want to live in reality, you know, like I do, you know, I'm like, okay, check it out. We're not spinning, shooting through space a million miles an hour. Fuck off, you know. Okay. Oh, no. I saw it on TV, man. The fucking But, you know, most people don't even know the circumference, radius, fucking distance to the moon. They don't know fuck all. They don't know the first fucking thing about where they live. They barely know that if you water a fucking plant, it grows. You know, fuck. You know, that's reality, man. You put a seed in the ground, you water it, it grows, you eat it, whatever. I mean, that's reality. They understand, but they can't get their heads around the fact that they're not spinning, shooting through space at fucking million miles an hour. Fuck off, you know? They just don't know. They can't fucking break away from the Disneyland fucking Hollywood fantasy, bro. That's the fantasy, man. They cannot break out of it. They're not going to break out of it. And I, you know, most people won't. And I'm glad that there's a few of us that did. You know, it's my pleasure to hang out with you guys, just because I know you're realists, man. You guys are looking at real
I'm not
science.
I'm not realist. You forgot I'm in a simulation.
Oh, right. I'm glad you guys are. You're smooth simulators. Just a bunch of smooth simulators. But I had a really good friend just died. He was a simulator. He's like, dude, this place is VR. Fuck off.
This place is VR.
This place is complete VR. This ain't real, man. Because every time I do this and that, it fucks me. And it's like the VR, fuck you, VR. He was pissed at the VR, man. But, you know, I'm more like a tree hugger myself, man. Like, I think the tree's real, man. I'm going to hug it.
I hug trees sometimes.
You know,
nothing wrong with that.
I grew the tree from a seed. I want to hug it. I hug the tree because I grew it. But, you know, is that part of the VR? I don't know, man. But it's a great exercise in reality, man. VR is, man. They're getting really good at VR, by the way. VR is really good, man. Fuck.
Yeah, I tried some VR at Locomotion. Played what is the Red Hot?
Yeah.
It's trippy, dude. I was killing niggas in there.
I've got a VR.
It's amazing.
I felt like I was like, when I got done, I was like all tripped. I was like, whoa, dude, what's reality?
Exactly. That's my point. That's exactly my point. I've got a VR console, and sometimes I spend like hours inside of it and just forget about reality. And then I take them off. I'm like, whoa, I'm tripping. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. The first few days I bought the VR, I was non-stop just playing VR. That's it.
Hello, everybody. Hey, Dave, I listened to that song that you wrote for Drace. I really liked it, bro.
That's Hank. It's Hank. Oh man, the voice of non-VR reality. Non-VR reality.
I'm at home where there's Wi-Fi, abundant Wi-Fi.
Abundant Wi-Fi, non-reality or reality Wi-Fi. I'm not sure. I'm fucked up. Never mind.
I got the fiber optics all the way to the house.
Get the fiber optics up all the way to the pink balls.
That's right. 500 up, 500 down. Ping is less than 10, sometimes like 6 or 7.
500 up and down. That's not real, man. That's got to be a VR. Thank you.
Who knows?
Nobody has 500 up and down, man. Come on. It's got to be a VR.
I don't know if I want to give away my location.
I'll tell you what, man. Growing up, I've always dreamed of a platform like we use here: Discord, Hangouts, fucking Google, fuck all, chat, fuck whatever. And it's all here, man. I can't believe it that I can talk to Hank fucking 1,500 miles away or 1,200, wherever they are. I can talk to Jin. He's 6,000 fucking miles away from my ass. It's amazing, man. Thank you guys for the VR reality that we live in. It's virtual reality. It's the VRR. I'll call it.
Is this some kind of joke? I don't get it.
I'm just being fucking weird.
You're just taking the piss out of me. Basically.
I'm trying to be my Demok. I'm trying to find my inner Demok. And it doesn't always work out, man. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. It's good.
My inner side Demok. But here in Japan, I am the only black man in Japan. Yeah, here in Japan. All right, what's up, Hank? How you doing, brother? You good?
Good, man. You know, it's the day before Thanksgiving. I'm about to smoke some birds.
Yep.
Getting it all prepared.
Birds.
Yeah.
Smoke a bird, baby. Smoke a bird.
And there's my proof.
What else you smoking?
My uncle brought a ham. So I don't really know how to smoke ham. I only smoke turkeys. So I guess I'm smoking a ham too. I guess I'm gonna put it on the far end and just let it get a little smoke. But when I smoke the turkey, I'm cooking it and smoking it at the same time.
Right.
My dog just farted. Sorry. just wanted to point that out. I'm in pain. God. Oh, it stinks. It's a simulated stinky. VR farts. I'm telling you, it's real.
I'm gonna.
What you talking about?
I'm gonna smoke some ganja.
Doesn't gravity hold it down to the floor?
Dude, get your ganja smoking, man.
Ganya.
The gravity holds the smoke into the smoker because of the centrifugal force of the spinning globe. It holds the
Coriolis.
smoke. Coriolis smoked turkey.
Yeah.
I'm Coriolising my meat this evening. Yes. It's quite good. It's quite good. I'm here to take a piss on the globe. Any globers here to piss on? Piss.
Yeah, all I see is a big round ball.
Taking the piss out of it. That's the term. And then there's, what's the other term they like to use?
Taking the Mickey?
The Mickey. The fucking Mickey.
Oh, God.
The fucking
Mickey, mate.
Yeah, fucking Mickey. That's it. Yeah. So I gotta go take a Mickey. Is that a term? Or I'll be right back. You know?
No. That's not a thing.
It's not a thing. Okay. I'm trying. I'm fucking California, man. I'm not English, but my ancestry's English apparently. But you know.
Hey, dude, why did Mickey Mouse divorce Minnie Mouse?
Mickey Mouse divorced Minnie Mouse because she was fucking goofy.
She was fucking goofy. That's correct.
Yeah. That's a good one. Carry on, gentlemen. Carry on.
Hey, Burger King get Dairy Queen pregnant.
You were. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't know if that went through. How did Dairy Queen get pregnant?
Dairy Queen?
Yeah, Burger King forgot to wrap his Whopper.
Burger. Huh?
He's not going to get that, Hank. That's so American. It's American.
I'm foreign. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's a euphemism for a condom.
A Whopper is a condom.
No, that would be the male reproductive organ, and the fact that he forgot to wrap it.
Ah, you forgot to wrap the Whopper, you said.
Yes.
That makes sense now. Okay. Okay.
We gotta go with no rolls.
And with that positive message, I'm gonna go and sleep.
Good night. Hey, sleep well, man.
Good night, man.
Right.
Good night, guys.
Cheers.
Take care.
Good night.
All right, cheers.
Cheers.
We have a person with no rolls. If somebody wants to try to unmute him, named Brian. Hello, Brian.
Bryn. How do I do that?
You gotta be a moderator.
I don't think I can.
Dude, this guy is cool. He's
Gotta
got
be a moderator. He's got no rolls, man. Uh-oh. That's trouble. Yeah, you gotta be a moderator.
I'm not even gonna try to pronounce Lulu's name today. I have no idea how to say that. Somebody try to pronounce that.
Lulu.
Encyclopedia.
Fuck's Lulu.
Encyclopedia.
Oh, I get it. Encyclopedia.
3.14668433227.
There's some encyclopedia. All right. Well, I was hoping to catch a Glober. Damn it. I almost caught a Glober today. Almost. Damn. Somebody who's living in a fantasy world and doesn't accept reality. That is a problem. Right.
You don't believe in Matrix?
I don't believe in fantasy Disneyland space. I don't like Fantasyland. Fantasyland here in Japan.
All right, Brent, I think you have use of your mic. Brent, can you hear us?
Yeah, what's up? Thank you for giving me permission to talk.
Oh, what's up?
Hello.
Here we go.
You're welcome. So, what brings you to the server?
Yeah, so I've been here in the past. I kind of meme every once in a while, but I am here to engage productively, and I do have some questions about Tartaria and the mud flood and shit. Basically, I just want recommendations for videos. I find it interesting to listen to.
Tartaria
It
mud flood.
Sounds like you're here to learn.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you've been here before. Are you here under a different account now? Why did I have to VC verify you?
No, I've been VC verified before. I just got out of detention. I don't even remember why, to be honest.
Okay, well, welcome back. Whatever you did, don't do it again. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah.
But enjoy your stay, and I'll turn you over to the rest of the users.
All right, thank you.
I got a helicopter.
So, Brian, do you think you live on a spinning ball, sir?
I mean, sure, yeah, I'm a globe birther.
What's the number one reason?
All right,
what's the number one reason why you think you're on a spinning ball or spinning globe?
Basically, just because that's what I was taught in school and such.
Yeah.
Is that good enough for you?
Yeah.
Go ahead, dude.
I mean, is it good enough for me? Not necessarily, because I was also taught that Christopher Columbus made a peaceful treaty with the Native Americans, so they obviously didn't.
That's a good one. I love that one.
It was peaceful after they were dead.
Right.
He gave them blankets.
With smallpox. Hold on.
To keep warm. Yeah.
Keep warm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Noisy.
Jokes. But would you answer 3 questions, Brandy?
Sure.
Okay. Do you know in mankind's history who and when discovered that the earth is curved? It's a ball.
No, not off the top of my head. I would assume fucking Galileo or something.
Oh, that's pretty early. But okay, no problem. This is not an IQ test, it's not a contest, it's nothing like that. Now, second question is, do you know which man proved that the Earth is spinning around the sun and around its own axis?
No, I couldn't name the person.
Okay, no problem. And the last question is in regards to natural science. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container adjacent to a vacuum?
No, in this hypothetical, I'm guessing the atmosphere would be what keeps the gas pressurized, or?
Yep.
Well, that sounds gas containing gas.
Yeah, I mean gas containing gas.
Yeah.
Gas containing gas. Hold on, I got to fart. Hold on. No,
But
man.
what about like could you put some air pressure around your car wheels and not using the tires? I mean, it will be much cheaper.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with these. I got these new gas tires, bro. They're so amazing. I just got a rim and I put the gas around it, and it's just cool, man. You guys should try it. It's cheap.
Yeah. They make the ride smooth.
Very smooth. Doesn't make no
Yeah.
sound at all. It's great. Oh.
Yeah.
So he asked you the three questions.
Yeah, these
don't
were the
know.
three
And
questions
you're
you
not
don't
allowed.
know. So
Just
yeah, and pretty much nobody did. I mean, it was very rare when someone knew the answer. And based on these answers that you provided, you demonstrated that the globe Earth is a belief system for you. It's not something that you know for a fact. You don't have empirical evidence for it, you know? Am I right?
I think he muted up. He might
He
be answering.
He doesn't
phone
know
call
who
or
did it. I really doubt he knows how it was done.
Well, yeah. But it was Aristophanes that measured the curvature. With shadows and sticks and stones and stuff.
The story says he did, but nobody knows actually, because it's just a story that we have. And when we try to apply the method, it doesn't work.
No, it fails completely, and it's really
the funny thing is we can perform today that kind of experiment. I mean measurement, simultaneous measurement, but it couldn't be done in the year 273 BC. In that time, instantaneous long distance communication didn't exist. I mean, we have like 1700s, 1800s in Europe and in USA. They were barely discovered and were using the heliographs, a mirror with a tiny hole in it. You look through it and you reflect the sunlight to a far distant place. So yeah, it was light signaling communication, but yeah.
Angles didn't exist.
Yeah, this didn't exist 200 years BC. It's like,
well, there's no written personal accounts. It was only hearsay from some other people accounting that he did this actual thing. But yet, it's taught in schools, man. It's taught in schools. This guy did this thing, but he didn't write anything down. It was just like, well, I heard that he wrote this down, and he might have done this, but there's no proof. There's no handwriting from his hand saying I did this experiment, whatever. It's all hearsay, man.
There's not even handwriting from the hearsay.
Right. It's
a third party source. Not even a second party.
Not even a second party, right? So that makes it completely.
Somebody
suspicious.
heard from somebody that heard something.
Yeah.
Right. I heard a guy that did the thing, and it was over there, and it was here and that. Okay.
The thing and the thing, yeah, that thing.
Like, really? That's what you got? That's what you're going to bring to the table?
Yo, sorry I left. My phone died.
Hey, welcome back.
We figured you died, and you were never coming back again.
Right? I'm like, they must think I'm such an ass. I just left halfway through they were talking.
And we were just...
Well,
we're glad you survived. I'm glad you survived.
I'm glad you're back.
I talked to somebody on here probably a month ago. I can't remember their name. They were super nice, and they told me a bunch of stuff. I can't even process all the information they told me.
How long ago was this?
Like a month ago, he said.
That's me. You talked to me.
It was
No,
glad.
I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking
Sean. What's up, Sean, baby?
Hi, guys.
What's up, baby?
Hey, Flat.
Oh, what up, baby?
No.
What up, baby? Talk to me, baby.
Yeah, talk to me. Talk to me. You know what's so funny? I always thought Michael Douglas in the movie Wall Street, he'd always answer the phone. Talk to me. It's fucking perfect.
Talk to me, baby. Tell me about this fucking flat ass globe.
I don't know what to say.
Globe.
It's a flat globe. If nothing else, if it's a globe, it's flat.
Yeah.
Which I don't know how that works, but yeah, it doesn't work. That's how.
Well, if you go to the Flat Earth Society, they tell you all about it, don't you know?
Yeah, they'll tell us.
It's a flat
all about
globe.
something.
All about the flat globe.
Yeah.
So, Brandy, did you hear the conclusion? Did you hear my conclusion? Yeah, when I finished asking with those 3 questions, I said that the globe is actually a belief system for you, and you don't have any knowledge or empirical evidence.
Yeah, like I don't know. I was taught it when I was a kid, and I just forgot it.
Yeah. We were, vast majority of us, all of us were, you know. I don't personally know anyone that was a flat earther from birth.
Hold on, they showed you evidence the Earth was a globe in school?
Well, I'm sure that's what led me to the belief that the Earth is round, or whatever, you know.
I thought that was just repetition.
You ever thought about it though? You ever been like, crazy? That's a lot of speeds in all directions. I wonder why I don't feel that.
How do people stay upside down?
When John was in school, they didn't actually offer any evidence. They just said it.
Yeah.
They just said, people that think the Earth is flat are stupid, therefore it's a globe. Don't be stupid too.
They think I'm a Russian spy. They're convinced. They keep bringing it up. No idea what that's about. Here's what I think it is. I should take it as a compliment. I'm making a difference. And I spend a lot of time here. And they're like, well, this guy's so well trained. Or whatever. He's so good. And he's always there. And there's no way he's not getting paid. And so, to get a rise out of me, they're like, oh, he's a Russian spy. Why they didn't pick China, I'll never know. So apparently I'm a Russian spy.
You're a Russian vodka drinking spy.
Oh, that's why they picked it, because I can't impersonate Chinese people. I can't do it.
I found the person. I found the person that I talked to previously in here. The name was Wolfgang Hope.
He's great.
Oh,
B flat.
He's great. Yeah.
Yeah. B flat. Get it? He's got the. So you guys know what a B flat or like an A sharp in music,
that's so
right?
funny. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. He's a man of many tales and talents.
Yeah, I'm looking through my message history here, and I remember why I was detained now.
Why were you detained?
Well, I was put in detention, but I acted unjustly, but I was triggered. I don't want to argue that.
That's fine.
You know,
That's fine. Yeah, you don't even have to bring it up. You know what you just did. You were really honest about that, and that's what That's what I like. And I think I speak for everybody. Everybody likes honesty, right?
When you become
it's
conscious
preferred.
of it, yeah, it's humane.
I don't like honesty.
Shut up.
We all do mistakes.
You know you do.
Vodka makes you honest.
It can. Certainly has the capability. Not sure if I'd want to be there for that one, but yeah, it's possible. Alrighty. Yeah.
So, would you have any questions for us? Would you like to ask something?
Euro button. There, Chief.
yeah, I don't really have any questions. Basically I come here to get video recommendations, and then I watch the videos and comment about them. If you know, there's a YouTuber that is a flat earther that I like. You know, we have a lot of the same. What is it? Basically, he's a vegan, and so am I, and so I like that YouTuber. But I can't remember what his name is. But Wolfgang is the one that recommended me to him.
Yeah.
Russian vids? No, never mind.
RV, baby. RV truth. Everything's 33.
So
he's a vegan or vegetarian, right?
I don't care, but I don't know.
Hey, Bren, tell me that you've scrolled to the bottom of the server and looked at all the different topics that are discussed here, right?
Yeah, there's all types of different stuff. You got the flat Earth, you got the moon landing, and now that I'm looking at it, there's way more than I remember. Military technology, the fucking Red Bull. I don't think I had access to all this my first time around.
If you were in detention, probably not.
You probably just said a curse word.
You got triggered.
Right.
What'd you say? What'd you say? Dang it! Did you say shucks? We don't like those kinds of serious words around here. We like more like fuck and shit and pussy. Those are the ones.
Hold on. Wait till
you're all honey and pie when you want something.
That's good. Good material. So are you a Glober, young man?
No, he's not. He's Fencer.
Oh, so you're a Glober then. That's cool.
I'm on fence.
On the
I'm
fence.
agnostic.
On the no, get out of here with all that nonsense. Listen, you're either a Glober or you know the truth. There's no fence, and the truth doesn't boil down to the entire Earth, every inch is flat. We don't know that. I don't know that. I can't make that claim. What we've measured doesn't match up with the official globe narrative at all whatsoever. The numbers aren't there. And since Globers are so addicted to numbers, raised thinking math is a form of natural science. We'll get to that later. But yeah, it's not a globe. We can't find proof of it. Can you?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not going to go out into space. You know, I don't have the ability to or whatever.
Hey, you know what's funny? Neither do I. I can't go to space. And no one in this room can go to space either. Isn't that crazy? Nobody.
If you
Anyway, keep going.
If you look in the live stream voice channel, you see that channel?
Yeah, I'm in the voice text. Is that the one?
Yeah. I just posted a link. We have a wiki page that has over 100 observations, laser tests, radio waves, long distance observation, infrared, mirrors.
Yeah, but like you obviously know I can't understand what any of that shit means, just being like the average consumer.
Just a chart, dude. It's just a chart of observations. So can you understand this? This should be pretty simple. They say that the Earth is a ball of 24,000 miles circumference, right? That's what they say. So do you think it's possible to send a radio wave 10,000 miles without a satellite? So 12,000 miles is North Pole to South Pole, right?
Right.
It's half
Like I don't fucking know how satellites work, bro. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like
without a satellite, you don't need to know how a satellite works because this is before satellites. Before the idea of satellites was even thought of.
Yeah.
So this is 1918. United Kingdom to Australia radio communication. It's pretty far. And radio waves don't go through the ground. So how do they
I
do
heard
that?
they have like underwater cables or some shit.
It's radio waves, bro. The radio tower.
Here, let me click on that radio wave flat Earth observation, and then which one of the
Yeah, go down to Marconi.
Okay, Marconi wireless telegraph. Distance 10,500 miles. Globe predicted horizon distance does not compute.
Yeah, it doesn't compute because it's like if you put that in a calculator, it's on the other side of the ball. This is like being on the top of the ball, like being on the North Pole and talking to someone over the radio that's in the South Pole. So it's not possible, right? You don't think you could take a walkie-talkie on the North Pole and talk to someone on the South Pole, do you?
No.
Yeah, no. They did this in 1918.
1918?
1918.
Well, they're just making shit up then. I mean, how can anybody fact check shit that was 100 years ago?
Well, because they did it for a while. They did it during World War One.
Yeah.
That's
and
crazy.
They repeated it in the 30s. So Admiral Byrd used to, he went to Antarctica, right? With a little, well, it's not quite in the Antarctic Circle, but where what they call Little America, where McMurdo Station is now. He used to do a weekly radio show where he would broadcast all the way to New York City from Antarctica. You got to remember, this was so long ago. There was no, the radio was brand new. There's no repeater towers. There's no satellites. There's none of that stuff. None of that stuff exists yet.
There was no network. Yeah.
Right, like yeah, for me to even like participate in the conversation, I feel like I need
So
to
like the
understand
whole
how,
country of the
satellite
entire United
communication works.
States after would be deluded that they didn't hear Admiral Byrd talking on the fucking radio.
No, I'm not. I'm not I'm not discrediting anything you're saying. I'm just saying like I have no knowledge of like satellite communication, so I feel like I can't really take part in the conversation if I don't know
What
what
I'm
the fuck
trying to tell you, this is pre-satellite. This is pre-Sputnik.
So how did
no one
they
has
do
been
it?
to outer space
What,
yet.
what are they claiming was their communication method?
Radio.
Electromagnetic waves propagation over flat Earth.
That's right. Line of sight. Communication.
Yeah.
So you know how your
Yeah.
cell phone works, right? You got your cell phone and there's a cell phone tower out there somewhere.
Sure.
Right? On top of a building. And like the radio waves from your little cell phone go to the tower. And then the tower goes to over landlines, whatever. So this is the same thing, only a lot farther. A lot farther.
And it's not plausible.
Possible? Well, on a globe? No, because radio waves don't go through the ground.
Okay. See, that's what you.
Because it would
like.
have
I'm not
to go through
understanding.
it would have to go through the center of the Earth, right? It would have to
Right.
go through the center of the Earth to talk to someone on the other side of the Earth.
I see.
This is just like one example. I mean, like I said, that observations page is over 100.
Right.
So we're so the thing. If you stay in this topic, the more you stay in this topic, this is something you're going to find out. We can demonstrate everything we say by experiment that you can actually replicate yourself. They can't demonstrate anything. So Sasha asked you, can you have gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum? Now, a Go Birther will say, yeah, you can, but they can't demonstrate it. They can only talk about it. They'll say things, yeah, the Coriolis effect, yeah, it exists because of the rotation of the Earth. And you say, okay, demonstrate it. And they can't demonstrate it. And they can make all these claims, but they can't demonstrate any of them. That's the problem with the globe. There's a lot of claims, nothing's demonstrable.
I see. What's super interesting for me, it's more like the conspiracy theory aspect of it all. It's like why is there this the line drawn at the 66th parallel, the Antarctic Treaty, shit like that. That's what I find interesting.
Well, yeah, that leads down a rabbit hole too, because a common argument that Gobert's coming here with is that the United States exists because the United States and the Soviet Union were against each other in the space race, and they would have ratted each other out, that there's no such thing as space, right? So if you look up something called the International Geophysical Year, this was an organization that the United States and the Soviet Union were part of, and France and all the Western world, about mapping the Earth. And the Antarctica Treaty was part of this. Part of this whole, this international, what would you call it? An international initiative to so-called measure, quantify, do scientific research on the Earth. And Sputnik, Explorer 1, and the entire space program is part of that. The Antarctic Treaty is part of that. It was all like in a 5-year period during the Eisenhower administration, post-World War II. So there's a lot of, it's not just the Antarctic Treaty, there's other stuff that goes along with it. The Antarctic Treaty in and of itself is bizarre because it's supposed to protect the environment of Antarctica, but Antarctica is the harshest environment in the world. It doesn't need protection, right? Nothing lives there, right? Especially it has 6 rivers, the longest of which is only 1.6 kilometers long. There's no plant life, there's no animal life, there's no trees, there's nothing. There's nothing there. Why does it need protection? Protection from what? How can you make it worse? Right? How could you make Antarctica worse than it already is? You already can't live there.
In winter, it's minus 80 degrees Celsius. That is so cold. If you breathe, it kills you. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And think about this, the Arctic Circle, they've had cities and towns there for, hundreds of years. Something like 4 million people live above the Arctic Circle. There is not a single permanent settlement in the Antarctic Circle. There's never been a human being born in the Antarctic Circle. Right? Yeah. So if the Earth's a globe, it's supposed to be symmetrical. It should be even, right? What's on the bottom should be on the top, but it's nothing like that. Something like only 11% of all human beings live so-called south of the equator. It has something like only 70% of the diversity of flora and fauna south of the equator. So they're nothing alike.
I love cool stories.
Yeah, as always, the devil's in the details, man. The devil's always in the details.
That's where the devil hides.
That's how he catches you with the details when you pay attention.
Exactly. It's like that Apple terms and services.
Yeah.
Nobody reads that shit.
Just like in school when they said it was a globe, you didn't pay attention and say, hold on, they just said the Earth's a ball, but they didn't provide any evidence for it. They just want me to accept it. They pointed to a toy in the corner and they said, I live on that. And they said, you're stupid if you don't believe that. That was their evidence.
Yep.
Social pressure was their evidence.
Still is.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm listening. I just have nothing to say. I'm just reading the chat and such.
Well, I mean, there really is nothing to say, because any amount of critical thinking, that's the first step, is actually thinking about it. Because we have people that are anti-flat earthers. They think that just asking the question, right, like science is supposed to do, testable, repeatable, verifiable, supposed to be able to test scientific claims. All scientific claims are supposed to be repeatable. You're supposed to be able to check it. You're not supposed to trust anybody, right? Nowhere in the scientific method does it say, trust me. It's just be like, hey, I'm going to make a scientific claim. Okay, how'd you do it? Okay, I should be able to go repeat it. Right? But that's not...
Right.
But anti-flat earthers say, oh, dude, don't even ask the question. Don't look at this. Don't even look. Because if you look, you're stupid by default.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm not like some, troll coming in here to like be an asshole or anything.
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to point out that the whole flat Earth versus globe Earth thing, there is a psychological and social component to it beyond the evidence. This is why people won't even look at the evidence, because they don't want to be called a flat earther. So people will refuse to look at evidence because they're afraid they're going to see something they can't deny. Then they'll be a flat earther.
Right. I feel like that same line of thinking goes with other philosophies I subscribe to as well.
Oh, sure, of course. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist. I can't look at that.
Right. Yeah, no, conspiracy theories are fun. That's why I'm here, you know what I mean? Like, I think that shit's fun, so.
Well, what about aliens?
Conspiracy fact, not conspiracy theory.
What about aliens? What about them?
Yeah. That's a true conspiracy theory.
Right. Yeah, I don't necessarily think there's been proof of aliens, but I'm agnostic. Yeah, I'm sure there's other life forms out there,
Where?
Wherever, fuck, I don't know.
You mean like in the sky?
I mean, like, in space?
Yeah, that space doesn't exist. We just demonstrated with the second law of thermodynamics and and gas pressure. The definition of gas. Yeah, the definition of gas pressure states gas pressure is the number of collisions against the container.
You guys gotta understand, I'm not like a scientist. I'm like I just got a high school degree. Like,
You don't have to be a scientist to know the truth. You don't have to be a scientist to know the truth about your reality, my friend.
No, that's cool.
That's part of
Could you dumb it down for me, possibly?
Listen, even that is social conditioning.
Yeah, we can break it down.
No, I'm not trying to silence you. I just genuinely don't understand. Like, if you could like break down the terms even further. Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole or anything. I'm just genuinely, I don't understand.
No, I'll be the asshole.
Well, I want to point out something. That even that, right? They convince a lot of people that you have to be super smart scientists to figure it out. You don't. These are actually very simple problems. They're not hard. I mean, the globe is like third grade geometry. It isn't difficult.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you can use a simple analogy. Like, hold on 1 second. I'll give you. You can go after me. So, like the simple analogy of, can you pump up a tire without the tire? Right. Anyone understands that. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that you can't pump up a tire if you don't have the tire there. That you need a container to create pressure. Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't have a ball of air just floating around?
Right.
Oh.
No, I agree and I understand.
Only if you have
Thank you for
air
telling me that.
containing the air.
Yeah, somebody's mic's fucked.
Yeah.
Someone's trying to jump in though, but his mic is kind of low.
Oh, 1 sec.
Is my mic okay?
No, you're fine.
I just want to say something super quick. Like, if you go to the doctor and they diagnose you with sinusitis, right? And you're like, oh man, I don't know what that means, right? He's smart. I better do what he says. Well, itis is Latin for swollen, and sinus is, the stuff in between your nose, right? And the back of your skull, right? So, they're just speaking in Latin so that you don't understand, so they can keep you in the dark. You're definitely smart enough to figure this shit out. It's just they got, fancy words and shit. Thanks for
It's wizardry.
It's actually a term for it. It's called obscurantism.
I like it.
If you don't think you're smart enough, just watch one Don Pettit video, and you'll rethink how smart you think you need to be.
Yeah.
Don Pettit was the spokesperson for NASA interviews and videos and tours and such for a number of years, and He's supposed to be the best and brightest for anyone listening, and he describes certain machinery in the greatest achievement of mankind's After Effects in the things that they built because of the moon landing. Anyway, he describes things like that, and he says like chugga chugga chugga, and that's his technical term for when they're turning poop into coffee in the ISS. Poop into coffee. That's their claim, and I think it's adorable. Anyway, continue.
So, dude, like, what do you have any practical experience with? Do you work? Do you have a job? Do you work with? Are you a mechanic? Do you do anything like that?
Yeah, so basically, I'm a full-time caretaker of disabled people. And then in my free time, I'm like a debater for like what is it, like, I can't think, ethics and shit like that.
Ethics.
Wow, dude, a man after my own heart.
Sorry, guys, just doing a mic check. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry to jump in. I was the guy who was trying to jump in about...
Hold on, real quick. Your mic's really low. We can't really even hear you.
No, we can hear you. He's trolling.
No, I'm not. I can't fucking... Okay, well, then it's on my end. Sorry, go ahead. Continue.
Turn him up then.
I'm gonna. Okay, sorry.
No, everyone was already talking. Sorry, I had to leave Discord and then rejoin.
Got it. Yeah, I just turned you up, so now I can hear you. And so now everyone can have the conversation again.
No, I just wanted to add to the point on what he was talking about earlier about space and aliens.
Okay.
Now, I don't want to get everyone upset. I'm going to speak a little bit of globish, okay?
Please do.
Okay.
Okay. Now, to the globe model and everything, the guy that asked the question about space and aliens, is he still in the chat?
Yeah, he's here.
Oh, okay. So a light year, right, is a measurement for distance in like the void of space, right? So it's like, a light year, how far is that? Approximately about 186,000 miles per light year. So to get to the question of if there's aliens out there. Now, if you're looking at a star system that is like, let's say 100 to 200,000 light years away, by the time you get there, it won't even exist. Or it'd be the reverse way, meaning that it hasn't been created yet. In that system, there hasn't been a supernova to create a star or anything like that. So that means light travels at a certain speed. We've somewhat measured that. So if they're correct and it's 186,000 miles, the distance, if you're looking for life out there, for one, if you look at the distance between the objects, that is the true reality, is that you would never find them and they would never find us.
Okay, I would like to respond. So the whole light year, it's a measurement of like distance. It's just a concept.
Yeah, time and space,
never
basically.
Actually,
right. Yeah.
Hold on, bro. I'll let you talk. Let me finish. So yeah, it's never really been actually measured out. The speed of light is based on the assumption of the speed of light. So I also wanted to say, you ever been on your cell phone, right? And you go to take out the trash or check the mail and you start losing signal. And then you go around the block, maybe you took a walk after your dog or something, and you lose signal completely. Well, this phenomenon is called the inverse square law. So light travels forever, but not at the same intensity. So when you're driving away from your city, 2 or 3 cities later, you can't pick up, the radio station, right? Even though it's 10,000 watts or whatever the hell they're broadcasting at, right? And this phenomenon, everybody knows it, right? You just didn't know what it was called, but it's called the inverse square law. So every time you double the distance, the intensity drops 4 times. Think about it like hairspray. You spray real close, there's going to be quite a bit of particle density. But every time you distance it out, the particles that actually hit the cardboard is going to be less and less dense, right? Well, this is the same way that...
And if
hold
the
on, bro.
light source is moving, it's called redshift. Yes.
Bro, I didn't interrupt you, bro. I don't know why you're interrupting me. Anyway, so it's all right. I know you're just engaging. It's fine. So yeah, this phenomenon, it's pretty well known, right? Everybody knows about it. Everybody's experienced it. So if we're getting light from 13.8 billion light years away, I don't know what that calculates to, but I'm going to assume it's like quintillions of miles away. If you think that your eyes can detect light from that far, I would say that you have to have a great amount of faith that I do not possess. Because if your eyes can detect light from quintillions of miles away, like I would say that intensity would be so damn bright. If it was coming from a sun like ours, it would destroy everything within its vicinity. Thanks.
Well, I totally 100% agree with you, right? I was just basically just, just basically throwing up facts that I've learned as a glober. And their model, if you do the math, due to the vast distances of every object supposedly in the universe, right? The mass distance between the objects is basically there's no absolute with mathematical for you to travel. Okay, you see something in the distance and they say it's like 186,000 light years away, and you build a ship and you travel at the speed of light for 186,000 years. How do you know that star system still exists after that?
Why are you asking questions like this?
Well, these are the questions that made me.
Well, this is a problem.
Earth.
Right, but space is a violation of natural law, so we don't even have to think about what may or may not be happening in space.
The problem why you got to think about this thing is due to Einstein relativity. He made mankind to talk about distances like a light year is traveling for the whole time of a whole year with the speed of light, and that is 186,000 miles per second. In 1 second, you made almost 200,000 miles in 1 second. And to move a whole year, you are quickly in the numbers of not astronomical, but Google numbers. And for me as a human, when I think of a billion, I don't feel comfortable spending time to count 1 billion in my lifetime. Because that's going to take you 30 years. But 1 trillion, is 1 trillion seconds is 31,000 years, approximately. So it is far beyond humane grasp.
And they explain the light to be, right. They explain the light to be physically like a projector. Like you can look at it and see into the past and the future and all this. Like you can divide a piece of light and look 2 days ago into light and look 3 days ago into light and 2 years back into light. Just goofy, because if that was the case, the sun coming from the distance that it is supposedly, and it shined on the ground, you would see a projection of some kind of fucking movie happening on the cement.
And Einstein made you think of all these vast distances. You see, you also say they're mathematic models and stuff. But what you're actually saying is that your head is younger than your feet. And
right, he's saying that distance equals time, so your head is older than your feet, or vice versa, right? Because there's distance between your head and your feet, and so distance is time, and that's that, right?
Pretty much, that's what they're saying.
That is what they're saying.
It's crazy.
I thought the higher off the ground you get, the slower time moves. So wouldn't your head's younger than your feet. Okay, I get you. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes
that's why.
sense.
Well, yeah, space distance between A and B. There's space between there, so the space time. I mean, it's kind of a genius nothing statement to say space time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyway, go ahead.
Laser point a laser is something far away. Is that older or younger? I mean, in the time that you're in right now, is it just the present? You know.
Oh yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, globe proponents believe that.
They do. Well, yes.
They also believe light bends.
Yeah, light is not a wire to bend it. It's not steel. It's not plastic.
Out of all the flat Earth debates I've had, I've come up with one simple word: sundial.
I agree. I love that. Nobody talks about it. I love it.
Oh, I have. But yeah.
Sundial.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they'd claim. I'm kind of, let's see, what would they say? They'd say
Earth dial.
Earth dial.
Yeah, just beside the sea bulge.
I don't know.
I want to see the globe dial. I want to see the globe sundial.
Yeah.
Well, there's watches which are flat. There's sundials which are flat. There's Antikythera, I think that's how you say it, mechanisms which are flat.
Check out the sundial in India. It's wicked.
Watches, compasses, all that stuff.
Ezekiel's wheels.
Ezekiel's wheel, exactly. Amazing.
So we'd have to make a spherical compass with like pieces of metal all over it pointing in different directions, guiding you around the fucking magnetosphere. Be so confusing. Like, where are we at right now? We're in between 7 different arrows, and it says we're west 3 times in a row, but then we're north. I don't know what's going on.
Snake oil, man. It's snake oil.
Yep. Cake and circus, right? Give them cake and circus.
The best is dinosaurs, man. It's the best.
Well, hold on. Dinosaurs is a misnomer, and because that just means, I mean, it's big lizard. Big lizards still exist. They're just smaller than they claim that the big lizards were millions of fucking years ago that no one was alive to see.
Right. Like, you think about it, right? Humans have been building out of stone and building massive stone mammoths. Stone. They've been digging for great minerals for thousands of years.
I don't know about thousands, but they've been digging a lot, yeah.
They've been digging a lot. And no one has ever come across a fucking, like, a skeleton bone. Like, you would worship that shit. You'd have it as a headdress.
That's the thing, though. They can just make paper mache bones, dude. You know, it's not a fucking problem. They laugh at people. They're gonna laugh at this conversation right now. I can't believe they're even arguing about this. Yeah, it's the dumbest thing ever. We just did paper mache and they believed it. So
exactly.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, dinosaurs didn't exist.
Who knows? Who cares? You know what I mean? It's such a distraction. Even evolution has some flat Earth relevance. Dinosaurs, get the fuck out of here.
You know what? It was all created by 2 brothers, eh? With
what was? Oh yeah, didn't they just find some shit and they're like, hang on a second.
Yeah.
Hang on. Do you realize what we can do right now?
As far as I know, it was 2 brothers, and $5 at the door to see the wonders of the world.
Right. Circus Sideshow. It's such a perfect depiction on the micro of the macro. Literally, circus just sums it up. That word. In fact, I've been to the circus a couple of times, and I felt a little more comfortable around those folks than the general public. But now someone's gonna clip that out and be like, Sean says he's in the circus. Anyway.
Well, those are the guys who gave birth to NASA, the circus guys.
Yeah, Barnum and Bailey.
Yeah,
and their tigers that they slept with.
Yep.
Disgusting.
Disgusting.
Anyway, God, back to flat Earth, please.
Well, I believe it's more like a realm. I believe that it has no edge, so therefore it has no shape.
I know it. Listen, I don't know the shape. I can't leave.
That's what I think. But
I can't leave. Done deal. Oh, you think you know the shape of this thing? That's fine. That you have to just admit that that's an opinion, and we can move forward.
Exactly. There's no walls or fences. It's our governments that
no idea. No, we have no idea. Even saying Antarctic Treaty to me and all that stuff is just like, well, but that, number one, how do you personally know that the Antarctic Treaty is a thing that's going to prevent you specifically from going down and checking out the shit? Technically, you don't know until you go try.
I got something better than that Antarctic Treaty.
Okay, let's hear it. Spit it out.
Operation Fishbowl.
Okay, I like Fishbowl. I like the implications, but they're just merely implications. It's the name of an operation that supposedly was checking to see if rockets could get out or some shit.
Actually, it was, I forget who was behind the whole thing. You can research it, but...
It's Dominic and that such.
It was actually high-altitude nuclear detonations.
Yeah. Check it out.
If you see a nuke go off in high altitude...
One moment. They say they were nuclear, but in those times and age, they actually discovered hydrogen and helium. And
somebody's hot,
helium was. Is it me? Sorry.
No.
Helium and also hydrogen, they have a special compound, should I say, or state, where you have hydrogen-3 or helium-3. And these are the most rare elements in the world. And these make the most powerful explosives. Helium explodes, and hydrogen is like creating a very, very fast combustion, which is more like an implosion. Yeah. So
right,
and these made very powerful weapons. Yeah, those mushroom shapes explosions, which they claim they are nuclear detonations. Yeah,
they claim that because they claim they're splitting the nucleus of the atom. Is that correct?
Well, actually, what's happening with helium-3?
Well, shit. Sorry. You know what? Let's see if we can stay on task. I don't want to lose our friend's attention.
Okay.
But yeah, that's crazy shit. Hydrogen and helium. Boom.
Yeah.
Not that hard either. Not that hard. You can make it in a fucking classroom. What?
This
hydrium.
Hydrium. Yeah, hydrium.
Tritium, they call.
What brought us into this conversation? Does anybody remember?
Don't forget adrenaline, but I don't know.
I don't know.
I love adrenaline. I love it. Sundial. Adrenaline is only possible on a flat Earth?
Glenn, you're kind of being disruptive.
No.
Finish his thoughts, bro.
I'm sorry, dude. Go ahead, Get.
With what?
The exploding helium and hydrogen, and what it implies.
Yeah, I think the helium-3 actually is capable of exploding so fast that light itself somehow doesn't have time to be generated. The photons are not that fast enough, and it does something with because helium-3 is a superfluid. It's below the lambda point, which is an extreme, a totally different kind of realm of existence. And when it makes this violent transition to like liquid helium and gaseous and its hot state and stuff, it releases a lot of energy, and I think it generates very powerful electromagnetic waves, EMPs, which are so powerful that they can make any metals in the presence of these explosions. The metals, they will turn into hot gaseous state. They explode. The metals actually become bombs, explosions. And will make this explosion very big, like on very large scale. If you detonate it in a desert where you don't have many metals, yeah, it won't be that big. But if you detonate it in a city where you have a lot of concrete steel and stuff like that, all that metal is going to actually explode and turn into gaseous, hot gaseous state of metals, you know. Like metals melt, but if you keep increasing the temperature, they evaporate. They
just like anything would,
evaporate. Yes, yes. And when you have an atmosphere of metal, that is very, very heavy air and with very powerful pressure. It's not like this air that we breathe.
No, you could probably chew it. You could chew the air.
Yeah, it has that thing we can see in these explosions, that buildings getting pulverized, you know, they instantly turn to dust, you know. So,
yeah, I don't know if we've ever seen anything like that before. Have we? As a nation in the world
Not in
on
real.
a certain date in a certain city?
Videos. I've seen video recordings with these explosions, but I haven't seen with my own eyes in real. Yeah.
Well, what would hydrogen 3 be?
Hydrogen also, yeah, hydrogen 3 is also considered one of the rarest elements, but they say it's a very powerful energy source and very clean also.
Ice? What is it?
Sorry?
Is it ice? What is it?
Liquid. It's liquid.
It's liquid, so it's water.
Yeah. Well, it's liquid hydrogen. It's very close to helium. Yeah, it's very low temperatures.
So frozen hydrogen, frozen helium. So solid hydrogen and solid helium mixed together.
No, we don't have. There is no video or anything with solid helium, like helium ice or hydrogen. I have not seen yet.
There's not.
Yeah.
Well, like when you have something that's really hot and you put it through a cold process, it should freeze faster, right?
Well, the problem is helium is the element which reaches the lowest temperatures. To achieve liquid helium, you have to actually use liquid hydrogen, you know.
You're using hydrium to create helium-3.
Yeah, by boiling hydrogen, we can achieve...
I want to get solid helium.
Oh, to get solid helium...
When they tell you they're going to the moon to mine, they're supposedly mining helium 3 or 4 off the moon. So it has to be solid or something, like how you...
Look, helium starts condensate into a liquid at 5 Kelvin. At 2.17 Kelvin, it becomes superfluid. You enter a different realm towards
like
the 0 Kelvin. Towards the 0 Kelvin. You only have 2 degrees Kelvin to 0.
Gentlemen, Demarc, you said somebody was mining helium off the moon. Can you cite your source for that?
No, I didn't say.
Oh yeah, Elon Musk. Elon Musk said, yeah.
Hold on, man. I didn't say they are because I haven't been there. I said the idea or the process of sending someone there to mine the thing they would.
Yeah, they.
Hold on. The thing that they would be mining or looking for would be helium or hydrogen 3 or 4.
Yeah, yeah.
So no, I don't have a source for them mining it because they're not going to tell you about it. But I do have a source that's what they would want to mine because that's what all the scientists tell you. When they tell you dark matter and all this other shit, and they're trying to find out, it's all helium.
Yeah.
Look into it. It's all helium.
Yeah, yeah.
Their whole basis of everything is built on the shit of helium. Yeah. So yes, I mean it's the source of everything. Shit. But I don't have proof that they're up there doing anything. I don't have proof they can make it to the moon. I don't have proof they can't. You know what I mean? That's the government. They're wicked.
I think they can somehow see when you look at the moon with spectrometers, stuff like this. Probably the moon shows that those colors of spectrum which helium does, and yeah.
Well, I know we've got Antarctica, which would be compared to the closest to whatever they consider the moon as. So the highest point in Antarctica or wherever that's the coldest point on the planet would be considered the next place that you would go to actually mine to prepare for the moon.
Yeah.
Moonfish. They're going to be moon fishing.
No, I said mining. They're going to be looking for helium 3 and 4 in Antarctica. That's why you can't go there.
Well, it would explain why it's so frozen, those big ice walls and ice as far as you can see with your eyes.
Space might be a gel.
Yeah,
it might be a gel. Like, it might not be solid to the extent of ice for just, whatever they claim hydrogen is, and it's like solid water when you freeze it in your freezer. If you mix the idea of whatever helium is or the certain temperature itself, you might just get a different reaction, which is like a jelly helium.
Yeah, this is what fascinated me when I was reading about this helium, liquid helium. I saw that its internal pressure is almost 14 psi, just like the air which we breathe and exist in. It's the same pressure. And yeah, if you had like an ocean and you will look at it, you will not see it. You will see a valley because it has a very low in the refraction index. So you can see through. It's like almost perfect transparent. And it's frictionless. And no matter how deep you dive, the pressure is constant. Yeah. It's not like water. The deeper you dive, the pressure increases because you have more and more water on top of yourself. But this is not the case of helium.
I'm just curious what happened to the new person. Are they still here?
I don't know.
Yeah, he's here.
All right, just checking. Has they got any questions, issues, concerns?
Or participate?
Yeah, I don't have nothing to say. I've just been listening.
Cool. Enjoy. These are speculations, actually. Personal. They are not entirely mine. I got inspired from reading all sorts of publications, article discoveries, and talking with friends here. So yeah.
let's give him one fact that's not a speculation.
Yeah.
You know how far away, if you're at 1 foot above the ground, how far away should the horizon be, Brian?
No, I don't know.
According to the globe math, it should be 1.22 miles away. So have you ever been out to the beach and been laying on the beach, you're like a foot off the water, and you think you're seeing more than 1.2 miles away? I'm just giving you a globe fact that we see much further than that on a lot of occasions. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah.
You can respond if you want to.
Yeah, no, I've already been made aware of this by the last guy I talked to. He showed me that there's just you can zoom in with a certain type of camera and you can see ships over the horizon or whatever.
Yes. Yeah, and have you ever seen the ships? They start to disappear from the bottom up, but when you zoom in with a P900 camera, you actually bring them back into view, like the whole boat. And this is because refraction. The air has a very low refraction index, but it does have, so it refracts light. And this means that we cannot see infinite distances through air. Light intensity, the intensity of the light source dictates how far you can illuminate, shine the light. And this will be tens of meters, hundreds of meters, kilometers far away. A good analogy is when you drive the car at night and someone is with long distance headlights. It blinds you, so it switches to the short one so you can see the road.
Yeah, no, sorry for the delayed response. I'm eating, but yeah, I'm listening.
Bon appetit. So, that's
all good, man. We're not going to make you talk while you're trying to eat. Go ahead, get me good. Sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say this is what is happening with long distance observations. Some of the days we have very good weather and the refraction index of the air is very low. This means we will see very far. And if you even climb up higher, this will also increase your visibility. So you will see very far away. But on bad weather days, with a high refraction index in the air, our visibility will be reduced quite significantly. Instead of seeing 10 or 20 miles far away, we won't be able to see on barely 1 mile.
So you're saying on good days we can see for miles and miles and miles and miles.
Yeah.
And the horizon is an optical thing. It's not an actual physical thing like the Glover's climb.
Yes. Yes.
That's correct. You are correct, sir.
Thank you.
But the Globers continue to cling to its geometric horizon. You just can't see it, which is ridiculous.
Yeah. But this is actually, it's not me being correct. It's actually what's natural science dictates. It's
But you're
physics.
correct in pointing out the fact of the matter.
Yeah. And yeah, when we are presented with these problems by the Globers, they invoke that ships disappear from the bottom up because of the curvature of the Earth. No, that doesn't prove the Earth's curvature.
That's not what even you would see either.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're not even explaining. Yeah, they're not even explaining the optical way that you would actually see objects. Truly. And that's the weirdest thing to me. They're like, oh, this thing went down. Like, you mean it went down the stairs?
Mm-hmm.
Or went down a diagonal slide?
Yeah.
I mean, how can something sit level and be going around something at the same time and be dropping from the bottom up? It's not physically humanly possible for it just don't work.
And if you look into meteorological stations, they have all sorts of instruments that they use to measure the weather conditions. And one of these instruments is called a atmospheric refractometer. And this device gives us precisely the atmospheric refraction index. And with that refraction index, you can precisely tell at what distance the horizon is. Where is the point where things will start to disappear bottom up? I mean, not point, but line, because the horizon is a line. So, but these things are not important to learn about them in school because, they explain the reality of this world and they don't want you to know the reality.
Who are we talking to?
I think me.
Yeah.
This place should be flooded with people because considering everyone's not working anymore.
Yeah.
What are these bots up here? 24/7 live too?
Well, gentlemen, it's up for us to go do recon and drop links and get people in here because Discord was bought out. So they sold out, so it's up to us to go fishing.
Sold out too?
I got a lot of cooking to do tonight. I can't do shit. Discord sold out to who?
I think one of the big tech companies bought Discord. I don't know if I'm absolutely right about that, but that's what I heard.
Who's told you that?
Some idiot on Discord, so take it with a grain of salt.
Wasn't Microsoft interested to buy it?
Apparently, Sony bought a minority stake in it.
Oh, Sony? Interesting. I wonder what they'll do with it.
That makes sense. Yeah, they will. I think.
They'll change its gender. Gentrification.
Yeah.
Who's got some good stuff on Nikola Tesla that they can put it on Discord text so I can give it to one of my friends so he can stop being such a fucking moron? Anybody?
Hmm.
What are you looking for? Some good stuff on Tesla. The old school Tesla? Yeah, the old school, not the crap that's going on today.
Oh, are you talking about like how he like harvested energy from the air and shit?
Yes, exactly. But I need some like good information on it because like I got a friend that's just an idiot and doesn't think that stuff's possible.
The only video I know is Armored Skeptic, and everybody hates him. So,
Well, if you could post it in text,
yeah, sure, I'll try to find it.
thanks.
Anybody here know what I'm talking about? Armored Skeptic.
Yeah, I remember Armored Skeptic did a video a few years ago about flat Earth, and he only seemed to be skeptical of conspiracy theories and not of any mainstream consensuses. Not a very good skeptic, if you ask me.
Right. Yeah, his videos are the ones that I just find to be entertaining. I don't. He like mixes in his own like weird shit with them though. Like I don't know how to explain it. He'll like present a theory, but it'll be like not necessarily evidence based. I'm trying to find the right text room to post this video in, but I having trouble finding the right one. Oh, because I'm looking on the wrong server. Dumbass.
Does he still do that weird thing where he kind of animates himself talking about the thing? Does he still do? I remember he was dating another YouTuber called Shoe on Head, who just had an army of simps in the section every single time he watched any of her videos. It was really cringy. But I don't know if any of that makes any sense to you.
Alright, well my heater's on and it's making a bunch of background noise, so I'm gonna go. I posted that video in live stream voice text.
Now we're going to demonstrate the scientific measurement